Spring-autumn cicada's downside was immense. The higher his cultivation level, the lower his luck became. It was truly a wonder how Red Lotus Demon Venerable dealt with it in his time. Fan Yuan continued to activate goo worms as he moved around the plains in a circle. He stomped lightly as he activated the natural formation here. Next, he went inside the immortal formation, vanishing on the spot. Similar to Southern Border, there was also a natural tributary of the River of Time here. After Shadow Sect found it, they used formation path methods and the natural Dao marks here to create an immortal level formation, concealing this place and preventing anyone from finding it. Fan Yuan looked at the tributary of the River of Time as time path mortal goo flew out of the river, floating above the river. Fan Yuan calmed his mind, carefully using a time path immortal killer move. This move was created by him days ago. He had not named it yet. Its main purpose was to conceal one's own existence and protect against deductions. After using this move, Fan Yuan breathed in deeply. He jumped into the tributary of the River of Time. Flowing in the tributary of the River of Time, he quickly entered the main river. Far away, an immortal goo house floated on top of the River of Time. River water flowed beneath it as ripples and waves crashed continuously. This immortal goo house was designed as a pavilion that was not covered on all four sides. It was very simplistic in appearance. The cover was made of yellow grass. The pillars were gray-white rocks that were not polished. There was a folding screen in the pavilion consisting of multiple panels. It was the most elegant decoration in there. There were 4 goo immortals in this pavilion, 3 male and 1 female. They were the 4 Shunzi from Central Continent's Spirit Butterfly Valley. They cultivated Time Path and had rank 7 cultivation level. They were quadruplets with a close relationship with each other. Fan Yuan used the Red Lotus True Inheritance that Spectral Soul found to get rid of Heavenly Court's Lord Huangshi. It caused Heavenly Court to experience a lack of Time Path experts. Even though the 4 Shunzi were not Heavenly Court members, they had great strength and were loyal. Fairy Ziwei promoted them personally. Right now, they were guarding the River of Time inside present and past pavilion. Once Fan Yuan entered the River of Time, they would notice it immediately. Oh! At this time, Shang Xunzi gasped lightly. What is it? From among the 4, the youngest and the only sister Sun Guizi asked. The eldest brother, Shang Xunzi, pointed at the folding screen in present and past pavilion. He said with hesitation. I think I saw a ripple earlier on one of the panels. You did? Zhong Xunzi and Xia Xunzi looked at each other. Then let's check it. Sun Guizi had a vibrant and cheerful nature, but because this was an important mission, she did not fool around. The 4 Xunzi activated present and past pavilion. They inspected for tens of times but could not find anything amiss. Everything was normal. I guess I saw wrongly, haha. Shang Xunzi was a little embarrassed. Brother, don't be too nervous. That Fan Yuan is only at the peak of rank 7. We 4 Xunzi can defeat him even without present and past pavilion. Zhong Xunzi consoled. Even though Lord Huangshi died, Heavenly Court had investigated fully. They knew about his usage of Red Lotus True Inheritance, and also Fan Yuan's current Time Path battle strength. Sun Guizi giggled. Don't worry, even if all of you die, as long as I survive, you will be revived. You're cursing your brothers now? Oh you! You are really naughty! Brothers, spare me! Present and past pavilion was filled with laughter. These 4 who were toying around and having fun would never expect that Fan Yuan was already inside the River of Time. In his previous life, present and past pavilion found him even though he had an incomplete immortal goo house. But now, it was different. Firstly, Fan Yuan was only facing present and past pavilion, because now was too early. Heavenly Court had not assembled the other 3 Time Path immortal goo houses yet. Secondly, Fan Yuan had a deep understanding of present and past pavilion. He had destroyed it twice in his previous life. Those 4 Xunzi had died at his hands. Fan Yuan managed to capture 3 of their souls and soul search them. He learned a lot about the mysteries of present and past pavilion. Finally, Fan Yuan exchanged for a few Time Path Immortal Goo after rebirth. One of them was rank 7 Time Path Immortal Goo Time Concealment. It allowed a Goo Immortal to conceal their traces. Using an Immortal Killer move with it as the core, he could evade present and past pavilion's detection, and his Time Path Killer move was even amplified inside the River of Time. Because of these, rank 7 present and past pavilion could not detect Fan Yuan's movement. Fan Yuan swam in the River of Time, moving rapidly. He faced some obstruction and difficulties, of course. Like the sudden springs which could even kill rank 8 Goo Immortals, or the ripples of time that could reduce lifespan, any Gu immortal would fear them. There were also year beasts. The River of Time had the highest number of desolate and ancient desolate level year beasts. As he swam, Fan Yuan met at least 3 immemorial year beasts. Thankfully, he had already used burning soul bursting luck before. His luck was quite good and most of these dangerous situations were resolved without much problem. Against these year beasts, Fan Yuan chose to avoid them. He tried not to cause a commotion. One reason was present and past pavilion. If he fought, there was a high chance of getting exposed. The other was that Fan Yuan did not own a year essence pool now. Without it, he could not accumulate his forces. Catching year beasts was currently a burden for him. Eventually, spring-autumn cicada started to vibrate. After a while, Fan Yuan found the Stone Lotus Island. Chapter 1754. Fan Yuan's Future Self. Fan Yuan ascended the Stone Lotus Island again. More accurately speaking, it was the first time this life, he had come here in the previous life. Once he stepped onto the Stone Lotus Island, Fan Yuan watched the scenes of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's memories. He had already seen this in the previous life. They were just repeated scenes, but Fan Yuan still felt slightly moved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was truly a very unique venerable. He had rank 9 cultivation level but used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He abandoned his rank 9 venerable position. But if he did not, he would not be able to return to the past and change history to make up for his regrets. Thus, later on, he created Future Self, Call of the Ancient, and Support of the Future. He used these killer moves. The Stone Lotus Island that contained Red Lotus True Inheritance had concealment abilities. Heavenly Court could not find it easily. They had not made much progress all along. In the previous life, when they were about to obtain it, Fan Yuan ruined their chances and Feng Jiuge had no choice but to use Assimilation Wind Song. He destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. From Heavenly Court's perspective, it was quite sad. Fan Yuan stepped onto this Stone Lotus Island. It had been here for over 1,000,000 years. But for some reason, when Fan Yuan arrived this time, looking at the river water outside the island, he had a realization. The origin of the River of Time should be the time when the world was created. The end of the River of Time is naturally the time when the world is destroyed. The vertical movement and length of the River of Time is this entire world's experiences. The horizontal movement and width of the River of Time is represented by everything in this world: the birds, flowers, fish, insects, people, beasts, plants, and others. Evidently, the more bountiful the world is and the more things that exist, the wider the River of Time would be. The more desolate and barren this world is, the fewer things that exist, the narrower this river will be. Fan Yuan had Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level. His inspiration flashed now and he gained lots of realization and comprehension towards rebirth. The essence of my rebirth is just bringing a will from the downstream to the upstream through Spring-Autumn Cicada, before it fuses with me from a certain point in time. Because of the theory of time in this world, the world is unique and absolute, there are no parallel dimensions. When I rebirth, the downstream remains as it is. After I died, Heavenly Court dominated the world and the 4 regions were helpless against it. But after rebirth, I am like a drop of ink in this clear river water. As I continue to change events and people, some things will exist while others vanish. This ink will spread to a larger amount of water. This entire river will be dyed in a different color. When the ink gets to the point where Heavenly Court repairs Fate Gu and holds the Refinement Path Convention, many things will change. The future will no longer be the same. Fan Yuan was a transmigrator from Earth. There was an idea called the butterfly effect. But now, Fan Yuan understood that in this Gu world, the ink effect was more useful to explain the influences of rebirth. Of course, I could easily change things because Fate Gu is not complete, and most importantly, because I am an otherworldly demon not bound by fate. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable goes back to the past, it is hard for him to change many things. The outcomes of many things will still return to their original root. Or rather, otherworldly demons are a huge blob of ink, while native Gu immortals are just ripples in the water. Even though they can cause some disturbances in the short run, under the restraint of Fate Gu, everything will return to its original state. There would be no changes. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's admiration towards Red Lotus Demon Venerable grew. This special existence had forcefully created the current situation despite not being an otherworldly demon. The price that he had paid for this and the sacrifices he had made were simply unimaginable. There were many Time Path immortal materials left on the Stone Lotus Island, among which were mostly rank 8 immortal materials. Red Lotus True meaning, it could allow a Gu immortal's Time Path attainment to rise to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. There were also all sorts of immortal killer moves that used Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core. Spring-Autumn Success was one of them. There was also the method that Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially left behind. It was called Future Self. It could allow a Goo Immortal to enter his peak rank 7 condition in the future. The only thing lacking was Regret Goo. This rank 8 Immortal Goo was still inside the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. It was taken by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements to obtain Regret Goo first before being transported to the Stone Lotus Island. Now, because he knew about the location of the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time, he came here in advance and took the Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was much earlier than last time. In the previous life, Fan Yuan entered the River of Time 3 times. The first time, he was attacked by Heavenly Court's 4-time path Immortal Goo houses and was also ambushed by Li Huang. He lost the incomplete Immortal Goo house that he had created after much work. After exposing all his trump cards, he escaped. The second time, Fan Yuan used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method to obtain Regret Goo and directly teleported to the Stone Lotus Island to inherit the Red Lotus True Inheritance. The third time, he found a new Stone Lotus Island that Heavenly Court was about to get. By working with Bing Saichuan and the rest to deal with Heavenly Court, he fought for the Red Lotus True Inheritance. Eventually, Feng Jiugu used a simulation wind song to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. Either side could gain anything from it. All in all, Fan Yuan's experiences in the River of Time could be said to be full of ups and downs. He had experienced success and failure. This time, using the memories that he had, Fan Yuan first tasted success. Regret Goo isn't here, but that is fine. The crucial thing now is Heavenly Court's invasion of Lang, a blessed land. There is still some time until I upgrade and mass refine all of my Immortal Goo. I should make use of Future Self first. Fan Yuan let out Ing Wuxia and the rest, letting them cultivate on the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with Future Self just like in the previous life. Different from last time, Fan Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Meow Yin and Lady White Rabbit, were still alive. It raised the usefulness of Future Self by a large extent. He himself could use Future Self too. In the previous life, he had rank 8 cultivation level. Future Self was useless for him, but now, he only had rank 7 cultivation. Future Self was still effective on him. Wait. Maybe this is the supposed timing for my arrival on the Stone Lotus Island. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable deduced that I would come here with rank 7 cultivation level. That's why he left behind Future Self to help me. In the previous life, I thought that Red Lotus had made a wrong deduction. But now it seems that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had considered this situation after my rebirth? That means this Red Lotus True Inheritance was not left to my previous life self, but was meant for the current me? Bright light flickered in Fan Yuan's eyes continuously for a while. He made Ing Wuxia and the rest stay behind while he left the Stone Lotus Island. Using a time path killer move, he concealed himself, continuing to swim. He remembered the third scene of entering the river. Towards the other Stone Lotus Island, he had his plans. His goal was to explore 2 Stone Lotus Islands in this trip. After spending a long time and facing some obstacles, Fan Yuan looked for all the spots that the Stone Lotus Island could appear. But regrettably, he did not find it. Stone Lotus Islands can move on their own. It seems that this Stone Lotus Island is not fixed in position, it is different from the previous one. Fan Yuan was not dejected even though he could not succeed this time. It was part of his expectations. Present and past pavilion. The 4 Xuanzi encountered a small problem. An ancient year beast attacked present and past pavilion. It flickered with profound light and remained unmoving. Soon, with the cooperation of the 4 Xuanzi, this ancient year beast died. Sun Guozi cheered. Great, we obtained a huge amount of time path immortal materials. That's right. Zhong Xuanzi sighed deeply. The River of Time is truly the sacred land of cultivation for us time path Gu immortals. It is just like how Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley are sacred lands to soul path Gu immortals. Xia Xuanzi added. That's right, Heavenly Court sent us to guard present and past pavilion. Even though we are supposed to defend against the demon Fan Yuan, this is also an extremely good chance for us to cultivate. If we can get more time path immortal materials, our cultivation will be smoother. Shang Xuanzi smiled. Not just that, within present and past pavilion, we can observe the upstream and downstream, we can see many scenes of the past and future. Looking at the influences of countless beings and their effects across time, it would greatly benefit our comprehension of time path. We can raise our time path attainment levels more easily. Sun Guozi gritted her teeth lightly. It is a pity Fate Gu was damaged and is incomplete. Long ago, before Fate Gu got damaged, by observing the upstream and downstream of the River of Time, Time Path great experts could observe the past and peer into the future. They were able to predict many future events accurately. Xia Xunzi nodded continuously. That's right, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did that in the past. Even though she was not a Time Path Gu Immortal, her Wisdom Path methods were extraordinary. She could mimic the power of Time Path and use the tributary of the River of Time to deduce many future events. She predicted that the 7 Louis Gui siblings would create the first immortal Gu house in history, Turtle House, and thus created Star Constellation Chessboard. The 4 Xunzi reminisced about the glorious history of Time Path before they calmed down, resting and processing the ancient Year Beast corpse, before continuing their observation of the River of Time. They did not know that Fan Yuan had secretly entered the River of Time and obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance before leaving. Fan Yuan went back on the same route, leaving the River of Time and arriving in the tributary, before getting back to Northern Plains. He left the formation and activated Immortal Gu Fixed Immortal Travel, going towards southern border. Why did Fan Yuan have Fixed Immortal Travel at this point in time? Immortal Gu were unique, Fixed Immortal Travel was still with Feng Jiu Gu currently. The reason? Fan Yuan was currently using Future Self. This Time Path Killer move was very mystical. It created a human-shaped phantom image in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The phantom image sat in the air. It was like a lump of water from the River of Time, shining in multicolored lights. The phantom image's face was exactly the same as Fan Yuan. The phantom image had a sovereign immortal aperture too. This immortal aperture was Fan Yuan's future immortal aperture. There were many phantom Gu worms inside, for example, Fixed Immortal Travel. Since rebirth, Fan Yuan has not caused too much of an influence yet. The downstream of the River of Time was not dyed by the ink yet. Thus, the downstream was still maintaining the events of Fan Yuan's previous life. Future Self was able to allow a Gu Immortal to enter their strongest rank 7 condition. In the previous life, Fan Yuan's strongest moment as a rank 7 was right before the 5 regional mountain range battle. At that time, Fan Yuan had already captured Xia Cha and the other southern border pursuers. He had also extorted all of the southern border super forces to resist strong enemies and plot against Heavenly Court, so that he could obtain Red Lotus true inheritances in the River of Time. Fan Yuan annexed Xia Cha's Time Path Immortal Aperture and became a rank 8. He faked his tribulation in the 5 regional mountain range to set a trap for them. At the start, during the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan stole Feng Jiuji's Fixed Immortal Travel. After that, he attacked Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench and secretly worked with Chi Chuyu. After that, Fan Yuan set the Year's Flow Execution formation to capture the southern border pursuers and extort the superclans. After that was the 5 regional mountain range battle. And after that, Fan Yuan entered the River of Time. He did not find the Stone Lotus Island. Instead, Heavenly Court hunted him, and he barely escaped. Thus, Fan Yuan's future self was fixed at the moment before he ascended to rank 8 through annexing Xia Cha's Immortal Aperture. At this time, he already owned Fixed Immortal Travel. Using future self, Fan Yuan went from northern plains to southern border. But he did not go to the 5 regional mountain range. The 5 regional true inheritance was very useful to him. Fan Yuan knew this. It was not wise to activate the 5 regional true inheritance now. Because the 5 regional true inheritance would cause a huge commotion, the 5 regional mountain range had to be destroyed before Tao Zhu's will would awaken and acknowledge him. Fan Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level now. Even though his battle strength had grown, standing up to rank 8s was quite difficult. If he attracted any rank 8s or immortal Gu houses when activating the 5 regional true inheritance, it would be awkward. To play safe, Fan Yuan was going to leave the 5 regional true inheritance for later. He came to southern border now. It was not for the 5 regional true inheritance. He came to an ordinary valley instead. Chapter 1755. Wild Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan arrived in a valley. He found a cave and set up a Mortal Gu house before he entered quiet cultivation. Ing Wu Xie and the rest were still on the Stone Lotus Island, practicing Future Self. Due to rebirth, Fan Yuan skipped that step. Future Self's greatest help towards Fan Yuan was not in cultivation level or battle strength, but the use of Fixed Immortal Travel. With Future Self, Fan Yuan could use it to travel between the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Of course, he could not enter places like the Dragon Whale Paradise. Immortal Gu were unique. Right now, the real Fixed Immortal Travel was in Feng Jiuji's hands. But if Goo Immortals could create killer moves that could mimic the effects of other Goo, they could use it in place of those unattainable immortal Goo. This was the profundity of using Goo. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, making deductions continuously. One of the tasks was to modify Yama Battlefield and add in Time Path immortal Goo so that it could display the advantage of a Time Path battlefield. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had too little time. He had to raise his cultivation level while dealing with Heavenly Court and obtaining Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heavenly Court exerted great pressure on him. Fan Yuan had to manage his own immortal aperture while resisting them. In this situation, Fan Yuan created Yama Battlefield, Luo Pasil, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and other killer moves. It was all that he could do. Goo Immortals usually took 3 to 4 years to create an immortal killer move. Fan Yuan had the Light of Wisdom along with proficient wisdom path methods and high attainment levels in many paths. This allowed him to create this miracle in his previous life in terms of killer moves. And now, he brought these gains with him. Fan Yuan was able to make use of his killer move gains in the previous life now and even further elevate them. This was a huge advantage. Yama Battlefield is a battlefield encompassing Soul Path and Enslavement Path. Enslavement Path specializes in attrition battles. There are countless Yama children that do not fear death. They can even self-detonate before dying, draining the enemy's resources and battle strength. The advantage of Soul Path is to gain strength from killing. In a normal Soul Path battlefield, killing one enemy would increase the power of the battlefield itself. Fan Yuan's Yama Battlefield had these two traits. But the latter was weaker. The conversion speed of the Yama children was not fast. Fan Yuan often had to fight powerful enemies that made this advantage very unlikely to be useful. If I had Time Path Immortal Goo in, Yama Battlefield would possess the trait of a Time Path Battlefield. A Time Path Battlefield specialized in changing the speed of time. The most classic example was to extend the time inside the battlefield. 1 day outside would be a month inside. This would give the user more time to kill the enemy inside the battlefield. For example, if an enemy was trapped inside a Time Path battlefield and the allies sensed something wrong, they would come and help. The allies take 15 minutes to arrive, but inside the formation, 3 days would have passed. The battlefield user would have killed the enemy and left by the time they arrived. In the previous life, even though Fan Yuan trapped Feng Jiuge with Yama Battlefield and even stole his fixed immortal travel, he did not manage to kill him. The reason was that Feng Jiuge had Fate Armor Immortal Goo to stall for time. Fairy Ziwei obtained enough time to deduce and break Yama Battlefield. If Fan Yuan's Yama Battlefield had the power of Time Path, he could extend the battlefield's time to 3 days and nights. Even though Fairy Ziwei could still break it in the end, she would only receive Feng Jiuge's corpse. Fan Yuan modified Yama Battlefield. He was quite expectant towards the results. Especially when he had quasi-supreme Time Path attainment level, it was not hard to add in Time Path Immortal Goo. He cultivated many paths. It became increasingly useful as he got stronger. The killer move Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was the best example. Against compound killer moves that fused many paths together, Goo Immortals who cultivated just a single path could not deduce or defend against them easily. Fan Yuan stayed in this nameless valley for 4 days and 5 nights. Eventually, he found his opportunity. Rumble! Daytime, the earth shook, a crack appeared. The valley collapsed, dust clouds rose. Fan Yuan had to fly into the sky. The cracks on the ground became larger, the valley was completely devoured, a huge earth trench formed right before Fan Yuan's eyes. The 5 regional walls were slowly shrinking, the earth veins of the 5 regions were gradually fusing. When the earth veins shook, many earth trench formed. Southern border had the densest earth path down marks. The formation of earth trenches was also extremely intense. Fan Yuan waited patiently, he only descended after the earth trench stabilized. He started to search. A newly formed earth trench produced a large amount of goo materials. Life forms emerged from the ground as well. Of course, most were corpses. As Fan Yuan explored, he found more valuable things. Not long after, he saw the first Desolate Beast corpse. A Desolate Beast corpse was a bunch of rank 6 immortal materials. Even though it was damaged, it was simply free loot. Fan Yuan took the Desolate Beast corpse effortlessly. What made him happy was that this Desolate Beast corpse still had a soul in it. This Desolate Beast soul could be turned into a Yama child. Fan Yuan used his investigative killer move as he searched. His gains were increasing, but they were just easily collected things. When he met with mildly injured ancient Desolate Beasts, Fan Yuan avoided them. Why have I not found it yet? Are the rumors false? If Luo clan purposely sent out false news, this trip would be a flop. After another 15 minutes, Fan Yuan started to get anxious. This earth trench was in the territory of southern borders Luo clan. As time passes, Luo clan's Gu immortals would likely arrive. And they might bring their immortal Gu house along. After all, each earth trench formed would represent huge benefits. Luo clan had to be careful with it. Even though Fan Yuan was not afraid, he did not want trouble. He only wanted to achieve his goals and leave. By noon, Fan Yuan had not found his target, but his gains accumulated into a pile. It is really not here. Did I miss something? Or is my luck so bad it affected this trip? Right when Fan Yuan was suspecting himself, his eyes started to shine in a divine light. I found something! He carefully approached and found an ancient desolate beast diamond-head turtle. This turtle was as large as a boat. It was entirely bright yellow but had a flat shell on top. The most eye-catching thing was its head. It had a huge head that resembled a drill, its sharp mouth pointed outwards with a natural spiral. Half of its head was translucent, resembling a low-grade diamond. The diamond-head turtle lived in the deep sea. It could swim very fast in water. It could also move in the earth, but when it did that, its head would rotate and drill as it loosened the soil ahead of it. But because of its huge shell, it moved much slower in the soil than in water. Fan Yuan floated above this diamond-head turtle as he used several investigative killer moves. Fan Yuan's investigative methods were not outstanding, but against the diamond-head turtle, it was sufficient. Soon, joy was shown all over Fan Yuan's face. He found a wild immortal Gu on the diamond-head turtle. That's it! This wild immortal Gu was Fan Yuan's goal for this trip. Fan Yuan immediately acted, using Yama Battlefield. Once Fan Yuan moved, his aura leaked as he got exposed. The diamond-head turtle was just a wild beast without sufficient wisdom, but it had keen instincts. It growled at Fan Yuan before trying to retreat. But Fan Yuan had already arranged several Yama children to encircle it. The Yama children and the diamond-head turtle fought in a big battle, but because he was afraid of damaging that wild immortal Gu, Fan Yuan was quite restrained. Not long after, 2 Yama children were pierced by the diamond-head turtle and one had its head bitten off. Even though the Yama children died, they did not self-detonate. Even though they suffered huge losses, the goal of pestering the diamond-head turtle had been achieved. With the help of the Yama children, Fan Yuan activated Yama Battlefield and trapped the diamond-head turtle. At this point, Fan Yuan let out a breath of air. He relaxed his mind a little. Yama Battlefield was successfully activated. It was hard to detect in the outside world. Even if Luo clan's Gu immortals came here, there was a low chance that they would find this battlefield. And the diamond-head turtle was basically helpless now that it was trapped in Yama Battlefield. Most rank 7 Gu immortals would be unable to escape if they ended up inside, not to mention this mere ancient desolate beast. Fan Yuan was neither anxious nor proud. He played safe. To preserve immortal essence, he did not even use Great Thief Ghost Hand. His current luck was not optimal. He might only steal a large number of mortal Gu using this move. Eventually, with the help of the Yama children, Fan Yuan weakened this diamond-head turtle to its limit and captured it alive. Its wild rank 7 immortal Gu was also obtained by Fan Yuan. Very good! With this, I will be able to counter fixed immortal travel. Fan Yuan was very happy. As he stored the diamond-head turtle and wild immortal Gu in his immortal aperture, he dispelled Yama Battlefield. Going back to the earth trench, Luo clan's Gu immortals had already arrived. They were furiously scolding now. They had clearly discovered that Fan Yuan had arrived before them. Looking at the traces, Luo clan's Gu immortals were feeling pained. A lot of the immortal materials were already taken away. Luo clan's losses were huge. Fan Yuan took a look at Luo clan's immortal Gu house before concealing his traces and leaving quietly. After leaving for a certain distance, Fan Yuan used future self to go back to Langya Blessed Land from southern border. Fan Yuan's sudden appearance shocked Langya Land's spirit immensely. He moved towards Fan Yuan as he said with surprise and joy, Fan Yuan, you snatched fixed immortal travel from them? If they did not have fixed immortal travel, it would be very hard for Heavenly Court to invade Langya Blessed Land. But Fan Yuan shook his head. This is just a killer move. Are you all ready to refine Myriad Self? Langya Land's spirit was very disappointed in Fan Yuan's answer, but he still replied, We are almost ready. The hairy men are practicing day and night. The other Gu materials are ready, but your 8 main materials are needed. Have you collected them all already? Fan Yuan shook his head. I only have 3, but there is no rush, we still have time. Lang Yilan's spirit was anxious. Elder Fang Yuan, that's not the right attitude. Heavenly Court might invade any moment now, we already have the weaker hand, if we act so carelessly, we will be in huge trouble. Understood, understood. First Supreme Elder, don't worry, I know what I am doing. Chapter 1756. You still don't get it? Fang Yuan kept track of the time. He still had a lot of time. Even though he had already killed Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, even going to the River of Time to obtain a Red Lotus true inheritance, as well as taking that wild immortal goo from southern border. After doing all these, he still had a few days until Zhangji sold the floating life fire like in his previous life. This is mainly because I spent a few months to deduce killer moves like Yama Child and Emperor Yama in the previous life. But now, I took action straight away, I saved a lot of time and effort. For the next few days, Fang Yuan did not stay idle. Using Future Self, he continued to go all over the 5 regions from Langya Blessed Land, he entered southern border the most. Fang Yuan purposely went to places where earth trenches formed. In his previous life, the commotion in the 5 regions as earth veins fused created many earth trenches all over the world, it was growing more intense as time passed. In the final battle, when Fang Yuan died at Dukelong's hands, the 5 regional walls had vanished, the earth veins were unified, earth trenches stopped forming as a result. For the following few days, Fang Yuan's gains were extremely high. Immortal materials piled into a mountain, he even obtained 3 wild rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan's luck was worse than in the previous life, but it was not hard to make huge gains. He had clear information. Earth trenches were formed by heaven's will, no goo immortal could predict them. Each earth trench was over 10 or 100,000 li long, being extremely deep and difficult to explore. Even superforces would face huge difficulties exploring the earth trenches and extracting the most valuable resources in a short period of time. But Fang Yuan knew which places contained the best resources, he went straight for them. This was all thanks to the information that he collected during his previous life. The formation of earth trenches had no pattern, most goo immortals did not see value in this information. But Fang Yuan, who could use Spring-Autumn Cicada, was different. In the previous life, I could not explore the earth trenches, with just my strength alone, I cannot compete with super forces. And most importantly, Heavenly Court gave me immense pressure, I had to resist them while finding ways to obtain Red Lotus true inheritances. I had no time or energy to care about earth trenches. And now it seems these earth trenches are truly valuable, it can move anyone's greed. And this is just the situation now, for the next few years, earth trenches and earth veins will create even bigger commotions, more and more resources will surface. The burst of resources would raise the strength of goo immortals, and the rise in battle strength would spur on the ambitions of goo immortals further. In my previous life, the 4 regions goo immortals attacked Heavenly Court, these earth trench resources played a crucial role. In the 500 years of my previous life, the reason for the 5 regions' chaotic war was mainly the earth trench resources and the rise in attainment level through dream realms. In his free time, Fang Yuan would analyze the situation and look at his circumstances, continuing to improve on his post-rebirth plans. This rebirth was very different from the previous times. The most important thing was that his strength and influence now was great, it far exceeded any of his previous rebirths. With his strength and influence, the ink effect of his rebirth became much more significant. Fang Yuan acted to execute his own plans while preparing himself for any possible problems. And as expected, a problem really occurred. And it was a major one. A few days later, Fang Yuan observed Treasure Yellow Heaven and did not find any traces of Zhang Ji. In the previous life, he was already selling floating life fire at this time. Fang Yuan quickly investigated, but luckily, Zhang Ji's information was not hard to get. Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Zhang Ji lost to Immortal Crane Sect's Old Lord Kenyang in a competition, thus when they went on an exploration and found the floating life fire by chance, it went into Old Lord Kenyang's hands. Immortal Crane Sect and Black Heaven Temple were part of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In terms of strength, Immortal Crane Sect was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, but in terms of Gu Immortal battle strength, Old Lord Kenyang was stronger than Zhang Ji. Black Heaven Temple's Zhang Ji had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was very ordinary. Old Lord Kenyang was very famous though, his signature killer move life-chasing fire was a headache to most Gu Immortals. Years ago, he even went to Northern Plains as part of Feng Jiuji's group, to investigate the collapse of 88 True Young building. News that Zhang Ji lost to old Lord Kenyang quickly spread. Fan Yuan did not need to guess to know that this was Immortal Crane's sect's action. Immortal Crane's sect was weaker than Black Heaven Temple. They had to treasure every opportunity to raise their reputation. This victory was a great chance for publicity. Old Lord Kenyang's victory was not surprising. What interested him was, why did old Lord Kenyang appear? In the previous life, old Lord Kenyang did not show up. Zhang Ji had obtained the floating life fire without any hassle. This is not good. Different from Zhang Ji, old Lord Kenyang is a fire path Gu immortal. Floating life fire is useful to him. Even if it is useless, old Lord Kenyang can contribute it to Immortal Crane sect. He is different from Zhang Ji. He has higher strength and status. If he gives it to the sect, they would reward him. Old Lord Kenyang's gains would not be low. Fan Yuan felt somewhat of a headache. He had to make other plans now to obtain this floating life fire from other sources. But at this time, old Lord Kenyang started to sell the floating life fire publicly in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan was slightly shocked before he understood old Lord Kenyang's intentions. Or rather, Immortal Crane's sect's intentions. Immortal Crane's sect saw this as an important opportunity. They wanted to spread the news and raise their reputation. Old Lord Kenyang selling the floating life fire had the same intention as Fan Yuan selling Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3-rib bones. After understanding this, Fan Yuan became one of the floating life fire's buyers. Floating life fire was a rare immortal material. Its sale price was high but not absurd. In the previous life, Zhang Ji did not know its value. Fan Yuan got it cheaply. But this time, it was old Lord Kenyang who cultivated Fire Path. He knew about the value of the floating life fire. He naturally sold it at a different price. It seems that I have to pay a higher price to obtain this floating life fire. Fan Yuan was mentally prepared, but the following competition was out of his expectations again. Buyers who were after the floating life fire seemed very interested. They competed and raised the sale price of the floating life fire to an absurd degree. The floating life fire's price was high, but the competing Gu immortals did not become disinterested. They created a huge ruckus as their verbal conflict soon escalated to a matter of pride and face. Fan Yuan realized that this was Immortal Crane's sect's show. They purposely got people to raise the prices to an absurd amount. The buyers and sellers were all part of their sect. They were paying some fees in Treasure Yellow Heaven to gain a lot of publicity. It was simple. The higher the price of the floating life fire, the more commotion and discussion it would generate. When they talk about the floating life fire, can they ignore old Lord Kenyang? That would involve Immortal Crane's sect as well. More and more Gu immortals would realize that Immortal Crane's sect was still a part of the 10 great ancient sects. They had deep foundations. Even though they seemed weak now, they might just be keeping a low profile. Thinking about this, Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. The floating life fire was too important to him. Even if the prices were high, he had to buy it. After all, the other plans were not reliable. Time was crucial now. If he wasted too much time, Fan Yuan's entire post-rebirth plan would be ruined. After getting the floating life fire, Fan Yuan passed the other main materials to Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit looked at them and checked that there were no problems with the immortal materials before he used the refinement path killer moves with Fan Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu immortals, trying to familiarize themselves with these immortal materials. After days of preparations, Langya Land's spirit saw that the time was right. He brought Fan Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu immortals to the Long Hair Refinement Path formation. What a good refinement path formation! Fan Yuan praised in admiration. Langya Land's spirit smiled. The delight on his face was unconcealed. His eyes shined with great confidence. Both the formation and immortal Gu recipe are top-notch. Elder Fan Yuan, this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe you provided is very incredible. After looking at it for a long time, I finally understood half of its profundity. With my estimation, using this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe, there is a 40% chance of success. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. That's right, this is why I wanted to refine this Gu to raise my battle strength and deal with Heavenly Court. Alright, enough talk, let's enter the Gu refinement formation. At this point, Langya Land's spirit frowned. Elder Fan Yuan, you lack refinement path experience. Are you really going to refine the Gu personally? Fan Yuan nodded. This Gu refinement is extremely important, especially to me. I need to participate. Even if the refinement fails, I will not be upset. Don't worry, First Supreme Elder. I am merely helping out. I will not interrupt you. I know my own limits after all. Alright, since you insist, we will do that. Langya Land's spirit sighed, entering the formation as the main person in charge. followed by third hair, fourth hair, sixth hair, seventh hair, and the other goo immortals, before Fan Yuan as the last one. Fan Yuan stood at the final formation core towards the end. The formation started to activate. Light shined everywhere, all sorts of refinement path methods were activated, the process was smooth and easy. Floating life fire and edge goo were first refined, followed by battlefield blood sand, heart blood, and other main materials. During this time, Fan Yuan took action several times, but they were all trivial matters. It was just as he had assured Langya Land Spirit. Several days later, Langya Land Spirit and the Hairy Man Goo Immortals revealed expressions of joy. The immortal goo was starting to form. They were just a few steps away from success. Suddenly, the light exploded as dust clouds rose. A stench filled the air as the goo refinement encountered an issue. Why did this happen? Langya Land Spirit and the rest were very shocked. They quickly tried to salvage the situation. It was very chaotic. Right when they were about to fail and Langya Land Spirit became helpless, Fan Yuan suggested building a temporary goo formation to assist the refinement path formation and get rid of all the impurities here. There was no choice. Langya Land Spirit had to give it a try. He accepted Fan Yuan's suggestion. Once the formation within the formation was created, Fan Yuan said, "Please enter the formation, First Supreme Elder." Langya Land Spirit had no doubts. In this situation, he was the only one who could do it. But once he entered the formation, he was immediately suppressed. "Fan Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Langya Land Spirit was furious and shocked. "Langya Land Spirit, at this point in time, you still don't get it?" Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Chapter 1757. Repaying Kindness with Enmity. "Fan Yuan, you actually dare, you are too ignorant and fearless. You dare to plot against me inside Langya Blessed Land. I will make sure you understand what severe mistake you are actually making." Langya Land Spirit screamed with a furious expression. He looked like a volcano about to explode. He was about to erupt with lava and melt Fan Yuan entirely. But at the next moment, Langya Land Spirit's movements froze. The anger on his face turned into deep shock instantly. "Why? Why can't I move? My connection with Langya Blessed Land is also almost entirely severed." At once, Langya Land Spirit became dumbfounded. Fan Yuan smiled. Everything was going according to plan. Ever since Fan Yuan saw Langya Land Spirit for the first time, he already had the thought of taking down Langya Blessed Land. After many years, this thought finally grew from just a seed to a beautiful blooming flower. Fan Yuan looked at Langya Land Spirit plainly but with deep confidence. "It is pointless, you do not know the difference between us after all." Langya Land Spirit struggled intensely, but he was like an ant, suppressed and unable to move, not to mention regaining control of Langya Blessed Land. He tried hard but found that the situation was not improving. Instead, his restrictions were becoming more severe. "This is impossible." He looked at Fan Yuan with a look of disbelief. Fan Yuan smiled. "It seems that you have already started to notice the difference between us." Fan Yuan's refinement path attainment level far exceeded Langya Land Spirit. The former had used long hair true meaning to reach quasi-supreme Grand Master refinement path attainment level. The latter was just long hair ancestors Land Spirit formed from obsession. Even though it had extraordinary refinement path attainment, it was very far from reaching quasi-supreme. Fan Yuan's formation path attainment level also far exceeded Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit had merely ordinary attainment in formation path, while Fan Yuan was a formation path Grandmaster. And most importantly, Fan Yuan was very skilled in the setting of formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, dragon scale seas food path immortal formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, wisdom refinement formation. Fan Yuan had designed most of these goo formations. He had modified them and set them up personally step by step. "Indeed worthy of you, Fan Yuan. You are truly a publicly recognized demonic path overlord." Langya Land Spirit clenched his fists. His eyes were spewing fire and his face was distorted. He stared at Fan Yuan fixedly. He gritted his teeth as he said, "This was all part of your scheme. Myriad Self-Immortal Goo's recipe was flawed from the start, but I could not notice. The problem was bound to happen during the goo refinement process. Using that chance, you created the formation and tricked me into entering." This formation within a formation takes reference to blood light spirit suppression? This also means that out of the 8 main materials of Myriad Self-Immortal Goo recipe, the 4 blood path materials are used to target me. Only the first 4 materials are used to refine myriad self-immortal goo. Langya Land's spirit said with certainty as his emotions became calmer. Fan Yuan looked at him without speaking. He had a calm expression too. Langya Land's spirit started to frown. He could see a faint smile from Fan Yuan's eyes. He seemed to have noticed his intentions. Panic flashed across Langya Land's spirit's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He thought, I need to stay calm. I cannot panic. Long hair refinement path formation is the peak creation of my main body. How can Fan Yuan grasp it so easily in this short period? He set a formation to harm me, but this blood path formation is just a formation within a formation. Soon, if the refinement path formation activates, this blood path formation will be destroyed. By then, I will be able to escape. As long as I can escape, the whole of Langya Blessed Land will be in my control. I can spread news of Fan Yuan trying to harm me. The Variant Human Alliance will stand by my side. By then, I will make sure Fan Yuan regrets this. Aya. Langya Land's spirit suddenly patted his head. He had an ashen expression and deep regret. He wanted to kill himself. Damn it. Why did I shout out my inner thoughts? Fan Yuan smiled. Don't worry, if even you could think about this flaw, why couldn't I predict it? What, you knew about it already? Langya Land's spirit was first shocked before pretending to be calm. He laughed loudly. So what if you realized? Can you understand this refinement path formation? Fan Yuan rubbed his nose. My understanding of this formation is deeper than yours. But of course, I am still far from comprehending it fully. Langya Land's spirit laughed loudly again. That's right. Just you wait, Fan Yuan. When I get out, I will show you the consequences of betraying my Langya sect. But Langya Land's spirit waited and nothing happened. A while later, the blood path formation was still stable as before. Langya Land's spirit continued to wait, but the long hair refinement path formation showed no commotion. Furthermore, his entire body was already dyed in a blood-red light. This is impossible. What did you do? Suddenly, Langya Land's spirit screamed at Fan Yuan. He had fallen into complete panic. Fan Yuan smiled and did not respond. He had interacted with this long hair refinement path formation far longer than Langya Land's spirit expected. That happened in his previous life. Fan Yuan had deep attainment in formation path, refinement path, and wisdom path. He was able to understand the profundity and essence of the long hair refinement path formation. The long hair refinement path formation was created by long hair ancestor with all his effort back in the day. With Fan Yuan's current foundation, it would be very hard to create a refinement path formation that was on par with it. He would need a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. But looking at this long hair refinement path formation was a completely different case. Fan Yuan was not the creator, he was merely appreciating this work of art. It was easier for an artist to critique this piece of work now than to create it himself. Of course, he was just an observer. He could not understand the profundity of this formation in its entirety. But that was not a problem. Sixth Hair as the spy had already controlled a certain important area of the formation. With Sixth Hair's help, Fan Yuan ensured that the long hair refinement path formation could not interfere with his blood path formation. Langya Land's spirit struggled for a while longer before he realized, due to Fan Yuan's meticulous scheme, he could no longer turn this situation around. There was no choice. This black-haired land spirit that was completely corroded by the blood light had to let the other white-haired land spirit appear to try and change the situation. But regrettably, Fan Yuan knew all about Langya Land's spirit. How could he miss that potential problem? The moment white-haired land spirit appeared, he was suppressed by the blood path formation. A large amount of blood light went into him. You shameless demon! The white-haired land spirit was suppressed and unable to move. He could only speak. He scolded Fan Yuan intensely. Fan Yuan, oh Fan Yuan, you unscrupulous and devious scumbag! You were able to get to this stage today. My Langya Blessed Land provided you the biggest help. Before you became immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to destroy 88 True Young Building. When you first became an immortal and was completely broke, I made transactions with you and allowed you to earn immortal essence stones through deducing recipes. That was your starting point. When you wanted to refine goo, I helped you countless times. Which hairy man goo immortal in the Blessed Land has not helped you at least once? When your tribulations were too risky, we lent you immortal essence stones and immortal goo to pass those difficulties. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture as well as killer moves like triple layered sword wave. When you moved Starform Blessed Land, we lent you goo worms and the necessary methods. When your immortal blessed land was attacked, we took a risk and helped you to minimize your losses. I was the one who fed your wisdom goo. I used up so many lifespan goo in my blessed land. When your Danghun mountain was taken away, I compensated you according to the agreement, even if we had to give up the refinement path true meaning. White-haired land spirit got more and more angry. He felt extremely grieved. His eyes turned red as he spoke. Different from the black-haired land spirit's rash and strong attitude, the white-haired land spirit was calm and enduring. He was only interested in goo refinement and wanted to avoid problems. The black-haired land spirit was an extremist, while the white-haired land spirit was a pacifist. Oh Fan Yuan, your conscience must have been eaten by dogs. Our Langya blessed land treated you so well, yet you are repaying kindness with enmity. You schemed against me. When you were unable to live outside and all 5 regions goo immortals went after you, Langya blessed land was the place that sheltered you. You are a human but black hair and I accepted you. We made you a supreme elder and gave you important roles. We treated you as one of us. But this is how you treat us in return? Look at your own conscience. Do you feel any bit of guilt at all? Do you feel that you have done us injustice? The white-haired land spirit screamed and cried. He was extremely upset. Fan Yuan was expressionless. No. Langya land spirit. After a while, he shouted. You are acting like this to your benefactor, your friends, your family. Does your conscience feel no pain? Do you not feel bad? Fan Yuan dug his ears. Not really. I am quite excited actually. Langya land spirit was beyond furious. He wanted to tear Fan Yuan into epics. Fan Yuan, you demon! You are just too shameless. You are a beast, a bastard. You are a devious scoundrel. You are shameless, as expected of a human. Go ahead and laugh. You will not laugh for very long. People like you will die a terrible death. I was truly blind to have trusted you. Heaven will not let you off. If I was given another chance, I will kill you at first sight. I will incinerate your corpse and mince you into 1,000,000 pieces. Oh. Fan Yuan smiled as he shook his head calmly. Too bad you can't do it. Langya land spirit was speechless. He wanted to rip that smile off Fan Yuan's face. But he could not move. He could only curse to vent his anger. But against someone like Fan Yuan with no shame or morals, his anger was truly pointless and weak. Chapter 1758. Heavenly Court's Invasion. Langya blessed land, long hair refinement path formation. Blood light gradually faded. The blood path formation opened up as Fan Yuan and Langya land spirit walked out with the latter behind the former. Fan Yuan's scheme succeeded. In the previous life, Langya land spirit had caught Fairy Ziwei off guard because she killed the black-haired land spirit, and white-haired land spirit showed up. The black-haired land spirit was ambitious. Even though he knew about Langya blessed land and longevity heaven's agreement, he did not want to use it. Once the white-haired land spirit showed up, he sought help from longevity heaven without second thoughts. Eventually, because of the white-haired land spirit's action, Fan Yuan escaped while Heavenly Court retreated in defeat. Longevity heaven obtained Langya's sect and became the eventual winner, gaining the greatest benefits. Right now, I suppress the land spirit. Longevity heaven will not gain anything. Fan Yuan looked at Langya land spirit. Right now, Langya land spirit had gone back to the black-haired land spirit under Fan Yuan's orders. To prevent the hairy man goo immortals from becoming suspicious, the black-haired land spirit pretended that their relationship with Fan Yuan was still the same as before. Fan Yuan purposely let out a breath of air. It was all thanks to First Supreme Elder this time that we salvaged the situation. The black-haired land spirit smiled. Mainly because we had the refinement path formation, we should get back into refining the goo as quickly as possible. The black-haired land spirit had a slightly subservient tone and smile, but other than sixth hair, the other hairy man goo immortals felt no suspicions. Who could have thought that this shocking change had occurred right under their very eyes? Fan Yuan entered the long hair refinement path formation and continued to refine myriad self-immortal goo. Hours later, a sharp profound light appeared in the refinement path formation. The profound light faded as an immortal goo was revealed. This goo worm was more than 10 meters long. It was like a centipede that shined in a metallic luster. The mouthpiece on its head looked dangerous while there was a pair of long antennas on its forehead. It had 5,000 legs on either side of its body, having a total of 10,000 legs. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Myriad Self. Even though Fan Yuan's main goal was to scheme against Langya land spirit, he did not give up on refining myriad self-immortal goo. In the previous life, Myriad self-immortal goo had a 50% success rate. But now, in order to trap Langya Land Spirit, he modified the recipe and lowered its success rate from 50 to 40%. Regardless, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self. He could not give up on refining Myriad self-immortal goo after all. It seemed to have an insignificant boost to Fan Yuan's strength, but it was actually very important. The killer move Myriad Self was the combination of enslavement and strength path. It gathered the specialty of both paths. But it was overly complex and took a long time to activate. It spent a lot of thoughts of the goo immortal. Now that it became a goo worm, Fan Yuan only needed to take a few steps to unleash the full power of the original Myriad Self killer move. Other than Myriad Self, Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal, Myriad Dragon, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and other killer moves would also benefit from this. Especially Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. Fan Yuan had created this move near the time of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Without Myriad self-immortal goo, he would need too many goo worms to activate it, the time taken would be too long, and there would be no use for it in battle. Even though Myriad self-immortal goo could not raise Fan Yuan's strength directly, it strengthened his foundation and allowed him to gain even more potential in several aspects. The immortal goo refinement ended next. Fan Yuan looked around the whole of Langya Blessed Land and collated his gains. Langya Blessed Land had an immense origin. It was left by one of the three greatest refinement path experts in history, Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor was a legendary figure. He had refined countless immortal goo in his life. Even thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to look for him when refining goo. Long-Hair Ancestor also had a special identity. He was a hairy man. While hairy men had long lifespan, they would still die eventually. Long-Hair Ancestor left behind rank 8 Langya Grotto Heaven, but after countless years of development, White-Haired Land Spirit decided to lower its rank and returned it to a blessed land. Blessed lands faced far weaker calamities and tribulations than Grotto Heavens. With the White-Haired Land Spirit's management, the blessed land developed very well. It had a huge space far beyond most blessed lands. It even exceeded many Grotto Heavens. In terms of time path, its time flow was 1 to 36 compared to the outside world. And worth mentioning was that Langya Blessed Land had an immortal killer move on its tributary of the River of Time. It could alter the time flow in the immortal aperture. This was the work of Long-Hair Ancestor, who had invited a time path great expert personally when he was alive. In terms of Dao marks, Langya Blessed Land had the highest number of refinement path Dao marks, surpassing 300,000. The remaining Dao marks were mostly water path followed by earth path. Langya Blessed Land had 4 continents. They were the black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents in the sea, as well as cloud cover continent in the sky. The blessed land produced abundant resources and people. There were also countless goo immortals. It was truly a superforce of its own. The vast number of people ensured the production of many lifespan goo. Undeniably, this was the number 1 blessed land in the world. Langya Land Spirit was suppressed by Fan Yuan already. Everything here belonged to him. Other than the blessed land's resources and manpower, there were also a vast number of goo recipes, killer moves and goo worms. Langya Blessed Land had many immortal goo in its inventory. For example, the currently rank 7 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, the wood sprout immortal goo that Fan Yuan had once borrowed to use the killer move Light Fungus Radiance, Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo, Formation Plate Immortal Goo, and many others. Most of the immortal goo were already given out to the Hairy Man Goo Immortals for their use. Langya Blessed Land had 3 goo formations. The first was the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, the second was the Submain Teleportation Goo Formation, the third was the Ancient Battle Formation Heavenly Giant Solar. Among which, the main formation of the Submain Teleportation Goo Formation was on Cloud Cover Continent, while the 9 sub-formations were distributed all over Northern Plains, for example, Taichio, Dragon Elephant Plain, and Fongbo Cliff. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land had a highly incomplete Immortal Goo House, rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron. There was also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth that was not completed despite immense effort, Refinement C. In the previous life, when Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land Spirit made use of the water in the Refinement Sea to display the killer move Omnipresent 4 Seas. He had once taken control of the situation using it. Langya Blessed Land had a huge inventory with countless immortal materials but relatively few immortal essence stones. And finally, Langya Blessed Land had 3 true inheritances. They were Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance, and Long Hair's refinement path true inheritance. Rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Gu was part of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. In the first life, Ma Hongyun obtained clues to this Thieving Heaven true inheritance. He came to Langya Blessed Land and asked Langya Land's spirit to refine Gu for him 3 times. This was also part of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fan Yuan had a deep understanding of these 3 true inheritances. Years ago, he had transacted with Langya Land's spirit and learned about this. Back then, in order to deal with strong enemies, he had to sell his own secluded domain of heaven and earth. Now, the whole of Langya Blessed Land belonged to him. I have about half a month left. Fan Yuan estimated the time. In the previous life, he had worked on deducing Luo Pasil at this time period, in order to make up for his lack of offensive methods. As for defense, he had reverse flow protection seal, there was no worry. In the end, he only managed to deduce Luo Pasil years later. This time around, he already possessed Luo Pasil. His main deduction was to add the effective time path into Yama Battlefield, so that he could gain a compound battlefield killer move. Even though he suppressed Langya Land's spirit and had sufficient refinement path attainment level, Fan Yuan was not in a rush to annex Langya Blessed Land. He had already decided to use the tactic in the 5 regional mountain range. He was going to make Langya Blessed Land a trap that would lure in the Heavenly Court members. Firstly, Fan Yuan needed Feng Jiuge to come here and contribute his fixed immortal travel. After all, when Fan Yuan reaches rank 8, future self would not be usable anymore. Secondly, he needed Heavenly Court to expose their star-cast killer move. This method was too incredible. It could directly change the situation of all 5 regions. Any superforce would feel extremely threatened by it. Once star-cast gets exposed, it would spur on the 4 regions' superforces to attack Heavenly Court. And thirdly, he wanted to kill a few Heavenly Court Gu immortals in advance. Fan Yuan would not let go of any chance to weaken Heavenly Court. And finally, Fan Yuan wanted to borrow the help of Heavenly Court to deal with the Gu immortals of the Snowmen, Rockmen, and Ink Men in the 4 Races Alliance. By using the same method as in the previous life, he would annex all 3 of these forces at once. Taking down enemies and allies in a single swoop, wasn't it a great idea? More than 10 days passed. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Chessboard. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was shooting out fireworks. Countless starlight specks were flying out and radiating the entire Heavenly Court. Starlight shined on the faces of the Heavenly Court Gu immortals. Nearly 10 of them were ready to move out. The leader was Fairy Ziwei. She looked at the sky as bright light shined in her eyes, even more dazzling than the starry sky. To think that Wisdom Gu is really inside Langya Blessed Land. With it, Star Constellation Chessboard will become a rank 9 immortal Gu house. By then, I will be the #1 Wisdom Path Gu immortal in the world. Heavenly Court will almost certainly be able to repair Fate Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan, I can't wait for this. I want to kill you personally. Thunder Ghost True Monarch gritted her teeth. Feng Jiuge was silent and peaceful. Chen Yi was waiting in anticipation. His performance in Green Ghost Desert was not good. He did not retrieve Divine Beam Palace. I cannot fail again like last time. I have just joined Heavenly Court. I need to show some results. This battle is a great opportunity. No matter how strong Feng Yuan is, he is merely rank 7. Langya Blessed Land has a huge reputation, but it is too weak internally. Even Feng Jiuge could enter and leave at will. We are mobilizing so many rank 8 great experts now. We will definitely win. Sigh, Lady Ziwei is too vigilant. Chinny grumbled a little. Fairy Ziwei was sending such a huge force. It was like a tiger going all out to hunt a rabbit. Chen Yi would not be able to make any achievements. In his opinion, couldn't 2 or 3 rank 8 Gu immortals take down Langya Blessed Land easily? They were not ordinary rank 8s, they were Heavenly Court members. Bam! Along with the expectations of many Gu immortals, the starlight in the sky gathered. A huge light blue pillar was formed in the sky. Immortal killer move, Star Cast. Let's go! Take down Langya Blessed Land and capture the demon Feng Yuan. Fairy Ziwei gave her orders. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the most impatient one. She directly rushed into the starlight pillar. Feng Yuan, I am coming! Just you wait. Thunder Ghost True Monarch snickered. Chapter 1759. I've been waiting. Thunder Ghost True Monarch felt her world spinning. After a brief moment of chaos, her vision cleared up. In almost an instant, she vanished from Heavenly Court, arriving in a huge formation space. She focused and looked, seeing that Fan Yuan was standing before her with a killer move that had been prepared already. Fan Yuan, good timing. Thunder Ghost True Monarch growled loudly with blood-red eyes. It was like the meeting of enemies. Fan Yuan smiled plainly. Thunder Ghost True Monarch, I've been waiting for you. Saying so, he pushed with his palm as Luo Pasil shot towards Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch wanted to dodge subconsciously, but the super formation's power was already affecting her. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch could dodge quickly, she needed a lot of time to do so. As a result, the overall result was that she moved very slowly in real time. Shock and anger was expressed all over Thunder Ghost True Monarch's face. She could not dodge, she was hit by Fan Yuan's Luo Pasil. A huge black armor appeared all over Thunder Ghost True Monarch's body. The armor was ferocious and flamboyant, having sharp curved spikes and lightning flashing above it. The chest portion of the armor had a dark blue open mouth like that of a giant ghost. And her helmet looked like a monster's head, forming a stark contrast with the girl's delicate and cute appearance. Luo Pasil landed on Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. At the next moment, countless cracks appeared on Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. Next, with a light pop, the entire armor cracked into pieces, exposing Thunder Ghost True Monarch's main body. Fan Yuan used Luo Pasil and the super formation to destroy Thunder Ghost True Monarch's strongest defense in one move. Thunder Ghost True Monarch shouted loudly. Instead of dodging, she charged towards Fan Yuan. This was a wise tactic. Normally speaking, people would retreat in such circumstances to regain their footing. But doing that in front of Fan Yuan would make them lose initiative. It would be a downward spiral as Fan Yuan gains control of the momentum of the battle. Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not back down. Instead, she went ahead to fight against Fan Yuan. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's rich battle experiences and brave nature was on full display. She invaded Langya Blessed Land but got ambushed, landing in a difficult spot. The disparity in situation did not make her lose her cool. Instead, her bravery and fighting spirit were ignited. As expected of the person who once resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this person did not know what giving up was. There was no way to lower her morale. Her final killer move, Lightning Heart Explosion, was an actual mutual destruction method. Even if she dies, she would drag her enemies with her. This was her true nature. Of course, Fan Yuan already knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final method. Fairy Ziwei was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, but so was Fan Yuan. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he would make countless arrangements. How could he not predict Thunder Ghost True Monarch's nature and course of action? Like what Fan Yuan had said earlier, he had been waiting. Immortal killer move, Steal Life. After suppressing Langya Land Spirit, thieving Heaven True Inheritance in Langya Sect became Fan Yuan's. Using Steal Life Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan unleashed the Immortal Killer move using Immortal Gu's Steal Life as the core. Even though Fan Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence, he could make Langya Land Spirit do it. He had long hair's Immortal Essence after all. Steal Life was not displayed by Fan Yuan. Langya Land Spirit, which was inside the formation, had used it. Red light that was as thick as a finger flashed as it landed on Thunder Ghost True Monarch's forehead. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's movements came to a stop. She rapidly aged. In the blink of an eye, she turned from a cute little girl to a wrinkled old lady. She stretched out her thin and dry fingers as she grabbed at Fan Yuan, speaking as her teeth fell off. How did you? These were her final words. She died. With intense regret and hatred. She had died of old age. Her lifespan was fully consumed. Even after dying, her eyes were wide open, staring at Fan Yuan fixedly. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Within the super immortal formation, the Gu immortals of the 4 races were in a commotion. What happened? She died like that? We killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Wasn't that too easy? The variant human Gu immortals were all dumbfounded. After calming down, they started to analyze. It was Lord Fan Yuan's great plan. That's right, Thunder Ghost True Monarch fell into our trap. She had no way of retaliating. Even though she is a rank 8 Gu immortal, against Lord Fan Yuan, she was completely helpless. I finally understand why the human Gu immortals are bent on going after Lord Fan Yuan. The variant human Gu immortals sighed deeply. Their gaze towards Fan Yuan carried wariness, fear, admiration, and reverence. Looking at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, Fan Yuan felt no surprise. As a rank 8 expert, her death was not as simple as it looked. The power of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals was to make plans before taking action. was sufficient information, they could easily counter their enemies. Because of rebirth, Fan Yuan knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's trump card. Secondly, Fan Yuan had spent a lot of effort in modifying Langya Blessed Land's defensive formation. He added a lot of immortal goo. Steel Life Immortal Goo was one of them. It was all thanks to Fan Yuan's formation path attainment and the light of wisdom. Ordinary goo immortals could not achieve this. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's two strongest methods were Lightning Heart Explosion and Soul Armor Combat. Thus, once Fan Yuan saw her, he used Luo Pasil straight away. This move dealt with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's soul armor with incredible effect. Without her soul armor, after Thunder Ghost True Monarch died, she became suppressed by the formation. She could not activate Lightning Heart Explosion. And he also used the killer move Steel Life. This was not the same as using Steel Life Immortal Goo, which could not distinguish ally and enemy. This time, Fan Yuan deduced the killer move Steel Life, to target only the enemy. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had used his method on Steel Life Immortal Goo. It could only be used thrice. Fan Yuan could not remove that limit. Even with only 3 uses, Fan Yuan used it on Thunder Ghost True Monarch without hesitation. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had great battle strength. The longer she stayed here, the greater the threat to the entirety of Langya Blessed Land. If she unleashed Lightning Heart Explosion, his losses would be severe. Thus, Fan Yuan unleashed his moves instantly, killing her before she could even react. Heavenly Court. Looking at the Starlight Pillar, Qinyi could not help but say, "I'm going too." Fairy Ziwei glanced at him before nodding. As a Wisdom Path Goo immortal who possessed Star Constellation chessboard, she could more or less understand Qinyi's intention and thoughts. After getting permission from Fairy Ziwei, Qinyi flew into the Starlight Pillar anxiously. "I need to act fast. With Thunder Ghost True Monarch's ferocious battle strength, the later I go in, the less achievements I can make. By now, she might have killed some variant human goo immortals already. Langya Blessed Land, here I come!" Qinyi entered the Starlight Pillar with great excitement. At the next moment, he arrived in Langya Blessed Land's formation space. "This is Langya Blessed Land? Suddenly, Qinyi's body froze, his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse. Fan Yuan had used the super formation to mimic Time Path's specialty, slowing the time flow. But over at Heavenly Court, time was moving normally. After Thunder Ghost True Monarch entered, Qinyi went into the Starlight Pillar almost right after her. As a result, right after Fan Yuan killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and captured her remaining remnant soul, Qinyi appeared. "You are quite fast." Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Qinyi stared at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, shouting, "Senior?" Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not reply. She was undeniably dead. "How could this be? This is impossible!" Qinyi, who had strong battle intent and enthusiasm, felt like cold water was poured all over him. He had been thinking that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was killing everything in her path. Langya Blessed Land would be in complete chaos as Fan Yuan defends against her pathetically. But the truth was, Thunder Ghost True Monarch died, while Fan Yuan smiled towards him with absolutely no injuries. Who could have expected such a situation? Qinyi blinked consecutively before he growled. "Very impressive, demon. You made this illusion so convincing that I was almost deceived by you." Saying so, Qinyi flickered with green light. He used his defensive killer move. He did not attack in a rush, he stood to guard the black spiral behind him. Thus, at the next moment, Qinyi sensed something amiss. The power of Time Path is affecting me. His defensive killer move formed very slowly. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had a calm expression as she said to Feng Jiuge, "Go in as well." Feng Jiuge nodded as he entered the Starlight Pillar. With Feng Jiuge's strength, he should be able to defend himself. We are mainly relying on his own Dao Guardian luck. Heavenly Court does not have many luck path methods. This is the only way to resist Fan Yuan. Fairy Ziwei sighed to herself internally. After Feng Jiuge was transported inside, she was the next person to go. But right when Fairy Ziwei was about to move, boom! The Starlight Pillar exploded into countless starlight specks in the sky. Fairy Ziwei was stunned. The Heavenly Court immortals behind her. Chapter 1760. Overwhelming advantage. The killer move Star Cast might be incredibly powerful and would affect the balance of all 5 regions, but any killer move had its weaknesses and flaws. Fan Yuan did not know much about Star Cast, but he knew one crucial point. Star Cast needed a tracer. This tracer was the harmful Dao marks that Feng Jioge left behind the previous time he invaded Langya Blessed Land. In the previous life, these harmful Dao marks turned into a dark spiral that transported Qinyi, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Feng Jioge, and Fairy Ziwei in. Luckily, Fan Yuan and Langya Land's spirit reacted quickly and destroyed the dark spiral in time. They prevented even more Heavenly Court Gu immortals from entering. This time, because of rebirth, Fan Yuan knew the exact location of the dark spiral. Thus, he modified Langya Blessed Land's defensive formation actively, and covered it using the formation space. Thunder Ghost True Monarch came in first. She was directly killed by Fan Yuan and the rest, who were well prepared. Qinyi was the second to arrive. Fan Yuan did not have much time to use Luo Pasil, so he did not do anything yet. And third was Feng Jioge. He was Fan Yuan's main target, because rank 7 fixed immortal travel was in his hands. And the fourth person was likely Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei was a wisdom path Gu immortal possessing star constellation chessboard. If Duke Long was considered the spiritual leader of Heavenly Court and was the source of morale, Fairy Ziwei was the brains of Heavenly Court, their tactician. She was very important, but even if Fan Yuan killed her, there would be little effect. Why? Because Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard had too many wisdom path Gu immortals. If Fairy Ziwei died, the second would replace her. In the past, why did Fairy Ziwei awaken? It was because Heavenly Court's wisdom path Gu immortal, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, had died. Fairy Ziwei had to awaken to take his position. If Fairy Ziwei brought star constellation chessboard with her, Fan Yuan might have the incentive to kill her. But regrettably, star constellation chessboard was needed to maintain Starcast. It had to be left inside Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan had his battle experience from the previous life. He was sure about this secret. In his position, Fan Yuan should not kill Fairy Ziwei. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fan Yuan was familiar with Fairy Ziwei. It was advantageous to him. If he killed her, an unfamiliar Heavenly Court wisdom path Gu immortal would weaken Fan Yuan's post-rebirth advantage. Of course, there was the most important reason. Fairy Ziwei had incredible battle strength, even though Fan Yuan surpassed her by the time of Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Right now, he had not reached rank 8 yet. He was still far from his peak battle strength in the previous life. If he let Fairy Ziwei in, Heavenly Court would have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. Fan Yuan had Heavenly Giant Solar, the Super Formation, the Immemorial Rock Dragon and himself. The battle would be intense. The situation would be out of control. And don't forget, Qinyi had Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's trump card. Immortal Killer move Karma Relocation played an important role in his previous life. Fan Yuan remembered deeply. He would not ignore it. Furthermore, Fan Yuan already suppressed Langya Land's spirit. The whole of Langya Blessed Land was his property. He wanted to reduce his losses. Thus, he destroyed the dark spiral earlier than in his previous life. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were all shocked, while inside Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jioge and Qinyi looked at each other with dumbfounded looks. This is completely different from our plans. Starcast failed, only the few of us are over here. Langya Blessed Land was prepared for us, they reacted too quickly. Right now, we can only defend and stall for time until Starcast activates again. Qinyi and Feng Jioge quickly conversed. The two of them floated in the formation space. Their backs were facing each other as they tried to defend themselves. Feng Jioge asked, "That's right, where is Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch?" Qinyi gulped. He hesitated a little but did not tell Feng Jioge about the scene he saw earlier. Instead he said, "I am not sure too. I did not see Thunder Ghost True Monarch after entering." Feng Jioge nodded. "Senior Thunder Ghost must be too eager to make achievements. She went out and got separated from us. If we can join up with her, that would be best." Qinyi was shrouded in a bad feeling, but he could not shake Feng Jioge's morale at this moment. He could only say, "I can see how crafty this Fan Yuan is. He would not let us join up easily. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch might be currently busy against the enemies for all we know." Feng Jioge was more optimistic than Qinyi. He smiled. "Lord Qinyi, we have outstanding battle strength ourselves. I can resist rank 8 Gu immortals. I can barely be considered a rank 8 battle strength. With you and Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch, we have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. It will be very difficult for Langya Blessed Land to defend against us, right? Maybe with just us, we can take down Langya Blessed Land." Qinyi laughed and focused his mind forcefully. "Brother Feng is right. but this situation is truly out of our expectations. You should find a time to escape using fixed immortal travel. Feng Jiuge looked at Qinyi deeply, thinking that this Qinyi's emotions were so easily changed. Feng Jiuge had witnessed himself how Qinyi charged in excitedly trying to make some achievements for himself. But once he got in, he became so dejected and low-spirited all of a sudden. Even though Qinyi is the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, due to having an authoritative status for a long time, he has lost his bravery. No wonder he failed his mission in Western Desert, and caused us to lose Divine Being Palace. Feng Jiuge looked down on Qinyi in his heart. Unknown to him in the previous life, his relationship with Qinyi was actually quite good. Especially after he used the incomplete Destiny Song to save Qinyi's life. The two conversed rapidly in almost an instant. Fan Yuan had already taken action. But this time, he did not move out personally, he concealed his traces. The immemorial rock dragon took his place, along with Langya Land's spirit, and a band of hairy man-gu immortals using Heavenly Giant Solar. Feng Jiuge and Qinyi worked together. After a long while, either side could do anything to the other. But Qinyi and Feng Jiuge continued to frown deeply. The immemorial rock dragon is tough and sturdy, but its threat is the lowest. The Gu immortals inside Heavenly Giant Solar are not too skilled at fighting either. That's right, the key is Fan Yuan. He has not shown up yet. Is he fighting against Thunder Ghost's true monarch or hiding to deal with us? Other than them, there is also this formation. We need to destroy this formation, otherwise being trapped inside this formation space is very dangerous. Qinyi and Feng Jiuge planned quickly, changing their tactic. Feng Jiuge started to use his killer move while Qinyi defended him. Qinyi blocked the immemorial rock dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar alone, while Feng Jiuge prepared his killer move successfully, unleashing Separation Song. But in the previous life, this song already had no effect. It was even more useless this time around. How could Fan Yuan forget Separation Song? The tactic that Qinyi and Feng Jiuge tried failed and instead gave Fan Yuan an opportunity to suddenly strike and isolate the two of them. Thereafter, the super formation started to activate as two subspaces were created, isolating Qinyi and Feng Jiuge. Heavenly Court. Endless starlight specks gathered again. Fairy Ziwei was full of sweat. She worked her hardest to create Starcast killer move once again. However, Starcast was not so easily recreated. This move was incredibly powerful. It was able to transport rank 8 Gu immortals. It was truly a tactical method that could affect wars. Precisely so, the price of using it was huge, not only in immortal essence but also the time needed to prepare it with countless complex steps. Without deep wisdom path attainment, it was unusable. If we can succeed and regain wisdom Gu this time, activating Starcasts would be an easy feat. We will not encounter so much trouble. Fairy Ziwei sighed. A Gu immortal beside her smiled. Lady Ziwei, even if we do not go with those three, they have the power to take down Langya Blessed Land. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals had calm expressions. The situation was very relaxed. But Fairy Ziwei frowned deeply. She felt that something was wrong. That's right, Feng Jiuge has incredible talent. He can resist rank 8 as a rank 7. He already has experience in invading Langya Blessed Land. It will only be easier this time. Even if he fails and gets attacked by Langya Blessed Land's full power, he has Fate Armor Immortal Gu, he can definitely defend himself. A Heavenly Court Gu immortal beside Fairy Ziwei analyzed. Langya Blessed Land. Puff. Feng Jiuge's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He escaped in distress inside the formation space. Fan Yuan chased after him with a sinister laugh. Feng Jiuge still had shock all over his face. My Gu worms are vanishing mysteriously. How can this be? This should be a theft path method. Is it Fan Yuan's method or this super formations? He had already used Great Thief Ghost Hand many times, but this time around, the results were different. Fan Yuan only stole a large number of Mortal Gu and one Sound Path Immortal Gu. Compared to my previous life, my luck is very low now. Fan Yuan also felt a little helpless. The higher his cultivation level, the more power Spring Autumn Cicada's rebirth would require, and the deeper his backlash would be. Before this battle, Fan Yuan had already used methods like Burning Soul Bursting Luck, but he was still not reaching his previous life's luck. Even though I gained Giant Sun Immortal Venerable Self Luck True Inheritance, and this True Inheritance has a comprehensive amount of killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes, there are only a few Luck Path Immortal Gu currently. Thus, I have not stolen Fixed Immortal Travel yet. Fan Yuan sighed in regret while Feng Jiuge had a solemn expression. He has the power to steal immortal goo. The situation is too severe. Even if I have fate armor immortal goo, he can steal it. Should I use fixed immortal travel to return? Do I abandon Qinyi? Feng Jiuge was hesitant. At the other end, Heavenly Court's Goo Immortal added, compared to Feng Jiuge, Lord Qinyi is a true rank 8 Goo Immortal. He is the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has abundant battle experiences in his life. He is also the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor. He has powerful woodpath methods. Lord Qinyi is old and wise, he is reliable and dependable. He can definitely control the battle situation. Langya blessed land, super formation. Qinyi was full of sweat, the anxiety on his face could not be concealed. Damn it! He cursed in his heart, the super formation isolated him and Feng Jiuge, his enemies also vanished completely. The formation activated as layers of mazes were formed, countless illusions trapped Qinyi. Qinyi continued to investigate and break the illusions, but there was an endless number of mazes and illusions. Faster, faster! I need to get out of here and join with Feng Jiuge. How did this happen? Why did it end up like this? Qinyi cultivated wood path. His formation path attainment was not deep. Qinyi's battle style was also not specialized in offense but in sustainability. Be it Ancient Tree Prison Cage or Karma Divine Tree, they had the same style. In the previous life, Qinyi stayed in the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. He caused trouble for Wu Yong and Fan Yuan, but this time, he was the one tormented by Fan Yuan's super immortal formation. This was the tactic Fan Yuan used after familiarizing himself with Qinyi. Heavenly Court. I know you are right, but somehow, the unease in my heart is getting more intense. Fairy Ziwei sighed. The Heavenly Court Goo Immortal beside her pondered. That shouldn't be. Even if Feng Jiuge and Qinyi face trouble, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a true expert. She was a legend that caused problems for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Last time, Fan Yuan escaped because of the regional wall. This time in Langya Blessed Land, she can use her true power. Perhaps more than 10 Goo Immortals have already died in her hands by now. So what if Fan Yuan is there? He will only run around like a dog after being chased by Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The Heavenly Court Goo Immortal said this with overwhelming confidence and certainty. Langya Blessed Land, Formation Space. Fan Yuan chased after Feng Jiuge while soul-searching Thunder Ghost True Monarch. He was multitasking. His advantage was too large after all. After using Great Thief Ghost Hand multiple times, even though he could not take fixed immortal travel, he had already obtained 3 of Feng Jiuge's Sound Path Immortal Goo. Feng Jiuge's strength fell drastically, but he was not too injured now. Fan Yuan was using Great Thief Ghost Hand primarily. His other offenses were trivial and merely maintained his current advantage. He did not use moves like Luo Pasil, because he was afraid that Fate Armor Immortal Goo would activate after he injured Feng Jiuge. Once Fate Armor Immortal Goo was activated, Fairy Ziwei would be able to sense his exact location. In the previous life, Fan Yuan suffered a loss from this. After Fate Armor Immortal Goo activated, Fairy Ziwei was able to rapidly deduce and break Yama battlefield. This time around, how could Fan Yuan commit the same mistakes? Oh? There are really many Goo Immortals trying to invade Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan gained a lot of information from soul searching. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's cultivation information was valuable, but Fan Yuan cast it aside. Heavenly Court's situation was much more important to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had countless wisdom path methods, he quickly deduced. This means that Starcast can be used again. I need to hurry up and end the battle here. There is no choice. If this drags on, fixed immortal travel, fate armor, and the other immortal goo would get stolen by Fan Yuan. Feng Jiuge had a solemn expression. He finally made his decision to use fixed immortal travel. Wishful thinking. Fan Yuan smiled coldly, activating Immortal Goo Suppress Space. Suppress Space Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo was obtained from the Diamond Head Turtle when he specially went to Southern Borders Earth Trench. There were many methods to counter fixed immortal travel, but after rebirth, Fan Yuan had 2 most likely choices. One was Fixed Space Immortal Goo, the other was Suppress Space Immortal Goo. Fixed Space Immortal Goo was in the hands of Heavenly Court Goo Immortal Lu Hao. In the previous life, Fan Yuan ambushed Southern Borders pursuers including Xia Chao. Lu Hao was also captured. It was a pity that Fixed Space Immortal Goo self-detonated in Lu Hao's body. Fan Yuan did not obtain it. As for suppressed space immortal Gu, a Luo clan Gu immortal, Luo Ran, obtained it. In the previous life, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance Gu immortals to attack the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Luo Ran had used it and achieved great success. It was too difficult for Fan Yuan to obtain fixed space immortal Gu now. It was still too early. He was still inside Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land. He had not traveled in southern border and attracted everyone's rage. Xia Cha and the rest had not pursued him yet. Without Wu Yong seeking help from Fairy Ziwei, Lu Hao would not get involved. But suppressed space immortal Gu was easily obtainable according to information from Fan Yuan's previous life. Fixed space immortal Gu could fix a location. Even if fixed immortal travel activated, the Gu immortal would only be transported to the fixed location that was chosen. Meanwhile, suppressed space immortal Gu could prevent the use of any space path methods within a certain area. As suppressed space immortal Gu was also rank 7, it countered the rank 7 fixed immortal travel. Feng Jiuge was shocked by this, to think that Fan Yuan's preparations were so comprehensive. At the next moment, Feng Jiuge's expression paled. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, sighing inwardly. It was not easy, I finally stole fixed immortal travel. Chapter 1761. Taking blame even in death. Fixed immortal travel was finally regained. This way, even if Fan Yuan rose to rank 8 and lost future self, he did not have to worry about losing fixed immortal travel's movement method. Fixed immortal travel was a powerful movement immortal Gu that was extremely useful to Fan Yuan. In the previous life, Fan Yuan deduced the killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. Even as a rank 8, he could travel all over the world and cause great chaos. With this immortal Gu, he would have incredibly powerful maneuverability. But in the previous life, Fan Yuan stole fixed immortal travel with one attempt. This time, it was truly troublesome. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand more than 10 times. A lot of immortal essence was expended. The flaw of Great Thief Ghost Hand was evident. Even though it could steal immortal Gu, it would steal mortal Gu in most cases. Fan Yuan stole tens of thousands of mortal Gu from Feng Jiuge, but only 3 or 4 immortal Gu. Next is Fate Armor immortal Gu. Fan Yuan's cold gaze was fixed on Feng Jiuge. As long as he stole Fate Armor immortal Gu, Feng Jiuge would be finished. Feng Jiuge continued to escape. He had never thought that he would end up in such a distressed state. Fan Yuan knows me very well. He has been trying to steal my immortal Gu without attacking much. He is targeting my weakness. He knows the power of Fate Armor immortal Gu. Feng Jiuge's heart sank to rock bottom. An intense chill permeated in his body. The more immortal Gu he lost, the more his battle strength fell. Fan Yuan! Feng Jiuge thought about this name in his mind. Even though he had some estimation towards Fan Yuan's growth, he did not know that he would be forced to escape without a way of fighting back. Back then, Feng Jiuge was chasing after Fan Yuan from southern border to western desert. It seemed just like yesterday. Feng Jiuge could still remember clearly. But to think that now, their situations were reversed. Such immense growth! Feng Jiuge sighed in his heart. It was not that Feng Jiuge was not strong, but Fan Yuan's preparations were simply too plentiful. He did not expose his secret of rebirth. His advantage was well kept. The super formation in Langya Blessed Land was modified by Fan Yuan. It was many times stronger than in the previous life. One of the reasons was that Fan Yuan controlled Langya Blessed Land. He could mobilize all of its resources to build the immortal formation. He could also transact with the 3 variant human races. The second reason was that Fan Yuan was much stronger than in the previous life at this point in time. Be it formation path or time path, he was far superior. This allowed him to create this super formation to trap Feng Jiuge and Qin Yi. At the other end, Qin Yi's eyes flickered with light. He was moving around in the illusory mazes. Damn it! I am still trapped after so long! Qin Yi was lost in the illusory mazes. Even though he moved around quickly and broke many illusions, he still felt like vomiting blood. This formation constantly refreshed Qin Yi's evaluation towards it. Fan Yuan arranged almost all the variant human Gu immortals to control the formation and target Qin Yi. Even though he had great battle strength with immortal killer moves like Ancient Tree Prison Cage, Giant Tree Divine Statue, Karma Divine Tree, and others, making it very difficult for Fan Yuan to handle these superb killer moves. In the previous life, Qin Yi fought against 2 enemies alone. Facing the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar, his performance was incredible and breathtaking. But now, Fan Yuan obtained control of Langya sect entirely. He arranged the immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant Solar to deal with Chen-Yi, but the two were merely assisting. The main thing dealing with Chen-Yi was the super formation. As Chen-Yi struggled in the illusory maze, every time he had hope of breaking out, the immemorial rock dragon or heavenly giant Solar would appear to obstruct him and stall for time. Next, the variant human goo immortals would create more layers and mazes, causing Chen-Yi to stay trapped indefinitely. Chen-Yi's methods were all unusable as a result. Fan Yuan targeted him specifically, easily countering him. Chen-Yi was very anxious now. The longer this dragged on, the more uneasy he felt. Was the Thunder Ghost true monarch corpse earlier just an illusion? Chen-Yi was not certain. He wanted to believe that it was an illusion. The reason was simple. With Thunder Ghost true monarch's battle strength, how could Fan Yuan possibly kill her immediately? Were there other possibilities? If Thunder Ghost true monarch was still alive, why had she shown no commotion at all after such a long time in this battle? Right now, he and Feng Jiuge were isolated. A long time had passed. How was the situation on his end? Unless the dream realm? Chen-Yi had a flash of inspiration. He did not know that Fan Yuan possessed rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Goo, but he knew that Fan Yuan was skilled at using the self-detonation of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to form dream realms and deal with strong enemies. During the battle at Itian Mountain, Spectral Soul was captured by Heavenly Court. Afterwards, Fan Yuan was pursued by Wu Yong and Feng Jiuge. He used the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to escape many times. Without the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fan Yuan would have died on the way already. Fairy Ziwei was a wisdom path great expert. Before this trip, she had already made deductions. Fan Yuan's dream realms, Reverse Flow River, and others were all in her consideration. The Dark Spiral was the tracer for Starcast. It had detection abilities. If there were dream realms or Reverse Flow River nearby, Fairy Ziwei could sense it. In fact, Fan Yuan could not truly control the dream realm or Reverse Flow River precisely. Once the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonate, they would create an expanding dream realm that moved on its own. He could also only move Reverse Flow River mildly. Be it the dream realm or Reverse Flow River, as long as the Dark Spiral was in contact with them, Starcast Killer Move would become unstable and fail. Fairy Ziwei only had to create a slightly larger Dark Spiral to test if there were dream realms or Reverse Flow River around it. It is stupid to only use the dream realms or Reverse Flow River as a trap, but what if Fan Yuan created new Dream Path Killer moves? He has Spring Autumn Cicada. He had been reborn from the future after all, Chen-Yi thought. But the truth was, Fan Yuan currently had no dream realms with him. His pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had all been consumed. Most of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were used when Fan Yuan was escaping his pursuers. This resulted in Fan Yuan going to southern border to snatch dream realms after the Battle of Langya Blessed Land. Later, Fan Yuan made transactions with Chichuyu secretly. He obtained many dream realms. His pure dream reality seeker physique bodies became a sizable number. After that, Fan Yuan ambushed Xia Cha and the rest. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were incredibly useful. It could be said that Chichuyu was the main contributor. It was because of his secret transactions with Fan Yuan that he could use all these dream realms. If he was just stealing them, the efficiency would be much lower. Chen-Yi made a wrong guess. His heart became heavy. No, I must destroy this immortal formation as soon as possible. The dangerous situation made Chen-Yi resolve to use his trump card killer move, Karma Divine Tree. The Divine Tree was lush and green. It was beautiful as a pavilion. Green smoke rose slowly as it swayed with the wind. With Karma Divine Tree above his head, all sorts of illusions and mazes were forced away within a certain area. Chen-Yi could see clearly ahead of him again. The variant human goo immortals gasped. This is the Karma Divine Tree killer move that Elder Fan Yuan mentioned? The entire Super Goo formation's power is being resisted by this move. The mazes and illusions cannot affect Chen-Yi. Worthy of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. During the critical moment, the immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant Solar attacked Chen-Yi. The other variant human goo immortals controlled the formation, trying to find a new way of trapping Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi snorted coldly. He did not fight the rock dragon or giant. He flew around, targeting the formation itself. The immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant Solar attacked Chen-Yi, but he defended passively. Karma Divine Tree displayed incredible defensive power. It blocked all of the attacks perfectly. The Divine Tree, which was quite sparse earlier, started to bear fruits quickly. These fruits flew out and landed on the immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant Solar, causing them to endure the damage that they dealt themselves. Quickly block Chini, don't let him rampage around. Fan Yuan sensed something amiss, he quickly ordered. But the variant human goo immortals were very busy, they could not use the formation's power to trap Chini. As for entering the battle themselves, they would not do it. Even though they were allies, they treasured their lives. They would hide inside the formation if they could. In the previous life, they only came out after the formation was destroyed. Boom! With an intense explosion, Chini hit a crucial spot. The formation space that was isolated became connected. Even though Chini cultivated wood path, he was still a rank 8 great expert that could mimic other paths. After such a long time inside this super formation, he could notice some of its characteristics. Chini saw Feng Jiuge and quickly shouted loudly, "Hang on, I'm coming!" It turned out that Feng Jiuge was already forced into a corner by Fan Yuan. The situation was dangerous. "Be careful, the enemy has a way to steal goo worms." Feng Jiuge immediately gave Chini critical information. Chini's body shook, he immediately thought of the contest over Divine Beam Palace. Western Desert's goo immortal Swan Bujin was the one who stole legendary immemorial beast Qin Chao's immortal goo using theft path. They have theft path methods too? Chini shook, he frowned deeply. Now was different from the previous life. Fan Yuan did not use Emperor Yama, Chini could not link the two together. There was no evidence supporting the fact that Fan Yuan was Swan Bujin. Theft path was actually spread to an extent in the 5 regions. Western Desert's Swan Bujin had theft path methods, but Langya Blessed Land had an even higher possibility of possessing theft path killer moves. After all, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had personally worked with Longhair Ancestor and refined goo together. Chini attacked while Fan Yuan snickered. He charged forward too. He activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal while preparing Luo Pa Seal. Fan Yuan's aura surged. 2 rank 8 killer moves? Chini was deeply shocked, his pupils shrunk. 1 for offense and 1 for defense, they are complementary. Damn it! Fan Yuan and Chini fought while the immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant Solar approached Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge only had rank 7 cultivation level now, while a few of his immortal goo were stolen by Fan Yuan. His battle strength had fallen greatly. Facing the attack of 2 rank 8 battle strengths, he was quickly injured and Fate Armor immortal goo got activated. Over at Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei's expression changed. Oh no! Fate Armor was activated, Feng Jiuge is in great danger, what should we do? In the previous life, Fairy Ziwei and Feng Jiuge were separated by only Yama Battlefield. She quickly broke the battlefield killer move and saved him. But now, Fairy Ziwei and Feng Jiuge were apart by a vast distance. Starcast was only half prepared. She could not let Feng Jiuge die, he was a Dao Guardian. Chini also knew the importance of Feng Jiuge, but he was helpless. Fan Yuan was harassing him at all times. Even though Karma Divine Tree was powerful and had both offense and defense, Fan Yuan was also attacking him with 2 rank 8 killer moves. As time passed, Fate Armor Immortal Goo became dimmer and dimmer. Once the light completely faded, Feng Jiuge would die. What do I do now? Chini was panicking. At this moment, he heard Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice in his head. Look closely, this is the consecutive move built upon Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move activated. As if intense winds were blowing, the green smoke flickered as Karma Divine Tree started to sway and dance in the wind. Fan Yuan quickly stopped his killer move. He let out a sigh of relief as this killer move was finally forced out. With Karma Relocation, Chini could rampage in the battlefield. Fan Yuan could only avoid him. Chini and Feng Jiuge quickly gathered. Go back, these are my immortal goo, remember to tell the situation here to Lady Ziwei, take revenge for me. Chini passed all the other immortal goo that he had to Feng Jiuge. At the next moment, Karma Relocation activated as Feng Jiuge was transported away. Even with the super formation and Langya Blessed Land's aperture walls, it could not block Feng Jiuge from leaving. Karma Relocation was a rank 9 killer move after all. Feng Jiuge, you managed to escape this time, but next time will be different. Fan Yuan had a plain expression. He knew about Karma Relocation, he knew there was no way to block it. Earlier, he separated Feng Jiuge and Chini because he considered this killer move. It was a pity he did not succeed. Chini and Feng Jiuge were very brilliant, they had abundant battle experiences. Since Feng Jiuge escaped, you shall stay here and accompany Thunder Ghost True Monarch in the afterlife. Fan Yuan smiled ruthlessly. Qin Yi smiled plainly. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was really killed by all of you. Come, even if I die, I will not go down easily. Qin Yi knew he was going to die. He completely relaxed. Even though he loved authority and status, he was still a member of Heavenly Court. Any member of Heavenly Court would not fear sacrifice or death. The process of killing Qin Yi was not easy, it was difficult and a deadlock occurred many times. But eventually, Qin Yi succumbed and Fan Yuan took his life. He did not leave behind any immortal goo, but his remnant soul could not escape from Fan Yuan's demonic claws. The variant human goo immortals cheered loudly in victory, but they also cried out in pain. They had severe losses. Qin Yi killed many of their companions. Fan Yuan looked at Qin Yi's corpse as he sighed deeply. As expected of Qin Yi, as expected of a Heavenly Court goo immortal. Next, he consoled the variant human goo immortals, showing deep sincerity and sadness. Your sacrifices were worth it, this is a glorious victory. Even a rank 8 goo immortal died at your hands, this result will shock the world. There were only a few variant human goo immortals left, they were all heavily injured. Oh heavens, our losses were just too severe this time. Langya Blessed Land suffered the least losses, they were all inside the formation, they were safe inside Heavenly Giant Solar. Strange. Why did several layers of the formation break all of a sudden? Without it, we would not have lost so many people. Fan Yuan nodded. That must be Qin Yi's method, he is truly formidable. I did not even notice anything. The variant human goo immortals heard this, their eyes turned red and they gritted their teeth. That's right, this old scoundrel. Killing him was simply not enough. He deserves more than death. The pitiful Qin Yi had no idea that even after dying in battle, he had to take the blame for Fan Yuan. Chapter 1762. Ziwei's Attack. Fan Yuan, you should have a look, those down marks are changing again. The moment the battle ended, Langya Land's spirit transmitted to Fan Yuan. What? Fan Yuan was surprised. He quickly left the heavily damaged super formation as he arrived at the source of the change. Feng Jiuge had left behind harmful down marks in many places, but the dark spiral that formed earlier was the densest. Right now, the other areas with fewer down marks started to experience a change. These down marks gave off pale blue light. They were like stars in the sky, extremely dazzling and bright. Fan Yuan took a look, his face turned dark. It could actually change like this. He had Wisdom Path Foundation and Star Path Attainment. He knew what this change was going to do. It seems that Feng Jiuge went back to Central Continent directly using Karma Relocation, or he even went back to Fairy Ziwei directly. Thus, she obtained some information. They reacted so quickly. Fan Yuan was feeling slight regret. In the battle earlier, he should not have stalled for time to create a situation where both sides suffered losses. He should have attacked directly and killed Qin Yi without caring for the immortal essence expenditure. But the truth was, even if he did that, it would not be much faster. Karma Divine Tree was too superb, it combined offense and defense. Without the variant human goo immortal's sacrifice, it was hard to kill Qin Yi in a short time. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. The changes in the Dao marks should be Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path great expert trying to locate the precise area of Langya Blessed Land. We need to get rid of them, it might get very dangerous. Langya Land's spirit was very anxious. The dark spirals are easy to destroy, but these harmful shining Dao marks are impossible to get rid of. I've already tried. What's going on? At this time, the remaining variant human goo immortals arrived with varying expressions. Fan Yuan ignored them. Thoughts rumbled in his mind as he pondered at the speed of lightning. Fairy Ziwei wants to find the actual location of Langya Blessed Land, she is giving it one final attempt. Heavenly Court lost terribly this time, she is truly infuriated. Langya Blessed Land has already been relocated to Loosetail Ridge by the land spirit, but Prince Feng Xian is likely nearby, searching for it secretly. I cannot let Fairy Ziwei deduce the true location of Langya Blessed Land, that would be a terrible situation. Once the location is exposed, not only would Prince Feng Xian attack, Heavenly Court's goo immortals will also reinforce him endlessly. Even if Heavenly Court fails, Fan Yuan would not leave unscathed, it would be a painful victory. Heavenly Court could even go crazy and tell the location of Langya Blessed Land to everyone. This hairy man's sacred land would attract the greed of countless people. Longevity Heaven would be the first to attack. What should I do? Fan Yuan processed his thoughts rapidly. The variant human goo immortals beside him were also becoming more anxious. They got an explanation from Langya Land Spirit. They learned about the severity of this situation. Heavenly Court is too scary. We only killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals after all our efforts. We are not out of danger yet. If we do not get rid of these Dao marks now, Langya Blessed Land would be exposed. We would not be able to defend this place. That's right. At this point, we can only rely on Lord Fan Yuan. Even if Langya Blessed Land could relocate, it could not make such a commotion with so many enemies outside. Everyone looked at Fan Yuan expectantly. Got it. Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he shouted. You found a method? Langya Land's Spirit asked immediately. Quickly activate the refinement path formation. Use my method to refine these Dao marks. Fan Yuan answered rapidly. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had obtained the refinement path true meaning. He learned that the way to get rid of these Dao marks was to take action when the Blessed Land was relocating. It could be easily solved. But thinking about it, that was a trap. Prince Feng Xian was ambushing them outside. If Langya Blessed Land moves, the commotion would expose them. Prince Feng Xian and Heavenly Court would attack. Fan Yuan's method was to use the refinement path immortal formation and a large amount of rank 8 immortal materials, as well as refinement water, to forcefully refine these harmful Dao marks. In his previous life, he did not think of this method because he did not know of the refinement path formation or refinement water during his deductions. By the time he knew the battle had ended, he still fixed immortal travel and longevity heaven arrived. Fan Yuan had to escape. Langya Land Spirit was suppressed by Fan Yuan to begin with. After getting Fan Yuan's method, there was no hesitation. He immediately activated the refinement path formation and targeted these harmful Dao marks. Rank 8 immortal materials were tossed in one by one. The variant human Gu immortals had strange expressions. The hairy man Gu immortals had twitching faces. So many rank 8 immortal materials! This is an immense wealth. Langya Blessed Land's foundation is actually so deep. It is simply like cabbage sold in the market. I cannot believe this. Langya Land's Spirit was also feeling pained. Elder Fan Yuan, Langya Blessed Land had accumulated this after much effort. Your refinement method is too coarse. It can be improved further. Maybe we can wait a bit and improve on this method. We can save a lot of materials. No, trust me, we are in grave danger now. Even though we have no enemies here at the moment, we are not safe. We need to fight against time. Fan Yuan did not mention Prince Feng Xian. This was just part of his conjecture. He had no evidence. But Langya Land's Spirit was under Fan Yuan's control. He obeyed him without question. Fan Yuan's words sounded like a suggestion, but they were basically an order to him. He had to execute it. All right, I will listen to you. Langya Land's Spirit's reply was very short. Fan Yuan's expression was solemn. Come and refine these harmful Dao marks. Don't feel pity for the refinement water used. I will enter the secret room and use wisdom path methods to stop Heavenly Court. Nobody is to interrupt me. Anyone who disturbs me is a spy of Heavenly Court. I will kill you on the spot. Fan Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent. He looked around as a chill emerged in all the Gu immortals' hearts. After a stern warning, he entered his cloud city and went into the secret room. Heavenly Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Ziwei sat in her usual seat as her eyes were shut. She was radiating with an intense purple light. The purple light filled the entire hall. It was like rising smoke or rushing tides. The aura was grand and magnificent. Fan Yuan's defenses were soon noticed by Fairy Ziwei. She frowned a little as she laughed coldly. Want to stop me? Star Constellation Chessboard. She immediately summoned Star Constellation Chessboard to assist her. Not long ago, Feng Jiuge had returned to Heavenly Court with grave injuries, but also precious information. After learning about it, Fairy Ziwei immediately understood that the dark spirals were exposed. There was little hope in using them. Thus, she changed her plan and decided to expend these Dao marks to deduce the exact location of Langya Blessed Land inside Loosetail Ridge. I have not lost this battle yet. Fairy Ziwei held on to her belief. Qinyi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were likely goners. Feng Jiuge was heavily injured and had already fallen unconscious. Fairy Ziwei was responsible for this battle. She wanted to make up for her mistakes. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven had acted. They were powerful and originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even though Heavenly Court lost, Fairy Ziwei's reaction was not as severe. But now, she lost to Fan Yuan and the variant human Gu Immortals. Either of them made the proud Heavenly Court Gu Immortals unable to accept this humiliating defeat. Like what Fan Yuan expected, Fairy Ziwei was truly angry. She tried her best, disregarding the intense backlash, to turn this situation around. Star Constellation Chessboard was a Wisdom Path Rank 8 Immortal Goo house. It was extremely helpful. Fairy Ziwei quickly got the edge on Fan Yuan as her deduction speed rose continuously. In the previous life, even though Fairy Ziwei had this method, because Longevity Heaven had taken over Langya Blessed Land, there was no point even if she tried. But now, because Fan Yuan won in the absence of Longevity Heaven, Fairy Ziwei still had hope. Furthermore, Feng Jiuge had used Fate Armor earlier. Even though it was a short duration, it was an important clue. Fairy Ziwei was very confident in deducing Langya Blessed Land's location and defeating Fan Yuan across space. This is bad. Fan Yuan felt the mountain pressing down on him. The activation of Fate Armor Immortal Goo gave Fairy Ziwei an extremely large advantage in deducing Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Ziwei made use of this weakness. Fan Yuan could not see any hope of stopping her. Even though I have many Wisdom Path methods, I lack truly profound ones. Even though there was Rank 9 Wisdom Goo, Fan Yuan could only use the Light of Wisdom. As for Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan did not have Rank 8 Immortal Essence yet. He had Attitude Goo, but how could Fan Yuan deduce a Wisdom Path method using Attitude Goo as the core to defend against Fairy Ziwei in this short time? There is only one final method! Resolution shined across Fan Yuan's eyes. Chapter 1763. Feng Xian's Pursuit. In Central Great Hall. Purple lights spread out like rushing tides. Suddenly the lights stopped. It was like the river flow had encountered an obstruction. Fairy Ziwei gasped lightly as she opened her eyes. She was in the middle of deductions, her progress was smooth and success was close, but suddenly, the obstruction grew immensely. This was not an ordinary change, it was as if she had been pushing a wooden door earlier. The door was already shaking. There was a high chance of opening it. Once she succeeds, Fairy Ziwei would learn about Langya Blessed Land's location. However, this wooden door turned into a heavy iron door instantly. What happened? Earlier, Fan Yuan tried to stop me. His Wisdom Path methods are lacking, he could not succeed. But now he suddenly succeeded. Wait, I get it, he annexed Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined with bright light, she got the answer. Fairy Ziwei faced great difficulty in deducing Fan Yuan's location earlier. After Fan Yuan obtained Emperor Yama, she had no hope of success. As long as Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, it would become part of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. If Fairy Ziwei tried to deduce the location of Langya Blessed Land, wasn't she just deducing Fan Yuan's location? Thus, all of Fairy Ziwei's deductions were stopped by Fan Yuan's Emperor Yama killer move. Emperor Yama contained the power of Rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment from Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. It was a huge obstruction to Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei's thoughts flickered, but her movements did not stop. She continued using several Wisdom Path methods. After some probing, she confirmed her guess. This is the same as the time I tried to deduce matters on Fan Yuan. It seems he really annexed Langya Blessed Land. Annexing a Rank 7 Blessed Land would require Grand Master attainment level. Fan Yuan's refinement path has Grand Master attainment level? Fairy Ziwei found that she had underestimated Fan Yuan again. Her expression was extremely grim. Immortal apertures can only devour smaller apertures. What is Fan Yuan's immortal aperture? How can it annex that colossal Langya Blessed Land? Fairy Ziwei did not know of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret yet. She was secretly shocked because the foundation that Fan Yuan exposed was already quite unfathomable. Damn it, Fan Yuan obtained Langya Blessed Land, his foundation increased tremendously. What are these variant human goo immortals doing? They actually let Fan Yuan swallow their foundation? These idiots! Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth. These variant human goo immortals were simply too useless. Wait, this is likely Fan Yuan's scheme. He is using these variant human goo immortals to target my Heavenly Court. At the same time, he is also using Heavenly Court to weaken these variant human goo immortals. After this battle, the variant human goo immortals must have suffered heavy losses. That's how Fan Yuan forcefully annexed them. In fact, he might have even used this threat of my deduction to trick them into agreeing with his plan. In one instance, Fairy Ziwei thought of many things. Fan Yuan left her an incredibly deep impression of being crafty and shrewd. She could not help but think of him in a bad light. Fairy Ziwei was extremely gloomy. She felt that this attack on Langya Blessed Land was simply giving Fan Yuan benefits. Fan Yuan, I will not let you succeed. Prince Feng Xian. Fairy Ziwei had anger in her eyes. She immediately contacted Prince Feng Xian, who was in Northern Plains. Prince Feng Xian had already received orders. He was lurking in Loosetail Ridge. The original plan was to cooperate with Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals if there was a chance to attack Langya Blessed Land together. If Northern Plains Gu Immortals noticed this, he would show up and obstruct them to stall for time. Prince Feng Xian, Fan Yuan might show up now. Quickly investigate. Try to stall him the moment you find him. Fairy Ziwei ordered. Understood. Prince Feng Xian said before quickly changing his tone. Wait, I found him already. You are alone, be careful. Fairy Ziwei quickly said. Fan Yuan is devious and scheming. The theft path Immortal Gu might come from Langya sect. It could also be his. I have already sent Gu Immortals into Northern Plains to help you. But in the short term, you have no reinforcements. Prince Feng Xian had a solemn expression. I understand. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he had to be so careful against a rank 7 Gu Immortal? But he did not feel any absurdity in this. It was only natural. Not just Prince Feng Xian, Fairy Ziwei and the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals felt the same. Their earlier underestimation only revealed their own foolishness. Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Qin Yi died. This demon Fan Yuan was extraordinary. He could not be assessed with common sense. Others could be underestimated, but trying to look down on Fan Yuan was simply stupidity. He is here indeed. Fan Yuan flew in the sky. He turned around to look. Prince Feng Xian was already getting close to him at a rapid speed. The commotion of annexing Langya Blessed Land was not small. Fan Yuan's main body was exposed. Prince Feng Xian had been waiting close by. The moment he sensed it, he charged over. Fan Yuan flew ahead rapidly. He did not want to fight Prince Feng Xian. After an intense battle earlier, he was not in peak condition. He had consumed a lot of immortal essence. At the same time, he had to defend against Fairy Ziwei's deductions. Emperor Yama was closely covering his soul, concealing his traces and expending his soul foundation. Fan Yuan, where are you running? If you are a man, stay here and fight me for 300 rounds. You coward, do you only know how to run? Prince Feng Xian had an arrogant attitude. He continued to scold endlessly. But the truth was, Prince Feng Xian was very much on guard. He seemed arrogant, but his mind was on alert. Fan Yuan sneered. No matter how Prince Feng Xian provoked him, he paid no heed. Even if Fan Yuan was not in his peak condition, even with just rank 7 cultivation level, by using Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Luopa Seal, Heavenly Giant Solar, and the Immemorial Rock Dragon, he could totally fight evenly with Prince Feng Xian without falling back. But what was the point? Fighting against Prince Feng Xian could possibly cause problems if he was careless. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains, Loosetail Ridge. If Fan Yuan used his methods, he would expose precious information. His immortal essence would be expended for no reason. If Heavenly Court's reinforcements arrived while they fought, the situation would become much worse. The king does not dispatch troops based on anger. Be they righteous path or demonic path, if one could not control their emotions, regardless of how big their achievements were at the moment, they were just foolish clowns at the core. I arrived, this is it. Fan Yuan flew rapidly. When he saw the valley ahead of him with that huge frosty lake, he became extremely joyful. Prince Feng Xian had taken action long ago. He sent attacks towards Fan Yuan from the back. The two chased and fled. They rapidly got close to the frosty lake. A huge wave appeared in the frosty lake as an immemorial frost dragon appeared. It had a horn on its head, a long body of over 100 feet, and many layers of white scales on its body. The temperature of the surroundings fell drastically once it appeared. The immemorial frost dragon screeched, warning Fan Yuan and Prince Feng Xian to not approach its territory. But this immemorial frost dragon was Fan Yuan's target. When Langya Land Spirit first relocated the Blessed Land, going from the Crescent Lake to Loosetail Ridge, he did not tell Fan Yuan about the specific location. He was on guard against Fan Yuan. But now that the Land Spirit was under him, Langya Blessed Land's location and the surrounding forces became Fan Yuan's knowledge. The immemorial frost dragon's warning was useless. Fan Yuan and Prince Feng Xian still charged towards it. It became enraged as it gulped, opening its mouth and emitting its endless frost breath. The frost breath was like a wave made of ice and frost. It was pure and white. Everywhere it went, there was an icy light which shined like crystals. Fan Yuan activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal, moving into this colossal frost breath. Prince Feng Xian saw that the situation was amiss. He also chased after Fan Yuan. The frost breath engulfed everything. it interfered with Prince Feng Xian's investigative killer move. Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal made sure that he was intact and safe. As the frost breath flew past him, countless horse carriage-sized ice shards descended. Prince Feng Xian was bathed in flames. There was a layer of frost on his brows as he floated in the sky. After blocking the frost breath, Prince Feng Xian did not feel any smugness. Instead, he felt angered and anxious. Because he had lost any trace of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan has familiar face, he probably turned into an ice shard and descended with them. Prince Feng Xian knew some important information. With his rich battle experiences, he immediately realized the most likely reason for Fan Yuan's disappearance. It was not easy now if he wanted to find Fan Yuan's main body. Especially when the immemorial frost dragon attacked him right when he was about to move. Stupid beast! Prince Feng Xian shouted in anger. The immemorial frost dragon had limited wisdom. Since Fan Yuan vanished, it thought that he had died. The only one remaining was Prince Feng Xian, who was conspicuously bathed in raging flames. Compared to Fan Yuan's rank 7 aura, Prince Feng Xian had a powerful rank 8 aura. He was on the same level as the immemorial frost dragon. In the immemorial frost dragon's eyes, Fan Yuan was trivial. The true threat was Prince Feng Xian. Boom, boom, boom. Prince Feng Xian had no choice but to fight against the immemorial frost dragon intensely. At the same time, he found an opportunity to investigate all of the ice shards on the ground. He soon made a discovery. An ice shard fell onto the frosty lake and did not float. Instead, it turned into an ancient frost dragon and swam towards the bottom of the pond. Fan Yuan, you cannot escape! Prince Feng Xian gave up on attacking the immemorial frost dragon. He targeted the frosty lake. Fan Yuan entered the frosty lake and dived down continuously. Soon, he saw a large number of frost dragons. Here were ancient frost dragons and desolate beast frost dragons. This was a huge family of frost dragons. These frost dragons only looked at Fan Yuan curiously. He was one of them. They had no desire to attack. Prince Feng Xian's attack on the frosty lake was a completely different issue. Many of the ancient frost dragons started to attack him, but Prince Feng Xian incinerated all of them. The ancient frost dragons went into chaos. A small portion of them became ferocious as they pestered Prince Feng Xian, while the rest escaped. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He mixed into the group. Fan Yuan, come out if you have guts! Prince Feng Xian lost all traces of Fan Yuan again. He screamed angrily inside the frosty lake. His voice caused huge ripples and waves in the calm pond. The immemorial frost dragon cried out in despair. Its descendants were all brutally murdered by this human goo immortal. Blood dyed the frosty lake as its anger reached the tipping point. It attacked Prince Feng Xian with overwhelming hatred and anger. Chapter 1764. Evaluating Gains. Prince Feng Xian did not want to fight with the immemorial frost dragon. He continued to go after Fan Yuan and pester him. Prince Feng Xian dived deep down into the frosty lake. But soon, a second immemorial frost dragon appeared from within the deepest part of the frosty lake, blocking Prince Feng Xian. There are 2 immemorial frost dragons inside this frosty lake? Prince Feng Xian and Fan Yuan were deeply shocked. Prince Feng Xian was furious but helpless. He was temporarily stalled. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He dived into the depths of the frosty lake, escaping Prince Feng Xian's pursuit. He soon found out that there was a secret tunnel in this frosty lake. It was connected to other places. Fan Yuan swam into the secret tunnel, arriving in another frosty lake. This frosty lake was tranquil and large. There were a large group of frost dragons here. So there is actually a huge group of them. No wonder there are 2 immemorial frost dragons. Wait, no, 3! Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. He found another immemorial frost dragon here. This immemorial frost dragon was sprawled around the edge of the frosty lake. Hearing the intense battle, it became anxious. It moved its head around and growled. After a while, it could not wait anymore, diving into the frosty lake and going to help out the other immemorial frost dragons. 3 immemorial frost dragons, hee hee. Fan Yuan felt a little pity for Prince Feng Xian. Prince Feng Xian was in trouble. Of course, immemorial frost dragons had much lower wisdom compared to humans. They could not kill Prince Feng Xian. In fact, 1 or 2 of the dragons might die. Prince Feng Xian had powerful battle strength. He had developed in Northern Plains to become a rank 8 Gu immortal. His battle results were astounding. But after Prince Feng Xian gets rid of the 3 immemorial frost dragons, I would have left already. Fan Yuan got out of the pond and was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped moving. He saw many frost dragon eggs. Each egg was the size of a millstone. there were a few hundred of these eggs lying around. So the immemorial frost dragon was protecting these eggs earlier, that's why they refused to leave. Wait, what is this? At the center of the batch of eggs, he saw a small stone pillar that was gray-white in color and emitting frost energy. This is rank 8 immortal material frosty stone. Such a huge piece, it has incredible value. Even with Fan Yuan's current wealth, he felt a faint sense of joy from obtaining it. At this point, he finally realized why this group of frost dragons had 3 immemorial frost dragons. He immediately took away the frosty stone and the thousands of frost dragon eggs. My luck suppresses Prince Feng Xian and these frost dragons, thus, while being chased by him, I benefited instead. Fan Yuan sighed in his mind. Prince Feng Xian was not Feng Jiuge. Without the help of Dao Guardian Feng Jiuji's luck, Fan Yuan's superiority in luck became very apparent. Prince Feng Xian could not stall Fan Yuan, instead, he gained a huge benefit. Without him fighting these 3 immemorial frost dragons, Fan Yuan would not have a chance to steal this immense fortune. This was the power of luck path. I have to thank Prince Feng Xian for his cooperation. Fan Yuan was happy as he drilled underground, using fixed immortal travel to escape. Prince Feng Xian was still fighting the 3 frost dragons now. Suddenly, the 3 immemorial frost dragons received information from the other frost dragons and learned that the eggs were stolen. They became enraged, their eyes turned red as they sent out frost breaths like it was endless. Even the powerful Prince Feng Xian was dazed from their actions, he had to defend against them desperately. What are these stupid snakes doing? Why did they become so fierce? Prince Feng Xian could not understand. Sigh. These beasts are wasting so much time, Fan Yuan must have escaped already. My mission failed. Prince Feng Xian mentally sighed. There was no choice, Fan Yuan did not want to fight against him, he was too good at fleeing. Because Fan Yuan had transformation path attainment, Prince Feng Xian was at a disadvantage in a place like Loosetail Ridge. Fan Yuan made use of his immense territorial advantage. When Gu immortals fight, those who only look at killer moves or immortal Gu are the ignorant fools. Gu immortal elites would learn to use their advantages and other natural factors. They would consider the enemy's emotions and plans. Then come back, Fan Yuan is crafty. Because you appeared at this time, he has likely deduced your true identity. Fairy Ziwei transmitted. Prince Feng Xian was silent. He felt dissatisfied, but Fairy Ziwei was right. He could not look down on Fan Yuan. The moment Prince Feng Xian acted against Fan Yuan, his identity was exposed. I'll retreat! Prince Feng Xian gritted his teeth, flying out of the frosty lake. But the 3 immemorial frost dragons did not let him off. What is going on? Are these 3 snakes crazy? They are not letting me off. Prince Feng Xian felt extremely unlucky. These 3 beasts were pestering him for no apparent reason. You think I am helpless against you? Prince Feng Xian was getting more and more furious. When he was about to attack, beast growls resounded around the entire ridge. Figures of immemorial desolate beasts appeared as they looked at Prince Feng Xian with animosity. They recognized the 3 immemorial frost dragons. They had been neighbors for many years. But this human Gu immortal, where did he come from? He dared to invade Loosetail Ridge? Prince Feng Xian's expression turned pale. Loosetail Ridge was one of the 10 great fierce areas. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful when exploring it. I might trigger a beast tide at this rate. I should leave. Prince Feng Xian's heart sank. He quickly retreated. Achoo! He was caught unguarded earlier and got hit by an immemorial frost dragon's frost breath. He was covered in frost now as he sneezed. Bam! With a loud sound, he was hit on the back by an ice ball from an immemorial frost dragon. He was pushed away by the momentum in a pitiful state. The 3 immemorial frost dragons chased after Prince Feng Xian relentlessly, but he did not dare to retaliate. He endured hits with an ashen expression as he escaped from Loosetail Ridge while spitting out blood. 3 days later. The refinement path formation resonated, the final portion of harmful Dao marks had been removed. We finally succeeded! Lang Yalan's spirit sighed. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air, he was finally safe. These 3 days, Fairy Ziwei had been making deductions. Fan Yuan felt immense pressure. Even though Emperor Yama did its job perfectly, it was expending Fan Yuan's soul foundation constantly. Compared to the previous life, my soul foundation has fallen much more. To quickly refine these harmful Dao marks, I spent a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. But compared to my gains, these losses are inconsequential. Fan Yuan evaluated this huge battle. Now that the harmful Dao marks were gone, Fairy Ziwei could no longer find them. This battle over Langya Blessed Land had finally ended. Undeniably, Fan Yuan won this battle. His gains were immense. He was quite satisfied with it. The entire flow of the battle was within his control. Nothing had gone out of his expectations. This was the advantage of rebirth. Spring-autumn cicada's power was evident and clear. Of course, if the user was not Fan Yuan, who had great strength, no matter how many times a mortal tried to rebirth, they would not be able to change anything. In essence, Spring-autumn cicada was just a supporting goo. The changes that one could do post-rebirth were dependent on the goo immortal's own schemes and abilities. But some mishaps happened regardless. Like Feng Jiu escaping easily through Karma Relocation Killer Move. And the other ability of the harmful Dao marks, after Fairy Ziwei gave up on the Dark Spiral and tried to deduce Langya Blessed Land's location, I was caught off guard. This was something that Fan Yuan did not know in the previous life. Rebirth did not mean that Fan Yuan could know all of his enemies' trump cards. Especially against Heavenly Court, their foundation was just too deep. Rebirth carried advantages, but it was not absolute. The enemies were not stupid. If you act differently from the previous life, they would also react differently and make different actions. Fairy Ziwei forcefully deducing Langya Blessed Land and sending Prince Feng Xian after him was the best evidence. This had not happened in the previous life. Before the battle, Fan Yuan had considered this, thus, he chose to resist Heavenly Court and did not involve Longevity Heaven. In the previous life, Langya Land Spirit had to get help from Longevity Heaven. It made Heavenly Court retreat while Fan Yuan escaped. After suppressing Langya Land Spirit, Fan Yuan gained a very alluring choice. That was to use the former agreement to make Langya Land Spirit seek help from Longevity Heaven. Then, using Langya Blessed Land as the battlefield, he could make Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court fight to the death while he reaps the benefits at the best timing. But thinking about it, Fan Yuan gave up on this idea. It was too risky. Even though the benefits were huge if he succeeded, the risks were too high. Fan Yuan was unwilling to take the chance. Spring-autumn cicada was still recovering now, it could not be used. And he could not look down on his enemies. Whether they be Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court, they were all full of rank 8 geniuses with deep foundations. If he was careless, they would make a different choice than in the previous life. They would use many different methods. The more they changed their actions, the more the situation would warp until nothing remains the same. Fan Yuan did not have enough strength currently to suppress the situation when both forces were involved. Thus, Fan Yuan chose to resist Heavenly Court alone. This way, there would be less variance, he could control the situation. Even though some mishaps occurred, they were not too troublesome. Fan Yuan obtained victory in the end. Everything in Langya sect belonged to Fan Yuan now. Right now, the 3 hairy man continents were placed in Mini Eastern Sea. Because a lot of the refinement water was used, Fan Yuan collected the rest and created an incomplete refinement sea, putting it at the most western side of Mini Eastern Sea, close to Mini Central Continent. As for Langya Blessed Land's cloud cover continent, Fan Yuan placed it in Mini White Heaven. The incomplete immortal goo house refinement cauldron of Langya sect was stored away by Fan Yuan. He dismantled it, and planned to modify Great Thief Ghost Hand with it. The refinement path formation was completely intact and kept in Cloud Cover Continent. As for the luck path Self-Luck True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, and Long Hair Refinement Path True Inheritance, Fan Yuan would research upon them in the future. 3 days have passed. I wonder if those variant human goo immortals have made their choice. Langya Land Spirit controlled the Long Hair Refinement Path formation as he slowly stopped it and spoke. Fan Yuan snorted lightly. I am a rank 8 goo immortal. A wise person submits to circumstances. If they are really blind and do not want to join Langya sect, we will eliminate these people. Chapter 1765. Taking in the variant humans. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini White Heaven, Cloud Cover Continent. How about it, has everyone decided? Fan Yuan controlled his time path clone to meet these remaining variant human goo immortals. Among these variant humans goo immortals, there was Snowman goo immortal Bing Yuan, Rockman goo immortal Shi Zong and Shi Shurqing, as well as Inkman goo immortal Mo Qi. Because of Fan Yuan's intentional scheme, only these 4 variant human goo immortals were left. 3 days ago, after Fan Yuan got free from Prince Feng Xian, he let these 4 goo immortals decide if they wanted to join Langya sect. They had 3 days to consider it. Right now, 3 days had passed. Fan Yuan's time path clone and Langya Land's spirit came together. Bing Yuan and the rest looked at each other without speaking. They had difficult expressions. Fan Yuan's time path clone snorted coldly on the inside, but he showed a kind smile as he said warmly, "Everyone, you can tell me if you have any difficulties. We are allies, we are family. Even though I am currently a rank 8 Gu immortal, I will not change my attitude toward you." Fan Yuan tossed out both the carrot and the stick. He pointed out his rank 8 cultivation with a smile. There was deep meaning behind his words and actions. The 4 variant human Gu immortals heard this and had even uglier expressions. Fan Yuan had sold 3 of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's rib bones earlier. His reputation soared. The variant humans attached importance and paid attention to him. Now, he had controlled the situation to defeat Heavenly Court. He even killed 2 Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu immortals in front of the variant human Gu immortals. Fan Yuan's reputation was hundreds of times as high as before. He was like a tall mountain standing in front of these variant human Gu immortals. These words had completely different implications now after the battle. Every word was like a mountain that pressed down on the variant human Gu immortals' hearts. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Fan Yuan smiled again. "I am trying to help you. You were all involved in the battle. Feng Jiuge has escaped and divulged the information. With Heavenly Court's wisdom path capabilities, they will certainly deduce your information. Staying here is the best choice." The 4 variant human Gu immortals looked at each other with bitter expressions. Fan Yuan was right. But if they joined Langya's sect, they would lose their freedom. This was different from their alliance agreement earlier. Who would want to lose their freedom? Fan Yuan had said it nicely by asking them to join Langya's sect. But the 4 variant human Gu immortals knew that Langya's sect had been annexed by Fan Yuan already. Joining it was just a facade. The essence was to submit to Fan Yuan and become his subordinate. It was fine if Fan Yuan was a hairy man. But he was a human Gu immortal. The 4 variant human Gu immortals did not want to become the subordinates of a human Gu immortal. But the situation was quite peculiar. They had no choice, to be honest. Not agreeing to Fan Yuan's request had terrifying consequences. Fan Yuan's smile gradually faded. He urged them in a plain tone. "Everyone, you are thinking too much. If I really want to harm you, I can just kill you on the spot. Can you really resist me?" Fan Yuan was threatening them openly now. The 4 variant human Gu immortals' expressions changed. They could not rebuke him. Fan Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, together with Heavenly Giant Solar. What could the Rockmen do with just one immemorial rock dragon? Fan Yuan looked at them as he continued. "Even though I am a demonic path human Gu immortal, that was not by choice, because Heavenly Court wants to kill me. What else can I do? You are all my friends and family. I will not harm you. After joining Langya's sect, we will be even closer together. If we are dispersed, Heavenly Court, or even Longevity Heaven might find trouble with you to weaken us." Fan Yuan spoke earnestly. The 4 variant human Gu immortals felt a little more calm now. But Langya Land's spirit was feeling a cold chill upon seeing this. Master Fan Yuan's acting is truly impeccable. He had plotted against them earlier. If not for him, how could the 3 races lose so many Gu immortals? If I say the truth, I wonder what expression these 4 variant human Gu immortals will show? The 4 variant human Gu immortals were not stupid, they were quite intelligent. After all, they were the leaders of their own tribes and had survived for so many years. They were suspicious towards Fan Yuan, but they concealed these suspicions and did not show it at all. Fan Yuan was too strong now. He had stunning battle strength and rank 8 cultivation level. He could roam all 5 regions unhindered. Even Heavenly Court could not succeed. Nobody could stop him now. Forget about Duke Long, he was a special case. Against Fan Yuan, the variant human Gu immortals felt deep fear but also a sense of reliance. If we join Fan Yuan, life should be much more stable? The 4 variant human Gu immortals had this thought in them. It was just the intensity that varied. One can find shade under large trees. Submitting to other human Gu immortals was too dangerous. But Fan Yuan seemed to be a good choice. But if they knew that Fan Yuan was going to attack Central Continent and Heavenly Court, who knew how they would feel? Since Lord Fan Yuan is inviting us with sincerity, we, the Snowman tribe, will believe in you. We will move over and join Langya's sect. After a while of silence, the first to agree was Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Yuan. This rank 7 Gu Immortal was the grandmother of Fan Yuan's fiancé, Shui Er. With this relationship, she was closest to Fan Yuan. She agreed first. With Bing Yuan's agreement, the other 3 Gu Immortals soon submitted and agreed to become members of Langya's sect. This was quite similar to the previous life. These variant human goo immortals joined Langia's sect in the end. But last time, they were forced by longevity heaven, they had no hesitation. And in this life, Fan Yuan forced them, they agreed after 3 days. The leaders of the variant humans agreed. Next, Fan Yuan's main body went to the northern icy plain and Inkman's city to capture all of the variant humans there. Wait, no, he was going to rescue them and escort them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the next day. At the extreme north of many northern plains. A pair of goo immortals, male and female, floated in the sky as they looked down on the ground. The male had a plain expression, but his eyes were deep like the abyss. He gave off an incredible air that could intimidate anyone. It was Fan Yuan's soul which had entered his former body, the current time path clone. The female immortal was young and beautiful, she was tall and vibrant, she had blue eyes and hair, she had the icy trait of her variant human race. It was Snowman Goo Immortal Shuer, Fan Yuan's fiancée in name. Shuer, my main body could not come here, only my clone can accompany you, will you blame me? Fan Yuan's time path clone said gently with an apologetic tone. Shuer blinked several times before rapidly saying, Fan Yuan, don't worry about it, am I such a petty girl? With your clone by my side, I am very happy already. Shuer placed herself on a low status. Even though Fan Yuan's time path clone had the same cultivation level as her at rank 6, his main body was a rank 8 Goo Immortal. Right now, the entire Snowman tribe had to live in Fan Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture, even her grandmother Bing Yuan had become Fan Yuan's subordinate. The time path clone saw Shuer's attitude and nodded in satisfaction. Shuer asked, I have a question, why did you bring me here? Ha ha ha, I have a present for you. Shuer, take a look down there. Fan Yuan's time path clone said as he waved his hand. The frost energy fog below faded as the mountain and formation were exposed. Shuer opened her mouth as she showed a shocked expression. Ah, this is the snow crystal formation. I used an ice path crystal essence and a lot of ice and snow path goo worms to create it. From now on, your snowman tribe will live here. Fan Yuan explained the benefits of this formation. The snow crystal formation covered a wide range of tens of thousands of li. The snow crystal formation would emit the frost energy that would constantly alter the environment inch by inch, creating a living habitat that suited the snowmen. At the same time, snow monsters would be produced, they would coexist with the snowmen and train each other. Shuer, we are engaged. The snowman tribe is closer to me than the others. These last days I have been thinking of how to accommodate all of you. Thinking about it, after doing lots of deductions, I finally created this snow crystal formation. With it, the snowmen will have the best environment to live in. Saying this, the time path clone looked at Shuer with a gentle expression. Shuer was very happy, her eyes shined brightly. Fan Yuan, you really thought a lot about it. This is all out of my expectations. To speak the truth, Grandma was still worried yesterday on how to settle down the snowmen. Fan Yuan smiled lightly as he held Shuer's shoulder. Shuer's body shook. Such an intimate action, this was the first time for her. Fan Yuan spoke again. Shuer, you will be the owner of this formation from now on. You can take care of the tribe, my sovereign immortal aperture has nothing but space in it. You must develop it well, make sure that there are more snowmen in the future. Try to reach the size of the hairy men. Shuer heard this, her eyes became red from excitement, she said in a choking voice. Fan Yuan, thank you so much. I have never thought that the snowmen would one day be able to develop so openly and freely. I will definitely not let you down. Grandma and Lord Bingzhou will definitely be very happy if they hear about your arrangements. Fan Yuan hugged her using this chance. This time, Shuer did not turn stiff, she held on to Fan Yuan's chest with a face that was flushed red. Fan Yuan said with deep emotions, Actually, the entire world is misunderstanding me. They call me shameless and unscrupulous, cold and emotionless, but the truth is, they want my immortal goo and precious memories. For that sake, they put all the blame on me and try to extort me using righteous excuses. My experiences are like the snowmen, so I can empathize with and understand you. Sigh, actually, I could have done more. The snow crystal formation lacks some ice and snow path immortal goo, it is not strong enough. At the same time, there is only one ice path crystal essence, if I can get more of those, I can place them all inside here. Fan Yuan's words made Shuer feel immense bliss, she did not even think about it. Don't worry Fan Yuan, our snowman tribe has 2 ice path crystal essences in our inventory. Once Grandma hears about this, she will definitely use some immortal goo to develop our homeland. Oh? Is that so? That would be wonderful. Fan Yuan showed an expression of surprise and joy as he smiled. Shuya shut her eyes, her lips were curling up, she hugged Fan Yuan's waist as she sank into bliss and happiness. Chapter 1766. One step back, sea and sky expands. The sky was pure and blue, white clouds resembled snow. A strong breeze was blowing over the autumn grassland. Under the sunlight, golden waves could be seen as the grass moved in synchronization. And amidst these waves there was a huge black city. From a bird's eye view, this city was large but has a strict structure. The outer city walls resembled huge rock monoliths. They were black like ink. The surface of the rocks had undergone weathering, the vicissitudes of time were carved on them. The entire city was a hexagon, it was situated on the grassland. The city walls were more than 200 li long, they were 100 feet tall and tens of feet thick. It was a grand sight. If a person stood on the grassland, they would see a huge black beast sprawling. If they got closer, they would need to raise their heads to look up at the huge city gate and walls. Every edge of the city had defensive towers that were filled with countless holes that could shoot out arrows. Every few li apart, there would be a wide path for horse carriages to move on. There were even very secretive armories within the city walls. For mortals, just the city wall was impenetrable. During the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, this grand wall had resisted Gu master armies tens of times without falling. Passing the city walls, one would arrive at the vibrant world within. This city had over 800,000 people, there were Gu masters of all sorts. The city had many streets and shops, there were great numbers of houses and palaces. People and carriages were bustling, there was an endless flow of activity. Loud noises could be heard constantly, this was truly a lively city. And the most special trait, this city was most populous in ink men. Walking on all the streets and alleys, one could see few humans, but ink men could be seen anywhere. This was a city for the ink men. This was a unique city in Northern Plains, it was special even in the 5 regions. This was Inkman City. Rumble. Intense rumbling noises could be heard, earthquakes resounded as the peace and order of the city was disrupted. What happened? Did the earth crack? There had been rumors for the last few years that the earth would crack and form earth trenches that extend deep into the earth core. Save me, Mother. At once, the city went into chaos, countless mortals were running around in panic, there was complete chaos. Dust rumbled, the whole of Inkman City's houses and city walls started to shine in a halo of light. Next, Inkman City floated up, it was soaring into the sky. Oh my lord! Inkman City is flying, it's flying? Were the rumors true? Inkman City is really a mortal goo house. Oh my heaven! This mortal goo house is so huge, this is unheard of. The mortals were incredibly shocked, they shouted in disbelief. Right at this time, an immortal killer move flew over, spreading a huge green light that enveloped the whole of Inkman City. Sleep, go ahead and sleep for a while. Fan Yuan smiled lightly as he floated among the clouds. A male Inkman immortal was standing beside him. He was the Inkman City Lord King of the Northern Plains Inkmen, rank 6 Gu Immortal Mo Tan Sang. He was one of the 2 remaining Gu Immortals of Inkman City. Due to Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move, Inkman City's mortals fell into deep sleep, the entire city became silent all of a sudden. Inkman City shrunk and became smaller, a moment later, it entered Fan Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture successfully. This Inkman City has 800,000 people. In the past, the legendary Inkman Gu Immortal Yen created it, and it has developed until today. Central Continent has the number 1 human city, Emperor City. My Inkman City can be considered half an Emperor City. Fan Yuan recruited the Inkman Gu Immortals, he would naturally not give up their greatest asset. From now on, you will continue to be the Inkman City Lord. Develop it, nurture more Inkman Gu Immortals. My Sovereign Immortal Aperture has sufficient space for you to display your skills. Fan Yuan smiled as he said to Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang had an excited expression, he quickly knelt down and paid respects to Fan Yuan. I, Mo Tan Sang, am willing to assist Lord Fan Yuan, I will do my best to develop Inkman City. Go inside too. Fan Yuan smiled plainly. Mo Tan Sang obediently entered Fan Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He followed Inkman City and landed in mini Western Desert. Fan Yuan had chosen the location long ago. Once Inkman City landed, the dust clouds dispersed, the sleeping mortals started to wake up. Mo Tan Sang gave out orders meticulously, he controlled the situation and maintained Inkman City's stability. And Mo Tan Seng was feeling very complex now. When facing Fan Yuan, he did not dare to show any impoliteness. And Mo Tan Seng had interacted with Fan Yuan long ago, when he was still rank 6. And Mo Tan Seng had even sold Tai Bai Yunxing the 9 Clouds Ring Mortal Killer move as a favor to befriend them. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing was dead while Fan Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. His terrifying battle strength and incredible battle records eliminated any sense of rebellion in his heart. Fan Yuan came to retrieve Inkman City, and Mo Tan Seng had learned about it in advance. He cooperated fully during the process. Fan Yuan smiled internally. And Mo Tan Seng is indeed a talented person. I remember that in the 500 years of my previous life, this person led Inkman City and nurtured many Inkman Gu immortals. He cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal status. During the 5 regions chaotic war, not only did he raise his cultivation level, he even expanded Inkman City to hundreds of cities all over northern plains. With him governing Inkman City and without any rival forces in mini Western Desert, his future prospects are very bright. And Mo Tan Seng was a talented leader. Not only did he have unique foresight and courage to take resolute actions, he could also bow and submit when necessary. He was not someone who could be belittled. As long as he had a chance, he would turn around the situation and create miracles for himself. In this aspect, he was like a weaker Wu Yong. But because of his variant human identity, he did not have a good cultivation environment. He had always been troubled by his circumstances. As long as he had a chance, his development would not be restricted to this. Fan Yuan was not worried about his growth. He was happy to see it happen. This was the magnanimity of an expert. This was Fan Yuan's confidence in himself. No matter how Mo Tan Seng grew, Fan Yuan was confident in controlling and manipulating him for his own use. There was actually some risk in relocating Inkman City. Heavenly Court might have tried to ambush him during this process. If Fairy Ziwei deduced the origins of the participating Inkman Gu immortals, knowing that they were from Inkman City, she might realize that Fan Yuan would go after Inkman City. In this case, even if Heavenly Court did nothing, as long as Fairy Ziwei told this news to Longevity Heaven, they would also cause Fan Yuan great problems. But the lucky thing was, even after Fan Yuan obtained Inkman City, there had been no problems. It was smooth sailing. Fan Yuan's main body quickly left while his time path clone stayed with Langya Land's spirit. The long hair refinement path formation was currently operating. Langya Land's spirit controlled it personally and reported to Fan Yuan's clone. In about a month's time, the seal of Langya's origin core will be fully removed. Fan Yuan nodded lightly, observing the formation. Every immortal aperture, be it blessed land or grotto heaven, would have an immortal aperture origin core. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of the immortal aperture, the base of it all. Developing the immortal aperture, annexing other immortal apertures, it would strengthen one's own immortal aperture origin core. When the immortal aperture origin core is damaged or drawn out, the painstakingly developed immortal aperture would reverse its progression, the space would shrink and the primeval energy would dwindle, life forms within would die en masse. The immortal aperture origin core was like a spirit spring. Gu immortals were drawing immortal essence from the origin core itself. Langya immortal aperture was once a rank 8 grotto heaven. The immortal aperture origin core was a milky white lump. After Longhair ancestor died, Langya heavenly spirit could barely resist the rank 8 calamities and tribulations. After spending countless years, he found a solution. The heavenly spirit used a refinement path killer move to seal the Langya origin core. Its rank fell and became a red-colored rank 7 origin core. Langya heavenly spirit thus became Langya land spirit. But precisely so, the future calamities and tribulations that Langya immortal aperture faced were at rank 7. Fan Yuan was rank 8 now, but it was a fake rank 8. He had enough down marks, but his immortal aperture origin core was still the red origin core. Only after Langya's origin core gets unsealed and returns to being the milky white rank 8 origin core would Fan Yuan become a true rank 8 Gu immortal. After annexing and fusing with it, his immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven. It would start producing white lychee immortal essence. This method of sealing the origin core and lowering the grade of the immortal aperture was extremely amazing. It had a huge significance. During normal times, most Gu immortals would die from calamities and tribulations. Hu immortal was one of such cases. She died from the blue charm lightning shadow calamity, leaving behind Hu immortal blessed land. If one could use this method to lower their rank by 1, the Gu immortal would be able to deal with calamities and tribulations more easily. They can even accumulate Tao marks and not fear that they cannot match the strength of the calamities and tribulations. Fan Yuan obtained this method. He liked it a lot. He praised Lang Yilan's spirit about it for a long time. But Lang Yilan's spirit told him instead, "I am just mimicking. My main body obtained this method from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, while Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained this from Limitless Demon Venerable's inheritance. This killer move was originally a rule path killer move, named One Step Back. Afterwards, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable modified it extensively, creating the space path killer move Sea and Sky Expands. I am merely turning it into a refinement path version. It cannot be considered a modification or improvement. I am merely mimicking. Thus, I could not bring myself to give it a name. I fused the former two names together and called it One Step Back, Sea and Sky Expands." Fan Yuan heard this and sighed, to think that this method had such a long and impressive history. Immortal killer move, One Step Back, Sea and Sky Expands. Very evidently, this was a support move to manage the immortal aperture. It did not have any offensive power. But its value and worth was immeasurable. If this was leaked out, the entire Gu Immortal world would benefit. The number of Gu Immortals in this world would surge by many times, even tens of times. From this aspect, Fan Yuan could see the immense talent and strength of Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. With this method, Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could easily accumulate Tao marks and pass tribulations without problems. This method broke the norm of the Gu Immortal cultivation world. It removed the Gu Immortals' pressure from calamities and tribulations. They would not need to risk their lives. They could deal with this without any pressure. This means that Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could accumulate Tao marks on par with rank 9 before becoming venerable. Fan Yuan said this sentence. But Lang Yilan's spirit told him, "Master, you are underestimating the venerables. According to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, when Limitless Demon Venerable was a Gu Master, he already had Gu Immortal level Tao marks. When he reached rank 6 and became a Gu Immortal, he had peak rank 8 Gu Immortal Tao marks." Chapter 1767. Rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu. Lang Yilan's spirit sighed, continuing, "Every venerable is an invincible character. They had unthinkable talent and ability. They cannot be looked at with common sense. Underestimating them is our foolishness. It is an insult towards them." Fan Yuan nodded. He thought about the battle in the previous life. Every venerable's action could easily change the entire situation, overturning all of the Gu Immortals' hard work in an instant. Even though Duke Long was so powerful, against the venerable method, he had absolutely no way to resolve it. Purely in terms of Tao marks, the difference between rank 8 and 9 is not that huge. But the truth is, the difference between rank 8 and 9 is as vast as heaven and earth. It can send someone into despair. This is simply because those are unique individuals. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. There are no invincible Gu worms or killer moves. There are only invincible people. Look at Limitless Demon Venerable. He had rank 8 level Tao marks when he was still rank 6. When he reached rank 9, how many Tao marks would he have? Fan Yuan could not estimate it. Cultivation logic and common sense were not appropriate on venerables. Red Lotus Demon Venerable could rebirth countless times. Limitless Demon Venerable had such shocking Tao mark numbers. Star Constellation and Mortal Venerable's plot affected heaven and earth, altering history. All these venerables were unfathomable. Or at least, for the current Fan Yuan, that was the case. In fact, in the Battle of Langya, Fan Yuan killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Xin Yi. He also stole Feng Jiuji's fixed immortal travel. But what was his greatest gain? It was that he had expended one of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods, karma relocation. In the previous life, Xin Yi had relied on this move to defend infallible blessed land until the end and stalled for a long time. It made Fan Yuan, Wu Yong, and Bing Sichuan lose their final opportunity to turn the situation around. Even though I expended the killer move karma relocation in advance, who knows how many methods these venerables have left behind? Maybe due to the influence of my rebirth, even more venerable methods might be triggered. By just relying on my rebirth advantage, I will become stronger than my previous life through constant accumulation. But that is not assuring enough. Who knows when a venerable's method will be triggered at a crucial moment? To destroy Fate Gu, I alone am not enough. I need to obtain some venerable methods to play safe. Fan Yuan analyzed in his mind. A few days later. Southern border, Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench. This was once Shadow Sect space. Fan Yuan had stayed here for some time. Afterwards, when Southern Border's Goo Immortals attacked and besieged him, Fan Yuan self-detonated a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, forming dream realms that stalled them while he escaped successfully. As a result, a large number of dream realms were left behind. Southern Border's Goo Immortals chose to set up a formation here to observe and research on the dream realms. Fan Yuan came here silently. He used the Refinement Path Killer move. A drizzle started on the formation around these Southern Border Goo Immortals. The formation activated to resist the rain. Who is attacking us? Humph, this formation is impenetrable. That's right, nobody can even dream of breaking through. The main Goo Immortals defending this place were Yan Sanmu, Chi Chiu, and Xia Fan. They immediately became alert after the mysterious attack. Soon, they found Fan Yuan easily. He did not conceal himself. In fact, using this immortal killer move would cause his aura to surge and burst out. He could not hide it. Fan Yuan had only seen one person who could perfectly conceal his killer move's aura. That was Wu Yong. However, Fan Yuan still used familiar face to change his appearance. If he used his true appearance, wouldn't these defending Goo Immortals be scared to death? It's a rank 7 Goo Immortal. We are not sure who, but he has Southern Border aura. He must be a secluded cultivator. Within the formation, Xia Fan could not tell that it was Fan Yuan. He started to guess. By now, Lang Ye's origin core had been completely unsealed. Fan Yuan annexed it and became a true rank 8 Goo Immortal. But he purposely disguised his aura to be at rank 7. His familiar face killer move had been modified extensively during the final moments of the previous life. Right now, none of Southern Border's Goo Immortals could discover the truth. In order to prevent an expanding ink effect and to maintain his rebirth advantage, Fan Yuan still chose to do the same thing as in his previous life. He was still going to attack this defensive formation. At the same, he concealed his rank 8 cultivation level. On one hand, he was guarding against Heavenly Court. On the other hand, he was luring out Southern Border's Goo Immortals. According to his previous life's memories, with this development, Southern Border would organize a group to pursue Fan Yuan. If he exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, there would not be just one rank 8 Goo Immortal, Xia Cha, coming after him. It was natural that Fan Yuan pretended to be weak. The drizzle soon turned into a heavier rain as it penetrated the formation. Within the formation, Chi Chiu's expression changed. What refinement path killer move is this? It can actually refine our formation. This cannot go on anymore. Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. He obtained the long hair refinement path true inheritance, and a large number of immortal goo. There were originally 3 rank 8 immortal goo. They were water refinement, forceful refinement, and advanced refinement. All 3 were refinement path immortal goo. When used alone, they had no offensive power. They were all support type. Among them, forceful refinement immortal goo could directly refine the immortal goo of others. It was the original core of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron, but Shadow Sect had stolen it back then. In that battle, rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus also got damaged. It had fallen to rank 7 after that fight. Rank 8 Advanced Refinement Immortal Goo was the core of the Long Hair Refinement Path formation. As for rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Goo, it was hidden within the refinement water. All along, Langya Land Spirit had been using this goo and other supplementary goo worms to form an immortal killer move to convert the refinement path and water path Dao marks of Langya Blessed Land into refinement water. Langya Land Spirit's plan was to accumulate the refinement water, and after reaching a certain point, it would become the refinement sea. Refinement sea was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Once it formed, it would replenish itself unceasingly. This was a grand plan. It consumed an immense amount of refinement path Dao marks, wealth, time and energy. After Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, he wisely halted this plan. He took out the water refinement immortal goo within for his own use. The killer move that Fan Yuan was using now had rank 8 water refinement immortal goo as the core. Fan Yuan used many goo worms to suppress the rank 8 aura, disguising it as rank 7. This was also part of his tactic to express weakness. No worry, how can this rank 7 killer move break our formation? Chi Chiu said with a prideful tone. This formation was created by Chi Clan. As a Chi Clan Goo Immortal, Chi Chiu was very prideful. He had absolute confidence in his clan's immortal formation. Look, the formation activated. Even without us interfering, it can deal with the enemy. This refinement path killer move will end up in failure. Chi Chiu laughed. But soon Chi Chiu's smile vanished. The formation had already undergone several changes, but no matter what, it could not deal with the refinement path killer move. The rain that was already heavy became a downpour. The downpour was unceasing, the formation was corroded to a large extent. There were goo immortal reports constantly, they had anxious tones and expressions, because a large number of mortal goo were refined by the enemy in the rain. However, this formation could only work on its own at the early stages. Unless there was no choice, goo immortals could not control it. This was the lesson that the southern border goo immortals learned from the Battle of Etian Mountain. To prevent outsiders like Fan Yuan from infiltrating and controlling the immortal formation, it was specially designed like this. Chichio was helpless, he gritted his teeth and said with a look of disbelief, "How can this be? What kind of refinement path killer move is this? My clan's formation is actually useless against it." Chichio was simply dumbfounded. Normally speaking, refinement path did not have such a big advantage over formation path. But Fan Yuan's formation path attainment was very high. And most importantly, he was very familiar with this defensive formation. Even though this formation had caused him a lot of trouble in the previous life, Fan Yuan had threatened and lured Chichuyu into cooperating afterwards. Chichuyu became the biggest trader of southern border. He gave the information of this formation over to Fan Yuan. This pitiful Chichio would never imagine that their formation was completely exposed to the enemy. And the traitor was actually their first supreme elder. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated, not to mention that Fan Yuan was using a rank 8 killer move. Not long after, the southern border goo immortals in the formation became anxious as they started pacing around. "What do we do? What do we do? The enemy's refinement speed is getting faster. Who is he? Possessing such a killer move, no wonder he attacks so confidently. Their goo worm refinement speed is getting faster, we cannot keep up. At the final moment, even if we can control the formation, it will be too late." Chichio wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Formation path is useless indeed." Xia Fan snorted coldly as Chichio stared fiercely. Xia Fan did not care, looking at Yang San Mu and saying, "The urgent matter now is to send out goo immortals to fight. We will disrupt the enemy's killer moves so we can exchange goo worms in the formation and repair it." He was a wisdom path goo immortal, he had the responsibility to come up with a tactic. Yang San Mu nodded, he was the leader, he had to stand up now. "Then I will go and deal with the enemy." Even though Fan Yuan was mysterious, Yang San Mu had a lot of confidence in himself. He was a soul path goo refinement, a renowned rank 7 expert in southern border. Meanwhile, refinement path was skilled at refining goo. It was weaker than other paths in other aspects. Xia Fan had a joyful expression. "With Brother Yang taking action personally, we will definitely kill the enemy and resolve this problem." Yang San Mu glanced at him before flying out of the formation. He approached Fan Yuan. "Come fight!" "Ugh!" Yang San Mu ended in defeat. How can he be this strong? Yang San Mu was captured. A moment later, the formation was taken down by Fan Yuan. Even though it had a transportation function, Fan Yuan had used a refinement path method to refine it. This method was destroyed from the start. None of the goo immortals guarding the formation escaped. Fan Yuan captured all of them. Chapter 1768. Chichuyu's anger and grief. Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench's defensive formation had been destroyed. Southern Border's superforces soon noticed this fact. The righteous path was shaken. Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench's Dream Realm was the largest congregation of dream realms other than Etian Mountain and Southern Border. Any path had its own cultivation resources. Dream realms were evidently the unique resource for Dream Path. They contained the profundities of Dream Path within. Immortal Yi Yan's prophecy of 3 venerables had been ingrained in everyone's hearts. Goo immortals knew about the future era. It was the era of Dream Path. Any superforce paid huge attention to the Dream Realms. They were very careful in regards to guarding them. Plunder's Shadow Formation was destroyed too rapidly. Who is that culprit? According to the Goo Immortals' information and our own investigation, there was only one enemy, and he was just a rank 7 Goo Immortal. A rank 7 Goo Immortal could take down this formation? And with such speed and power? This situation is really bizarre indeed. Do you think it is that demon Fan Yuan? That's unlikely. If it is Fan Yuan, why would he leave those dream realms and plunder Shadow Earth Trench untouched? He has a method to turn them into bodies after all. Different from the previous life, Fan Yuan did not keep the plunder Shadow Earth Trench's dream realms, he purposely left them. This caused Southern Border's righteous path to start guessing randomly. Fan Yuan's identity was well concealed. At once, Southern Border's Gu Immortals were wondering who that Gu Immortal who attacked the formation was. Who had the guts to challenge Southern Border's righteous path? Who had such methods to destroy a super immortal formation with ease? What was his purpose? Was he just trying to suppress Southern Border's righteous path? He had enmity towards the righteous path? Or maybe he had some gains in Dream Path, he was making use of the Dream Realms? Among all of the Southern Border righteous path forces, the most unhappy one was Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Qi Chuyu. Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench's immortal formation had a secret backdoor. Qi Chuyu had left it behind. To prevent the Dream Realms from getting stolen, he had planned in advance to set that arrangement. When Fan Yuan attacked the formation, he rapidly sensed it. He hesitated on whether to use this backdoor or not. After all, he had done that sneakily. If he exposed it now, his reputation in Southern Border's righteous path would be tarnished. By the time he sensed something wrong and wanted to use the backdoor, Fan Yuan's refinement path killer move had already broken it. Qi Chuyu felt gloomy and irritated. In the previous life, after Fan Yuan exposed his identity and could not destroy the formation in time, Qi Chuyu made up his mind and transported himself into the formation secretly. But in this life, Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. His strength was much higher now at the same time period. Qi Chuyu did not have much time to react to this. The truth was, he had a chance but he hesitated, he did not make use of it. Of course, even if he used the backdoor to arrive before Fan Yuan, he would not be a problem. Soon, Qi Chuyu's irritation got worse. Out of nowhere, rumors started to spread. They said that the formation was so easily broken without giving the righteous path any time to send reinforcements because Qi Clan had a traitor. Precisely because this traitor exposed the formation's secret, the mysterious Gu Immortal could easily destroy it. This is slander. These are baseless rumors. My Qi Clan will definitely investigate properly. All these people will face our judgment. Qi Chuyu reacted quickly. He immediately made an announcement, displaying his stance. But the rumors spread even quicker. Lots of different stories emerged. Some were clearly fake news while others were quite reasonable. The righteous path Gu Immortals became quite suspicious. Qi Chuyu was extremely angry. He had been feeling gloomy the last few days. These rumors were attacking him. His reputation that was built up over a long time was starting to fall rapidly. How can my Qi Clan divulge information? The mastermind behind this is truly vicious. Qi Chuyu stood up and made his point. He felt regret now. Had he known this, he would have taken the risk to transport himself over last time. Even if that backdoor is exposed and I suffer criticism, I will at least be able to capture the mysterious culprit. Qi Chuyu was very confident in himself because he felt that the enemy was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Regarding this guess, other than the evidence present, Qi Chuyu also had his own train of thought. If this was a rank 8, they could attack directly. Why was there a need to hide themselves and act mysteriously? Some righteous path Gu Immortals consoled him and expressed their trust towards Qi Clan. While some righteous path Gu Immortals, like the ones from Yang Clan which had always been opposing Qi Clan, had much worse tones. It is not that hard to believe that it was an inside job. Our Yang Clan had terrible losses. Yan San Mu is a rank 7 expert. He lost too quickly, that was not normal. Evidently, someone leaked his information. There were even Yang Clan Gu Immortals blaming Qi Chuyu directly. Since Lord Qi Chuyu is claiming innocence now, how do you explain why the leaked contents of the immortal formation are all accurate? Qi Chuyu had nothing to say, he was also troubled over this. However, he had to speak righteously and keep a firm attitude. There is no need to explain this. The formation's details are not just known by my Qi Clan. In terms of suspicion, any super clan involved in this has a possibility of being a traitor. Admitting that Qi Clan had a traitor was too damaging to their reputation. Qi Chuyu swore to himself that he would never admit it no matter what. If a traitor really appears, I will pull out their tendons and rip their skin. I will crush every bone in their body. Qi Chuyu cursed. He hated the mysterious enemy, but he also held huge grudges towards Qi Clan's possible traitor. The laughable thing was, Qi Clan really had a traitor, it was himself. Of course, that was the previous life's matter. Even Qi Chuyu had no idea this would happen. In other words, his circumstances were all caused by himself. But no matter how Qi Chuyu defended himself or pushed his stand, rumors about Qi Clan continued to spread and intensify. Looking at this situation, it seems that other than the enemy who attacked, the other southern border forces are also adding fuel to the fire. Yang clan is definitely involved. Chi Chuyu was very angry. Even with his rank 8 cultivation level and formation path great grandmaster attainment, he was without options in this situation. In the rules of the righteous path, cultivation level was not everything. There is only one way now. I need to find the instigator. That's right. As long as I can capture them and unveil the truth, I can get the whole of Southern Border's righteous path to shut up. Chi Chuyu almost wanted to shout, "Return my innocence, return my reputation." But if he really found the culprit, who knows what expression or idea he would have. Chapter 1769. Variant Human Race Inheritances. Chi Chuyu was so old, but he had to manage Chi clan's affairs tirelessly. For the Great Era, he even had to work hard to nurture his lacking inheritor. The truth was, Chi Chuyu did not have it easy at all, and these rumors were still trying to defame him. Chi Chuyu was very angry and upset. He gritted his teeth as he waited for Fan Yuan to appear again. As the culprit, Fan Yuan had been living peacefully these last days. He had a very fulfilling time. He was managing his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal. If the immortal aperture management was poor, no matter how strong a Gu immortal was, they would achieve nothing much. Lengya Blessed Land had completely integrated into the sovereign immortal aperture. After its origin core was unsealed, Fan Yuan quickly annexed it. Fan Yuan let Lengya Land's spirit do the work of changing the variant human Gu Immortals Alliance Agreement. The new alliance agreement was strict and had strong binding terms. It ensured that Fan Yuan had the supreme authority and status. All of the variant human Gu Immortals were his subordinates and vassals. There was a rule: all of the variant humans will contribute their immortal apertures into the sovereign immortal aperture after they die. Thus, Fan Yuan's grotto heaven gained many new blessed lands. These blessed lands belonged to the unlucky variant humans who had died at Qingyi's hands during the Battle of Lengya Blessed Land. The hairy Mangu immortals were shocked at this, but Lengya Land's spirit had great prestige. Along with Sixth Hair's cooperation, they quickly accepted the fact. The other variant human Gu immortals were unwilling to do so, but with Fan Yuan's strength, they could not resist, they could only accept it. Of course, Fan Yuan was an old schemer. His political manipulation was not worse than Wu Yong. He also set a rule for himself in the alliance agreement: he would fully nurture the variant humans without any discrimination. When the alliance agreement became effective, he gave these variant human Gu immortals a lot of benefits immediately. In fact, he even secretly sent a portion of the variant human Gu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island secretly. They were able to enjoy the effects of future self and gain greater knowledge. The variant human Gu immortals were extremely shocked. They realized now that Fan Yuan was actually backed by the most mysterious venerable in history, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As a result, they lost all thoughts of betrayal. Of course, Shuer, Bingzhua and others were not given the chance to use future self. According to the ink effect, Fan Yuan had already killed them in the previous life. They did not exist in the lower stream of the river of time. They had no future. It was easy to deceive them. Fan Yuan said that the Stone Lotus Island had a limit. Future self-killer move needed time to accumulate and recover. The alliance agreement stated that they needed to be honest with Fan Yuan, but he could choose to keep secrets from them after all. Of course, this was not fair. But with Fan Yuan's use of the carrot and stick, these variant human Gu immortals could only lower their heads and accept their fate. The truth was, Fan Yuan indeed wanted to nurture these variant humans. There were several points. Firstly, the more variant humans there were, the more lifespan Gu would be produced. While Fan Yuan had no concerns about this now, he could start preparing early. Secondly, Fan Yuan was starting an attempt to comprehend human path. The more humans or variant humans he raised, the more helpful it would be towards his human path comprehension. And thirdly, the racial inheritances of the variant humans. Back then, when the human immortal venerables and demon venerables emerged, suppressing all 10 variant human races and slaughtering them, the variant humans had little hope towards the future. It was full of despair. The variant humans realized that this was bad. All of them worked together to create their racial inheritances that contained the most valuable possessions of their own race, hiding them for their future generations, to leave hope for the future. According to the understanding of the variant humans, Fate Gu was part of the heavenly Tao. It took away surpluses while replenishing deficits. They acknowledged that there was the decree humanity is supreme. But this decree would not last forever. Right. The variant humans were not wrong in this regard, but they had not expected Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to be so brazen as to become one with the Tao. This resulted in the long-lasting rule of humanity. The variant humans were stunned, they were suppressed until now. But this was advantageous to Fan Yuan too. According to the information that Langya Land Spirit had, when the number of variant human mortals and Gu immortals reach a certain number, their racial inheritances would appear to them, it would help them grow and develop. In history, the variant humans had never risen up, so these racial inheritances were mostly preserved. According to Langya Land Spirit's guess, the racial inheritance of Hairy Man was the infallible inheritance. Infallible Blessed Land was at Hairy Foot Mountain. Even though Heavenly Court found it, they had great difficulty in trying to obtain it. The Heavenly Court, which had immense foundation and geniuses, were simply without options against Infallible Blessed Land. Eventually, they relied on human path methods to try and extract a part of Infallible Blessed Land's wealth. But no Heavenly Court Gu immortal had actually managed to enter this secluded Blessed Land. Nobody knew what the inside of Infallible Blessed Land looked like. In the previous life, even though Fan Yuan destroyed Hairy Foot Mountain, Infallible Blessed Land was still intact. All these reasons showed how profound and special Infallible Blessed Land was. This proved that the variant human racial inheritances were extremely extraordinary and mysterious. This was also why Fan Yuan had not gone to Hairy Foot Mountain yet, even though he had fixed immortal travel and its modified killer move. According to his previous life's memories, at this point in time, Heavenly Court had not set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation at Hairy Foot Mountain. Despite this, even if Fan Yuan tried to launch a sneak attack using fixed immortal travel, he could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land. Heavenly Court seems to have found a way to destroy Infallible Blessed Land, but I do not have any for now. Even if I do, would Fairy Ziwei not guard against that? Sneak attacking it is simply too risky. After thinking about it deeply, Fan Yuan gave up on attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. This idea was too risky, it underestimated his enemy's intelligence. It also went against Fan Yuan's vigilant nature. After annexing Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan's gains were huge. Let alone anything else, he benefited the most from information. The variant human racial inheritances were the most obvious example. Langya Blessed Land had simply too long of a history, it had existed for over 300,000 years. How long had it been since Fan Yuan became immortal? Even with the 500 years of his previous life, he had not reached 600 years. Langya Land's spirit knew a lot of historical secrets. Before being annexed, he would not tell Fan Yuan everything, but now, he kept no secrets to himself. Several days later. Southern border, above Contact Heart River bank. Jade green light flickered weakly, before green bubbles started to appear. Rank 7 killer move aura quickly spread and permeated to the surroundings. This aura? It was a rank 6 Gu immortal from Chi clan who defended Contact Heart River bank. He controlled the formation as he sensed the killer move aura. Before he acted, these jade green bubbles popped on their own. Each popping bubble gave off a thick green light, it spread like flowing water. A large number of bubbles vanished, in their place was a thick lump of jade green light. The green jade light was extremely bright, it gave off a radiance that could not be looked at intently. The strong light appeared and faded just as quickly. When the green light vanished entirely, a person appeared in the sky. He wore a green robe. His complexion was as clear as jade, his nose was tall and he was handsome to the point of looking like a peerless beauty. His skin was white as snow, his eyes were dark like the abyss, he had long luscious black hair that resembled a waterfall, hanging straight down to his waist. The rank 6 Gu immortal from Chi clan defending this place saw the person's appearance, and his mouth opened wide. His heart was pounding as he felt a chill, his body broke out in cold sweat. Fan Yuan? Ever since Fan Yuan escaped from Thunder Ghost True Monarch and sold her 3 rib bones in Treasure Yellow Heaven, his reputation surpassed Feng Jiugu. He was publicly recognized as the #1 rank 7 expert. He had the power to fight rank 8. After the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Heavenly Court lost. Even though Fairy Ziwei concealed Qin Yi's and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, she took responsibility and announced the failure of Heavenly Court to invade Langya Blessed Land to the public. Feng Jiugu was pursued by Fan Yuan, half of his immortal Gu were stolen. She had placed the video of this in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, everyone knew now that Fan Yuan not only had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, he even annexed Langya Blessed Land and possibly had a method to steal immortal Gu. After defeating Feng Jiugu, Fan Yuan's reputation stabilized and even improved. He was a common topic among countless Gu immortals. Chi clan's rank 6 Gu immortal saw the great demon Fan Yuan appear. Why would he dare to stay any longer? Faster, faster, faster! He activated the formation, teleporting away for his dear life. Fan Yuan was still savoring the immortal killer move he used earlier, Jade Flow Pearl. This killer move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core and almost all of Fan Yuan's current space path immortal goo, a few refinement path immortal goo, and a lot of supplementary mortal goo to construct. Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and became rank 8. His down marks increased immensely, just the rank 7 fixed immortal travel alone could not teleport him. Only by creating a killer move and increasing its power could he barely be moved. In the previous life, he had also created a space path killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core to transport him, when having rank 8 cultivation level. But Jade Flow Pearl was different from the previous life's killer move. The previous life's fixed immortal travel killer move was a space path killer move, while this current move was a compound killer move of space path and refinement path. One of the reasons was that the fixed immortal travel killer move in his previous life was created after Fan Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path and obtained many specific space path rank 7 immortal goo. But now, he had not ambushed Xia Chai yet, not to mention the rest of Southern Border's righteous path. Fan Yuan's space path immortal goo mostly came from Langya Blessed Land's inventory now, most were rank 6 and they were not very compatible. Thus, Fan Yuan used refinement path immortal goo to modify the killer move intensively. With the power of refinement path, Fan Yuan's refinement path Dao marks were no longer a burden to the teleportation. This was the advantage of compound killer moves. But compound killer moves were much harder to deduce. Fan Yuan could deduce it quickly because he had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level and the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan put away the thoughts in his mind for now as he looked down. For a range of hundreds of li, there were mountains and forests. But below him, there was a flat land that was about half a square kilometer large. It was covered in smoke and fog. Fan Yuan pointed as dragons flew out, roaring with a grand and fierce aura. It was immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fan Yuan refined Myriad Self-Immortal Goo successfully. It took very little time to activate Myriad Dragon now. The Myriad Dragons rushed into the fog and smoke, easily destroying the defensive method below. Similar to the previous life, the defending Chi Clan Goo Immortal had already escaped. Fan Yuan smiled. This was within his expectations. He had purposely exposed his identity for this. In the previous life, he had learned about the cowardice of this Chi Clan Goo Immortal. This time around, he achieved a great effect by doing the same action. Of course, Fan Yuan had to expose his identity regardless. Because he used fixed immortal travel, and also because of the killer moves he was using, there was no use in trying to conceal his identity. Chapter 1770. Chi Chuyu convinces himself. A shallow deep blue lake surrounded by silent verdant mountains. Around the lake were pure white round rocks, they stacked at the river bank. This was a mid-sized resource point of Southern Border's Chi Clan, Contact Heart River Bank. Fan Yuan placed all the goo worms he obtained into his immortal aperture. There were more than 3,000 rank 5 Contact Heart goo, 50,000 rank 4, and over 1,000,000 were rank 3 and below. Next, he used Strength Path Immortal Goo Pulling Water. Similar to the previous life, Pulling Water was currently rank 6. After a moment, the river water was pulled up like silk by a formless force, before being moved into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. This Contact Heart River Bank was a special area filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks. There were Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and other Dao marks as foundation, but they paled in quantity compared to Wisdom Path. Fan Yuan took away the water which had dense Wisdom Path Dao marks, but most of it remained in the surrounding soil. Fan Yuan was without options regarding this. He lacked methods to pull up the ground. This was not mortal soil, and it required at least peak rank 7 Earth Path methods. One had to overcome the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil first. And the method had to be delicate. It could not destroy the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil. If the Wisdom Path Dao marks were destroyed, the value of the soil would drop. This was like smearing a world-class painting. It would have no value remaining. Specific methods were required to plunder and move resources in the outside world, but destroying them was easier. It was like Heavenly Court's attempt to gain infallible blessed land. Heavenly Court had a method to destroy infallible blessed land, but to extract its success Dao marks, they had to spend a lot of effort and use human path methods. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention expended a lot of time and effort. Fan Yuan's appearance in plundering Contact Heart River Bank soon reached Chi Chuyu. Chi Chuyu was still slightly hopeful at first. Is the information true? Soon, his hopes were completely crushed. Because there was an immortal killer move resembling fixed immortal travel as well as Fan Yuan's signature myriad dragon killer move, those were concrete evidence. Why did this Fan Yuan appear at Contact Heart River Bank? Chi Chuyu's eyes twitched. Does he need a large number of Contact Heart goo? Even though Fan Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, he was not just a normal rank 7, he could fight rank 8, he was unique. Chi Chuyu thought about the video in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Now that Fan Yuan has reobtained rank 7 fixed immortal travel, and also apparently has a method to steal immortal goo, if he tries to find trouble with my Chi clan, it would be a problem. Chi Chuyu sighed internally. He had to admit, Fan Yuan was a huge problem. Fixed immortal travel allowed him to travel with ease, only specific methods could restrict him. Fan Yuan also had rank 8 battle strength, most of Chi clan's goo immortals could not fight him. Chi Chuyu himself or a rank 7 immortal goo house was needed. That way, even as a super force, Chi clan only had limited resources to deal with him. As for the theft path method, it should not be Fan Yuan's own ability. Right now, Fan Yuan has not shown any method in this aspect, while Long-Hair Ancestor had refined goo with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then. Langya Blessed Land has a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fan Yuan could resist Heavenly Court because he made use of Langya Blessed Land's foundation. Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, he would still need some time before he can master this Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Chi Chuyu evaluated. He felt that he was really unlucky recently. Fan Yuan had actually targeted his Chi clan out of all the clans. Wasn't this bad luck? Even though Fan Yuan gave Chi Chuyu a huge headache, he had to counterattack. Chi clan's benefits, their righteous path status, and the pride of a rank 8 goo immortal, these reasons forced him to go and defeat Fan Yuan quickly. Chi Chuyu led the expedition personally, controlling Great Space Temple and traveling towards Contact Heart River Bank as soon as possible. The formation was destroyed, it was a ravaged site, everything was in ruins. A vast number of goo worms were gone, Contact Heart River Bank had lost all vitality. The river water was also gone, it had completely dried up, it was truly a sad sight. Even the rocks around the bank were missing. Fan Yuan took literally everything from this place. Chi Chuyu had an ashen expression. The other Chi clan goo immortals started scolding Fan Yuan and cursing his 18 generations of ancestors. This demon is too daring. This is a mid-size resource point of our clan. Now that it is plundered, it might not recover even after a few years of time. Sigh. There is no point in cursing Fan Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors. He is an otherworldly demon. He killed all of his ancestors in this world with his own 2 hands. Chi clan's goo immortals gradually stopped scolding as they frowned at this terrible situation. Contact Heart River Bank was destroyed but its foundation remained. Fan Yuan could not bring the soil here with him. But the problem was Fan Yuan himself. He was still alive. Would he show up again? Would he target Chi clan again? Chi clan did not understand even at this point. Why did Fan Yuan choose Contact Heart River Bank? Wait, earlier, the mysterious goo immortal who attacked Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench and destroyed the formation, was it Fan Yuan? Someone suggested. It is very likely. They are both rank 7 goo immortals with extraordinary battle strength. Fan Yuan also had high formation path attainment, he can definitely destroy both formations. Furthermore, he annexed Langya Blessed Land and has refinement path immortal goo now. Didn't that mysterious goo immortal use refinement path methods? But if that mysterious goo immortal is Fan Yuan, why would he conceal his own appearance when attacking Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench? This time when attacking our clan's Contact Heart River Bank, he chose to expose his own identity. Many of Chi clan's goo immortals turned their heads in suspicion. They simply could not understand why. Firstly, there was no evidence that linked the mysterious goo immortal to Fan Yuan directly. Secondly, Fan Yuan's motive in attacking Contact Heart River Bank was unknown, nobody knew what he was up to. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? Chi clan's goo immortals did not have any answers, they asked Chi Chuyu. Chi Chuyu's expression eased, he had been screaming internally long ago, he also wanted to know what Fan Yuan was planning. By the time they arrived, Fan Yuan was gone already. Chi Chuyu was in a really awkward and passive situation. But on the surface, he had to maintain the dignity of Chi clan's leader. Don't panic, investigate the scene and search for evidence. Even if Fan Yuan escapes now, our Chi clan will remember this, he will pay us back 100-fold in the future. Yes, Lord. Chi clan's goo immortals answered. The huge Great Space Temple floated in midair, not concealing its aura as it displayed Shi Clan's authority in full view. A while later, all the Gu immortals returned with a look of embarrassment. Fan Yuan had done a good job in cleaning up the scene, no clues of value were left. Even if they had clues, could they deduce anything about him? Chi Chuyu bore no hope himself, even Heavenly Court failed to deal with Fan Yuan. Chi Clan specialized in Formation Path. They were weak in Information Path and Wisdom Path aspects. If our Chi Clan wants to regain reputation, we will need to spend a lot on information and clues, before hiring a Wisdom Path great expert to deduce him. After that, we need to set an ambush, go after Fan Yuan and fight him. Sigh. Chi Chuyu sighed internally. Thinking about the process, he felt a little dejected. The price and risks were too high while the gains were minimal. Only rank 8 Gu immortals that were Wisdom Path or Information Path great experts could handle Fan Yuan. People like that would require a huge amount before they would help Chi Clan with this matter. And after finding Fan Yuan, Chi Clan would need to fight him. It was questionable if they could actually kill him. Thunder Ghost True Monarch went after Fan Yuan and got 3 of her rib bones sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Heavenly Court wanted to invade Langya Blessed Land and it ended up being annexed by him. Feng Jiuji's immortal Gu were even stolen by Fan Yuan, while Fairy Ziwei had to openly announce that they lost the battle. What did Chi Clan have? Yes, it was a super force, but could it compare to Heavenly Court? Even Heavenly Court had no options against Fan Yuan, even though Fairy Ziwei hated him to the core. So what? Even though Fan Yuan is a single person, he cultivates many paths, he has no clear weaknesses. He is a cunning and crafty person, he is ruthless and devious, even Wu Yong was toyed around by him. Earlier, even when Southern Border's righteous path went after him, he still escaped. I want to go after him with just Chi Clan? Hee hee. Chi Chuyu felt very angry but also helpless and sad. Fan Yuan had grown too quickly. Chi Chuyu felt extremely deep wariness towards him. Even though Fan Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, he is more troublesome than most rank 8 Gu immortals. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals cultivate one path, they do not have deep wisdom path attainment or fixed immortal travel. If Fan Yuan can stop now and not go after Chi Clan's resources, I should let this go. Chi Chuyu sighed in his heart. He had decided to give up. Contact Heart River Bank was destroyed but its foundation remained, it could still be developed. Or rather, in arrogant terms, it was just a mid-sized resource point, Chi Clan could afford to lose it. Of course, on the surface, we need to be very angry and upset, we will speak righteously and create a commotion, we cannot ruin the reputation of Chi Clan. But secretly, I need to restrain my Gu immortals and keep on guard, we will mainly cultivate and maintain our resources. If during this period, Fan Yuan targets the resources of other clans, that would be great. A moment later, Chi Chuyu made up his mind, he convinced himself on this plan. Making a rank 8 Gu immortal lower his head alongside his super force, it was not easy. But Chi Chuyu was a wise leader, he knew the big picture. There was no benefit in challenging this demon. If Chi Clan mobilized everyone, he could give Fan Yuan huge problems indeed, he could even threaten his life. But Chi Clan would pay an immense price, it would be too much to handle. If this situation happened in Northern Plains, the entire tribe might be riled up, they would attack directly without thinking. But in Southern Border, isn't it better to live calmly and peacefully? Even if they lose a mid-sized resource point, Chi Clan still has others, and even countless small-sized, large-sized, and giant resource points. They could live very well. They might lose some reputation but their foundation would be unaffected. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If Chi Clan went after Fan Yuan with full force and went down with him in flames, the other super forces would benefit and take the advantage. What would they do then? Chi Chuyu let out a breath of air, he wanted to vent out all of his anger and frustrations. Soon he calmed down. Report! Fan Yuan has appeared at our clan's Cloud Bamboo Mountain range, he destroyed the formation and our 2 Gu immortals could not resist him. Right now, Fan Yuan is scavenging for all sorts of resources, among which is a newly formed Wildwood Path immortal Gu. Chi Chuyu heard this and his expression froze. His heart that had just calmed down instantly became filled with overwhelming rage. Fan Yuan, screw your entire lineage of ancestors. Chapter 1771. Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Fan Yuan floated in the air, an immortal level enslavement path killer move was shot out everywhere. Pew pew pew. Cloud foxes and other creatures struggled intensely. They had a painful expression as they growled. But soon, their resistance weakened as they stopped moving. They stayed on the spot and lowered their heads as they became Fan Yuan's enslaved beasts. Fan Yuan smiled as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The cloud foxes went inside obediently. Not just the cloud foxes, even other lifeforms could not escape from Fan Yuan's demonic claws. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was a huge large-sized resource point. It was filled with dense dell marks. It was normal for desolate beasts and plants to grow here. Even ancient desolate beasts could grow. Fan Yuan quickly scavenged the area. With his previous life's memories, he clearly recalled the location of these desolate beasts and plants. Soon, he obtained 7 desolate beast cloud foxes, a total of 11 desolate plants of 3 species: cloud she root, white hair root, and spear tip bamboo. The thing that made Fan Yuan the happiest was the quantity of a rank 7 immortal material, cloud soil. It was huge. I have a lot of time left. Fan Yuan calculated his time. In the previous life, he had spent a lot of time just getting these resources. But now, because it was his second time, he obtained everything rapidly and efficiently. He saved a lot of time. In the previous life, I only searched through briefly. This mountain range has a lot of untouched places. Fan Yuan explored the foreign area and soon found a desolate beast cloud fox. He was about to use an enslavement path killer move to suppress it when Langya Land's spirit's voice resounded from the immortal aperture. Master, I have already obtained the name of this new wood path immortal goo. It is a rank 6 immortal goo known as mature bamboo. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth, undeniably. Mature bamboo immortal goo was the greatest treasure on this cloud bamboo mountain range. In the previous life, Fan Yuan was obstructed by cloud bamboo mountain range's formation. He could not make it in time. The 2 Qi clan goo immortals defending this place were resolute. While escaping, they destroyed the newly formed wild immortal goo. But now, Fan Yuan noticed this and targeted the formation's weakness immediately, destroying it and gaining control over that newly formed wild immortal goo. The 2 Qi clan goo immortals were stunned. The formation was destroyed too quickly. This formation could block Fan Yuan for a while in the previous life, but it was fixed, and since Fan Yuan already destroyed it once, he understood its concept. He could easily destroy it this time. After getting it for a while, the wild immortal goo that was newly formed was refined by him on the spot. Immortal goo mature bamboo. It was the size of an average person's thumb. It was long and flat. At the tip of its head was a cylinder that covered its entire head. Its eyes were in a hemispherical shape. Fan Yuan played with it in his hand. Its body and wings were very soft. It had 6 armor plates on its stomach. Its tail glowed with a dim green light. All in all, this mature bamboo immortal goo was a firefly that shined with green light. Not bad, this immortal goo is useful to me. Fan Yuan had a joyful expression. Fan Yuan killed Qinyi and obtained his soul. He had been soul searching. Qinyi was the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. In his youth, he had obtained a Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Karma Divine Tree. During the battle in Langya Blessed Land, he obtained another Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Karma Relocation. Thus, Fan Yuan had 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances now. But the foundation of Karma Relocation was Karma Divine Tree. The core immortal goo of these 2 killer moves, other than the 2 rule path immortal goo cause and effect, were some wood path goo. Qinyi died, his phantom aperture vanished. He had already destroyed all his goo worms. Fan Yuan had to collect these goo worms if he wanted to cultivate the Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. The mortal goo were simple, but immortal goo needed preparation. Mature bamboo immortal goo was a wood path goo suitable for his Genesis Lotus True Inheritance cultivation. By the time Chichuyu arrived at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range using Great Space Temple, Fan Yuan was already gone. Qi Clan's goo immortals looked at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range in a daze. Many people opened their eyes widely, showing deep disbelief. It is completely barren. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? What happened to our flourishing Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? An old goo immortal almost coughed blood as he said shakily. I had once stayed here to develop the mountain range. I spent so much effort, but this thief Fan Yuan took it all. Fan Yuan, you demon, I will never let you off! Someone thought about it and said solemnly. We planted normal cloud bamboos here on a huge scale. Only specific wood path methods can extract them so quickly. Fan Yuan came totally prepared. In the previous life, Fan Yuan lacked wood path methods. Eventually, a vast amount of ordinary cloud bamboos were left on the mountain. He could only take the desolate plants. But this time, with the advantage of rebirth, he came amply prepared. Fan Yuan had purposely designed a Woodpath Immortal killer move to collect the cloud bamboos. His Woodpath attainment level was not high, but with the light of wisdom, he could still create a rank 6 killer move targeting mortal materials very easily. He annexed Langya Blessed Land, he obtained several Woodpath Immortal goo, they were all useful in this regard. Langya Blessed Land had a huge inventory. The white-haired land spirit had governed the Blessed Land for hundreds of thousands of years. He had several immortal goo of each mainstream path. They were not a complementary group, the land spirit had refined them in preparation for any refinement path research problems. Fan Yuan had once borrowed Wood Sprout immortal goo to use the killer move Light Fungus Radiance. Chi Chu-Yu's expression was completely dark, his fists were tightly clenched under his sleeves. Fan Yuan. He gritted his teeth, his illusions were shattered. Fan Yuan was targeting Qi Clan. But Chi Chu-Yu could not understand why Fan Yuan was targeting him and Qi Clan. When they pursued him back when he was weak, everyone in Southern Border's righteous path was involved. Wu Yong was the person with the deepest enmity with him. Why didn't he attack them? If he thought Wu Clan was too strong, he could bully the weaker ones like Xiao Clan. Qi Clan was not weak, it was upper tier even among Southern Border's righteous path. Who did they offend? Why was he doing this? What did they do wrong? Couldn't he tell them? Couldn't he just talk nicely? Communication was the key to human relationships. These types of people were the worst. Attacking without warning, destroying and plundering without making a single sound. Why did he do that? He was a true scumbag. Not just Chi Chu-Yu, all the other Qi Clan Gu immortals felt very upset and wronged. Fan Yuan is clearly targeting us, he has made ample preparations. The question is, what is he after? We need to know this is the first obstacle for us in dealing with Fan Yuan. Chi Chu-Yu thought about it, he said. He gave up on his previous mentality, he decided to deal with Fan Yuan with all his strength. If they did not do anything, Chi Chu-Yu would not be able to account to the clan. Demonic path Gu immortals often traveled alone, but the righteous path had to maintain a force, one could not live freely by one's own intentions. Chi Chu-Yu, for example, even though he was rank 8, he had his bloodline descendants to take care of. And Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a large resource point for Qi Clan. Back when Qi Clan was still in its infancy period, Qi Clan's ancestors had scrimped and saved when they were weak to slowly develop it. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range had provided a stable source of income for Qi Clan's development. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was the glorious history of Qi Clan, it was a form of mental encouragement to Qi Clan's members. Fan Yuan plundered Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, he was trampling on the pride and history of Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Right at this moment, Chi Chu-Yu and the rest received requests for reinforcements from Qi Clan's Gu immortals again. Report! Fan Yuan has appeared at Wind Flame Mountain, he is currently using the killer move Myriad Dragon to attack the formation. Report! Fan Yuan has appeared outside Ragged Cave, he was obstructed by the formation and has mysteriously vanished. Different from earlier, Fan Yuan suddenly appeared at 2 locations. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were very shocked and suspicious. How could there be 2 Fan Yuan? One is a fake and one is his true body. Or maybe it is Fan Yuan's clone. That's possible too. No, according to the timing, Fan Yuan first appeared at Ragged Cave before he used fixed immortal travel to arrive at Wind Flame Mountain. Chi Chu-Yu analyzed calmly. That means Fan Yuan is still at Wind Flame Mountain? We need to reinforce it immediately. But why did he teleport to Ragged Cave then? Isn't that unnecessary? Maybe he felt that Ragged Cave's defensive formation was too strong, so he chose the easier Wind Flame Mountain. No, these are both giant resource points. Their defensive formation are equally strong, there is no weaker one. Chi Chu-Yu thought about it before a thought flashed in his mind. He said plainly, split up and help them. That is the only way. If the giant resource point is looted by Fan Yuan too, our Qi Clan will lose too much. But is this Fan Yuan's scheme? He wants to divert us away? Fan Yuan's current strength is far beyond the time when he chased after all. Even someone like Feng Jiuge lost so terribly to him. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were hesitant, they were very wary towards Fan Yuan. Should we seek reinforcements? Suddenly, a Gu immortal asked. The whole of Great Space Temple sank into silence. This was something that most of the Gu immortals were thinking, but did not dare to say. Amidst the silence, the immortals looked towards Chi Chu-Yu. Chi Chu-Yu had a dark expression as he shouted. He is just a rank 7 Gu immortal. Our clan has only lost 2 resource points and you are all frantic already. You want to seek outside reinforcements. We cannot afford to lose our reputation like this. Did anyone die? Are we only left with the old and weak? Seeking reinforcements without even fighting against Fan Yuan once? Where is your courage? Where is your bravery? Where are your pride and glory as Qi clan members? The immortals lowered their heads in silence. They took Qi Chuyu's fierce scolding. After Qi Chuyu scolded them, he gave orders. Do as I say. I am going to Wind Flame Mountain now. You all will travel in Great Space Temple and go to help Ragged Cave. Act quickly and do not panic. The defensive formation of a giant resource point is not so fragile. Keep in touch at all times. Yes, Lord. Nobody disagreed with his order. With their current location, Wind Flame Mountain was closer while Ragged Cave was further. Thus, the Space Path Immortal Gu House Great Space Temple would go to Ragged Cave while Qi Chuyu, who was slower, would go to help Wind Flame Mountain. Chapter 1772. Done and by himself. Qi Chuyu went to Wind Flame Mountain at full speed. When he arrived, he saw that Fan Yuan had already destroyed half the formation. Fan Yuan was currently uprooting the sunset parasol trees. He stole the countless birds within the parasol forest, including the fire phoenixes, with incredible efficiency. The Gu Immortal defending this place had not left. He was attacking Fan Yuan fiercely using the remaining formation. Fan Yuan was able to deal with it easily. He dealt with the formation while looting resources continuously. Stop! Qi Chuyu shouted with startled anger. First Supreme Elder, you are finally here! The rank 7 Gu Immortal defending this place was extremely agitated. He was overcome with tears. He was at first confident in regards to the defensive formation, but after a while, Fan Yuan easily broke it. He was incredibly scared and desperate. He did not dare to act rashly. Before Qi Chuyu came, he had been defending himself. Now that the Supreme Elder was here, he attacked with some flashy methods. As Qi Chuyu had finally arrived, Fan Yuan stopped his actions. Fan Yuan, what a great job you've done! Retribution is here! Qi Chuyu's eyes were spewing fire. Wind Flame Mountain was quite a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, at a certain timing each year, many wild phoenixes would come here and lay eggs. If something happened to Wind Flame Mountain, the wild phoenixes might choose other locations. Qi clan would suffer great losses. But Fan Yuan was smiling throughout. Compared to the previous life, Qi Chuyu was more angry because Fan Yuan's efficient looting meant that Qi clan suffered even greater losses. Qi Chuyu felt pain from this. Senior Qi Chuyu, I have been waiting for you. This is my move, Fan Yuan said as he activated Yama Battlefield. Qi Chuyu hesitated for a moment but did not dodge. He allowed Yama Battlefield to envelop him as he said, Let me see what you're made of. Yama Battlefield formed quickly. A huge yellow-brown lump enveloped both Fan Yuan and Qi Chuyu. Next, Yama Battlefield shrunk rapidly, condensing from a yellow-brown lump into a tiny spot. It was like an immortal aperture that was placed outside, vanishing entirely without a trace. An amazing soul path battlefield. Qi Chuyu praised. Qi Chuyu's arms were behind his back as he stood calmly. His attitude had changed tremendously. Even though he was trapped in Yama Battlefield, he did not try to forcefully deduce it. He looked very much at ease. He was wary internally. To think that Fan Yuan even had a battlefield killer move, there was no information about this at all. At this point in time, different from the previous life, Fan Yuan's Yama Battlefield was not exposed. Last time, he used Yama Battlefield to trap Feng Jiuge. Not only did he expose this method, Fairy Ziwei deduced and broke it successfully. After the battle in Langya Blessed Land, Fairy Ziwei even exposed the profundities of Yama Battlefield and the method to break it in Treasure Yellow Heaven openly, causing Fan Yuan's Yama Battlefield to lose its value in battle. The risk of using it was much higher. And in this life, even though Fan Yuan used Yama Battlefield multiple times, his targets were Meng Tu, Sleeping Lady, and the Diamond Head Turtle. They were either killed or captured. Against Feng Jiuge, he used the super formation space and could not activate Yama Battlefield. Thus, this method was kept a secret until now. Now that Fan Yuan used it, it was finally known to the outside world. Fan Yuan was not going to kill Qi Chuyu. Information about Yama Battlefield was definitely going to spread. Of course, it was not that Fan Yuan could not kill Qi Chuyu, but the risks were too high and the reward was minimal. This was the same reason for Qi Chuyu, who did not want to face Fan Yuan earlier. When two tigers fought, one was definitely going to be injured. Fan Yuan stood at the end of the other side of the battlefield as he assessed Qi Chuyu, smiling. Lord Qi Chuyu, you are inside my immortal battlefield now. Why are you not attempting to retaliate? Instead, you look like you want to talk. Why is that so? Qi Chuyu snorted coldly. Stop pretending! Fan Yuan, you went around plundering for the sake of gaining my attention. Thinking about it, since you could easily break the defensive formation, why did you not take the lives of my Qi clan's Gu immortals? This is not hard to achieve, but you did not think of killing a single one of them. Furthermore, be it Contact Heart River Bank, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, or Wind Flame Mountain, even though you looted them clean, you left their foundation behind untouched. Both Great Space Temple and I went out at the same time. That was part of your plan. Seeing that we were together, you attacked Wind Flame Mountain and Ragged Cave at the same time, so that we would have to split up. You were merely finding a chance to talk with me, but did not have any special method to do so. Tell me, what is it that you want? Qi Chuyu spoke calmly. Before splitting up, he had already guessed Fan Yuan's intention. All that anger and hatred was just an act. Qi Chuyu's analysis was mostly right. In the previous life, when Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench was still around, Qi Chuyu defended it for some time. Only after Fan Yuan attacked Wind Flame Mountain did he show up. This time, Fan Yuan took down Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench in advance, but because Qi Chuyu and Great Space Temple were together, it was quite troublesome. Great Space Temple was a Space Path Immortal Gu house. It countered immortal battlefields. Fan Yuan had fought against it in his previous life. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand was unable to counter it. If Fan Yuan wanted to talk to Qi Chuyu, the best way was to avoid this house and find a chance to lure Qi Chuyu out alone. This was not hard for Fan Yuan. With his deep wisdom path attainment, he could easily achieve his target with some adjustment in thinking. But Qi Chuyu was wrong about one thing. Fan Yuan did not leave behind the foundation of the resource points on purpose, but because he had no way of taking them. Qi Chuyu had misunderstood it. Of course, Fan Yuan would not correct him. Clap, clap. Fan Yuan started to clap. It is so easy talking to a smart person. Senior Qi Chuyu, take a look at this. Qi Chuyu's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He carefully received the information path Mortal Gu that Fan Yuan tossed out. He seemed at ease now, but he was very alert in his mind. Even though Fan Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, Qi Chuyu knew how devious this lad was. He was crafty and ruthless. He needed to be guarded against. One could not relax around him. But soon, Qi Chuyu's expression changed. He started to frown. A cold light flashed in his eyes as his expression turned dark. The information path Mortal Gu that Fan Yuan gave him included the details of Qi Clan's defensive formations, as well as Fan Yuan's conjectures and methods of breaking them. Among which was Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Fan Yuan understood it very well. With his understanding, he could easily destroy the defensive formation and take all of the resources within, but he did not do that. From this point, Qi Chuyu could see Fan Yuan's sincerity. It confirmed his guesses while also showing that Fan Yuan had shocking formation path attainment. And the thing that ruined his mood was the latter part of this information path Mortal Gu. These contents were very detailed about Qi Clan's information. Qi Chuyu felt a chill in his heart. This was not something he could get from a little investigation. A lot of time was needed to accumulate such a rich pool of information. And in this information, the emphasis on Qi Clan's internal problem, the fact that Qi Chuyu had no successor, was the main issue. This made Qi Chuyu's expression change. He was deeply shocked. Because the information was just too detailed, very clearly, someone in Southern Border was helping Fan Yuan, secretly providing this. Who was it? Demonic Path Gu immortals were very unlikely. They were loners and did not have much of a grudge with Qi Clan. There was no need to observe Qi Clan and waste their own cultivation time. Other than those predatory righteous path forces, who else can it be? Qi Chuyu was filled with shock and rage. Yang Clan soon became his biggest suspicion. Qi Chuyu felt deep anger. If a certain Southern Border righteous path superforce was secretly helping Fan Yuan, this situation would become much more passive for him. Very likely, my Qi Clan has no traitor. It is these vicious righteous path clans that are trying to attack my Qi Clan using this sharp blade. These idiots, these fools, these traitors, they are the biggest parasites of Southern Border's righteous path. Qi Chuyu's anger was like an erupting volcano. The lava was spewing out endlessly. He was already restraining himself. If Fan Yuan was not here, he might be shaking intensely. Fan Yuan laughed secretly. He observed carefully and assessed Qi Chuyu's current mood and thoughts. he had a general idea. This information that he gave out needed a lot of manpower and resources to obtain over a long time. The truth was, there was no Southern Border Righteous Path clan helping him. He had obtained the information from the Southern Border Immortals when he captured them in the previous life. Fan Yuan was definitely going to use this hidden card well. As he had expected, once he used this card, the effect was immediately. Chi Chu Yu's expression turned dark, his calm attitude was no more. I'm sure that right now, Chi Chu Yu must hate these Southern Border Righteous Path clans much more than me. That is only natural. Throughout history, almost all organizations would hate traitors the most. But the truth is, this was merely one of my gains from the previous life. And I was able to capture those Southern Border Immortals because of the dream realms that Chi Chu Yu had provided to me. The culprit was really just Chi Chu Yu himself. Chi Chu Yu's expression was very ugly. He was emitting an intense air of tragedy. He was done in by himself, but he could not sense it. Fan Yuan spoke again. Lord Chi Chu Yu has been famous for a long time. You have governed Chi clan for so long. You must be sure of the value of this information. The force that gave this information to me is not just underestimating me, they are also underestimating you, Lord Chi Chu Yu. Chi Chu Yu heard this, he had a thought. It seems that Fan Yuan does not like being made use of. Unknowingly, he did not hate Fan Yuan that much anymore. Fan Yuan continued, Now, do you believe in my sincerity? Chi Chu Yu thought about Chi clan's losses, he felt pained, he squinted as he sneered at Fan Yuan. Hee, does that mean I should thank you for holding back? Fan Yuan smiled. Chapter 1773. Fan Yuan's Epiphany. Within Yama battlefield, two immortals stood on opposite sides. Fan Yuan sighed. We have limited time, I will say this directly. I want to make a transaction with Chi clan. Are you interested in my Dream Path research results? Chi Chu Yu was slightly stunned before his cold and icy gaze changed slightly. Dream Path? Did I hear wrongly? A flash of excitement flickered in Chi Chu Yu's eyes for a moment. Fan Yuan's Dream Path research results were not a secret by now. When he disguised as Wu Yihai, his goal was the Dream Realm. Fan Yuan had methods to turn Dream Realms into people. He had used it back in the battle over the Dream Realms. Many super forces were extremely envious of his method. Fan Yuan had Spring Autumn Cicada. He had been reborn from the future which had a flourishing dream path. It was not strange that he had some dream path mysteries. One could say, Fan Yuan's dream path research results were at the peak of the 5 regions, far ahead of this world. The mysteries of dream realms and the depth of dream path, I have only made slight progress in it. What if I told Senior that my formation path attainment level was obtained from the dream realm? What do you think? Fan Yuan smiled as he spoke casually. It was like a huge rock that splashed into Chi Chu Yu's heart, creating a huge commotion. Oh? Is that true? Chi Chu Yu was moved, he could not hold his cool anymore. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, he had meticulously crafted this conversation to lower Chi Chu Yu's aggression. At this point, he had complete control over the flow of the conversation. This was different from the previous life. Fan Yuan tossed out an information path goo worm. Senior, take a look. Chi Chu Yu received it, and his gaze flickered. He unconsciously grasped the information path mortal goo in his hand, as if afraid that it would fly off. The information path mortal goo had all sorts of details regarding dream path mysteries. It was incredibly attractive. Chi Chu Yu was completely drawn into it. He quickly finished looking through. Chi Chu Yu licked his lips. He felt that his throat had gotten dry after this short while. He was incredibly moved. Chi Chu Yu forced himself to stay calm as he purposely asked, What transaction do you want? I want dream realms. Give me dream realms and I'll give you the dream path research results of the future. Chi Chu Yu did not agree instantly, he said. This is difficult. Almost all of Southern Border's dream realms are being guarded by the Righteous Path's super forces. Fan Yuan smiled. Senior Chi, I want the dream realms on Etian Mountain. Even though the formations there have changed, you are the person in charge. I also know that there are many hidden backdoors. It will be easy for your clan to steal some dream realms without any problems. Chi Chu Yu heard this, his expression changed again. Fan Yuan understood the situation so clearly. It was really terrifying. The backdoors at Etian Mountain's formation were Chi Chu Yu's proud creation. He had created them under the eyes of all the Southern Border forces. He was bullying their lack of formation path expertise. These backdoors were set up in secret. I thought I deceived everyone, but to think that Fan Yuan saw through it. Maybe not just Fan Yuan. Sigh, I have underestimated the geniuses of this world. Chi Chuyu was overthinking it. Fan Yuan's information was obtained in his previous life. It was given to him by Chi Chuyu himself. Fan Yuan used Chi Chuyu's information against him. It was really useful. Otherwise, why would there be this saying, your biggest enemy is often yourself? Fan Yuan continued to pressure Chi Chuyu as he lost his resistance. Every negotiation was a battle, even though it was not as straightforward as fighting, it was still a contest of strength in terms of wits and tactics. Compared to the previous life, Fan Yuan had too much advantage. He was stronger now because of his information, he knew his opponent well, his tactic of putting up a front was incredibly effective. Even a person like Chi Chuyu had fallen victim to it. The transaction was quickly negotiated. It was very advantageous to Fan Yuan in the end. Chi Chuyu agreed to the transaction, but for his status, this was humiliating. But there was no choice. Fan Yuan had a strong hold over him. Firstly, he could not do anything to Fan Yuan. Even if he tried to deal with him, the risks were too high, the gains were marginal. Secondly, if he worked with Fan Yuan, he would stop plundering Chi clan. They would even gain some dream path research results. This was too attractive to Chi Chuyu. Finally, Chi Chuyu was still worried about the so-called traitors in southern border's righteous path. He wanted to find these traitors. He might be able to find them through Fan Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, mini southern border. A mountain was empty and bare. It had no vegetation and stood proudly on the ground. Around it, the ground was not flat. There were some contours, but the inclination was limited. There were just some small mounds. Because of these mounds, this empty mountain looked even larger in perspective. Right now, at the peak of this empty mountain, a rank 6 Rockman Gu immortal stood as he looked up at the sky. After becoming a grotto heaven, this immortal aperture truly became different from a blessed land. It is so grand and magnificent. The size of this sovereign immortal aperture is beyond logical. It is unimaginably big, worthy of the miracle created by spectral soul demon Venerable. Every time Shi looked at this place, he would sigh internally. This was majestic, this was a miracle, this was simply a divine construct. He was completely awed by spectral soul demon Venerable. He had no thoughts of resisting Fan Yuan at all. Behind him was a group of Rockman Gu masters. They were talking among themselves. After spending more than 10 days, we have finally constructed this mountain. I am so tired, we had to work from early in the morning to late at night every day. I heard that the creation of this mountain was a mission given by that Supreme Being. In order to complete it quickly, we paid a huge price and activated Gu worms continuously. At least 30 Earth Path Gu worms died in the process. Speaking of which, don't you feel that refining Gu here has a high chance of success? Sigh, there will be rewards when we complete the sect missions. I hope that the Supreme Gu Immortal would give us some valuable rewards. Quiet. Do you think you are qualified to discuss matters regarding that great lord? The Rockman Gu Immortal could not take it anymore, he scolded. These Rockman Gu masters quickly lowered their heads, becoming silent from fear. At this time, green light flickered as a figure descended from the sky, floating in the air. The Rockman Gu masters looked up. It was Fan Yuan's rank 6 time path clone. Everyone's hearts jumped as they quickly knelt down, paying their respects. This subordinate greets Lord. Shi quickly greeted with a humble attitude. Fan Yuan's clone had a plain expression. He nodded and asked, has the formation been completed? Fan Yuan's mission was not just to create an artificial mountain, they had to set up an immortal formation in the interior of the mountain. Shi quickly reported. Lord, I have already set up this fire path formation according to the formation chart you provided, you just need to activate it now. Fan Yuan had already used his divine sense to penetrate the mountain, he was already looking into it. He nodded, he was quite satisfied with the setup of this formation, he was about to get these rockmen to leave. But he saw that Shi wanted to speak, although he did not dare to. Shi had rank 6 cultivation level, but he had once fought against Fan Yuan. His immortal battlefield grey cloud rock puppet left Fan Yuan a deep impression. He was quite talented. After moving the rockmen, Fan Yuan sent the Rockman Gu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with future self. Meanwhile, Shi stayed behind. He was the leader of the Rockman tribe, similar to Shui'er and Mo Tan sang in their own tribes. You have something to say to me? Fan Yuan's clone stopped as he asked. He had some patience towards this talented person. Shi blinked as his expression turned uneasy. He made up his mind as he said, I heard that Lord has been on the offensive and gained great victories. The southern border righteous path is extremely fearful now. Even that Qi clan first Supreme Elder Qi Chu Yu was helpless against you. He could only watch as you left freely. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. He was such a shrewd person. How could he not understand Shi Cheng's words? He interrupted. Your tribe's Gu immortals want me to stop and live peacefully. There's no need to take such risks, am I right? Oh, I beg for forgiveness. Shi Cheng bowed deeply. He had an expression of fear. This was my own bold idea. The Supreme Elders are all cultivating at the Stone Lotus Island. They are unaware. Fan Yuan's clones sneered internally. The Rockmen had different ideas to him. They wanted to live in peace and develop slowly and stably. They hated risks. They would love nothing more than for Fan Yuan to hide in a cave and cultivate for a century or a millennium. They did not want Fan Yuan to take risks, because if he died, the sovereign immortal aperture would be exposed. They would all be implicated. But how could this be possible? Fan Yuan pursued eternal life. This was only possible after destroying Fate Gu. If Heavenly Court fully repaired Fate Gu, they would not let him off. They would find him one day and kill him. Hiding and stalling would only lead to despair. Only during the final Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would Central Continent be attacked by all 4 regions. When Heavenly Court is at its weakest, he would have a chance of success if he acted. The variant human's wish would not come true. Not only that, they would have to fight for Fan Yuan in the future. They were already tied to him now. They could not isolate themselves. Shi Cheng's words was actually the idea of many variant human Gu immortals. They used Shi Cheng to suggest it instead of saying it themselves. It was a way to keep themselves safe. It was a mature political tactic. Fan Yuan did not reject nor agree to anything. He waved his hand. Bring the elites of the tribe and leave this mountain. Yes. Seeing that Shi Cheng had taken some distance, Fan Yuan's clones started to activate the mountain's formation. Instantly, the formation became a furnace. Intense heat was emitted from it. This heat quickly charred in the interior of the mountain, creating waves of molten magma. A moment later, with an explosion, the top of the mountain erupted. Smoke rose into the sky as gushes of lava flowed down the mountain. The temperature rose sharply. The Rockman Gu masters watched from afar. They gasped. This method of changing the natural environment and creating a volcano out of nothing was truly stunning. Even Shi Cheng was deeply moved. His formation path attainment was low. At this point, he finally realized the use of the formation that he set up. But the more shocking thing happened next. A huge hand appeared in the sky over the mountain. It was as large as the mountain as the 5 fingers spread out, scattering countless trees onto the volcano. These trees were covered in a flowing light. They landed softly and planted into the lava itself. The terrifying lava was quickly absorbed by the roots as the trees took in all the nutrients. Soon, branches extended as leaves grew. They gave out the beautiful light of the setting sun. These were sunset parasol trees. A moment later, more hands flew out as they scattered fire phoenixes all over the volcano. One by one, the fire phoenixes landed on the top of the volcano. They were quickly suppressed and sealed by the formation. The entire process was overlooked by Fan Yuan's clone. No unexpected mishaps occurred. Shi Cheng opened his mouth wide. He looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Even though he knew that Fan Yuan had advanced to rank 8, it was not as shocking as witnessing this himself. There were ancient desolate beasts among these fire phoenixes. Just a single one could slaughter Shi Cheng without any problem. Finally, Fan Yuan's clone left behind a large number of fire path birds of all types. There was a huge variety of them. From now onwards, this will be known as Firebird Mountain. It is your Rockman tribe's resource point. Fan Yuan's clone flew towards Shi Cheng. This was a huge surprise. Shi Cheng quickly knelt down and thanked him. He was very excited. Fan Yuan's clone smiled. Get up, I said before that I would help all of you. This mid-sized resource point is my reward to you for your hard work of creating the mountain. This subordinate is ashamed. Shi Cheng was incredibly thankful. Compared to this Firebird Mountain, the hard work that they had put in was truly insignificant. The goo worms used to create the formation of this Firebird Mountain, the formation chart used, and all the resources provided had all come from Fan Yuan. This was akin to his gift to them. Fan Yuan's clone added, I will continue to give you missions in the future. Firebird Mountain is not the final one. Shi Cheng was dazed. There was deep meaning in Fan Yuan's words. Where did the fire phoenixes and sunset parasol trees come from? He had plundered them. Fan Yuan said that Firebird Mountain was not the final one. He meant that he would continue to plunder and take risks. The variant human Gu immortals gave Fan Yuan very subtle advice. Fan Yuan's rejection was also very subtle, but if one looked into it, they could see how domineering and intimidating Fan Yuan's response was. Shi Shiqing did not dare to contradict him, he even felt a little joy after receiving this gift. With this Firebird Mountain, my Rockman tribe can finally rise up. How can Lord Fan Yuan be someone that is so easily convinced and shaken? That is not my problem. Lord Fan Yuan has given me the task of leading the tribe. These resources are also my cultivation resources. As long as I do not go overboard, I can definitely cultivate rapidly and raise my cultivation level. Shi Shiqing had a heated gaze. Any Gu immortal would treasure and feel deep desire towards their own battle strength under the pressure of the calamities and tribulations. Due to Fan Yuan's political tactic, Shi Shiqing had already been separated from the other Rockmen Gu immortals. The Rockmen were suitable for managing Firebird Mountain. The temperature of the earth around the volcano was hot. It was a good place for Rockmen to sleep in. Of course, Eggmen were the most suitable for managing volcanoes. But currently, Fan Yuan had no intention of bringing in Eggmen. It was sufficient to develop these variant human groups now. Shi Shiqing's words gave Fan Yuan quite some insight. Different from my previous life, this time around, I took in many variant human tribes. I need to nurture and strengthen them. I also need to divert some attention and resources to them. Fan Yuan could use enslavement path methods to subdue all these variant human tribes, but in that case, he would lose any chance of nurturing them as it is. I want to comprehend human path. It is not like enslavement path. Everybody has their own thoughts and desires. To maintain an organization, I will need to consider the thoughts and emotions of the members in this organization. There are no two completely identical individuals. No matter how similar, people are different in their own ways. Fan Yuan suddenly had a thought. A flash of inspiration sparked in his mind like lightning, brightening his entire mind. It was the epiphany of human path. Suddenly, Fan Yuan understood a certain point. He had a complex expression. Human path. So that's it, I had a human path killer move all along. At this moment, his human path attainment level rose to Master. Human Path Master. Chapter 1774. Eerie light under her eyes. Southern border. On a nameless mountain, there was the noise of a waterfall as mist spread out widely. At the cliff of the waterfall, Fan Yuan's main body sat on a pine tree branch as he thought deeply. The human path inspiration came abruptly. Fan Yuan placed great importance on it. His main body and clone stopped what they were doing and thought about it together. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, an army had formed. There were 100,000 strength path phantoms. They stood on the grassland unmoving, like solid statues. They all had the same faces. They resembled Fan Yuan's main body. They stood in an orderly formation with the same distance between each one. This was Fan Yuan's myriad self army created from using myriad self immortal Gu. Fan Yuan grasped onto that inspiration as he stopped myriad self immortal Gu, activating myriad self killer move instead. In a while, a larger number of strength path phantoms formed again. Fan Yuan thought about it before using myriad self killer move for a third time. But this time, he did not use the immortal level killer move, but the original mortal killer move instead. Rank 4 all-out effort Gu as the core, with a supplementary bitter strength Gu, borrow strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, refine essence spirit Gu, earth strength Gu, water strength Gu, wind strength Gu, lightning strength Gu, fire strength Gu, lurking soul coat Gu, breath concealment Gu. Eventually creating the killer move myriad self, splitting the main body's soul into a grand army of strength path phantoms. But because it was a mortal killer move, these strength path phantoms were far inferior to the previous phantom army. But this was the origin. Back then, during the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, Fan Yuan combined 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and self-strength, using Soul Path, Wisdom Path, Chi Path, and Enslavement Path killer moves as reference, solving the age-old question of combining enslavement and strength, creating this move. Next, using the foundation of this move, he developed Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The former gave Fan Yuan a new offensive method at the appropriate timing and was his strongest method for some time. The latter was the crucial trump card to Fan Yuan's ability to fight rank 8 as a rank 7. Be they Myriad Self, Strength Path Giant Hand, or Reverse Flow Protection Seal, they were very exceptional. They were top tier even among top tier killer moves. Right now, Fan Yuan gained some human path inspiration. He traced its source and modified the original version of the mortal killer move Myriad Self once again. Fan Yuan's main body and clone deduced together. At the same time, his clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. The killer move soon became modified. Fan Yuan activated Myriad Self for the fourth time. This time, he created a Strength Path Phantom army again, but different from the first three. Even though this army was standing quietly, the individuals had various expressions of all sorts. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were frowning, some were smiling, some had killing intent, some were expressionless, some were resting with their eyes shut, some had peaceful expressions, some had darting eyes, curious about everything around them, while some were sighing and grunting, looking extremely bored. Fan Yuan's divine sense swept through these phantoms. Countless thoughts sparked in his mind like lightning. After a while, Fan Yuan and his clone abandoned these phantom armies, activating wisdom path methods to deduce once more. This deduction took 6 hours. After succeeding the deduction, Fan Yuan obtained an extremely complex mortal myriad self-killer move that was many times the size of the original in terms of goo worms. He activated this killer move. Because this killer move had too many goo worms, the arrangements were too complex. Even as a rank 8 goo immortal, Fan Yuan only succeeded after a long while. This time, the myriad self-phantoms were far fewer in numbers than the original 3 versions, but they all had individuality in them. Some of these myriad self-phantoms were running, jumping, sitting and thinking, playing around. Some were even angry and furious, attacking the surrounding myriad self-phantoms and creating huge chaos. The chaos among the myriad self-phantoms grew rapidly. After a while, these myriad self-phantoms were all engaged in a huge brawl. Even though some did not want to participate, they had no choice. These myriad self-phantoms did not have the same strength. Some were stronger, some were weaker. Bright light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He found that in this chaotic battle, the myriad self-phantoms who won became stronger, while those who lost became weaker, or even got destroyed. The myriad self-phantoms fell in numbers rapidly. Soon, less than 10 phantoms were still fighting intensely. Eventually, only one phantom stood on the battlefield. All the rest of the phantoms were destroyed. This phantom was tens of times stronger than before, but it was still at the mortal level. The phantom looked identical to Fan Yuan, but it was filled with anger and hatred. It roared at Fan Yuan's time path clone, showing deep killing intent and animosity, but it did not dare to attack. It charged towards the previous few groups of myriad self-phantoms. These myriad self-phantoms stood quietly and without orders from Fan Yuan. They did not move. They allowed the angry phantom to attack them. After slaughtering them all, this angry phantom's aura grew time and again. It broke the limits of the mortal level and reached the level of a rank 6 goo immortal. Seeing this, Fan Yuan's main body and clone both showed joy on their faces. Fan Yuan's clone waved. The remaining myriad self-army moved like a tide, surrounding the angry phantom and fighting it to the death. The angry phantom had outstanding strength. Even though it was encircled, it continued to fight without fear. With every phantom it destroyed, it grew a little stronger. It did not know fatigue. It was like a fighting machine that kept growing. It growled and roared, continuing to stand on the battlefield. Eventually, after it broke through from rank 6 to 7, Fan Yuan's main body finally moved, activating a killer move and personally killing this strength path phantom. This fourth myriad self-killer move that Fan Yuan used created very unique strength path phantoms that had their own thoughts and personalities. Even his main body could not control them. And amazingly, all of them had terrifying potential for growth. The angry phantom started out at rank 4 level, but it eventually grew to reach the level of a rank 7 goo immortal. Of course, only its aura and level broke through. Its own battle strength was not too high. It was even weaker than ordinary ancient desolate beasts. Because its body was phantom, it was not as sturdy as an ancient desolate beast. It was also limited in intelligence. It could not use goo worms to fight. It only had battle instinct. Be it myriad self-immortal goo or myriad self-killer move, they both expend my soul. This is the basis of the killer move. It is a flaw that cannot be avoided. Precisely because these strength path phantoms originate from the same source, the souls can merge. They are able to get stronger by devouring each other. The final myriad self-killer move that I activated is no longer just the convergence of enslavement and strength. It has progressed to become a human path killer move. Fan Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom all along. Its eyes flickered with uncertainty and bright light. At this point, the killer move Myriad Self had become a true human path killer move, while Myriad Self Immortal Goo was confirmed to be a human path immortal goo. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had felt regret that he lacked a human path method or foundation when attacking Central Continent. The truth was, he had won all along, but because he had too many issues going on and things to consider, he did not notice it during the battle. This was like the poem, "The mountain resembles a range when you look from the front, it resembles a peak when you look at it sideways." The mountain shows different features at different angles near and far. You cannot see the real Lushan mountain, because you are on the mountain yourself. His exploration in human path had started in the 500 years of his previous life, but he had no awareness in this aspect. A person's life is their exploration towards human path itself. Other than myriad self-immortal goo, I also have another human path immortal goo. That is, perseverance goo. Wait, not just perseverance goo, the sovereign immortal fetus goo that I stole is also a human path goo worm. Looking at the legends of Renzu, hope goo, vanity goo, guts goo, stubborn goo, pride goo, self goo, suffering goo. Weren't all these human path goo worms? No wonder the legends of Renzu is known as the human path true inheritance. It truly contains the deep profundities of human path within it. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. At this point, he could finally read the legends of Renzu with a proper level of understanding. Fan Yuan had reached this conclusion after living for nearly 600 years. His human path inspiration was not obtained from nurturing the variant humans, it was the crucial qualitative breakthrough that he gained after accumulating sufficient life experiences. It was like a small pile of gunpowder that was lit by a spark. An intense explosion with a loud sound was set off. Fan Yuan surpassed his original limits and reached a new level in human path. This was his growth after deep accumulation. Progress was very smooth. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. In Central Great Hall. The dense purple aura calmed down slowly, before it completely retracted back into Fairy Ziwei's mind. Fairy Ziwei frowned lightly. What is this demon Fan Yuan plotting now? In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Heavenly Court lost terribly. Fairy Ziwei took the responsibility personally. She rapidly divulged the information regarding Fan Yuan for free. But currently, Fan Yuan was very strange. He had not taken any action. Normally speaking, with Star Caste exposed and the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Fan Yuan would definitely spread news of it everywhere to attack Heavenly Court's prestige, to make the other 4 regions more antagonistic towards Heavenly Court. But Fan Yuan did not do that. Fairy Ziwei had a sense of unease all along. These last days, she had been paying close attention to Fan Yuan's movements. Even if a slight incident occurred, she would deduce it with her full strength. Fairy Ziwei already knew about Fan Yuan's actions in southern border. But why did Fan Yuan target Qi Clan? What motive did he have? Was he really just going after those 3 resource points of Qi Clan? Earlier, the formation in Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench got destroyed. Was that mysterious goo immortal Fan Yuan? Or maybe, he wants to refine goo now after annexing Langya Blessed Land and gaining a huge foundation. Or maybe, he has already used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He is using his rebirth knowledge to obtain all of his potential advantages now. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After Fan Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada got exposed, his enemies would all consider it when they thought about his actions. Fairy Ziwei had been paying attention to this all along. Once Fan Yuan rebirths, Spring-Autumn Cicada would need a lot of time to recover. That would be the best time to kill him. At the same time, all the methods that I used already will be known to Fan Yuan. I will need to change my battle tactics. It was crucial whether Fan Yuan had already used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth or not. If he did, Fairy Ziwei would need to stop all her original plans and start from scratch. However, even though Fairy Ziwei deduced with her full strength, even after using Star Constellation chessboard, she could not confirm if Fan Yuan had been reborn or not. Fan Yuan destroyed the formation in Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, but did not take the Dream Realms. He was very secretive when dealing with Meng Tu and the rest. Even for Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fan Yuan did not use it openly. He used the super formation to conceal it. Heavenly Court could not link him to Swan Bujin. His smoke bomb was just too brilliant. He had successfully confused Fairy Ziwei. Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment was a huge help in this aspect. This rebirth was very different from the previous ones. Against the strong enemy Heavenly Court, he had to consider the ink effect at all times. Fan Yuan is crafty and shrewd. He has left too little valuable information for us. Fairy Ziwei thought about it angrily. She turned around and left the central Great Hall, arriving at the place she held Spectral Soul captive. Soul Search. Spectral Soul resisted for a while before relenting as waves of memories were extracted. The secret of golden dragonfish rearing? Fairy Ziwei was first joyful before becoming disappointed. If it were before, Fairy Ziwei would be very happy about targeting Fan Yuan's main source of income, But now that he obtained Langya Blessed Land, all of its businesses were taken over by him. This method that Fairy Ziwei obtained was not very useful. Even so, I cannot give up on this chance to suppress Fan Yuan. Fairy Ziwei thought about it as she gritted her teeth and made her decision. But unknown to her, while she was thinking, in the depths of her eyes, a dark eerie light flashed for an instant. Chapter 1775. Developing Green Ghost Disa. On this night in southern border, the starry sky was dim, intense winds were blowing, a storm was about to start. Two Gu immortals flew rapidly while hiding their traces, the thick dark clouds providing them an additional layer of concealment. It is here. While moving, one of the Gu immortals spoke. The other immediately stopped. Next, at the center of the dark clouds, an immortal battlefield opened slowly, absorbing the two Gu immortals before it closed rapidly. The two Gu immortals entered the immortal battlefield and removed their disguise. They returned to their normal appearance. The one with lower cultivation level had an ordinary appearance, but the other was a rank 8 Gu immortal with great authority and reputation. It was the famous Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. If other Righteous Path Gu immortals saw this, they would stare in disbelief and shout in shock. The great Qi Chuyu was actually sneaking around in the darkness. Who was he meeting? Senior Qi Chuyu, we meet again. The Gu immortal defending the immortal battlefield had Dream Path aura and an ordinary appearance. He was the type that would be indistinguishable in a crowd. Qi Chuyu looked at him and said in displeasure, Fan Yuan, I thought your main body would come. Aren't you being too careful? Fan Yuan was the one waiting for Qi Chuyu, and this battlefield was Yama battlefield. But Fan Yuan did not come in his main body. This was a pure dream reality seeker physique body that he created. Fan Yuan's clone smiled. I am cowardly and afraid of death. Please do understand me, Senior Qi Chuyu. Cowardly and afraid of death? Qi Chuyu's eyebrows were raised. He thought of the 3 rib bones belonging to Thunder Ghost True Monarch that were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and the time when Fan Yuan disguised as Wei Hai, and also the recent losses that he incurred from Fan Yuan's plundering. He smiled and said mockingly, Fan Yuan, you are too humble. I brought the thing that you want. Let's not waste time in case mishaps occur. Let's do the transaction. This place was close to Tian Mountain. The location was quite sensitive. Qi Chuyu did not dare to be careless. Of course. Fan Yuan's clone nodded. The two finished their transaction on the spot. Qi Chuyu obtained an information path mortal Gu, while the Gu immortal beside him flew towards Fan Yuan's clone. The Gu immortal that came with Qi Chuyu was also Fan Yuan's dream path clone. After Fan Yuan and Qi Chuyu came to an agreement, they first targeted several southern border locations and obtained the scattered dream realms, before using pure dream reality seeker transformation to turn them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Next, using these pure dream reality seeker physique clones, he communicated with Qi Chuyu and met with him. Qi Chuyu brought one of them with him as he entered the secret formation space on Yitian Mountain through the back door. There, Fan Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique clone used a method to convert the rest of the dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and stuff them into its immortal aperture. The original pure dream reality seeker physique came from a Shadow Sect member, Wisdom Path Great Expert Old Man Yen Shi. The killer move pure dream reality seeker transformation was the greatest achievement of his lifetime's research. The original pure dream reality seeker transformation that he had could create the most extreme form of pure dream reality seeker physique. It had 18 hours to live, and every 2 hours, the cultivation level would rise by 1 rank. At the final moment, it would have rank 9 cultivation level. But after the battle on Yitian Mountain, Shadow Sect's sovereign immortal fetus Gu, which was made from countless years of effort, was obtained by Fan Yuan, while Spectral Soul got trapped in the dream realm. During the second Yitian Mountain battle, Purple Mountain True Monarch brought the remaining Shadow Sect forces to attack, attempting to save Spectral Soul's main body. During the battle, Purple Mountain True Monarch also used Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, but it was the incomplete version. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were also flawed. They were not as strong as the original. The version that Fan Yuan obtained was also this incomplete one, but afterwards, he got the original version from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. In Fan Yuan's previous life, this Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation killer move was obtained by Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had obtained it after soul-searching Spectral Soul for a long time. Not long after, Feng Jin Huang displayed the talent of a future venerable, she actually perfected the original version of pure dream reality seeker transformation, which had a huge flaw. Thereafter, Heavenly Court obtained the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique, the 11th extreme physique. During the final battle in Central Continent, when Fan Yuan attacked the 9 consecutive unceasing formation, he captured the perfected pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Feng Jin Huang and comprehended their creation. He also obtained the method to create perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Right now, when Fan Yuan did transactions with Qi Chuyu, he did not use the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique. He was using the incomplete killer move that Purple Mountain True Monarch gave him. Because this incomplete version had a time limit in lifespan, it would self-detonate when the time was up. Fan Yuan made good use of this flaw. Even if Qi Chuyu tried to harm him, he would not get the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Before the transaction, Fan Yuan informed Qi Chuyu of this flaw. After learning that the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies would self-detonate, Qi Chuyu's expression turned ugly, but for the sake of the dream path research results, he had to accept it. Seeing that the pure dream reality seeker physique body returned to Fan Yuan, he also let out a sigh of relief. If this thing self-detonated around him, even Qi Chuyu's formation path methods would be ineffective against it. This transaction carried huge risks for both parties, but the rewards were too alluring. Both sides were taking a gamble. After this first transaction, both parties were quite satisfied. They were more confident now in continuing. Before leaving, they agreed on the second transaction location and time. They also arranged many secret and safe methods to communicate. Fan Yuan's transaction with Qi Clan had changed drastically from the previous life. Last time, Fan Yuan used the Dream Realms to exchange for Qi Clan's immortal essence stones and immortal materials. That was because he lacked immortal essence at the time. But now, Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and advanced to rank 8. With his rank 8 immortal essence, he did not lack immortal essence at all. He lacked Dream Realms instead. In the previous life, he basically explored all of the Dream Realms that were scattered outside. Only a small portion was worth exploring because he had sold them to Qi Chuyu. Fan Yuan needed a large number of Dream Realms, those that were on Etian Mountain. Because he knew that Spectral Soul was a great grandmaster in all paths, his Dream Realm was on Etian Mountain. There could likely be Human Path, Information Path, and Qi Path Dream Realms. If he could completely inherit Spectral Soul's attainment levels, Fan Yuan would be qualified to annex every single rank 8 Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul's Human Path attainment level was naturally Great Grandmaster. Without such a foundation, how could he possibly create Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo? My current Human Path attainment level is at Master. This is my accumulation after 600 years. Fan Yuan knew that with his Human Path achievement, he could not deal with Heavenly Court's Human Path methods left by different venerables. He was still too young. His accumulation was not deep enough. Red Lotus Demon Venerable lived for 3,000 years. This was the shortest among the venerables, but the truth was, due to his rebirths, his lifespan was far beyond 3,000. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable lived for 25,000 years, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lived for 19,000 years, while Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable lived for 12,000 years. These three were the top 3 venerables in terms of lifespan. To deal with their methods, Fan Yuan had to use Dream Realms to grow rapidly. Other than Human Path, Information Path, Qi Path, and even Ice and Snow Path were areas that Fan Yuan desired. Fan Yuan's main body was near this transaction location. After Qi Chuyu left, he summoned his clones after a while. Soon, he placed the 2 pure dream clones in his sovereign immortal aperture. The dream realms that Fan Yuan obtained this time were not Human Path. They were mostly Qi Path. Qi Path dream realms were very useful. If Fan Yuan had great grandmaster attainment level in Qi Path, he would be able to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. His cultivation level would rise drastically. Fan Yuan stored the dream realms. He activated Familiar Face before using Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move to leave southern border. At the next moment, he arrived in Western Desert. He disguised as the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin again. After flying for a while in Green Ghost Desert, Fan Yuan saw Fan Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal Fan Huaxing. He was the 3rd Supreme Elder of Fan Clan, specialized in healing methods. He wore a white robe and had white hair. As he looked at the approaching Fan Yuan, his stern expression turned into a warm smile. Friend Swan Bujin, how have you been? Fan Huaxing greeted. Fan Yuan nodded. Thanks for the concern. My goal in coming here is to cooperate with Fan Clan and develop Green Ghost Desert together. Fan Yuan moved quickly and spoke openly, stating his intention without wasting time. This was different from the previous life. Last time, Xuan Bujin's identity was exposed, his connection to Fang clan was cut. As a result, Fan Yuan had to extort Fang clan using his own identity. Even though Fang clan relented and gave him some resources, it was not part of Fan Yuan's original plans. In addition, Fang clan had also promised Fan Yuan an immortal gu as a reward, but after he got exposed, they did not act on it afterwards. When Fan Yuan repaired Danghun Mountain, he lacked soul beasts and could not produce enough guts gu. His own soul path cultivation became very slow. He had felt regret towards this loss many times. It hindered his growth tremendously. His cultivation path was disrupted. But now, Fan Yuan paid attention to this issue and changed it. Even though Xuan Bujin had used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Qin Yi, and also against Feng Jiuge in the formation space, the two situations were very different. Without any evidence, nobody could link Fan Yuan to Xuan Bujin. Even though they were both theft path methods, there were still theft path gu immortals in the 5 regions. Currently, most people thought that in a Langya Blessed Land battle, Fan Yuan's theft path method was the foundation of Langya Blessed Land. After all, Long-Hair Ancestor had once worked with thieving heaven demon Venerable. Fang Huaxing had a grim expression as he sighed. Ever since the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Xuan Bujin, you have been vividly etched in our memories. We are more than happy to cooperate with you, but now. Fang Huaxing said that as he paused, raising his head to observe Fan Yuan's expression. But he was going to be disappointed. Fan Yuan's plain face had no change of expression at all. Fang Huaxing had no choice but to continue. Right now, our Fang clan is in an awkward position. We are facing pressure from Western Desert's righteous path, which is giving us problems. Especially recently, friend Xuan Bujin, there have been rumors that you are actually the demon Fan Yuan, because you both possess a method to steal immortal gu and also oppose Heavenly Court. That demon Fan Yuan has familiar face after all. He can conceal himself and has a vicious heart. We truly cannot defend against him. Even Heavenly Court is without means against him. Chapter 1776. Fang Clan's External Supreme Elder. Fang Huaxing's problems and complaints were actually deliberately mentioned as obstacles to Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan's expression did not change. His mind was calm and tranquil. Because he had heard of such rumors long ago. Since he was going against Heavenly Court, he had to have great foresight. Currently, he was trying to stand above the 5 regions, using the entire gu world as the chessboard to compete against Heavenly Court. Rumors that said Xuan Bujin and Fan Yuan were the same person did not originate from Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had no evidence. Random guesses would only ruin Heavenly Court's reputation. At most, they could only suspect it and try to help spread this rumor. The ones who came up with it were Western Desert's other righteous path forces. Fang Clan had obtained complete victory in the battle over Divine Bean Palace. They defeated Qin Yi and Qin Chou, obtaining Divine Bean Palace and even recruiting 2 rank 7 demonic path experts, Old Ghosts by June and Eagle Concubine. Fang Clan's gains were huge. After they assimilate this newfound strength, their battle strength would rise greatly. They would jump up and become the number 1 Western Desert Righteous Path force. This would break the current balance. There would be a huge commotion that would affect the Righteous Path force's benefits. Thus, they worked together and tried to suppress Fang Clan. In order to make up excuses so they could act freely, they started looking for reasons. All sorts of random stories and old feuds were dug up. Even historical conflicts were taken out and used as excuses. If they could not find any reasons, what would they do? They would create reasons. Using all sorts of rumors and underground information, they could create commotion that sounded reasonable, but would be easily dispelled if effort was placed into answering them. The rumor that Xuan Bujin was Fan Yuan was one of them. There was no strong evidence, but did rumors need evidence to begin with? These were just rules of the game that the Righteous Path played. They were working together to target Fang Clan and needed this layer of reasoning. Who cared if there was evidence? These reasons were sufficient. Fan Yuan even suspected that this rumor regarding himself was the inspiration of a random gu immortal one day. This gu immortal who created the rumor would likely never think that they had actually hit the nail on the head. But Fan Yuan was quite sure that Fang Clan would not believe this rumor. Even though Xuan Bujin appeared abruptly, he had a reasonable background that they could research on. Fan Yuan made ample preparations for this purpose. He had linked Xuan Bujin's background to a Western Desert lone immortal, Jing Jingshin. Fang clan trusted the background that Fang Yuan had provided to a large extent. Because Jing Jingshan had lived tens of thousands of years ago, his relationship with Fang clan was a secret. The other forces did not know it. Fang clan would not admit that Xuan Bujin was Fang Yuan in any case, unless strong evidence forced them to be speechless. It was like this in the previous life. Because Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Fang clan was quite troubled. Western Desert's righteous path forces found the perfect excuse and became overjoyed. Fang Yuan knew that Fang Huaxing's words were simply to gain the maximum benefits for Fang clan. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He looked at Fang Huaxing with a plain gaze. In that case, forget it. I will look for the other clans to work together. Saying this, he turned around and left quickly. Fang Huaxing saw Fang Yuan's gaze and felt his heart jump. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to leave, he gasped and quickly chased. Xuan Bujin, wait, hold up. What is it? Is anything the matter? Fang Yuan slowed down as he floated in the air. He looked at Fang Huaxing with a mocking gaze, saying plainly, "Isn't Fang clan in huge trouble now and does not want to cooperate?" Fang Huaxing had a bitter smile. He understood that Fang Yuan knew the fact that Fang clan was trying to extort him through this reason. But Fang Huaxing was helpless, because he was currently exposed. Regarding this, Fang Huaxing was mentally prepared. Because before coming, Fang clan's Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fang Dichang had already informed him. Xuan Bujin was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Fang Huaxing cupped his fist towards Fang Yuan. Friend Xuan Bujin, please don't worry, even though Fang clan is in dire straits now, our determination to cooperate with you has never wavered. Our relationship extends all the way to tens of thousands of years ago. This is really a special connection between us, we need to treasure it. Last time, during the battle over Divine Beam Palace, we worked together harmoniously. If not for your help, we would have had much more difficulties in obtaining Divine Beam Palace. We still owe you the reward for that battle, even though you allowed us to delay the payment. We have never forgotten about it. Before coming, First Supreme Elder even told me to apologize to you properly regarding that matter. Fang Huaxing said a long string of beautiful words without any effort. Fang Yuan felt disdain on the inside, but he showed a faint smile, cooperating with Fang Huaxing while allowing this matter to end on a nice note. Fang Yuan said, I know about Fang clan's circumstances. You know I am a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal too. I vitally want to develop Green Ghost Desert as well. I have already written the details of this cooperation. Take a look. Fang Huaxing received the information path Mortal Gu. He looked into it, his face turning pale gradually. The details that Fang Yuan wrote were advantageous to him. The conditions were neither too harsh nor too easy on Fang clan. It was right on Fang clan's bottom line. Friend, you are truly a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Fang Huaxing felt a chill in his heart as he spoke with admiration. Even though Fang clan obtained Divine Beam Palace, the refinement of this Gu house was very difficult. They were making little progress. After the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, Fang clan's 3 immortal Gu houses were heavily damaged. Fang clan's strength fell drastically. They were at their weakest point. But at this moment, Western Desert's righteous path forces acted together to suppress Fang clan. They were in a worrying state now. They needed external help. Xuan Bujin was an ideal reinforcement. Because from Fang clan's perspective, Xuan Bujin was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal with methods to enslave a Soul Beast army. During the battle in Divine Beam Palace, he even showed the ability to steal rank 8 Immortal Gu's Soul Beast token. It was simply shocking. Fang clan was very wary regarding Xuan Bujin, but thankfully they had a historical relationship and had worked together before. At this point, if Fang clan could gain a rank 7 expert like him, their morale would rise. It would help this situation greatly. And if they refused to cooperate with Xuan Bujin, he might even be forced to join his enemies instead. If Xuan Bujin worked with the other Righteous Path forces, Fang clan's circumstances would be even worse. Fang clan was wary of Xuan Bujin, but they also needed him. Xuan Bujin was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal, but Fang clan was not able to reject his offer to work together even if they wanted to. Fang Yuan knew about this point. That was why he acted fearlessly against Fang Huaxing. In the negotiation with Qi Chuyu earlier, I could have failed. But in this current negotiation, I have no way of losing. Fang Yuan felt very confident in this. Of course, if Xuan Bujin's identity is really exposed, Fang clan would never cooperate with me no matter what. That was why I gave up in the previous life and directly extorted them. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. As for why Qi Chuyu took the risk to make transactions with Fang Yuan, The profits were too immense. Additionally, Chi Chuyu was confident that even if the matter got exposed, he could still deny it. Chi clan also had a formation defending them. They were extremely safe. In the worst case, he just had to give up some resource points. Chi clan's circumstances and status were different from Fang clan. Because of the two clans' differences, they could make different decisions. Fan Huaxing looked at the contents clearly before returning the information path Mortal Goo to Fang Yuan. But at the same time, he handed another information path Mortal Goo to Fang Yuan. Second Supreme Elder has personally entrusted this to me. According to your proposal, we can definitely cooperate. But this information path Mortal Goo contains another proposal filled with Fang clan's sincerity. Please take a look and consider it. Fang Yuan laughed to himself on the inside. He knew what the contents were before he even looked at it. After taking a look, Fang Yuan's lips curled up indistinctly. As expected, Fang clan wrote one condition: they invited Fang Yuan to be their external Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan smiled secretly to himself, but he showed a hesitant expression. He said to Fang Huaxing solemnly, "This is a huge matter. I need a few days to consider it." Fang Huaxing was overjoyed. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would reject him on the spot. Now that he said he would consider it, it meant that he was inclined to accept the offer. It was not strange for him to be moved by it. Back then, when Fang Huaxing first saw the plan to recruit Fang Yuan, he was very shocked too, to think that the clan was willing to pay such a huge price. Fang Huaxing quickly said, "Please take your time to consider it. I'm sure you can see Fang clan's sincerity and foundation. Even though this is a difficult time, our future is bright. The truth is, our clan already has some progress in refining Divine Beam Palace." Fang Yuan gasped as he showed an obvious expression of being moved. But he was rolling his eyes internally. Fang clan's progress in refining Divine Beam Palace was definitely very slow. The reason? Because they did not use it to fight even during the final battle in Central Continent. Fang Huaxing was simply lying through his teeth. But that was not Fang Yuan's concern. He decided to agree to Fang clan's request and become their external Supreme Elder. Given enough time, with his own information path methods, no agreements could bind him. With this relationship, the development of Green Ghost Desert would become even smoother. Fang Yuan would also gain a lot of cultivation resources as his reward for joining Fang clan. These resources moved Fang Yuan as well. But he could not agree now. If he did, it would seem like he was too eager. That was not how Swan Bujin would act. Fang clan's Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fang Dichan had incredible methods and capability. Fang Yuan had witnessed it personally. He could not underestimate him. At this point, Fang Yuan said goodbye to Fang Huaxing. "Goodbye, friend." Fang Huaxing stayed as he watched Fang Yuan leave. He had an expression of sincerity on his face. Fang Yuan felt a little amused. "I will agree to this in a few days. If one day my identity gets exposed, I wonder how Fang clan would react?" Chapter 1777. Ink Effect. Sovereign Grotto Heaven. In mini southern border, a damaged mountain stood proudly on the ground. Even though it was damaged, the surrounding mounds were still like tiny pebbles compared to it. Different from normal mountains, it looked like it was made of crystals. It was pink throughout while emitting the colors of dreams and illusions. It was the secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Renzu, Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan's divine sense went around it entirely. Dang Hun Mountain is about 80% repaired. This is way faster compared to the previous life. Compared to now, his previous life was truly pitiful. Firstly, he did not annex Langya Blessed Land. The battle expended a lot of his immortal essence storage. Afterwards, he attacked southern borders areas and stole dream realms, before transacting with Chichuyu to gain a large number of immortal essence stones, finally replenishing his immortal essence storage. In the previous life, Fang Yuan used landscape as before Immortal Goo to repair Dang Hun Mountain. He expended a vast amount of immortal essence. Landscape as before was just rank 6 while Fang Yuan's immortal essence was rank 7. He also faced pressure from the outside, be they Heavenly Court or Southern Border. They wanted to create problems for him. For a long time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence storage was kept at a dangerous level. He could not accumulate any as his expenditure was huge. But now, after annexing Langya Blessed Land, everything was different. He became a rank 8 Goo Immortal. He was able to produce rank 8 White Lychee Immortal Essence in his Sovereign Immortal Aperture in advance. It was the same as 100 Red Date Immortal Essence beads. That was to say, Fang Yuan's Immortal Essence was produced at 100 times the efficiency as the previous life. At the same time, Fan Yuan had rank 7 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, while Langya Blessed Land itself had a huge stock of Immortal Essence Stones. This huge foundation was sustaining Fan Yuan. He faced no problems in terms of Immortal Essence. By spending a huge amount of Immortal Essence without concern, Danghun Mountain was being repaired at an extremely fast rate, far superior than his previous life. In the previous life, at this time, Danghun Mountain was only 30% repaired. But now, it was already 80% repaired. Given just a bit more time, it would be fully repaired. If Landscape as before had a higher rank, the recovery speed would be even faster. Currently, Landscape as before was merely rank 6, using it to repair Danghun Mountain was like chopping a tree using a knife. Even though Fan Yuan had rank 8 Immortal Gu Advanced Refinement, and the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, he was unwilling to take the risk to refine Landscape as before due to his vigilant nature. Unless he obtains Regret Gu and creates Regret Pool. The success rate of Gu refinement was too low. If he failed and the Immortal Gu got destroyed, it would be a disaster. Fan Yuan had thought of the Vital Gu. When a Vital Gu is refined, no matter how many times it fails, it would not die. But Fan Yuan's clone had Spring Autumn Cicada as its Vital Gu, while the Sovereign Immortal Body was created using Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It had no such thing as a Vital Gu. If I can obtain a Gu Immortal's body and use Split Soul to turn it into my clone, I can change the Vital Gu and refine Landscape as before Immortal Gu using it. That would be safer. But this plan could not be done now. It was not that he could not capture Gu Immortals, he had a batch of them now. But the problem was, the amount of expended Soul Foundation was huge. With his current foundation, he could not use Split Soul. Whenever a Wisdom Path Gu Immortals makes deductions on Fan Yuan, Emperor Yama would activate and expend his Soul Foundation. Every pure dream reality seeker physique body that Fan Yuan creates would expend his Soul Foundation. The same went for Myriad Self. And exploring dream realms also damaged the soul. With all these reasons, Fan Yuan's soul was constantly being drained. Especially recently, Fairy Ziwei had been deducing matters on Fan Yuan every now and then, causing Emperor Yama to be activated continuously. Fan Yuan was consistently pestered. His Guts Gu storage was reaching its end. Ever since rebirth, even though the ink effect gave Fan Yuan lots of benefits, there were also problems that happened. In the previous life, his soul foundation was able to last for a long time. But now, it was terrible. At this rate, he would finish his stock of Guts Gu. Fan Yuan would need to use other soul path methods instead. These soul path methods all had their downsides. None were as useful as Guts Gu. There is another issue. Heavenly Court has started to take over the Dragonfish business. Heavenly Court is actually selling a large number of Iron Dragonfish and Silver Dragonfish. They seem to be able to produce Golden Dragonfish too. It is causing a great impact to my Dragonfish business. Even though this happened in the previous life as well, it occurred much later. To think that it would happen in advance now. But Fan Yuan was helpless about this. Spectral Soul was taken captive. Fairy Ziwei was likely provoked by the loss in Langya Blessed Land. She intensified the soul search on Spectral Soul and obtained the information regarding the Dragonfish business. It seems that Spectral Soul is starting to lose his hold. Even in the previous life when Longevity Heaven attacked Heavenly Court, he did not show up, he was imprisoned all along. Fan Yuan sighed, retracting his complex emotions. He had no time to waste. He had to use every minute and every second. Who knew if this extra second would be significant during the huge battle in the future? Any bit of accumulation mattered greatly. Fan Yuan's post-rebirth plans were progressing smoothly and gradually. Langya Blessed Land was annexed. He became a rank 8 Gu Immortal, after which he took in the 4 Races Alliance and gained a huge foundation. His human path attainment broke through to master level. Shi Chuyu made a transaction with him. The contents were even more advantageous to him than in the previous life. There was also Fan Clan trying to recruit him. The plan to develop Green Ghost Desert was going to be very helpful. All of these changes and accumulations were totally beyond his previous life. Fan Yuan did not relax at all. He knew that the Southern Border's leaders were going to meet and create a group to chase after him next. On one hand, Fan Yuan's attack was a type of provocation towards the Southern Border righteous path. They had to make an active response. On the other hand, Wu Clan, Tai Clan, Ba Clan, and the others also wanted to gain some benefits from this and raise their reputation. They wanted to gain a larger say in this group. There should be some time left. Because Southern Border's righteous path clans will not have an easy time coming up with a plan or conclusion. They need to compete against each other. With the emergence of earth trenches, the clans need to fight for natural resources. They have a lot of conflict among themselves. Currently, Tai Clan's Beacon Tower plan had not started yet. Even though Tai Clan promoted it, the clans were not willing to let it start. In fact, the Southern Border Alliance was nowhere to be seen. Wu Yong had such ambitions, but if he mentioned it now, it would be a joke. Fan Yuan had a lot of things to do. Firstly, he needed to modify his Jade Flow Pearl killer move. This killer move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core and almost all of Fan Yuan's current space path immortal goo, a few refinement path immortal goo, and a lot of supplementary mortal goo to construct. He had used this killer move many times, it was already exposed. Even though Chi Chu Yu was transacting with him secretly, he would definitely search for relevant information and look for other wisdom path immortals to find a way to counter it. To prevent himself from being countered, Fan Yuan needed to modify it and create a new version just in case. Because now, Bai Ningbing, Ing Wuxie, and the rest were still cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. Omnidirectional travel could not be used now. Even though Shuer, Mo Tanseng, and Shi Shiqing were prospective replacements, Fan Yuan did not practice with them a lot. They were far from actually mastering it. In terms of movement, Fan Yuan was heavily relying on omnidirectional travel and fixed immortal travel's killer move. If these two methods were unusable and Fan Yuan got encircled, he would be in trouble. One could never be too careful. The killer move involving fixed immortal travel was Fan Yuan's method of escaping if an unexpected mishap occurred. Next, he had to repair Spring-Autumn Cicada. Currently, he was already using immortal killer moves to help the weakened rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada recover more quickly. He also had to develop his businesses aggressively. The Dragonfish business was heavily affected. Heavenly Court had a deep foundation. Fan Yuan could not compete against it. Many of Langya Blessed Land's businesses were needed by Fan Yuan himself, the rest needed to be adapted to suit Fan Yuan's current needs. Additionally, Fan Yuan also disguised his identity in Treasure Yellow Heaven and purchased immemorial year beasts. As for the conceptualization of the incomplete Immortal Goo House, as well as the deduction of the killer move Goo as before, they were underway. Fan Yuan wanted to create his personal Immortal Goo House. In the previous life, his Immortal Goo House was constantly destroyed or damaged. These terrible experiences were precious to the current him, he had benefited greatly. His gains ever since he was reborn were quickly absorbed. Fan Yuan made use of every minute and second to grow stronger rapidly. Several days later. Western Desert, Fan Clan's headquarters. It is truly our clan's blessing that friend Swan Bujin could join us. From today onwards, you will be renowned throughout Western Desert, or even the other 4 regions. Fan Clan's first Supreme Elder Fan Gong held Fan Yuan's hands warmly. Fan Yuan smiled as he pulled back his hand inconspicuously. This old man looked very valiant and upfront on the outside but was actually devious and sinister. Fan Yuan had witnessed him sneak attacking Chen Yi and beating him up in Divine Beam Palace. The moment I joined Fan Clan, Fan Gong came to welcome me personally, while Fan Dichang and the rest can't wait to spread news of this. It seems that Fan Clan is truly in a bad state now. Fan Yuan thought about it. He looked towards Fan Dichang as he smiled. Fan Dichang had a strange feeling of nervousness. He thought to himself. What is going on? Why do I have a bad feeling all of a sudden? At the next moment, Fan Dichang's and Fan Gong's expressions changed. Fan Gong shouted loudly. Such guts! Demonic Path Goo Immortals dare to attack our clan's precious Heavenly Dew Oasis. Do they think that our Fan Clan is easy to bully? Fan Dichang had a grim expression as he said. It is a complex matter. It might not be Demonic Path Goo Immortals but other forces instead. Especially now when Elder Swan Bujin has just joined us. We have just released this information in Treasure Yellow Heaven but this actually happened. Fan Yuan snorted coldly from agitation. He had a grim expression. Let me handle this. Fan Dichang and Fan Gong looked at each other rapidly. Fan Gong clapped. Wonderful, Elder, we will wait for good news from you. Chapter 1778. Fan and Fan scheming each other. The desert extended to the horizon. Intense winds whipped up a yellow sandstorm, shrouding the world. Fan Yuan's body moved like light smoke, traveling rapidly within the sandstorm. An oasis with a huge area appeared in his vision. This was Heavenly Dew Oasis. The oasis had a large lake that had a lot of water in it. It was almost like a small sea. Acupuncture trees were planted all around this lake. This tree was dark green in color. It resembled a human shape with arms and legs. Its legs were stabbed into the depths of the desert. absorbing water and maintaining its vitality. Its arms were either spread out or pointed towards the sky. Some were standing, their arms bent and their pinky fingers pointed towards their heads, as if they were picking their noses. Some were completely lying on the ground like a lazy person, the hands were placed behind their heads as they looked up at the sky. A large number of acupuncture trees, several hundreds of them, surrounded Heavenly Dew Oasis tightly, forming the first line of defense. Ordinary acupuncture trees were the most numerous. They were 10 to 20 feet tall, they looked like still giants. There were also several hundred desolate plant acupuncture trees. They were even larger, at 50 to 60 feet tall, they were very grand. There were also 10 or so ancient desolate plant acupuncture trees. They were large like mountains, even if they were lying down, they were extremely conspicuous among the other trees. At ancient desolate level, the acupuncture trees would blossom every year, the petals were snow white. The core had rainbow colors that were mostly pink, yellow, and light blue. Each petal was a seed of the acupuncture tree, it could scatter with the wind. The acupuncture tree was very valuable, it had great use. Each leaf, each branch, and each root was a goo material, it had rich fire path and wood path down marks. When a strong enemy attacks, these acupuncture trees would stand up like giants, waving their limbs around and moving in the desert. They would fight the enemies using their strength and sharp needles. During normal times, they would be peaceful. When they met someone they favored, they would move their needles to pierce into them and inject some liquid. This liquid was like spring water, but it had great value. It could increase the vitality and foundation of the living being. It could alleviate fatigue and illnesses, even treating diseases. By using the acupuncture needles regularly, one could stay healthy and strong, they can even live longer. Ignoring the more valuable lake, just these acupuncture trees surrounding it were very valuable. They made this Heavenly Dew Oasis a giant resource point. This oasis was famous in Western Desert, it was one of the top 10 oases. Fong Clan had placed much importance into this asset. Even though Fong Yuan's Dragonfish Sea was a giant resource point too, it was dwarfed in comparison with this oasis. Recently, Fong Clan has faced the suppression of the other Western Desert forces. Among all of their resource points, the small ones are being affected and even taken away. This time, Heavenly Dew Oasis was attacked. Fong Clan's limit for tolerance was touched, so Fong Gong showed deep anger in response. After a while, Fong Yuan arrived above Heavenly Dew Oasis. The formation of Heavenly Dew Oasis was already activated, it was resisting a mysterious Goo Immortal. This Goo Immortal cultivated Soul Path. He wore a black robe and above him, there was a dark cloud. He was surrounded by gray-white vengeful spirits that moved around in the sky. He moved in a peculiar manner. His killer move was outstanding. Each attack would emit a shrill noise that made people feel goosebumps all over. The Fong Clan Goo Immortal defending Heavenly Dew Oasis had already activated the formation. But Fong Clan's formations were inferior to Qi Clan. Their strong point was in Immortal Goo houses. Furthermore, this Western Desert Soul Path Goo Immortal attacked peculiarly and ruthlessly. Half the formation was already destroyed. He was rampaging in Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fong Yuan did not conceal his aura. He arrived in the battlefield and attacked the Soul Path Goo Immortal. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought as they created thunderous noises. Air currents surged and created huge waves in the Oasis Lake. Fong Clan's Goo Immortal contacted Fong Yuan and asked him to help, but Fong Yuan only told him to defend the oasis. The Fong Clan Goo Immortal was worried because the Soul Path Goo Immortal was very strong. He felt very uneasy in this situation. But Fong Yuan showed an even stronger stance. He had many immortal Goo, while acting as Swanbu Jin. Even with just Wisdom Path methods, he had a variety of different methods that could not be dealt with easily. The Soul Path Goo Immortal had peculiar methods, but Fong Yuan's Wisdom Path killer moves were more exquisite, filled with wisdom and elegance. As the two fought, Fong Yuan gained the upper hand. He slowly obtained control over the tempo of the battle. The Western Desert Soul Path Goo Immortal became more fierce in his attacks as he shouted, "Who are you? How did Fong Clan find someone like you?" Fong Yuan laughed loudly. "I am Wisdom Path Swanbu Jin, an external supreme elder of Fong Yuan. I have just joined Fong Clan, but you jumped out to provoke me. You are simply looking down on me. I will take your life." Fong Yuan's display of killing intent surged as he forced the Soul Path Goo Immortal back into a dangerous spot. The Fong Clan Goo Immortal inside the formation felt a chill in his heart. This newly joined Supreme Elder of the clan was definitely not a kind or easygoing person. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. His face was full of sternness and arrogance. He waved his sleeves as he attacked like raging tides. His attacks were very powerful. The spectator was deeply shocked. After a while, the Soul Path Goo Immortal shouted loudly. He seemed to have used the killer move with deep backlash. His face turned pale as his aura became dim. He was very weakened now. But his speed increased rapidly. He flew out of the battlefield like a sharp arrow. "Where are you going?" Fan Yuan shouted loudly, chasing relentlessly. Under the Fang Clan's Goo Immortal's expectant gaze, Fan Yuan chased after the Soul Path Goo Immortal. Fang Clan headquarters. In the room, Fang Gong and Fang Dichang were discussing their plan in secret. All of a sudden, they stopped their discussions at the same time. "Oh? Swan Bujin made the strong enemy retreat. He is really fast." Fang Dichang smiled. "But..." Fang Gong had a low tone. "According to the information, Swan Bujin chased after him but returned midway. According to Swan Bujin, he returned in order to prevent the enemy from setting a trap and ambushing him elsewhere. What do you think about that?" Fang Dichang smiled. "Swan Bujin is a wisdom path Goo Immortal like me. He might have found some clues and sensed the scheme. Or maybe, he did not want to spend so much effort on this. Forcing the enemy away was already enough to show some credit for his work. He is not a Fang clansman after all. He joined us because the rewards were plentiful, and also because he wants to develop Green Ghost Desert with us." Fang Dichang's analysis of Fang Yuan was very in-depth. Fang Gong nodded. "Swan Bujin has good strength. His methods are numerous. Should we rope him into this plan too?" Fang Dichang shook his head. "I would not advise you to do that. He has just joined us. We do not know about his background yet. Even though we have the agreement, we cannot entrust everything to it. He is an uncertainty." Fang Gong pondered. "Then forget it. I just felt that it was a pity. He has great battle strength after all." Fang Dichang smiled. "Actually, even without him, our arrangements are sufficient already. Even if he does not join our secret plan, he can also provide some help. We should let him defend Heavenly Dew Oasis instead. We can bring the rank 7 member back to participate in this. In that case, we can show that our Fang clan is willing to give outsiders a chance. We can use Swan Bujin as a good example. With the results of this battle and our spreading of the news, he will gain huge fame. He will become an eyesore of the Western Desert Righteous Path forces. He will draw a lot of the attention away from us." "Ha!" Fang Gong laughed, looking at Fang Dichang with deep admiration. "It is truly great that our Fang clan has a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster like you. The next day, letting me defend this place?" Fang Yuan looked at Heavenly Dew Oasis as his thoughts moved rapidly like lightning. He was already using his Wisdom Path killer moves. "I have just joined Fang clan, but they actually let me defend this place alone. They deployed the original rank 7 Goo Immortal elsewhere. And with the battle earlier, Fang clan promoted it intensely. The Western Desert Righteous Path is already onto me. Normally speaking, Fang clan should deploy 1 Goo Immortal here to keep an eye on me. But not only did they not do that, Fang clan's experts are also moving in a peculiar fashion. It seems that they are going to attempt something big. In the previous life, what did Fang clan do?" Fang Yuan frowned. "In the previous life, because Swan Bujin got exposed, Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to Fang clan. Fang Yuan did not know how Fang clan countered the suppression of Western Desert's righteous path. What happened from now until the time Fang clan took the lead to attack Emperor's City? It seems that Western Desert's righteous path had worked together to conceal the truth? Or perhaps, something has changed in this life already. The ink effect has already spread until here." Fang Yuan lacked information now. He could not think of any plan. For the following period, he could only wait and see what happens. On one hand, he can wait for the development here. On the other hand, he had to continue his plans. "Ingwu Xie, where are you now?" He contacted Ingwu Xie. Within Green Ghost Desert, a Soul Path Goo Immortal looked at the dark sky as he moved with his head lowered. "Reporting to Sect Leader, I am already inside Green Ghost Desert." It was Ingwu Xie. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had secretly brought him out of the Stone Lotus Island and gave him Yang Sanmu's body, Immortal Aperture, his Soul Path Goo Worms, and the modified Soul Path killer moves. Ingwu Xie had changed his appearance already. If Fang clan's Goo Immortals saw him now, they would be enraged. "Isn't this the mysterious Goo Immortal who attacked our Heavenly Dew Oasis yesterday? Very good, I have already handed Soul Beast token to you. Go ahead and develop the army. Keep in contact with me at all times. I already have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move now. I can reinforce you at any time." Don't be careless and end up in an immortal battlefield or a formation space. Fan Yuan added. I understand, sect leader. Ing Wu Xie replied respectfully. With me here, there will be an unceasing supply of soul beasts. Chapter 1779. Killer Moves Steel Dao. Swan Bujin was just a disguise. Fan Yuan knew that in order to join Fan Clan, his biggest obstacle was Fan Dichang. Because he was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Usually, only experts among rank 8s had Great Grandmaster attainment level. They were hard to deal with. There would be too many traces left behind if Fan Yuan tried to use Wisdom Path methods to deal with Fan Dichang's deductions. After all, Fan Yuan was just a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He was skilled at deductions and killer move modification in terms of Wisdom Path. Using the light of wisdom, in terms of deducing killer moves, he was the #1 person in the world. But dealing with other Gu Immortals and resisting other Wisdom Path Gu Immortals' deductions was not Fan Yuan's expertise. After Fan Yuan joins Fan Clan, it might stir some strange feelings in Fan Dichang. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were usually very calm. If their mental state was affected and their emotions changed, it would signify a huge problem. Thus, Fan Yuan arranged for Ing Wu Xie to disguise as a Western Desert Gu Immortal and attack Fan Clan's Heavenly Dew Oasis. As expected, Fan Dichang fell for it and did not suspect Fan Yuan. Making Ing Wu Xie attack Heavenly Dew Oasis had another deeper meaning. It was to help Fan Yuan integrate into Fan Clan more quickly. Swan Bujin had worked with Fan Clan to fight over Divine Beam Palace, but he had just joined the clan. Western Desert's righteous path was not familiar with him, while Fan Clan held suspicion towards his loyalty. At this time, Fan Yuan arranged for such an event. He displayed his own battle strength and, to a certain extent, his loyalty towards Fan Clan. However, Fan Dichang's Wisdom Path attainment level is higher than mine. The more we interact, the more likely he would be to find out the truth. Fan Yuan alerted himself. Dealing with a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster was too troublesome. Even though Fan Yuan was using familiar face killer move, he was in danger of getting exposed. Other than that, there was another risk, Ing Wu Xie. Ing Wu Xie's disguise method was not special. After all, Soul Path did not specialize in that. Furthermore, legendary immemorial soul beast Jing Cho was likely still lurking somewhere in Green Ghost Desert. These were all hidden dangers and risks. But compared to these risks, Fan Yuan's need for a vast number of soul beasts to raise his soul path cultivation level was greater. He was willing to take the risk. Even though I joined Fan Clan and they agreed to develop Green Ghost Desert, giving me a portion of the soul cores once in a while, they are very busy now, and because they have some stockpile of soul cores, they will likely hand me these accumulated soul cores during this period of time. Fan Yuan had already expected this. He needed to rely on himself for the development of Green Ghost Desert. Fan Yuan had not thought of relying on Fan Clan to capture soul beasts for him. In that situation, Fan Clan would not try their best after all. The truth was, Fan Yuan did not want Fan Clan to overly take control of Green Ghost Desert. The cooperation with them was to prevent Fan Clan from causing trouble. After all, there was only one clan, Fan Clan, around the vicinity of Green Ghost Desert. Fan Yuan could not station himself in Green Ghost Desert. He had to arrange pawns like Ing Wu Xie. If Fan Clan found trouble with him, they could not deal with Fan Yuan easily, but Ing Wu Xie was an easy target. Fan Yuan had considered many things. In this case, he had to cooperate with Fan Clan first. Even though Fan Clan did not have effective methods to use the soul beasts, they would capture many soul beasts each year and extract their soul cores. It could build up their inventory, and also be sold for profit. If Fan Yuan tried to hunt in Green Ghost Desert alone using Swan Bujin's identity, Fan Clan would find him an eyesore. As the superforce that was the closest to Green Ghost Desert, Fan Clan had already treated Green Ghost Desert as their own territory. Fan Yuan could not eliminate them entirely. He had to choose to work with them. Turning an enemy into a friend was also a way of eliminating an enemy. From Fan Yuan's perspective, killing was just a method. Other than killing, there were many other methods he could use. To achieve his goals, he had to use the most appropriate and effective method, regardless of what it entailed. This was different from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable handled matters and conflict with basically one method. That was to kill. You do not relent? Kill. You are an eyesore? Kill. His own mood was bad? Kill. He was bored? Kill. Fan Yuan began to inspect Heavenly Dew Oasis. He had already seen the acupuncture trees, they were at the periphery. But he had to enter the formation to observe the lake water within it. Heavenly Dew Oasis not only had a lot of water resources, they were of various types. Commonly seen were delicate springs, jade toad drool, bitter fragrance water. More rare ones included divine strength water, black white water, and others. There was a huge quantity of goo materials, with immortal materials of all kinds. For example, even though divine strength water was a type of water, it contained strength path Dao marks. It was a rank 6 strength path immortal material in the market. In mortal fables, divine strength water had a lot of names. Often, when mortal heroes drink this water, they would gain divine strength and be able to defeat evil goo masters. And because this divine strength water was an immortal material, drinking it without food path methods would kill even a goo immortal just because of its strength path Dao marks. Therefore, the mortals of these stories often die themselves after taking revenge. The most important one was black white water. Black white water was a rank 7 immortal material. It was situated at the center of Heavenly Dew Oasis. During daytime, the black white water would be white. During night, it would be black. Placing the black white water there while exposed to the sky, as the days and nights cycle, the black white water would create drops of heavenly dew. The heavenly dew was transparent and looked like a droplet. It was round and each drop had the size of a baby's finger. The heavenly dew could not fuse together. Droplets could only be placed together but not as one entity. The most valuable thing in Heavenly Dew Oasis was the heavenly dew. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Fan Yuan soon found that this black-white water region had 100 droplets of heavenly dew accumulated here. Ing Wuxia attacked this place but did not reach the center. The heavenly dew that had accumulated for half a year was still here. Fan Yuan smiled as he stored 30 droplets of heavenly dew away without hesitation. This was the hidden rule of the righteous path. Any goo immortal sent to defend the resource points would secretly keep a portion of the resources for their own cultivation needs. Of course, this was not an outright rule. But basically, all the super forces allowed this. Being stationed outside to defend resource points was a tough job, it had risks. Without this benefit, who would want to do it? In the 500 years of his previous life, Fan Yuan had learned about these things. Taking 30 drops of heavenly dew was the limit already. This was a valuable sum. It was 3 months of heavenly dew oasis accumulation. If he took more, Fang Clan would not be happy. They would accuse him of embezzlement. It is a pity that the 9 heavens shattered, only black heaven and white heaven are left. If the 9 heavens were around, according to this heavenly dew oasis location, this would not be black-white water but rank 8 immortal material 9-colored water. 9-colored water faces the sky and experiences the 9 different heavens continuously. With the direct rays of the stars, moon, and sun from the 9 heavens, it would produce a drop of 9 heavenly star sweat every year from this 9-colored water. 9 heavenly star sweat was a rank 9 immortal material. It was one of the 3 waters of heaven and earth, along with myriad being creation water and rising falling tide water. It had extreme value. It was rare even among rank 9 immortal materials. Different from the 3 fires of heaven and earth, the 9 heavenly star sweat of the 3 waters of heaven and earth had already vanished. Because 7 of the 9 heavens were already gone, only 2 heavens were left. After looking at all the resources, Fan Yuan sighed in admiration. This heavenly dew oasis was truly one of Western Desert's top 10 oases. He looked at the formation again. He was tasked to guard this place. He obviously could use the formation. Fang Clan gave him the methods to utilize this formation. Fan Yuan tried activating them and comprehending the workings of this formation. He had Formation Path Grandmaster attainment level. He also had Wisdom Path methods. He quickly gained some knowledge. Compared to Qi Clan, Fang Clan's defensive formation at Heavenly Dew Oasis was not impressive. Thus, Fang Clan spent a lot of effort to place the acupuncture trees here as a form of defense. Fang Clan was like Qi Clan, they excelled in Formation Path. But the difference was, Fang Clan excelled in Immortal Goo houses, because Immortal Goo houses were a type of mobile immortal formation. Meanwhile, Qi Clan excelled in creating immobile formations. That was the mainstream of Formation Path. And most importantly, Qi Clan had a Formation Path Great Grandmaster, Qi Chuyu. Formation Path Goo immortals who had Great Grandmaster attainment level could use natural Dao marks to set up immortal formations. Not only could they save on Immortal Goo, they could even use the environment to create strong defenses while helping the development of the resource point, increasing its yield. Fang Clan set up this formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis. They used many Immortal Goo. But the formation's main purpose was to increase the heavenly dew production, it was not focused on defense. But Fan Clan's specialty is very strong too. They own multiple immortal goo houses. Not only do they have high mobility, they can use the immortal goo houses to fight rank 8 enemies with just rank 6 goo immortals. If I am Fan Clan's leader, in this situation, I would gather my people to attack one enemy. By displaying a fierce demeanor, we can intimidate and deter the rest of the Western Desert Righteous Path forces. But they would need to pay close attention to the extent of their actions. If they go overboard, they would be in trouble. If they do too little, it would deter no one. Fan Yuan was thinking about Fan Clan and Western Desert's Righteous Path forces now. He had to cultivate during this period of time, processing his gains and modifying killer moves. It did not matter if he was in Western Desert or Southern Border. Time was quite pressing. Very soon, Southern Border's Righteous Path would come to agreement, they would come after him. Flipping Heaven's Sand Sea. Huge sand waves were rising and falling continuously. Under the rays of the moonlight, white sand looked like snow. Sand waves rose to tens of feet with a grand aura. It was a famous sight in Western Desert. Fan Clan's goo immortals had secretly gathered, approaching Treasure Moon Oasis within the Sand Sea. According to the intel, Dong Clan's Dong Luchan has already arrived. Let's go! Fan Dichang transmitted secretly. Good. Fan Gong burst out with overwhelming aura, attacking Treasure Moon Oasis directly. Dong Luchan flew up, his rank 8 aura also permeated the area. He shouted with shock and anger. Fan Gong, I did not approach you for trouble, but you are actually attacking me. Fan Gong roared. Cut the crap, let's fight. The battle of 2 rank 8 goo immortals caused thunderous sounds and intense explosions. Dong Luchan was in a passive spot. He was quite restricted as he had to defend the Treasure Moon Oasis behind him. He blocked Fan Gong's attacks as his expression sank. Fan Clan, just you wait. You dare to attack the territory of Righteous Path forces, you have broken the rules. In just a while, the whole of Western Desert super forces will inflict judgment upon you. Is that so? Didn't your Dong Clan spread the rumor that Treasure Moon Oasis was once attacked by our clan? Since you do not have evidence, we are so kind as to come here and give you some evidence. A strangely shaped broken immortal goo house flew into the sky. Fan Dichang's voice came from within it. Dong Luchan became even more furious. Fan Dichang, you are a mere rank 7, you dare. Before he finished, Fan Clan's immortal goo house unleashed an immortal killer move. Dong Luchan's anger vanished all of a sudden, replaced by deep shock and fear. This immortal killer move, don't tell me? Exactly, it is the killer move that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used to create his path, Steel Dao. Fan Dichang answered. No. Dong Luchan growled. He turned to look at Treasure Moon Oasis. Due to the killer move Steel Dao, the countless natural Dao marks of Treasure Moon Oasis became exposed. They were either long or short, most were lines that weaved together, forming some sort of mysterious shape. Some were like webs while others were like balls of thread, accumulating into a mountain. Dong Luchan tried to stop them, but it was futile. He watched with a furious expression as these Dao marks were all drawn into that theft path immortal goo house that Fan Clan owned. This was the power of the killer move Steel Dao. By activating this move, one could directly steal Dao marks. In the past, after creating this move, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable gathered enough foundation to trigger a qualitative change, officially establishing the new goo path, Theft Path. Chapter 1780. Crime Scene. Fan Clan's assault shook the whole of Western Desert's Righteous Path. Undeniably, Steel Dao was a powerful weapon. At once, the entirety of Western Desert's Righteous Path forces were intimidated. Fan Yuan soon received word of this battle. The details were very specific. There was a video of the entire battle. This was naturally given to him by Fan Clan. Fan Clan has a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fan Yuan was quite shocked at this discovery. Fan Yuan soon thought of Great Thief Immortal Goo. He had obtained this Immortal Goo from Fan Clan. According to rumors, Fan Clan had obtained this Great Thief Immortal Goo by chance. A lone immortal who joined them had contributed it. It seems that back then, Fan Clan not only obtained Great Thief Immortal Goo, they also obtained clues to a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. The foundation of a superforce, truly. Fan Yuan shook his head. Like Wu Yong's clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and Fan Clan's theft path immortal goo house as well as the killer move Steel Dao, these trump cards were all able to rapidly change the disadvantageous situation that they were facing. Undeniably, this is a huge deterrence to the other clans. Fawn Clan's situation is going to change because of this. It seems that in my previous life, this was the reason why the entire righteous path relented. Steel Dao could steal Dao marks. Once used, it could destroy a natural resource point. The main foundation of righteous path forces were these scattered resource points. Different from destroying these resource points, Steel Dao had an immediate effect. Its effect could directly cripple the resource point without any way of recovering it. With Fawn Clan's assault, Dong Clan's first Supreme Elder Dong Luchun remained unscathed, but the entire Treasure Moon Oasis was wiped from existence. If they truly forced Fawn Clan to use this method without restraint, which Western Desert Righteous Path force could handle their retaliation? Even a rank 8 Gu immortal like Dong Luchun could not do anything. Fan Yuan praised Fan Dicheng's decision internally. He chose a strong enemy and attacked the location guarded by Dong Luchun. This was a strong deterrence to the other forces. At the same time, he did not go overboard. Treasure Moon Oasis was a mid-sized resource point. It was not even a large resource point. It bore a special meaning to Dong Luchun because his beloved wife was buried there, so every year at a certain time, he would go there and mourn her death. As a result, Dong Clan's losses were not severe, while Dong Luchun was not particularly angry. Only the Dao marks were lost. His wife's grave was not touched at all. They really had a good grasp of the situation. By making full use of this battle result, they not only deterred Western Desert's righteous path, they also sought to intimidate me. Fan Yuan held the information path Mortal Gu in his hand as he laughed coldly. In this Gu, Fan Dichang also mentioned the heavenly dew. He said, there should be very little heavenly dew lost from the battle, only about 10 droplets. He asked Fan Yuan to look around. He might find the remaining 20 somewhere. Fan Yuan had taken 30 droplets earlier. He reported it to Fawn Clan as the loss from the battle. Ing Wu Xie had caused it when he attacked. In the future, production might also fall. This was just an excuse. Both him and Fawn Clan knew the truth clearly. But Fawn Clan did not accommodate to this. They warned him in a subtle manner, don't go overboard. 10 droplets is enough. Hand over the remaining 20. Heavenly Dew was a rank 8 immortal material after all. Fawn Clan did not want to give up this profit. Of course, they were also trying to suppress Fan Yuan. You had just joined us recently but already wants to keep some profits for yourself? Control yourself. Look at this battle. Our Fawn Clan is still very strong. You should consider the gains and losses carefully. This was the true meaning of Fan Dichang's letter to Fan Yuan. Conversation among Righteous Path members was usually very implicit. It was not straightforward like the demonic path. But the truth is, this shows how weak you are now. Fan Yuan was crystal clear in his mind. In this battle, Fawn Clan did not use any other immortal Gu house. It showed that during the Battle of Divine Being Palace, their immortal Gu houses were heavily damaged. Fawn Clan used the Theft Path immortal Gu house that was clearly damaged. The Steel Dao killer move they used had rank 8 power, but Fan Yuan could see that this move had a huge burden on the immortal Gu house. It could not be used extensively. And it was not stable. If the killer move was stable and could be used often, Fawn Clan would have used it long ago. They would not have waited until now. Steel Dao was the trump card of Fawn Clan. They did not want to use it, but there was no choice. Very likely, Fawn Clan did not have the complete Thieving Heaven true inheritance, or maybe, they had not grasped it fully yet. Because Fawn Clan was most numerous in Formation Path Gu Immortals, they excelled in Formation Path. They were not familiar with Theft Path. Fan Yuan first replied to Fan Dichang. In the letter, he wrote that he found the 20 droplets of heavenly dew. He had been too careless earlier. Next, a dark light flashed in his eyes. It is time to take action personally. Immortal Killer Move, Jade Flow Pearl. During this period, he had gained control of Heavenly Dew Oasis formation. He even set up a formation inside this formation. Not only could it create the illusion that he was inside defending the place, it could also conceal Fan Yuan's actions. Jade Flow Pearl was also modified successfully. The activation speed was faster now and the aura leaked at the destination was smaller. It was not as eye-catching as before. Fan Yuan arrived at Burning Firefly Desert. This place was filled with weird rocks and few plants. There was a type of insect that filled this place, called burning fireflies. There was an endless number of burning fireflies here. Among them were a vast number of burning firefly Gu, from rank 3 to 5. Burning firefly Gu was a type of fire path Gu. It was quite high grade, with rank 3 being the lowest, but it had never produced a rank 6 Gu before. This was a mid-sized resource point of Fang Clan. Fang Clan set up an immortal formation here as well. They used the burning firefly goo to create a fire path environment to raise a lot of other fire path goo worms here. A rank 6 Fang Clan goo immortal was defending this place. Fan Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself. He directly attacked. He killed this Fang Clan goo immortal and tossed the corpse. Before destroying the formation and slaughtering all the goo worms, the entire desert was turned into ruins before he left. Worth mentioning was that he used Earth Path methods. Within Langya Blessed Land's inventory, there were several Earth Path immortal goo. Fan Yuan also had a large number of Earth Path killer moves. After doing all that, he returned to Heavenly Dew Oasis. Over on Fang Dicheng's end, he smiled after receiving Fan Yuan's reply, but soon learned about the nightmare that his clan's burning Firefly Desert was destroyed. In an instant, this Fang Clan Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster was dazed. His joyful emotion was gone. A member of Fang Clan died. Burning Firefly Desert was not important. The important thing was, Fang Clan's goo immortal died. All along, Fang Clan had always lacked goo immortals. Compared to the other Western Desert Righteous Path forces, they were disadvantaged. Only after bringing in Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Swan Bujin recently did the situation change. But these three were outsiders. They did not have Fang Clan bloodline. It was not the same. Fang Clan's goo immortal died. Even though they were just rank 6, it was a severe loss to the whole of Fang Clan. Fang Gong placed great importance on this. He quickly discussed the situation with Fang Dichang. After a short conversation, Fang Gong stayed to guard the headquarters while Fang Dichang went out to find the culprit at the scene of the crime in burning Firefly Desert. The murderer killed our clan's goo immortal. They even destroyed all of the desert's resources. This is clearly not a crime of greed, this is totally an act of revenge. Fang Dichang used his wisdom path method. He surveyed the scene and quickly saw indications of the ruthless thoughts, hatred, and angry emotions of the culprit behind this incident. Earth Path method. Is it Dong Clan's revenge? Fang Dichang thought of this as Dong Clan specialized in Earth Path, but he soon shook his head. If Dong Clan did it, this is way too obvious. There must be other Righteous Path forces trying to take advantage of the situation. The situation is bad. Fang Dichang's expression turned grim. He was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. He had made many deductions regarding the consequences of using Steel Dao to intimidate the Western Desert Righteous Path forces. Among them was one possible situation: someone in Western Desert's Righteous Path forces might want to provoke him but would not dare to do it publicly. They would hide behind the scenes and use some devious plan. Fang Yuan acted very cleanly. He only left behind the clues that he wanted them to find. There was another element. Fang Clan lacked Information Path goo immortals. Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path immortal. He did not cultivate Information Path. If an Information Path goo immortal came here, they might be able to find some traces or evidence that lead to Fang Yuan. But Fang Clan could not. Even if Fang Clan invited an Information Path expert to help, they could not approach the other Righteous Path forces. That meant that there was little choice available. If they invited lone and demonic immortals, the person would need rank 7 cultivation level. But as part of the Righteous Path, Fang Clan did not have a good relationship with lone and demonic immortals. Even lone immortals with decent relationship, or demonic immortals who have transactions with them secretly, might not cultivate Information Path. Fang Dichang did not find any valuable clues. When he returned to the headquarters, his expression was very dark. Western Desert's Righteous Path soon got news of this. Immediately, a rank 8 expert went to ask Dong Luchin. Dong Luchin heard this and became very stupefied. He breathed in deeply as he felt deep anger rising. He cursed internally. Which bastard is trying to harm my Dong Clan? Fang Clan has Steel Dao, but they did not go overboard and target our giant resource points. Yet this bastard killed their Fang Clan's goo immortal. That is going too far. Damn it! This person used Earth Path methods and I am an Earth Path goo immortal. My Dong Clan specializes in Earth Path too. They are trying to frame us. So devious and vicious, yet I cannot retort to them. Dong Luchin could barely contain the anger and annoyance in his heart. He could not go around shouting that he was not the culprit. Firstly, nobody was publicly accusing him. Even if they suspected him, wouldn't he be showing weakness by declaring innocence? Earlier, Fang Clan destroyed one of Dong Clan's mid-sized resource points. If he shouted about his innocence now, wouldn't it show that he was afraid of Fang Clan? That would not only taint Dong Luchin's reputation, the whole of Dong Clan's prestige would be affected. Thus, even though Dong Luchun hated Fan Yuan and wanted to declare his innocence, towards the rank 8 expert who asked him, he could only snort. This feels great. But who did this to them? I will definitely give them a huge reward. Hee hee. The rank 8 expert replied with a meaningful answer. Dong Luchun's feelings felt even worse now. Hee hee, your mother! Am I having an easy time? My Dong clan's territory is bordered with Fang clan. They were pushed aside, so they attacked my clan to intimidate us all. This time, Fang clan's Gu Immortal died. If they retaliate now, my Dong clan will face the greatest danger. Chapter 1781. Grasping Karma Divine Tree. These days, Western Desert's righteous path had been experiencing a strange atmosphere. On the surface, they were still creating a large number of slanders and rumors towards Fang clan. But the truth was, their suppression towards Fang clan became all noise and no action. After all, Steel Dao was already used. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals could not stop Fang clan from attacking forcefully. Our attack on Treasure Moon Oasis has already started to show effect. Fang clan's Gu Immortals were overjoyed. Fang Dichang's expression was ugly. It is a pity. If the situation in Burning Firefly Desert did not happen, it would be perfect. We have not found the culprit even now. It is truly a regret. Even though Dong clan was the most suspicious, Fang Dichang and Fang Gong were astute people. They did not want to take action yet. They had no evidence or reason to move. There was also a chance that this was a trap. Fang clan did not take action, but Dong clan had quite a commotion. These last days, Dong Luchun had been deploying people to strengthen their defenses against Fang clan. Dong Luchun did not have an easy time. He was quite fearful. He would not be surprised if news that Fang clan was attacking got out at the next moment. Quickly investigate it, find the culprit and clear my Dong clan's name. Secretly, Dong Luchun was looking forward to Fang clan's investigation results. But on the surface, he kept a tough stance. He constantly sought compensation from Fang clan for the matter in Treasure Moon Oasis. Instead of taking revenge, they were only asking for compensation. It was already a clear attitude. The other Western Desert Righteous Path forces were also trying to guess who the culprit was. Most of their attention was placed on each other, because it was evident that if the plan to sow discord succeeds, the other Righteous Path forces would gain the most benefit. Among them, the most suspicious ones were the clans that bordered Fang clan, including Dong clan. Naturally, these super forces had huge mental pressure right now. They wanted Fang clan to find out the true culprit. Fang clan was searching for the culprit. But the truth was, they did not work hard on it. Their actions were quite perfunctory. Fang clan's true crisis was not the culprit behind Burning Firefly Desert, but the suppression by the whole of Western Desert's righteous path. Fang clan's situation was quite awkward now. If they found out the actual culprit, and it led to a certain righteous path force, would they exact revenge? They had to take revenge if they knew. Otherwise, Fang clan's reputation would suffer deeply, and those rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals in Fang clan would not accept inaction. Gu Immortals were the higher-ups of a superforce. If they died and the force did not safeguard or avenge them, what was the point of joining an organization? Would it be worth risking one's life for them? But if they took revenge? Would they really go all out and fight a superforce? Fang clan had Steel Dao, but other superforces also had their own trump cards. And most importantly, if two superforces fought each other seriously, the ones who benefited would not be themselves but other superforces instead. These last days, Fang Dichang had calmed down already. He told Fang Gong about his viewpoint in secret. They should try to stall the investigation of the truth. The most important thing now was time. They needed to repair their 3 immortal Gu houses and refine Divine Being Palace. As long as they got over this hurdle, Fang clan's strength would rise. After that, when they find the culprit, no matter which superforce it was, they would have a good reason to find trouble with them and have enough strength to gain the maximum benefit. Fang Gong heard his analysis and agreed with it. He praised Fang Dichang for his planning. Not long after, Fang Gong announced publicly, Fang clan would actively pursue the truth. They already had a lot of progress towards finding the culprit. Fang clan would not let any culprit off, but they would also not malign an innocent person. On the day of their announcement, Fang clan's Gu Immortal sent Fang Yuan a large number of soul cores, among which was one rank 8 immemorial soul core. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan extorted Fang clan, they only gave rank 6 and 7 soul cores. There were no immemorial soul cores. Evidently, Fang clan is trying to appease me. Fang Yuan smiled lightly in his mind. Earlier, Fang Dichang warned him and ordered Fan Yuan to hand over 20 drops of heavenly dew. If the matter in Burning Firefly Desert did not occur, that would have been the end. But after the murder case in Burning Firefly Desert, Fang Clan's intimidation plan was much less effective. Western Desert's righteous path was still full of undercurrents. Everyone was guessing which side would make a move next. Everyone had a desire to take action. Thus, Fang Clan needed to ensure that Fan Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength, was still on their side. But they could not return the 20 drops of heavenly dew. Fang Dichang could not go back on that order. Thus, they used an immemorial soul core to compensate and appease him. Fan Yuan took a risk to attack Burning Firefly Desert. This was the result he wanted. Fan Yuan did not want to see Fang Clan in a stable position. If Fang Clan became stable, they would not need him. He could not make use of them anymore. The development of Green Ghost Desert would become very slow. They would not put in effort. But now, Fang Clan was actually gifting Fan Yuan an immemorial soul core. Additionally, Fan Yuan needed Western Desert's righteous path to draw the attention of Fang Dichang and the rest. If they had an easy time, Fang Dichang would be able to pay attention to Fan Yuan. He might be able to sense something amiss. Speaking of which, Fang Clan was quite unlucky. In the previous life, because of Fan Yuan's absence, they got through the crisis and intimidated Western Desert's righteous path, eventually cooperating and coming up with a certain agreement. But now, because they took in Fan Yuan, this traitor with ill intentions was causing their situation to become unstable. For the following days, Fan Yuan cultivated quietly in Heavenly Dew Oasis. Over at Green Ghost Desert, Eng Wu Xie made use of Soul Beast Token to develop rapidly. As for Fang Clan, they were still using the soul cores in their inventory to provide for Fan Yuan as per the agreement. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the land spirits and variant humans were all working hard. Under the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan's time path clone made deductions almost all the time without rest. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Above Fan Yuan's head, a lump of green smoke appeared. It turned into a tiny thin tree. There were few branches on it, and the 2 to 3 fruits that were hanging on them looked malnourished. If Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals saw this, they would be shocked and overflowing with fury. Karma Divine Tree was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's signature method. To think that it would end up in the hands of this demon Fan Yuan. After Fan Yuan killed Chen Yi, the goo worms in the Phantom Aperture were destroyed. He only obtained Chen Yi's soul and corpse. After searching his soul, Fan Yuan obtained 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. They were Karma Divine Tree and Karma Relocation. With the original killer move, Fan Yuan used the Light of Wisdom to modify and create the rank 6 level Karma Divine Tree killer move, using rank 7 Mature Bamboo Immortal Goo as the core along with other rank 6 Wood Path Immortal Goo. Because he lacked the core Rule Path Immortal Goo cause, and the core Wood Path Immortal Goo effect, Fan Yuan had to use a vast number of Mortal Goo as replacement. But because of that, the steps became complex. He had to spend a lot of effort on it. Karma Divine Tree took longer to activate, and it could not be used in actual battle. It is a pity my Wood Path attainment level is still ordinary. I have not even reached master level. And even though Mature Bamboo Immortal Goo is Wood Path, it is not appropriate as the core of Karma Divine Tree. According to biological studies on Earth, bamboos are a type of grass and not trees. Thus, the core was rank 7 but this killer move was only rank 6 after activation. Fan Yuan recalled how Chen Yi used Karma Divine Tree. He had a grand aura. Once he unleashed Karma Divine Tree, he was simply inexhaustible. Even though it focused on defense, being on the same level as Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, it was more comprehensive and had greater potential. It could be used in other aspects like offense, movement, or healing. Karma Relocation was a movement method developed on the basis of Karma Divine Tree. However, it did not target the Goo Immortal themselves, but others around him like Goo Immortals, plants, beasts, or killer moves. It was, after all, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's creation. It was incredibly powerful. Fan Yuan was far from recreating this killer move's true power. Karma Divine Tree was still in its initial stage, but Fan Yuan gained a new Wood Path killer move that was quite useful. This move was named Mature Bamboo Chest. It was a rank 7 Wood Path killer move, using Mature Bamboo Immortal Goo as the core but having Wisdom Path effect. After activating this killer move, there would be a jade light permeating from Fan Yuan's chest. When Fan Yuan uses Immortal Essence to deduce a certain matter, if he succeeds in the deduction, a dark green bamboo forest tattoo would appear on his chest. Fan Yuan had already grasped the strengths and weaknesses of the killer move Mature Bamboo Chest. This move excelled at deducing one single matter from start to finish, that was its strength. The sign of success would be the bamboo forest tattoo on his chest. But if the deduction does not succeed, if he lacks immortal essence or gets distracted for other reasons, Mature Bamboo Chest would fail, that was its weakness. And because the killer move fails, the Gu Immortal would suffer backlash. Fan Yuan had purposely tested it. The jade light permeating from his chest and the half-completed bamboo forest tattoo faded away as Fan Yuan's soul and body suffered injuries. His mind was intact. After all, this was not a pure wisdom path killer move, it was wood path. Thus, when using Mature Bamboo Chest to deduce a target, the range could not be too large, otherwise, the killer move would fail and the user would be injured. Other than Mature Bamboo Chest, Fan Yuan also gained a new killer move that had the same situation. It was Luck Path Killer Move, Luck Plan Strategy. This move used rank 6 Immortal Gu Luck Plan as the core. It belonged to Luck Path but had Wisdom Path effect. Luck Plan Immortal Gu's power was to make deductions on how to optimize the use of the Gu Immortal's resources. The killer move Luck Plan Strategy was specialized in making battle tactics. Ordinary Gu Immortals cultivated one path, they rarely took on a second path. Thus, there were many killer moves of these sorts which mimicked the effects of other paths. But they created these killer moves while having limited foundation in the path they mimicked. Even though they were strong, they could be easily countered and the weaknesses were obvious. Compared to actual wisdom path methods, they were less useful. Karma is also split into cause and effect. Effect has the same character as fruit, so it's a pun in this case. Chapter 1782. Comprehending Venerable True Inheritances. Fan Yuan's wisdom path methods were plentiful. He did not need Mature Bamboo Chest and Luck Plan Strategy. He only practiced these moves to increase his understanding of the Genesis Lotus True Inheritances and Giant Sun's True Inheritance. These last days, Fan Yuan's main body had been researching on Genesis Lotus True Inheritances, Giant Sun's True Inheritance, and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fan Yuan had already fully grasped Long Hair Ancestor's Refinement Path True Inheritance. It was easy to understand with his quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level. Regarding the Genesis Lotus True Inheritances, Fan Yuan had already started by creating the rank 6 Karma Divine Tree Killer move. But because he lacked Wood Path Immortal Gu and Wood Path attainment level, Fan Yuan did not overly invest into it. He placed his focus on Giant Sun's True Inheritance and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. The former was Self-Luck True Inheritance from one of Giant Sun's 3 True Inheritances. It allowed Fan Yuan to control his own luck. The core of the latter Thieving Heaven True Inheritance was rank 8 Immortal Gu Steal Life. It involved the method to unseal Steal Life Immortal Gu. Of course, both also detailed the fundamental cultivation of Luck Path and Theft Path, especially the two venerables' understanding of the paths they created. Fan Yuan benefited greatly from it. What was luck? At the introduction of Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked this question. Next, he answered himself. To discuss luck, one must talk about fate. Before Red Lotus Demon Venerable, there was no luck path. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu, a peculiar change happened to the world. People first discovered luck path from a certain component of their human chi, luck. Because heaven, earth, and human chi needed to be balanced to become a Gu immortal, the more human chi a Gu master accumulated, the higher the grade of their immortal aperture after they succeeded in the immortal ascension. Therefore, by placing importance on human chi, people started to research on luck. Soon, they found some traits of this luck. After Fate Gu got damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the paths of all beings were no longer fixed and constant, changes could occur to a certain limit. People found out that luck and this deviation from fate had a profound but direct relation. But what was the connection? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable described his own viewpoint. Fate is constant while luck is variable. For a normal person, what was good luck? Good luck was a positive variable for oneself. And what was bad luck? Bad luck was a negative variable for oneself. Within a person's human chi, if their luck was good, then this person would likely benefit. Within a person's human chi, if their luck was bad, then this person would likely experience loss. But regardless of good or bad luck, they were not part of fate. Fate was a constant, it was fixed, it would inevitably be experienced. But luck was a variable, it was merely a probability. The actual outcome would only be decided after factoring in all the other possible influences. If a person had bad luck but also had great strength and wisdom to turn the situation around, they could still achieve their goals or motives. If a person had good luck but was stupid and weak, unable to make use of the opportunity, they would still fail. Afterwards, Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance talked about the sizes, colors, and shapes of the different types of luck. Some people had a lot of luck, some had very little. Normally speaking, the higher your cultivation level and the deeper your foundation, the greater your luck. The 7 main colors of luck were black, gray, white, red, gold, azure, purple. But there were also uncommon colors like pink or blood red. Luck had all sorts of shapes and sizes, it varied greatly and could be very strange. Normal people usually had common or ordinary shapes, while geniuses or champions would have greater luck that came in much rarer appearances. For example, Fan Yuan once had the black coffin luck. His luck was black as ink, it gathered and formed a huge coffin shape, completely covering his body. It emitted a dense death energy filled with thick misfortune. Or for example, when he observed Jingshan Chuan at the Refinement Path convention, that person had rainbow luck that was incredibly dazzling, he stood out very clearly. As for Han Yi Fan and Han Li, these people had special types of luck too. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind the Self-Luck True Inheritance. It had the ability to target one's own luck, allowing one to alter its size, shape, and color. For example, if one wanted better fortune with the opposite sex, they could create peach blossom luck. If they wanted cultivation resources like primeval stones, they could create wealth luck. Or if they had bad luck on them, they could use a series of methods to change it. Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance was very comprehensive, while Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance was very simple and short. Theft Path is not about gaining without effort, it is the path of greatest efficiency. Goo Masters and Goo Immortals want to obtain Goo Worms and Immortal Goo, be it Goo Refinement, transactions, or loot. These methods have high costs and risks. Theft Path targets Goo Worms and steals them. One can save costs and reduce the risks, raising their efficiency. And what was the essence of Goo Worms? Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Stealing Goo Worms was akin to stealing Dao Mark fragments. Therefore, the killer move Steal Dao was created. There was also Steal Life Immortal Goo. The manifestation of lifespan was simply a type of Dao marks in the person's body. Steal Life Immortal Goo could steal those relevant Dao marks and reduce a person's lifespan. Don't think that Theft Path is shameless or vicious. Many things can be looked at with another perspective. Steal a hook and they hang you, steal the whole country and they make you a prince. Any clan or sect makes their members contribute towards the organization. This is an open form of thievery but is taken for granted. For example, Heavenly Court makes members who join contribute their immortal apertures. They are basically handing over their entire life's cultivation gains. In terms of Theft Path, this is Heavenly Court stealing the cultivation gains of Goo Immortals. But people think of it as a form of glory, they would die to have this chance. Weak mortals are also able to steal the cultivation gains of Goo Immortals. That is shown by the true inheritances left by all the different Goo Immortals. But this world treats that as a norm, it is the culture. Thievery is merely the most efficient way of gaining something. Creating an organization and making rules, making up honor or using emotions and culture, these are all Theft Path methods. The most powerful Theft Path method is assimilation. When grotto heavens or blessed lands get destroyed, the winds of assimilation will blow and turn everything into nothingness. The Dao marks and the immortal apertures would be assimilated and absorbed by this heaven and earth. The greatest thief is this world itself. It steals the cultivation gains of countless generations of peerless geniuses. It accumulates more and more Dao marks, or even produces new types of Dao marks. It stole me from another world, making me an otherworldly demon. It steals the lifespan of myriad beings. It ensures the death of all lifeforms in this world. The Theft Path I created imitates heaven and earth, using the most efficient method to gather benefits and strengthen oneself. After taking a look, Fan Yuan felt his horizons broadening. His image of Theft Path had completely changed from before. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had a different mindset than others. He was not orthodox, but he peered into the truth. He used the mentality of Theft Path to comprehend this world. He had a grand vision. He carried his unique trait as an otherworldly demon. Goo Masters cultivate, they nurture, use, and refine Goo Worms. They manage their immortal aperture. They increase the attainment level of their own paths. They were simply understanding themselves and comprehending this heaven and earth. Every path had a different understanding of the world and themselves from different perspectives. Steal Life Immortal Goo is the first immortal Goo in my life. I did not refine it myself. The more I used it, the more I understood. In the end, I put some arrangements on Steal Life Immortal Goo. Using Steal Life Immortal Goo normally would steal the lifespan of others, and with the killer move I created, it can increase one's own lifespan. Of course, it had its flaws. It is inferior to Lifespan Goo. Using Steal Life Immortal Goo in reverse would give the user's lifespan to another target. This looks foolish, but it has its own profundity. That is also the deepest essence of this true inheritance. Inheritor, if you are blessed enough to reach this step, you will be able to remove my method on Steal Life Immortal Goo and obtain the information of another corresponding true inheritance. These were the final words of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fan Yuan was silent for a long time after reading it. Even though he had Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he still found difficulty in comprehending the words of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Using Steal Life Immortal Goo in reverse? Fan Yuan shook his head. He was not confident in comprehending this mystery. According to his deductions, he needed at least quasi-supreme Theft Path attainment level to be able to understand it. Before that, if he tried to use Steal Life Immortal Goo in reverse, he would simply be cutting his own lifespan. Furthermore, I need to use this Steal Life Immortal Goo to deal with Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals. Ignoring anything else, Duke Long is especially countered by Steal Life Immortal Goo. Even if Fan Yuan used the final two opportunities and destroyed Steal Life Immortal Goo, he still had Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It contained the recipe of Rank 8 Steal Life Immortal Goo. Even if I use up the two chances, I can still refine a new one in the future. But, according to Fan Yuan's deductions, the arrangements that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left on Steal Life Immortal Goo were very valuable. If he could understand Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and comprehend the core essence of this true inheritance, Fan Yuan's gains would be much greater than now. While Fan Yuan was cultivating diligently, after the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path had gone through intense negotiation and discussion, they finally reached an agreement. We need to kill Fan Yuan. He is too lawless. Last time he disguised as Wei Hai, now, he directly showed up and harmed our benefits. The contest in the earth trenches is our internal conflict. This Fan Yuan is an outsider. Against him, we need to unite. But we need to be careful. Even though Fan Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is too devious and has a deep foundation. We cannot look at him as a normal person. That's right, especially after he defended against Heavenly Court's attack. Now that he annexed Langya Blessed Land, I'm afraid he has gained the subordination of all the variant human Goo Immortals, along with the Shadow Sect remnant forces that he took in. I need to remind everyone that Fan Yuan is not a lone person, he is a super force. One rank 8 Goo Immortal leading the group is not enough. To play safe, we should send 2. Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? I agree to it. I agree. My Ba clan has no objections. On the surface, Lady Xia Cha should lead them. The other expert should conceal his identity and mix within the group, striking at the crucial moment. Good idea. I agree. I agree. Different from the previous life, because Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and defeated Heavenly Court, Southern Border's righteous path felt a greater threat this time. They did not just send Xia Cha, they also sent a second rank 8 Goo Immortal. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan had no idea that this was happening. Chapter 1783. Second Ambush Battle. The newest information was sent to Chi Chuyu. He stood at the window as he stared at the mountain outside. Oh? They trapped Fan Yuan already? It seems that he cannot escape this time. Chi Chuyu's gaze flickered. Fan Yuan actually tried to undergo tribulation in Southern Border and left clues behind. Even if he wants to advance to rank 8, this is too reckless. But it cannot be helped. He managed to force Heavenly Court to retreat, and even made transactions with me. The journey was too smooth. He became overconfident, and started to look down on my Southern Border's righteous path. Chi Chuyu felt that Fan Yuan was able to remain free because of his devious and cunning actions. He had always been on the move and did not face a super force head-on. He often escaped the moment the situation turned bad. This time, Southern Border's righteous path colluded in a secretive manner. On the surface, they showed a calm demeanor. There were no suspicions about them. They even had Wisdom Path Goo Immortals to conceal and defend against deductions. And there is that Lu Weiyin. If he did not join the alliance, our Southern Border righteous path might not have caught Fan Yuan so quickly. Worthy of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could actually find Fan Yuan's location from the Earth Chi of his tribulation. He is truly impressive. Chi Chuyu sighed internally. Lu Weiyin interfered and caused the situation in Southern Border's righteous path to become even more complex. This time, Southern Border's righteous path pursued Fan Yuan. There were 3 rank 8s including Lu Weiyin. The probability of success was high. If they succeeded, Lu Weiyin's reputation would rise sharply. He would definitely become someone that they would need to place great importance on. Actually, Lu Weiyin had already interacted with all the Southern Border righteous path forces before this, in one way or another. His Southern Border paradise was the gathering spot of many Southern Border variant humans. He had taken in many variant humans who had their homes destroyed by humans. These variant humans lived peacefully in the paradise. According to reliable information, many of these variant humans had already become Gu immortals. This made Southern Border's humans very unhappy and worried, but because Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor, he carried on the will and aspiration of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The whole of Southern Border's righteous path could not find him for trouble. All along, Lu Weiyin had been pushed aside by Southern Border's righteous path. That was a tacit agreement by everyone. But recently, Lu Weiyin had often shown up and even kept a high profile as he volunteered to find Fan Yuan. If this succeeded, his efforts would not be in vain. He would gain some authority in Southern Border's righteous path. Qi Chuyu did not think well of Fan Yuan's predicaments. Even though he resisted Heavenly Court's invasion of Langya Blessed Land, everyone thought that this was because Heavenly Court underestimated Langya Blessed Land's foundation. And most importantly, Heavenly Court did not expose the fact that Thunder Ghost's true monarch and Shinyi had died in there. This made Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals feel a sense of confidence. Their confidence was not without reason. They had once pursued Fan Yuan and made him escape from Southern Border like a beaten dog after all. If not for Feng Jiuji's interference, he would have died already. Qi Chuyu was more worried and wary of Lu Weiyin. He had already started to think about how he would deal with this Paradise Earth inheritor in the future. As for Fan Yuan, Qi Chuyu felt a little regret. Regardless of whether he lives or dies, as long as he ends up in Southern Border righteous path's hands, Fan Yuan's and Qi Chuyu's transactions would stop. This went against Qi Clan's benefits. Thus, Qi Chuyu felt regret. Even though Fan Yuan had once attacked Qi Clan's resource points and caused them to lose resources, Qi Chuyu did not feel any grudge towards it. In his opinion, the Dream Path research results that he obtained were enough to make up for these losses. Qi Chuyu was not afraid that Fan Yuan would target him afterwards. Like what he analyzed earlier, even if Fan Yuan took out strong evidences that could not be denied, it was just Qi Chuyu's and Fan Yuan's transaction. With Qi Clan's size and foundation, they would lose a little territory, but their roots would be unshaken. But if Qi Chuyu informed Fan Yuan about the actions of Southern Border's righteous path, that would be a different story. He would be a traitor. If he was exposed, even with rank 8 cultivation level, Qi Chuyu and Qi Clan would face the combined attack of the entire righteous path. The clan might even be wiped out. As a righteous path leader, Qi Chuyu had a strong understanding of his position in this situation. He would not make such a mistake. If he told Fan Yuan about it, regardless of whether he gets captured, the demon Fan Yuan would gain the evidence of Qi Chuyu being a traitor. And furthermore, he and Fan Yuan were just making use of each other. They were not close enough for him to take such risks and tell him about the plan while sacrificing Qi Clan. Qi Chuyu felt a little worry. If Fan Yuan gets captured, I hope he will not expose his Dream Path research results. Our Qi Clan needs sufficient time to develop. To speak the truth, Fan Yuan is a true talent. It is a pity that he is going to end up like this. If he could grow fully, in the future, the 5 regions would become more interesting. Someone of high status would definitely have extraordinary vision. Qi Chuyu truly felt, towards the pitiful ending that Fan Yuan was going to end up in, that it was quite a pity. At the same time, somewhere in Southern Border, Fan Yuan was surrounded by Southern Border Gu immortals. They had overwhelming aura and morale. The leader was an old woman. It was the Time Path rank 8 Gu immortal Xia Cha. She smiled coldly at Fan Yuan. Scoundrel Fan Yuan, you have finally fallen into my hands. Fan Yuan looked at her as he thought. The same lines all over again. According to my memories, he is going to laugh next. Fan Yuan looked away from Xia Cha. As expected, at the next moment, standing beside Xia Cha, Shang Clan Gu immortal Shang Huzhang started to laugh. Lord Lu Weiyin, he is truly incredible. We found this demon at last. Fan Yuan thoughts. The same lines as expected, but his smile is more exaggerated than last time. He is sucking up to Lu Weiyin publicly. Is it because Shang clan has taken interest in the goods of the variant humans in his paradise? Kill this demon. Take revenge for our southern border righteous path. Tai Chuzhong said loudly with deep killing intent. Fan Yuan thoughts, oh, someone finally changed his lines, but there is barely any difference. We finally caught Fan Yuan. Lu Hao thought to himself. He was Heavenly Court's spy, he had fixed space immortal goo, it was ready to activate in his immortal aperture. Once Fan Yuan shows any sign of using fixed immortal travel, he would activate the immortal killer move that used fixed space immortal goo as the core. Lu Hao was more nervous now compared to the previous life. Because in the previous life, he only had to activate fixed space immortal goo, but now, because Fan Yuan had the killer move Jade Flow Pearl, he could not use fixed space immortal goo alone to counter Fan Yuan, he needed to use an immortal killer move. Heavenly Court did not lack these killer moves of course, even if they did, Fairy Ziwei could modify them. Lu Hao was nervous because he was not familiar with this immortal killer move yet. If he used it in battle, there was a chance of failure. If his activation fails, he would let down Heavenly Court, that would be embarrassing. Don't worry, I am here. At this moment, a rank 7 goo immortal transmitted to him. Lu Hao glanced at him. Don't look at me. Immediately, the rank 7 goo immortal shouted coldly. Lu Hao mentally rolled his eyes. This person was the southern border rank 8 goo immortal, Ba Ba, who had disguised his cultivation level and appearance. With this person around, we will have 3 rank 8s on our side. This battle is not inside Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan has no formation to help him. If we fight, I will have a lot of chances of using my killer move calmly. Lu Hao analyzed as the worry in his heart lifted by a lot. However, at the next moment, boom! The formation activated, all of the southern border goo immortals surrounding Fan Yuan were enveloped in it. What the? Lu Hao's eyes were about to pop out, he wanted to scream. Why is there a formation here? Within the formation, heaven and earth were fused as once, this was an area of blue space. The southern border immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap! Someone shouted. Lu Weiyin was silent. While Xia Cha's gaze became increasingly cold, she stared at Fan Yuan fixedly. Stay calm! We have strength in numbers, what can Fan Yuan alone do? That's right, we have Lady Xia Cha and Lord Lu Weiyin, we are not afraid of his immortal battlefield. Lu Hao was stunned. That's right! How can an immortal formation be set up so easily? It activated so quickly, this is likely an immortal battlefield. But Fan Yuan is quite foolish, after using an immortal battlefield, he can't escape himself. Southern Border's immortals were astute figures, they soon calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Weiyin spoke. This is not an immortal battlefield, it is a super immortal formation. Time path formation. Xia Cha added. Lu Hao's lips twitched. After so much talk, this was still an immortal formation. Both of you are very perceptive. Fan Yuan smiled as he nodded, before waving his sleeves. The gates were shut, it was time to let out the dogs. Wait, no, let out the year beasts. Howl! 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 Growl! A huge spiral formed from nothingness as countless year beasts charged out like a rushing tide. These year beasts were of various forms, including monkey, snake, dragon, and tiger. They were all at least desolate beasts and even quite a few ancient desolate beasts among them. But Fan Yuan had disappeared. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence. They soon directed their savage gazes towards the southern border goo immortals. They charged ahead. Kill them all, Xia Cha said indifferently. Lu Weiyin sighed. The southern border immortals turned around and started to fight these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves as countless flying blades shot out, slicing year beasts into pieces wherever they hit. Fan Yuan stood at a formation core as he analyzed. This Heavenly Court traitor is around indeed. I did not waste my effort in reducing the ink effect. Fixed space goo should be in your hands? Lu Hao fought as he thought to himself. It seems that there is a tributary of the River of Time here. Fan Yuan is trying the same method again. He used a similar formation back when he fought Feng Jiuge. The resemblance is uncanny. But strange, why do I have such a weird feeling about this? Chapter 1784. Ba Ba's Restrain. Kill! Ba Clan's goo immortal shouted as his body inflated to a giant size. He stomped, blood splattered, he had directly stomped an ancient year beast to death. Whoosh! Puff! A great fire spread out and set dozens of year beasts on fire. Chai Clan's goo immortal was bathed in flames, resembling a divine general. Fan Yuan remembered this person. In the previous life, this person had a decently developed fire path immortal aperture. He had several majestic volcanoes. It was quite valuable. Tai Chuzhong was silent. His hands moved rapidly as golden light shot out with immense sharpness, splitting year beasts into halves easily like tofu. Fan Yuan thought of the edge gu in Tai Chuzhong's hands. It was one of the core gu of time cutting edge. In the previous life, he had obtained it through Great Thief Ghost Hand. This depended on luck, it was not reliable. He had to be careful in this life. Demon Fan Yuan, we have to thank you for such a huge amount of wealth. Ha! Shan Huzhang laughed as he used his woodpath killer move, trapping the surrounding year beasts and keeping them in his immortal aperture. Fan Yuan was very calm. It did not matter how many of them Shan Huzhang took. In a moment's time, even Shan Huzhang himself would belong to Fan Yuan. Howl! Year beasts continued to stream into the formation. Southern Border's Gu immortals were fighting against them tirelessly, but the year beasts just kept coming. Why are there so many? This demon Fan Yuan is trying to waste our energy. Breaking apart this formation is the way to victory. The Southern Border Gu immortals conversed. They could tell what this battle was about, but they had no way of diverting themselves to do that. Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha were the most likely people to break the formation. Roar! At this time, the spiral suddenly expanded drastically as an arrogant year beast stepped into the battlefield. Fan Yuan was slightly shocked. Oh, I summoned an immemorial year tiger. It seems even stronger than the immemorial year chicken that I summoned last time. Is it because I used the self-luck true inheritance to increase my personal luck? The Southern Border Immortals' expressions changed. An immemorial year beast. This formation could summon immemorial year beasts, as expected. What formation is this? It is so vicious. Quickly destroy it. Lu Wei-yin wanted to take action, but Tai Chuzhong stood up. Let us deal with it. Both rank 8s need to break open this formation. That is the wisest move. Or maybe I should do something? Ba Shirba transmitted. No, now is not the time yet, brother Ba, wait first. Xia Cha transmitted and urged restraint. Ba Shirba thought to himself, that was not wrong. This was merely an immemorial year tiger. They had 2 rank 8s on the surface. This was not a problem. He continued to conceal himself. Tai Chuzhong and several Southern Border rank 7 experts faced off against the immemorial year tiger. They were powerful rank 7 Gu immortals after all. By working together, they had quite the strength, but after fighting, they quickly fell into a disadvantage. In the previous life, they fought against the immemorial year chicken that Fan Yuan summoned. They were evenly matched. But now, Fan Yuan summoned a much stronger immemorial year tiger. Tai Chuzhong had an ashen expression. He was stunned in his heart. This is truly strength at rank 8, it is very impressive. To think I actually wanted to challenge such power. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, Xia Cha's eyes flashed as she pointed her finger. The rank 8 killer move activated, mysterious light shot out, causing a huge sound. The formation shook thrice before it stabilized. The Southern Border Immortals were overjoyed. There was a formation core indeed. Xia Cha destroyed it according to everyone's expectations. Next, the formation core was destroyed. A second spiral entrance appeared as large numbers of year beasts rushed in. The Southern Border Immortals' joyful expressions vanished. Howl! With a loud roar, an immemorial year dragon jumped into the battlefield. The Immortals' expressions changed again. This was the second immemorial desolate beast. It is my turn now. Ba Shirba wanted to move. Don't be anxious, Ba Shirba, let me do it. Lu Wei-yin transmitted as he moved for the first time. He made a grabbing motion with one hand. A huge yellow hand formed and grasped the immemorial year dragon, preventing it from escaping despite its struggles. Lu Wei-yin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. He managed to subdue a fierce immemorial year tiger in one move in the previous life. Now, he was able to capture an immemorial year dragon similarly. Even though he had no attacking methods, this move was unfathomable and made people feel great admiration towards him. The Southern Border Immortals had a surge of morale, while Shadow Sex members and the variant human Gu Immortals had dark expressions. The might of rank 8 was truly intimidating. Fan Yuan thought about the final battle in his previous life. Because Lu Wei-yin had immense battle strength, he was a huge obstruction to Fan Yuan's side. Right now, Lu Wei-yin had not even displayed half of his full strength. Even so, he was already one of the strongest rank 8s out there. Hiss hiss hiss. An immemorial year snake dragged its thick and long body while hissing as it slithered out of the spiral entrance, entering the battlefield. A third immemorial year beast. Caw caw caw. An immemorial year chicken came out with an arrogant attitude and raised neck. A fourth immemorial year beast. With two immemorial year beasts entering the battle at once, the southern border immortals' faces turned pale. This immemorial year snake was not easy to deal with. It was huge and had a greater aura than the first two. The fourth immemorial year chicken even had the aura of wild immortal goo on it. It was much more dangerous. After the two immemorial year beasts appeared, a vast number of year beasts surged out of the spiral like a raging tsunami. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. Goo immortals used their wisdom and killer moves as they cooperated, while the year beasts were unintelligent and fought with brute strength, but they had advantage in numbers. Fan Yuan's subordinates were all guarding the formation cores, watching the huge fight between them. This damned formation, we must destroy it for a chance of victory. Actually, as long as we destroy a portion of it, we will be able to send out information and get reinforcements from our Righteous Path allies. This time path formation is truly profound. Xia Cha frowned. After finding the first formation core, she could not find the second one. The formation is complete and flawless. My formation path attainment is too low. Maybe I should go all out and make this formation unable to handle the attack. I can create a flaw myself. Xia Cha's killing intent surged. Lu Wei-yin could sense Xia Cha's intention as he quickly urged, "Don't fall into the demon's trap. This Fan Yuan is very devious, even Heavenly Court cannot capture him." Shadow Sect had obtained graceful chaotic duel stage before. Even though it was destroyed, many of the immortal goo were left in their hands. If you attack with your full strength, you might fall into Fan Yuan's trap. He would use it against you. Xia Cha hesitated, but the immemorial year chicken approached her quickly. A mere beast. Xia Cha laughed from anger. Aura of many goo worms burst out of her body, forming into an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. A pair of scissors that was jade green in color and large as an elephant flew towards the immemorial year chicken's neck and clipped. The immemorial year chicken could not rival her. After getting heavily injured from the scissors, it quickly fell into a disadvantage. Xia Cha displayed shocking battle strength that was not lower than Heavenly Court's members. Right before the immemorial year chicken was about to die at Xia Cha's hands, suddenly, Fan Yuan activated the formation. The heavily injured immemorial year chicken vanished on the spot. Submit to me. Behind the scenes, Fan Yuan targeted this weakened immemorial year chicken as he used his overbearing enslavement path method. Like what happened in the previous life, he succeeded in capturing this beast. Ever since rebirth, Fan Yuan had been collecting immemorial year beasts. His plan was to gather 12 different immemorial year beasts. Even though there would be many immemorial year chickens in the River of Time next year, this immemorial year chicken had superior battle strength. He did not want to lose it. Fan Yuan used the strength of the southern border immortals to weaken the immemorial year beast and enslave it forcefully. Xia Cha's expression turned dark, but she smiled. "You've finally exposed the flaw, so what if you get a few immemorial year beasts?" Fan Yuan teleported the immemorial year chicken away. It allowed Xia Cha to comprehend more of the formation. As expected, not long after, she found the second formation core and destroyed it. The southern border immortals started to cheer, but at the next moment, the formation core that was destroyed turned into a spiral entrance. On the battlefield, there was a new entrance that transported more year beasts inside. How can this be? The southern border immortals were stunned. There is no choice. I need to show up now and make my move. Ba Shirba transmitted. Xia Cha and Lu Wei-yin continued to urge him to lay low. No rush, we are already at this step, you should continue to wait. We need to probe this entire formation, you need to act at the crucial moment, let Fan Yuan miscalculate and expose a weakness. Ba Shirba was silent for a moment before replying reluctantly. Fine. The battle continued. Many southern border immortals were already injured. They were about to puke from killing these year beasts. The killer moves prepared for Fan Yuan and the cooperation between Gu immortals were all used on these year beasts. They were truly helpless and tired beyond belief. And the killing of year beasts was simply never going to end. They kept coming. Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha resisted the immemorial year beasts. Even though they faced huge pressure consistently, they persevered. Thanks to them, Fan Yuan enslaved more immemorial year beasts. But the quantity was much smaller than the previous life. Fan Yuan enslaved the immemorial year beasts that were stronger than the ones in his previous life. he only chose the elites among these beasts. The main reason was that his soul cultivation was much lower than the previous life. He could not enslave too many of them. Southern border side was making huge progress. Xia Cha destroyed 2 more formation cores. These 2 formation cores turned into spiral entrances, and the year beasts that charged and became even more threatening to the southern border immortals. A cold light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. In the previous life, my year's flow execution formation only had 3 spiral entrances at most, but after my modifications this life, it can sustain a maximum of 5. It is about time. In the previous life, the battle lasted 2 days and 1 night. This time, there were even more year beasts. Even though it has only been 1 day and night, the southern border immortals have had even greater expenditure than in the previous life. Everyone, cooperate with me, activate the formation's strongest method. Fan Yuan suddenly transmitted. Chapter 1785. Ba Shiba's Downfall. Ing Wu Xie and the rest had serious expressions, their eyes shined with bright light. Some very inhuman Gu immortals hesitated. They thought, why are we using the strongest method now, isn't it too early? Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He knew that Xia Cha had already found a lot of this formation's information, she just kept it to herself. When she attacked abruptly last time, Lady White Rabbit died, while Fang Yuan and the rest were caught unguarded. This time, Fang Yuan would not commit the same mistakes. Then who do we target? Lu Weiyin or Xia Cha? Bai Ningbing asked. The modified year's flow execution formation had one strongest method. It could shine 1 silver-white beam of light on a single person. Whoever gets hit by it would experience an extremely slow time flow, they would be defenseless. Lu Weiyin was the current generation Paradise Earth's inheritor. He had incredible methods and secret trump cards. Meanwhile, Xia Cha was a time path great expert. She could destroy the formation. She was a huge threat to the year's flow execution formation. This decision was not easy to make. But once this method was used, the remaining Gu immortals would be on guard. It would be extremely unlikely to hit them again. Fan Yuan's reply was very short. Neither Lu Weiyin nor Xia Cha, we will target that rank 7 Gu immortal. Ba Shiba was still concealed among the people. Another immemorial year beast came out into the battlefield through a spiral entrance again. Ba Shiba's eyes twitched, he forcefully held down the urge to take action. This formation is still firm, I need to wait. The time I take action has to be the most crucial moment. I need to catch Fang Yuan off guard and make him expose a flaw so that we can gain victory. While he was thinking of this, the ancient year beast near him froze as the pure dream reality seeker physique body inside self-detonated. The dream realm spread rapidly. Ba Shiba immediately became alert. At this moment, a silver-white beam shot out, hitting him directly. What? Ba Shiba's eyes slowly expanded. His time was slowed down by multiple times. In his field of vision, everything outside was rushing towards him rapidly. The dream realm was close to him to begin with. After he got hit, it completely covered him in an instant. Ba Shiba wanted to scream, but he had no time to do anything. He was submerged by the dream realm. He fell asleep. What happened? This is a dream realm. Lord Ba Shiba? Damn it, Fang Yuan saw through Lord's identity. The southern border immortals were moved, many people shrieked. This attack was too sudden, they were deeply shook. There was a third rank 8 Gu immortal. The Gu immortals under Fang Yuan were all scared and shocked. At the final moment, Ba Shiba exposed his true rank 8 aura. But it was useless, everything was too late. Seeing this, Xia Cha had the urge to cough blood. They had concealed this trump card for so long, but Fang Yuan actually saw through it. Ba Shiba had been biding his time, he had not even used his true strength yet, but Fang Yuan got rid of him so easily. Xia Cha was enraged. She shrieked as an intense storm started around her. Crack, crack, lightning flashed and thunder roared. These illusions condensed into a huge fan that she held in her hands. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. In the previous life, Xia Cha used this move to deal major damage to Fang Yuan. The year's flow execution formation was destroyed, Fang Yuan and the rest were injured, while Lady White Rabbit died. But now, feel my fan! Xia Cha waved ruthlessly. Winds were whipped up, emitting loud noises. Good, I was waiting for you! Fang Yuan shouted as his eyes shined with brightness like lightning. The formation was activated. It emitted a buzzing noise as overwhelming silver light enveloped all of the wind and absorbed it. What? Xia Cha stared with wide eyes, feeling extremely shocked. The offensive killer move that she entrusted her hopes to actually had no effect? Again! She waved once more. Winds moved, surging powerfully as they killed many year beasts. Even the immemorial year beasts were unable to hold on. They were scattered by the wind. But at the next moment, silver light appeared as the winds were blocked entirely. Xia Cha. She had an ashen expression. Her heart was filled with a bad feeling. She waved her fan like she had gone mad. Whoosh! 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 An unprecedented wind started to blow. It carried immense might with it. Under the silver light, the wind was instantly devoured. The heaven-destroying might earlier seemed like an illusion. Xia Cha opened her mouth in a daze. After a breath of time, she screamed. Impossible! Indeed, it was impossible. She was clearly being targeted in this situation. Not just that, her summer fan killer move had been completely countered. Oh heavens, have mercy! Xia Cha cried out in her heart. She had rarely used summer fan. Why did Fan Yuan know so much about it to be able to resolve it like this? Was this a dream? It was completely illogical. But of course it was logical. Because in the previous life, Fan Yuan not only obtained summer fan, he even modified it to surpass Xia Cha's version. Thus, Xia Cha's proud trump card was merely an inferior initial version in Fan Yuan's eyes. In this life, Fan Yuan considered Xia Cha's killer move and modified year's flow execution formation, causing her threat to fall to its lowest level. The reason he allowed her to act freely until now was because he wanted to weaken the year beast using her, and he also wanted to probe the foundation of these southern border Gu immortals. Thus, the truth was, even though Xia Cha attacked ferociously and had great battle results, to Fan Yuan, she was the least dangerous Gu immortal out of the 3 rank 8s present. Xia Cha's emotions were changing rapidly. She quickly exposed the flaw. Using this opportunity, Fan Yuan and the rest used the silver-white beam on her. They spread a dream realm to capture her as well. Not far away, Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. He used a certain killer move to fall asleep as the dream realm started to spread around him. All of a sudden, all 3 rank 8s had stopped fighting. The rest of the rank 7 Gu immortals were going crazy. What the heck had happened? How did the situation change so quickly? They were not able to escape from Fan Yuan's demonic claws. The silver light shot towards Tai Chuzhong, followed by Lu Hao, followed by. This sequence was specifically deduced by Fan Yuan meticulously. Several minutes after the southern border immortals went into the formation and lost all contact, a ray of white light appeared in the sky. The white light turned into a rank 8 Gu immortal. This person was dressed in white clothes that was not stained by even a speck of dust. He had a pair of thin white brows that extended towards the outer sides of his face. It was a heavenly court rank 8 Gu immortal, Jun Xinguang. He cultivated light path. He was originally a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects in Central Continent. He had recently been recruited into Heavenly Court by Fairy Ziwei after contributing his immortal aperture. Lu Hao and the rest disappeared here. Jun Xinguang had just started his investigation when he found many suspicious traces. This does not look good for Lu Hao. There was definitely a fierce battle here. Unfortunately, Lu Hao did not even send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? A moment later, cold sweat appeared on Jun Xinguang's forehead. Shock and fear flashed in his eyes for a moment. All the signs pointed to the fact that Xia Cha and the rest had been taken down. The 3 rank 8s as well as many rank 7 experts had all fallen into Fan Yuan's trap. Fan Yuan should have made use of dream realms. Soon, his gaze landed on the only small dream realm in the battlefield, becoming even more certain of his guess. Besides using dream realms, Fan Yuan's other methods, no matter how penetrating they are, cannot create such a result. Jun Xinguang sensed something amiss. He quickly retreated and left. After a while, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building brought Wu Yong, Chi Chuyu, and the rest as they arrived. They disappeared here. Southern Borders Gu immortals had grim expressions. Quickly investigate what happened here. My clan cannot reach our first Supreme Elder. Xia clan's Gu immortals were extremely anxious. We cannot contact Lord Ba Shib either. Ba clan's Gu immortals were also very anxious. In this life, Xia clan was not alone. They were accompanied by the similarly pitiful Ba clan. It looks like there was a tributary of the River of Time here. There was also a time path immortal level formation. The group rushed here then fought a very fierce battle. What is up with this dream realm? Someone saw that remaining small dream realm left behind by Fan Yuan. Be careful. Southern Border's immortals gradually separated and encircled this small dream realm. This dream realm is continuously shrinking. Someone suddenly exclaimed. After a while, several goo worms fell out of the shrinking dream realm. Like in the previous life, these information path goo worms contained the extortion letters that Fan Yuan had written to Southern Border's righteous path. The Southern Border immortals went into a commotion. This. Blatant lies. How can this be possible? Our organized team was actually captured by Fan Yuan? Humph. This must be a huge scam. But why can't we contact our clan's goo immortals? The Southern Border goo immortals were uncertain. They started to discuss among themselves. After a while, the dream realm continued to shrink as Lu Weiyin slowly appeared. Lu Weiyin woke up slowly as the dream realm dissipated. He opened his eyes and saw Wu Yong and the rest. He then looked at his surroundings and blurted out, "Oh no!" His presence and the words he told them crushed the final bit of hope that these Southern Border immortals had. Southern Border's righteous path brought in many people to organize a troop of experts to specially chase and kill Fan Yuan. But not only were they unable to kill Fan Yuan, they were instead taken captive by Fan Yuan. Oh heavens! Why was Fan Yuan this strong? Why was there a time path formation out of nowhere? Who could explain what happened? Nothing was logical. The assault that was very likely to succeed had reversed the role of hunter and hunted. The Southern Border immortals suffered a huge loss. Discussions were happening among all of them. They were all panicking and flustered. They had lost all their face, and their material losses were also severe. If Fan Yuan extorted them now, what would they do? These Southern Border immortals wanted nothing more than to crush and mince Fan Yuan's corpse. But this accursed demon had already escaped far away. Nobody knew where he was right now. Immortal Killer Move, Jade Flow Pearl. Fan Yuan's body flickered as he arrived at the 5 regional mountain range. Fixed immortal travel made traveling truly convenient. Fan Yuan did not care about the reactions of the Southern Border immortals. His gaze flickered as he looked at this mountain range. He needed to obtain the true inheritance while there was still time now. Chapter 1786. A match made in heaven. Rumble. Fan Yuan floated in the sky, looking at the ground below him. The huge mountain range was collapsing. 5 colored lights emerged. They shined dazzlingly. But these lights did not fuse together or interfered with one another. They had their own roots. It is not so easy to destroy the 5 regional mountain range. In the previous life, Wu Yong succeeded because he obtained the accumulation of Qiao clan who had researched this inheritance for many years. Fan Yuan thought. In order for Tao Shu's true inheritance to appear, he needed to destroy the entire 5 regional mountain range. The commotion would be huge. This was why Fan Yuan had waited until now before he acted. Firstly, he had just won and captured the Southern Border immortals. His strength rose sharply. Secondly, the Southern Border immortals were disoriented currently. Heavenly Court's attention was also drawn there. He could act rapidly here. The 5 colored lights started to dissipate and break apart. They were disintegrating at a rapid speed as they shrunk continuously. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. If anyone tried to change the earth vein without knowledge, unless they were extremely lucky, the lights would still exist for the most part. Only a specific method that targeted this arrangement could succeed, to change the earth vein and cause the 5 colored lights to completely vanish. After a while, the 5 colored lights disappeared completely. A powerful aura suddenly emerged. Enormous pillars in 5 colors soared to the skies. A loud voice reverberated throughout the 5 regional mountain range. "Junior, you did well. You actually passed my final test of destroying the 5 regional mountain range. Now my 5 regional inheritance is yours. Cultivate properly and you can move unrestrained and unhindered over the world in the future. Don't let down my name." In the middle of the 5 colored light pillars, a smoke-like will condensed into the vivid appearance of a goo immortal. This was the will that Tao Shu left behind. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. He stretched his arm towards Tao Shu's will. Tao Shu's will froze instantly. He felt a formless force restraining him. Next, he was pulled out of the rainbow pillar like a carrot that was uprooted. He flew towards Fan Yuan and grabbed by the throat. Tao Shu's will was furious and humiliated. He stared at Fan Yuan. "Rank 7 junior, don't humiliate me. I was a rank 8 back in my day." Fan Yuan purposely revealed a trace of his rank 8 aura. Tao Shu's will had a change of expression after sensing it. He chuckled as his attitude turned around entirely. He spoke with a tone of being on similar status. So you are a rank 8 friend. Secretly, he was thinking to himself. This young man looks talented and has great disposition, but he actually acts so viciously and domineeringly. He is a rank 8 but he pretends to be rank 7, he must be up to no good. He is not a good person. Fan Yuan smiled. I am a current generation demon, old man Tao Zhu, I will take your true inheritance. Saying so, his sleeves billowed and he unleashed the killer move that he had prepared. The ground shook as goo worms flew out of the 5 colored light pillars rapidly, they all flew into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, including the immortal goo mixed among them. Next, the 5 colored light pillars faded away, they no longer were eye-catching. Tao Zhu's will was flabbergasted. Fan Yuan's wisdom path method could sense his inner thoughts, that was not strange. The shocking thing was, Fan Yuan could actually take the entire true inheritance without his consent. The main body's arrangements were completely useless against him. Sir, who in the world are you? Tao Zhu's will had a change of attitude again. He looked towards Fan Yuan with curiosity and wariness. Fan Yuan's action earlier had already surpassed Tao Zhu's own attainment. Not only did he see through Tao Zhu's arrangements, he even dealt with them perfectly. Fan Yuan looked over with a cold gaze. Tao Zhu's will felt like he was completely emptied. No, he felt like his entire body was transparent to the other party. He had no secrets left. Fan Yuan smiled. Old man Tao Zhu. Yes, I am here. Tao Zhu's will felt extremely terrified by Fan Yuan's smile. He did not dare to put up airs. Your true inheritance is quite interesting. When I dominate the world and invade Heavenly Court, it will be very useful. To reward you, I will allow you to find a new inheritor in my grotto heaven. I will not destroy your will, I will replenish you and allow you to live for a long time. Fan Yuan said. Tao Zhu's will was currently at Fan Yuan's mercy. He was like a puppet that could not move, he felt extremely bitter inside. Back then, when the main body researched upon the mysteries of the 5 regional walls, he made a breakthrough towards the end of his life, he had a shocking achievement. But the main body's lifespan was up, he had no time to become famous, he could only leave the inheritance, and wait for an inheritor. It was a huge regret. Thus, Tao Zhu's main body set up this true inheritance that would cause a huge commotion in the 5 regional mountain range. He would attempt to choose and test the proper disciple to inherit this legacy. When his disciple becomes renowned in the world, he would also gain fame and reputation that would make up for his regret before death. But the result was? Fan Yuan came and disrupted everything. Not only did he destroy the 5 regional mountain range, he skipped all of the tests and arrived at the end, even capturing the will and forcefully taking the true inheritance. He had no politeness at all, he was domineering. Tao Zhu's will felt deep grievance, this was not what his main body had intended for. But what choice did he have? He was just a will. If I am not wrong, even my main body is not this person's match? From what he said, he actually wants to attack Heavenly Court, without sufficient strength and confidence. Why would he say that? Thinking so, Tao Zhu's will sighed, saying to Fan Yuan, forget it, this is life. I don't care if you are a good or bad person, the true inheritance is in your hands. You might cause bloodshed and death in the future, but that will surely shake the 5 regions, right? This is what my main body wanted to see too. As long as you do not cover up my main body's achievements, so what if you get the true inheritance? Ha! Fan Yuan laughed loudly. His laughter became intense, his black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes shined with divine light, the surrounding winds and clouds moved with his will. After laughing, he looked at Tao Zhu's will solemnly. Don't worry, why would I fight with a dead person over this reputation? If I cannot even let go of this, how can I surpass Heavenly Court, how can I surpass the generations of venerables and pursue my supreme goal of eternal life? Tao Zhu's will stared with wide eyes, thinking, This person talks big. He wants to defeat Heavenly Court and surpass venerables? Is he crazy or foolish? Oh no, he can detect my thoughts. Fan Yuan laughed again. If I lack even this bit of ambition, what's the point of being human? Failure is fine, just try again several times. Even if I cannot achieve my goals in the end, so what? Tao Zhu's will froze, he stared at Fan Yuan in a daze. He saw Fan Yuan taking a deep breath as he looked into the horizons, his eyes were dark like the abyss, but Tao Zhu could see that within this pure darkness, there was a brilliant spark. Instantly, memories surfaced in his mind. The questioning and disdain of countless people. Researching the 5 regional walls? What's there to research about? He is so arrogant. This question has existed since the start of time. On what basis does this Tao Zhu think he can possibly resolve it? A mere rank 6 immortal, and even a lone cultivator at that, he is so ordinary. The suppression of Southern Border's righteous path. Tao Zhu! Stop researching it. The person who warned him had high cultivation level. His face was cold as ice. Why? I did not provoke you. Tao Zhu replied in anger. Don't you get it? The Southern Border righteous path Gu Immortal looked at him with a deep gaze. His tone was very cold. What is the true meaning of the 5 regional walls? Right now, Central Continent is the strongest while the other 4 regions are weaker. If your research really succeeds, it will cause a huge commotion in the world. The 5 regions will go into war. It will be a calamity. For the sake of all the living beings in this world, we will be taking away these research gains of yours. No. Bam. Blind fool, if not for her, would you still be alive now? The Southern Border righteous path Gu Immortal gave him a cold stare as he left. The separation from his lover. Tao Zhu, we are not compatible, let's end it here. Tao Zhu was filled with sadness. Yes, I am just a lone immortal, while you are the beloved child of Yao Clan's first supreme elder. No, that's not the problem. Do you not get it? Tao Zhu. You are the reason. You research the mystery of the regional walls every day. How much time do you spend with me? Ask yourself this question, do you really care about me? You love your research more than you love me. The female immortal sobbed. Tao Zhu was speechless. The female immortal wiped her tears as she breathed in deeply, looking at Tao Zhu with teary eyes. This is the final time I will ask you, do you want me or your research? Tao Zhu lowered his head. He had a hesitant expression that was filled with uncertainty. The female immortal walked closer. Be with me, marry into Yao Clan, we will live together, and have our own children. Don't think about the regional walls, we will provide you all the resources you need. With my father around, you do not need to fear any calamities or tribulations, darling. The female immortal spoke endearingly. Tao Zhu's heart shook. He looked at her. The female immortal had an expectant gaze. He took a step back as if he was pushed by a formless force. Aye. He clenched his fists. He gulped his saliva. He wanted to say something but no words came out. He did not want to lie to the female immortal. He did not want to lie to himself. The female immortal looked at him as her beautiful face turned increasingly pale. Eventually, the hope in her eyes vanished. She smiled lightly, turning around. As the crystal tears fell, she flew away on a cloud. Not long after, news got out that Yao Clan was having an alliance marriage with another righteous path force. The bride was that female immortal. He is Tao Zhu? Is he stupid? In order to research the pointless secret of the 5 regions, he gave up on that marriage. He is a lunatic. I've often seen him heading to the regional walls for his research. He often ends up injured and in a sorry state. On the night of the female immortal's wedding, Tao Zhu stayed in a dark and tiny cave. He looked at the mortal formation in front of him in a daze. This tiny formation was only at rank 2 level, but it was the research gains of his entire life until now. He looked at the formation while thinking about the figure of that beautiful female immortal. Her smile was stunning and beautiful like the moon. He laughed to himself, his hoarse voice echoing in the tiny cave. He continued to research the formation in front of him with overflowing tears. All his efforts were not in vain. His stubborn nature was deeply planted into the soil that was filled with the blood of his bleeding heart. It bore fruit in the end. Yao Clan's first supreme elder came to him. As a rank 8 himself, Tao Zhu looked at him directly. Yao Clan's first supreme elder looked at Tao Zhu calmly but with a hint of pity in his eyes. I heard that your research had some progress recently? I was lucky. Tao Zhu sneered. You are here to snatch my research gains? The old man shook his head. You just became a rank 8. I do not want to bully the young and weak. Tao Zhu's sneer turned colder. Your words can deceive a naive newbie, but trying that on me? Tao Zhu shook his head. Disdain was shown all over his face. Yao Clan's first supreme elder smiled nonchalantly. I admit. He sighed as he nodded. I had underestimated you, to think that you could advance to rank 8. If I had known this, I would not have hindered you and my daughter's relationship in secret. I would have nurtured you and tried all ways to get you two to be together. Even if you are obsessed with this, even if you cannot give my daughter happiness, I would still do it for the sake of my clan's benefit. Tao Zhu's expression changed. Thinking about the female immortal he loved, his gaze became dark. However, Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder had a solemn expression as he added, I will not allow you to do any research on the secrets of the 5 regional walls. Tao Zhu's eyes shined with cold light. He regained his cold demeanor as before. Humph, the same excuse about causing chaos and creating war between the 5 regions which would cause bloodshed in the world? Have you thought about it? Once we decipher the secret of the 5 regional walls, we can bring prosperity and hope to the world. The 5 regional walls are the biggest obstruction to the interaction between all 5 regions. If they vanish, Gu immortals will be able to move more freely and unobstructed. We would be able to share our cultivation knowledge with each other. However, the possibility of war is far higher than peace, isn't that so? Yao Clan's old man interrupted Tao Zhu. Tao Zhu was silent, he did not rebuke. The 5 regions had too many differences, not just in terrain and culture. Their resource allocation and population density also varied. There was also no lack of ambition people. Unlike the current 5 regions that were isolated and had economic, political, and military balance, once the 5 regional walls were removed, this balance would break instantly. So, you are here to advise me to stop? A moment later, Tao Zhu broke the silence. He snickered in disdain. You know that is impossible. Yao Clan's old man said solemnly. I must admit, killing a rank 8 existence is too risky. It is hard for Southern Border's righteous path to make a decision on this. Unless there was no choice, we would not choose to fight to the death. Thus, we are here to tell you a secret. I hope that you can keep it a secret after you learn about it. Why must I listen to you? Tao Zhu laughed. Yao Clan's old man also laughed. Because this secret involves the 5 regional walls, don't you want to know? Tao Zhu was moved. He felt a sense of anxiety in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. The look of pity in the Yao Clan old man's eyes became even deeper now. This secret is too cruel to you, but in this situation, I need to tell you. In the future, the earth veins of the 5 regions will merge and become one. The regional walls will disappear by themselves. What? Tao Zhu shouted in deep shock. This was a fatal blow dealt by Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder. This secret voided the goal of Tao Zhu's entire life. The 5 regional walls would vanish in the future, then what was the point of Tao Zhu's research? He put in so much hard work and effort, he took all the life-threatening risks, and even gave up on his beloved woman. All of these sacrifices that he made, were they just cruel mockery towards him? This is impossible, you lied to me. Tao Zhu's voice was loud, but there was panic in his tone. This is a Paradise Earth true inheritance that our Yao Clan inherited. The evidence is with you already. Even if you do not believe me, do you not believe in the words of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder said this and smiled. Furthermore, you researched about the 5 regional walls and earth veins your entire life. You must know something about it. Haven't you sensed anything? All of your research gains can prove the fact that this will happen in the future, right? Tao Zhu was covered in perspiration. He stared with his huge hollow eyes as he fumbled backwards. He lowered his head towards the ground as his expression was full of nervousness. Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder smiled. He looked at Tao Zhu. His kind old man demeanor had an extremely cold and cruel disposition. This was all that needed to be said. Yao Clan's old man turned around to leave. Before going, he said his parting words. Don't research about the 5 regional walls. They will disappear on their own in the future. Your research is meaningless. Of course, if you can succeed while the 5 regional walls are still intact, I am sure the moment you achieve success will also be the moment Southern Border's righteous path and all our rank 8s join forces and exterminate you. This is all I have to say, Tao Zhu. Think about it yourself. Tao Zhu was dazed on the spot. He stayed motionless. Defeat was written all over his face. It was like a dream. Back to reality. Tao Zhu had died long ago, while his lingering will was grabbed by Fan Yuan at the throat. The true inheritance was already taken away forcefully. But Fan Yuan's words had a huge impact on Tao Zhu's will. If I lack even this bit of ambition, what's the point of being human? Failure is fine, just try again several times. Even if I cannot achieve my goals in the end, so what? Ha ha! Tao Zhu's will laughed maniacally. Years later, his main body had already recovered from the impact that Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder dealt. He had the same kind of realization. Indeed. Even if I fail in the end and obtain nothing, even if my life was a complete failure, so what? Even if the 5 regional walls would disappear in the future, so what? Even if my research is meaningless, so what? That is what I want to do. You can call me crazy, you can call me an idiot, you can call me stubborn, You can call me stupid. All right. I am crazy, I am an idiot, I am stubborn and also stupid. But I still want to do it regardless. That is how I want to live. That is how I can find meaning in my life. However, I still had lingering regrets in the end, therefore, I created this inheritance. And now, this inheritance is in the hands of Fan Yuan. At this moment, Tao Zhu's will became excited. Fan Yuan! I will give you this inheritance. I will also give you the true meaning that is hidden somewhere else. My main body was not skilled at fighting, that was why I had lingering regrets. But I feel that if this inheritance is given to you, all these regrets will be fulfilled. This is truly a match made in heaven. Fan Yuan's lips curled up, he showed a confident but arrogant smile. Then observe it yourself, old man Tao Zhu. I will make sure your true inheritance stuns deities and shocks immortals. It will be renowned in the world. Chapter 1787. Rule Path Great Grand Master. After obtaining the entirety of Tao Zhu's true inheritance, Fan Yuan left the 5 regional mountain range immediately. Like the previous life, this mountain range was inevitably still destroyed. But the result was very different for Fan Yuan. In the previous life, he set up an ambush and created a huge battle in the 5 regional mountain range. Tao Zhu's true inheritance has appeared unexpectedly. He had no chance to obtain it as he had to escape. This time, Fan Yuan was wary of the ink effect. He waited until he ambushed Southern Border's pursuers. After capturing them all, the time was ripe and he came to obtain this true inheritance. After some time, Southern Border's righteous path would agree and support Tai Clan in building the beacon towers. By then, it would be problematic for Fan Yuan to take action. The scattered beacon towers would allow Southern Border's Gu immortals to travel much more quickly and efficiently. During the final battle in his previous life, Fan Yuan obtained important information about Tao Zhu's true inheritance from Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu. He even set up a super immortal formation with them. Thus, he knew a lot about it. With all the deductions he made in advance, he was prepared to successfully take it by force. Tao Zhu's true inheritance! Fan Yuan sighed deeply in his heart. The methods inside this inheritance were very useful to him, they would help him greatly. Even though Tao Zhu was just a rank 8, the importance of this true inheritance surpassed even some venerable true inheritances. His previous life was the best proof. Fan Yuan used Tao Zhu's methods to deal with the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. It gave Qin Yi and the rest huge problems. They were able to advance with great progress. Tao Zhu's methods were also able to deal with the killer move Heroes Among People. Due to Heroes Among People's amplification, Heavenly Court and Central Continent's Gu immortals had a huge boost in battle strength. But as long as they were inside the 5-colored smoke, these Gu immortals would face greater backlash the stronger they were. This was a mystical move that had an incredible effect. Fan Yuan had to give it a thumbs up, it deserved all his praise. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and Heroes Among People were venerable methods, but Tao Zhu's true inheritance was actually able to counter them. This made many Gu immortals' jaws drop. They were deeply shocked. This time around, even if I cannot find a way to break Heroes Among People, I can use the 5-colored smoke to counter it. Central Continent's people will have a hard time. But the methods of this true inheritance are not too flexible. When used, an immortal formation has to be created. Even though I know this method, I do not want an immobile immortal formation. I need to modify it on this foundation. Fan Yuan thought about it as he looked at Tao Zhu's true inheritance. As he expected, the formation that he created with the Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortals was the essence of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. In this true inheritance, Tao Zhu named the formation 5 Regional Limit Formation. And the good news was that other than this formation, there was another immortal killer move. It had the same value as this 5 Regional Limit Formation. This move was known as 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. Once activated, it could shoot out light qi made of 5 colors. The effect of the light qi was similar to regional walls. Within it, Gu immortals of the 5 regions would face backlash. The stronger their move, the greater the backlash. Of course, because Fan Yuan was a special existence, he was not restricted inside this light qi. 5 Regional Limit Formation, 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, these were the essence of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Other than that, there were 2 remaining Immortal Gu. These Immortal Gu were Rule Path Gu worms. One was Rank 8 Region, the other was Rank 7 Limit. Rank 8 Region Gu was clearly Tao Zhu's Vital Gu, it had risen to Rank 8 alongside him. Tao Zhu's Immortal Aperture was not preserved. According to the true inheritance, Tao Zhu was very poor then, most of his resources were used for research, his immortal aperture had barely anything. And most importantly, before he died, he left his immortal aperture for the southern border righteous path so that he could conceal his true inheritance. Fan Yuan looked at the true inheritance as he felt deeper emotions. This Tao Zhu was a peculiar genius. He spent his entire life's time and effort on research, he invested so much manpower and resources. In the contents of the true inheritance, he wrote about his countless experiments, he had risked his life each time in all these attempts. Even after he became rank 8, he often went into the regional wall to experience its profundity. This was not something normal people could do. Thus, his immortal aperture was very poor, he could barely maintain the feeding of his immortal goo, it could not develop as he constantly faced backlash inside the regional wall as a rank 8 goo immortal. Next, I need to manage my immortal aperture and gain the ability to feed these 2 immortal goo. Then, Fan Yuan was faced with a tough problem. Should he choose the 5 regional limit formation or 5 restriction profound light chi? Both used region and limit as the cores with a vast number of supplementary mortal goo. If he created a formation, he could not use 5 restriction profound light chi. Similarly, if he chose 5 restriction profound light chi, he would not have enough time in the battle to set up the 5 regional limit formation. Creating a formation had huge drawbacks, because a stationary formation needed the power of an earth vein. Tao Zhu True Inheritance had clearly stated, not only did the 5 regional limit formation need to be set up on the ground, it needed to be rooted to an earth vein. Thus, in the previous life, Chi Chu Yu added an earth vein immortal goo. But now, earth vein immortal goo had not appeared yet. Once a formation was created, it would not be very usable, because Fan Yuan would not be able to take it out at crucial timing. Unless he used formation flag goo or the formation spirit to move this formation around, but that would require a lot of modification and deductions from him, and the results were unknown. Choosing the 5 restriction profound light chi was more convenient and stronger, but it could not last as long as a formation. Furthermore, it had its weakness too. Each time this move was used, the Gu Immortal would need to expend a vast amount of earth chi in their immortal aperture. The expenditure was colossal, even Fan Yuan was tongue-tied when he saw it. However, there is a method to resolve the drawback of 5 restriction profound light chi. I arrived. Fan Yuan stopped thinking as he arrived at an ordinary-looking cave. It is well hidden, even I could not sense anything amiss. Fan Yuan nodded to himself. Next, he let out Tao Zhu's will. Tao Zhu's will took a few steps forward, the cave changed, a gush of true meaning permeated the walls. Tao Zhu's will handed this true meaning to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan first inspected it, after finding no problems with it, he absorbed it without hesitation. A moment later, he became a great Grand Master in Rule Path. This Tao Zhu's true meaning could allow a person who had no foundation in Rule Path to become a great Grand Master instantly. Of course, Fan Yuan had his own foundation, he was a Rule Path Grand Master. Even though Fan Yuan was still a great Grand Master now, his original foundation was not wasted, it was still accumulated even though he did not achieve a qualitative change into Supreme Grand Master. It seems that Tao Zhu was a Rule Path Great Grand Master when he was alive. Fan Yuan nodded slightly. When any path reaches Great Grand Master in attainment level, a qualitative change would occur. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were the elites of the elites. Chi Clan's Chi Chu Yu was a formation path Great Grand Master who could use natural Dao marks to create immortal formations. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a fire path Great Grand Master. Back then when she made a trap for Fan Yuan, he could not sense it in the immortal materials no matter what. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a great Grand Master of all paths. This showed how powerful he was. The lifetime achievement of many rank 8 Gu Immortals would only be one aspect of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If not for Fan Yuan turning this situation around back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would have infiltrated Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect would control the entire world. As for why Tao Zhu cultivated Restriction Path but left behind a Rule Path true meaning? Because Restriction Path was a sub-branch of Rule Path, it was a small path that had not been fully separated. It was like the Emotion Path derived from Wisdom Path. This path specialized in using charm and emotion to influence others. The truth was, Rule Path had many smaller paths derived from it. It was truly the number one path without question in this regard. The more famous ones were Restriction Path and Phantom Path. Phantom Path was derived from Rule Path. It focused on illusions and phantoms. Between truth and falsity, it had not fully separated from Rule Path yet. Fan Yuan had some rule path immortal goo, they were precaution, big, fight, and others. The characteristics of rule path could be easily seen from this. Big, small, tall, short, fat, skinny, far, close, good, bad, round, square, curved, straight, truth, false, strong, weak, 1, 2, 3, 4, these were all rule path goo worms. Because rule path was a huge concept, it had many branching smaller paths as a result. Among all the paths, rule path goo worms have the widest range of use, or rather, they are the most practical for usage. For example, rule path goo worms strong can be used with any path to make any killer move stronger. Rule path had another advantage: the goo immortal could often create their own true meaning using it. This was the advantage of wisdom path as well. True meaning involved the truth of rule path, as well as the will of wisdom path. Other than these two paths, there were truly very few goo immortals of other paths that could leave true meaning behind. The 10 venerables were exceptions. These monsters were not confined to common sense, they were unique existences that could not be assessed through logic. Tao Zhu's true meaning was quite a joyful surprise to Fan Yuan, because he knew that Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu did not obtain it in the previous life. It was not hard to understand. Fan Yuan had already deduced much of the truth. Tao Zhu was suppressed by the southern border righteous path when he was alive. Before dying, he gave up his immortal aperture to lure the attention of the righteous path while he set up his true inheritance, and hid his true meaning elsewhere. Southern border's righteous path obtained Tao Zhu's immortal aperture. They thought that his research had no results, because they could not see through the 5 regional mountain range, they could not discover Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Even though Tao Zhu's true inheritance ended in the hands of Southern Border's righteous path last time, Tao Zhu's true meaning had been hidden from them. Tao Zhu's true meaning was very useful to the current Fan Yuan, it came at the perfect timing. Because he had just captured Ba Shirba. This rule path rank 8 Goo Immortals Grotto Heaven could not be annexed with Fan Yuan's original rule path attainment level. I wanted to undergo some transactions with Qi Chuyu to get some rule path dream realms and raise my attainment level. To think that this would happen, I do not need to wait anymore, I can save a lot of effort. Chapter 1788. Righteous Path's Headache. Wu Clan's headquarters. In a room, light was dim. Wu Yong had an ashen expression as he sat like a motionless statue. The information path goo worm in his hand was still a little warm because he had just activated it. There was an intense conference of higher-ups earlier among the southern border righteous path forces. It was as heated as a market. Xia clans and Ba clans goo immortals were close to screaming, their voices filled with terror and helplessness. Most of the people were engaging in loud discussions, close to the point of arguments, as they vented their shock and fear. How is this possible? Fan Yuan ambushed us and obtained complete victory. Our goo immortals were all captured by him. What do we do now? This has never happened before in Southern Border's history. If news get out, our Southern Border righteous path would become the laughingstock of the 5 regions. Reputation is no longer important, the important thing is that our clansmen are in his hands. Earlier, Fan Yuan left an information path goo worm behind, didn't he ask us to wait for his reply? Yes, but he has not sent anything to us, do we just wait for him? Wu Yong could still hear the discussions of these people echoing in his ears. Humph, a bunch of useless people, what is the point of talking and discussing now? Wu Yong snorted coldly in displeasure, he squinted as his already long and thin eyes became even slimmer. An eerie cold light flickered in his eyes continuously, while his fists were clenched uncontrollably. This is troublesome. Fan Yuan has the absolute initiative. Even if I reject his extortion, Xia clan and Ba clan would not, because their first supreme elders are the ones captured. Heavenly Court's arrangements were useless as well. Humph, I wasted my effort in contacting Ziwei. But this is not because Heavenly Court is weak, this Fan Yuan has simply shown battle strength that is too terrifying in this fight. With such terrifying battle results, looking at my southern border righteous path, only Qi Chuyu is a character, he remained calm and cool. Wu Yong remembered clearly, in the intense discussion earlier, Qi Chuyu had a calm expression and even was the first to suggest a plan to chase after Fan Yuan and pursue him. Even though barely anyone responded, that was the proper behavior of a righteous path member. Wu Yong had no idea that Qi Chuyu was forcing himself to act calm, he was filled with shock and anxiety internally. He pretended to make this suggestion to pursue Fan Yuan so that he could conceal himself deeper. Fan Yuan actually won? Not only did Fan Yuan win, he even captured 2 rank 8s and multiple rank 7 experts. Was it a joke? Before this battle, Chi Chuyu would definitely think this was a joke. But now, he could not laugh at all. Chi Chuyu did not dare to believe it, but the evidence that Lu Weiyin showed them was genuine. He had to accept it. Fan Yuan obtained complete victory in this battle. Not only did Southern Border's righteous path go into chaos, even Chi Chuyu felt like Fan Yuan had a hold on him. Because Fan Yuan won using dream realms. And these dream realms were given to him by Chi Chuyu. That was to say, Chi Chuyu was the biggest contributor to Fan Yuan's success. He had become the greatest trader of Southern Border's righteous path. Before this, Chi Chuyu had thought that Fan Yuan would use the dream realms to deal with Southern Border's righteous path. But he was limited by common sense. Firstly, transacting with Fan Yuan simply benefited Chi Clan too greatly. This temptation and desire blinded Chi Chuyu. Secondly, Fan Yuan had escaped by self-detonating the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies last time. In the entire process, he was in a distressed state, and he could not even control the self-detonated pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that formed dream realms. Thus, Chi Chuyu felt that this self-detonation held little threat. But to think that Fan Yuan would set up a time path super immortal formation! If not for this immortal formation stopping Gu immortals from teleporting, how could he succeed in using the dream realms? The time path immortal formation is not scary. The scary thing is how deeply concealed this formation was. If Fan Yuan had not activated it, it could not be detected. Chi Chuyu felt a headache thinking about it. He was a formation path great grandmaster. He naturally understood formations. But the immortal formation of each path had their own strengths and weaknesses. The strength of time path immortal formations was that they could affect the flow of time inside. Fan Yuan used this to fight for days and nights inside the formation, capturing the pursuers. Only several hours had passed outside. But time path immortal formations were not good at concealment. It was the strength of dark path, phantom path, and transformation path formations. Once time path immortal formations were created, they would be out there in the open, easily detected and seen. It should not be concealed so deeply. So how did Fan Yuan make it this hidden? Chi Chuyu was stumped by this question, while at the same time, Fairy Ziwei, who was inside Heavenly Court, found the answer. She had just ended her deductions. Central Great Hall was still flickering with purple light. Fairy Ziwei sighed deeply. It should be the past arrangements of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect had once been scattered in all 5 regions, hiding under Zombie Alliance while searching for natural tributaries of the River of Time, using the surrounding time path Dao marks to set up formations. At Great Grandmaster, Formation Path Gu Immortals could directly use natural Dao marks to set up formations. But the formation created would have different strengths and advantages according to the distribution of the natural Dao marks. The Gu Immortal would often only be able to adjust it slightly. It was not as convenient as using Gu worms to create formations. But that time path formation in Southern Border is specialized in concealment. Fan Yuan had perfect use of it. He added more time path formations inside and used the dream realms to capture all of the Southern Border pursuers in one go. Fairy Ziwei had a dark expression. She felt regret now. Had she known this, she would have told Southern Border about the deaths of Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. After the loss in Langya Blessed Land, Fairy Ziwei only told the world about a portion of the details. As long as Southern Border's righteous path knew of Qin Yi's and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, they would place more emphasis on Fan Yuan. They would not send just 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Lu Weiyin had joined on his own accord. That was not under the control of Southern Border's righteous path. This was not to say that Fairy Ziwei had made a mistake. She had her own considerations too. Initially, Fairy Ziwei had lingering hope that Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch might still be alive. Thus, she only exposed Fan Yuan's secrets to the world while hiding this incident. But after a long time passed, Fairy Ziwei realized that Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were truly dead. She chose to conceal this information because she did not want to help raise Fan Yuan's reputation, and also because she was afraid that Gu immortals of the other 4 regions would compromise with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had the strength to harm rank 8 Gu immortals. His influence had reached a qualitative change. The other 4 regions were not like Central Continent. They had many forces that opposed each other. Those forces were not united and could easily be crippled by Fan Yuan. It was easy for them to secretly reach an agreement and undergo transactions. Fairy Ziwei was not wrong at all. Western Desert's Tang clan and Southern Border's Qi clan were doing this. Fairy Ziwei concealed this fact to ensure that the 4 regions would still be antagonistic towards Fan Yuan. Regardless of the results, both sides would have some expenditure. any loss to either of them would benefit Heavenly Court overall. At the same time, they would expose information and clues that Heavenly Court could gain by simply observing. When the time is right, Heavenly Court would deduce Fan Yuan's exact location and take action to exterminate this demon. Fairy Ziwei made a good plan. She was looking towards the future and making preparations for the 5 regions' chaotic war. But the situation was way out of her expectations. Fan Yuan actually obtained complete victory. He captured all the southern border immortals. Even though Fan Yuan has rank 7 cultivation level, last time, he made use of Langya Blessed Land's foundation. And this time, he is using Shadow Sect's remaining arrangements. The result is a one-sided victory by him. Our arrangements did not even have time to take effect. Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth. Fan Yuan was too devious and cunning. It was getting increasingly harder to deal with him. Fairy Ziwei started to feel a sense of helplessness. Fan Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she could do nothing to him. One of the reasons was that he cultivated too many paths, Wisdom Path for example. Fan Yuan had deep Wisdom Path attainment. Even if Fairy Ziwei made deductions with her full power now, she could not deduce his location. She needed a lot more clues. Normally speaking, Gu immortals who were not in Wisdom Path would be easy to locate through deductions. There were many demonic path Gu immortals in this world, but why were there few who would wreak havoc like Fan Yuan? It was because the moment they create chaos and make everyone angry, Wisdom Path Gu immortals would undergo deductions and locate them quickly, before pursuing and hunting them down. Or for example, Refinement Path. Langya Blessed Land was not so easy to annex. Many Gu immortals could not do it even if they wanted to. Even some rank 8 Gu immortals could not. Because Langya Blessed Land was rank 7, one needed at least Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment level. Or, for example, Dream Path. Fan Yuan was reborn from the future. He had many Dream Path methods. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he used these methods to escape danger and survive the ordeal. Or, for example, this ambush battle. Fan Yuan showed incredible formation path attainment. To be able to use the time path formation to this extent, his formation path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster. Of course, this can be part of the arrangements left by Shadow Sect. But why did Fan Yuan not use it back then? There is little possibility in this. There is another possibility. After Fan Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, one of the variant human Gu immortals that he took in has Great Grandmaster formation path attainment level. I don't have enough clues. Fairy Ziwei placed her hand on her forehead as cold flight flickered in her eyes. She stood up and left Central Great Hall, arriving at the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Soul Search. Not long after, Fairy Ziwei nodded in satisfaction. She searched specifically within Spectral Soul's memories, about the secrets regarding the time path formation. It is a formation with strong concealment capability indeed, but it does not have the power to summon year beasts. Fan Yuan must have added it in afterwards. Fairy Ziwei was in deep thought. The eerie light in her eyes was just a speck earlier, but it had already spread to a larger area now. Chapter 1789. Suspected of Rebirth. Heavenly Court. Throughout the eras, countless immortal halls were built. Behind Central Great Hall, there was a tall tower that was covered in a white gold halo. It was the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower, several Heavenly Court Gu immortals were working together. They were very busy. Through their hard work, a refinement path formation was slowly taking shape. A Gu immortal with a strong body that was like a monolith was watching outside the formation. Even though he was just standing, he gave a feeling of a huge pillar that could support the sky. It was Duke Long. Greetings, Duke Long. Fairy Ziwei arrived at this moment, standing behind Duke Long. Right now, Langya Blessed Land is in Fan Yuan's hands. That means he also knows the details of Refinement Cauldron. Originally, Heavenly Court's Refinement Path formation was modeled after Refinement Cauldron. I ordered them to disassemble the original formation and modify it into another one, Duke Long said as he turned around, facing Fairy Ziwei. Guilt showed on Fairy Ziwei's face as she said, I have failed in my duties. Before she finished, Duke Long interrupted. No need to take about blaming yourself. I believe you have already reflected upon your actions. The past cannot be changed. We should face the present and plan for the future. Duke Long looked at Fairy Ziwei as he sighed. Right now, Heavenly Court has control of this situation, but it seems like our control is slowly dwindling. Fan Yuan. This pawn arranged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to thwart our plans and cause the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Right now, he even captured many southern border immortals. Even if he is only rank 7, regardless of what methods he used, the result is apparent to us all. The facts are simply like this. Ziwei, how will you deal with it? In the previous life, Duke Long did not place importance on Fan Yuan. He thought that he was just a nuisance. But now, after Fan Yuan attained great victories one after the other, Duke Long became alert towards him. He no longer entrusted everything to Fairy Ziwei like in the previous life. He started to feel uneasy and asked questions about future plans. Fairy Ziwei breathed in deeply. She already had a plan on how to deal with Fan Yuan, she said calmly. The first thing is to find his location. Wisdom path methods are not enough. Right now, I have sent out 3 rank 8 Gu immortals in southern border to search for his traces. Furthermore, we need to counter his killer move that uses fixed immortal travel as the core. This move is more threatening than omnidirectional travel. It gives Fan Yuan the initiative to advance or retreat at will. I have already given orders to prepare the refinement of Fixed Space Gu before anyone else. Fixed Space Gu was in Lu Hao's hands, but he was captured by Fan Yuan now. Fairy Ziwei was confident in Heavenly Court's methods. They could make Lu Hao's Fixed Space Immortal Gu self-detonate. With the crucial Fixed Space Gu, they would be able to deal with Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move. And thirdly, Fairy Ziwei said as she paused, continuing in a heavier tone, we need to guard against his Spring-Autumn Cicada. I am increasingly suspicious that Fan Yuan has already used Spring-Autumn Cicada. He had been reborn already. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, our side lost because Star Cast was broken. This is very suspicious. Feng Jiuge left so many down marks at various locations. Why did Fan Yuan lock onto that particular one? Setting a formation in advance and blocking us from entering? But I have made many deductions on this without any result. The clues are too few. Fairy Ziwei sighed deeply. Spring-Autumn Cicada is a problem indeed. Duke Long nodded. Do you have any way to deal with it? Fairy Ziwei nodded. Lord Duke Long, didn't we discuss already? We will use the killer move Benevolent Equality on Spring-Autumn Cicada. But Benevolence Gu is still in southern border. It is owned by Paradise Earth's inheritor, Lu Weiyin. That's right, Duke Long said in a low tone. If Fan Yuan uses Spring-Autumn Cicada, he might not just be using it alone, he likely would be using a killer move. Using Benevolent Equality to deal with any potential Spring-Autumn Cicada killer move is most appropriate. Precisely. Purple light flickered in Fairy Ziwei's eyes. That is why I plan to contact Lu Weiyin soon. I want to discuss the matter of borrowing Benevolence Gu from him. At this time in the previous life, Heavenly Court was calm and composed. They had not contacted Lu Weiyin so early. But due to the ink effect, they decided to approach Lu Weiyin in advance. Duke Long nodded as he had a thought. You want to use this chance to see if Fan Yuan has truly been reborn? That's right. If Lu Weiyin rejects us, the likelihood of Fan Yuan using rebirth is higher. That is because our Benevolent Equality killer move counters Fan Yuan. But if Lu Weiyin agrees, it means that we were able to use Benevolent Equality. It would be unlikely that Fan Yuan managed to rebirth. At the same time, we can probe the attitude of this current generation Paradise Earth inheritor. Fairy Ziwei said slowly. On the topic of Paradise Earth, Duke Long had a complex expression as he said, let's do that. However, even if Lu Weiyin refuses to lend to us, we do not need to worry even if we cannot deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. As long as we control the situation and progress as planned, no matter how that scoundrel Fan Yuan tries, he cannot turn this around. Back then, with Red Lotus strength and foundation, he still failed in the end, not to mention this mere Fan Yuan? Duke Long said this with a grand tone as he smiled. Fairy Ziwei was a little hesitant. She asked, Lord Duke Long, there is something I do not understand. With our Heavenly Court's deep foundation, why do we need to borrow Gu in order to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada? Do we really lack any kind of method to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada? Duke Long's smile faded away. The cause is likely Red Lotus. Back then, he had told me this personally when we fought. He said that in the River of Time, there are many Stone Lotus Islands that are not connected to each other, yet they share a special influence. All of the Stone Lotus Islands form one immortal killer move. It is his proudest creation. This method can influence the flow of the River of Time. It can indirectly affect the traces of all beings in this world. Without the River of Time, the entire world would be still. The myriad beings could only move and live because of the moving River of Time. Using this relationship, Red Lotus Demon Venerable created a grand method that exerted its influence until today. The most evident effect was that any goo worm or method that countered Spring Autumn Cicada would never end up in Heavenly Court. After the matter of Red Lotus, Heavenly Court concealed the truth to defend its reputation while aggressively searching and planning for methods to deal with Spring Autumn Cicada. Gradually, Heavenly Court found something strange. Any immortal goo that could counter Spring Autumn Cicada would intentionally avoid Heavenly Court. Among the goo immortals that joined Heavenly Court, very few cultivated Time Path. But as time passes, this influence is weakening. Heavenly Court has obtained some methods that can influence and disrupt Spring Autumn Cicada. You know them too, most are still unusable. Duke Long added. So that's it. Fairy Ziwei had a calm expression, but she was shocked on the inside. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had created an incredible method. This truly surpassed the limits of Time Path. It had a trace of the power of fate. He not only damaged Fate Goo, he even forcefully used Time Path methods to mimic the power of fate in order to counter it. Fairy Ziwei blinked as she calmed her emotions. Next, I will let out news that Fan Yuan is trying to undergo tribulation and ascend to rank 8. At the same time, I will talk to Wu Yong and interact with the Southern Border Righteous Path forces, to find more people that would go against Fan Yuan. And finally, I have already given orders to nurture Fang Jing fully. This person was brought about by the Heavenly Tao. He is a crucial key to dealing with Fan Yuan. Has he already undergone immortal ascension? Central Continent. The blood rain became smaller as Gu Yu Fangjing floated in the sky above the mountain peak. His heaven, earth, and human chi were condensing into one spot. He had gone through many ordeals. His suffering had turned into his precious wealth, allowing him to balance the 3 chi successfully. Fangjing suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed in deeply and tossed a rank 5 blood path Gu into the lump of chi. Boom! A shocking sound exploded around him. The chi lump burst out and turned into an immortal aperture. High-grade blessed land. Fang Zheng's immortal ascension succeeded. There was also a lot of heaven and earth chi remaining. Fang Jing was overjoyed. These heaven and earth chi could raise his vital blood path mortal goo into an immortal goo. Fang Jing, quickly let me in. I will help you with the tribulation. Fan Shilu transmitted. He had been guarding Fang Deng's entire immortal ascension process. Fang Jing frowned, showing displeasure. The immortal aperture was the most private area of the Gu Immortal. Fan Shilu was infringing on it. Fang Jing felt a sense of anger. But immediately, Fang Jing relaxed his brows. He opened the immortal aperture door and said plainly, "Sure, Fan Shilu, please enter." Fang Jing knew that not only was Fan Shilu here, during his immortal ascension, countless eyes were watching him. He gradually understood his value. He was just a tool. He was being nurtured to deal with Fan Yuan. A moment later, his tribulation ended. Fan Shilu was inside his immortal aperture. He had a complex expression. Fan Jing, this is a high-grade blessed land. Back then, I went through so much and faced a great risk during my tribulation, but only gained a medium-grade blessed land. Your immortal aperture has at least a size of 5,666 square kilometers, while the limit is at 6,000 square kilometers. This is definitely a large tributary of the River of Time. The rate of time compared to the outside world is 1 to 28. The limit of a high-grade blessed land is 1 to 30. The difference is very small. His time path and space path resources were far beyond what Fan Shilu had back in his day. Rank 6 Gu immortals with high-grade blessed lands were elites. They were few in numbers to begin with. And during this tribulation, you ascended your vital Gu as well. You now own 2 blood path immortal Gu. The sect has given orders. I brought you a lot of resources to plant and get past the toughest initial stage post-ascension. Fan Shilu said this as he took out a large amount of blood path resources from his immortal aperture. All these resources had huge value. They were mostly immortal materials. This experienced Gu immortal Fan Shilu could not even conceal the jealousy and envy in his eyes. The sect was putting so much effort into nurturing Fang Jing. The value of these resources was equivalent to a rank 6 lone cultivator's 100 years of accumulation. Even for Fan Shilu, who had immortal crane sex support, he had to spend 50 years to reach this stage. One could say that Fang Jing became a rich rank 6 Gu immortal without doing anything. The sect is putting so much effort for you, Fang Jing, don't let them down. At the end, Fan Shilu said with a hoarse voice. Just by seeing Fan Shilu's complex expression, Fang Jing understood. He was also shocked that he was receiving so much attention and nurturing. regardless of their motive. I have finally become an immortal. Fan Yuan, the difference between you and I is no longer immortal and mortal. Fan Jing's divine sense looked around. He felt deep emotions while looking at his immortal aperture. This is my immortal aperture, my blessed land, my foundation. At this moment, he felt that his future was bright. It seemed to be filled with endless possibilities. Fan Yuan, even though you are strong, you were still forced to escape from Central Continent and Heavenly Court. You dare not step into Central Continent. With their help, it will not be impossible for me to deal with you. Even though I understand you, I will not forgive you. Fate toys with people, we will still end up as enemies after all. This current life was different from the previous. Fan Jing received much more attention and help. His immortal ascension was brought forward by quite some time. In the previous life, everyone knew about the nightmare that Southern Border faced. Fan Yuan's demonic might was overwhelming. But now, Heavenly Court concealed the facts behind their loss, while Southern Border's situation had not been known to everyone yet. Thus, Guyu Fanjing had no idea that Qinyi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch had died. He did not know that Southern Border's immortals were all captured by Fan Yuan. This created a misconception after his immortal ascension that if he continued like this, he might be able to reach Fan Yuan's height and face him directly. Chapter 1790. Annex. Inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Within the empty mini-yellow heaven, a figure was flying at rapid speed. It came to a stop abruptly, landing before a group of Gu immortals. It was Fan Yuan's time path clone. Lord Fan Yuan! Sect leader! The group of immortals paid their respects. Looking at them, other than Ing Wuxia who was working in Green Ghost Desert, Fan Yuan's subordinates were gathered around. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Fairy Miaoying, Lady White Rabbit, Shui'er, Bing Yuan, Shi Zong, Shi Shiqing, and Mo Tan Sing, their immortal auras permeated the area. These talented people were all gathered here together. These people had participated in the ambush earlier. They witnessed how Fan Yuan controlled the situation and captured the Southern Border immortals. Thus, the immortals looked at Fan Yuan with even more heated and respectful expressions than before the battle. Especially those variant human Gu immortals, they had smiling expressions with a polite attitude. They were as tame as pets. No need to stand on ceremony. Fan Yuan glanced at them before turning to the other side. An immortal formation was floating in the sky. It had been built by this group of Gu immortals not long ago. Of course, the main part of the formation was made by Fan Yuan. He had only left the minor portions to these subordinates. Fan Yuan's time path clone observed patiently before nodding in satisfaction. This formation was operating smoothly. This was the Wisdom Refinement Formation. It was constructed by using the light of wisdom along with woman's heart and unravel mystery to refine other immortal Gu. If there was the other person's will, the effect would become even more outstanding. Initially, Fan Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to refine the immortal Gu of immortal zombie Bo Qing, including changed soul immortal Gu. This crucial immortal Gu allowed Fan Yuan to turn the situation around, snatching sovereign immortal fetus Gu during the Battle of Etian Mountain from Spectral Soul. In the previous life, this formation was modified by Fan Yuan. It had great power. And in this life, Fan Yuan only tweaked it a little before using it, because the effect was sufficient. Further modification was unnecessary. Alright, get into the formation, Fan Yuan instructed. The Gu immortals beside him started to enter the formation. They controlled the formation for Fan Yuan, maintaining its operation. Fan Yuan turned around and looked behind him. Behind him, there was an illusory dream realm. It was like a huge lump of rainbow clouds. A pure dream reality seeker physique body had already been formed. Fan Yuan had learned this move from Feng Jin Huang in the previous life. It was a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique body that could exist permanently. But because Fan Yuan's soul cultivation was still low, he could not create a split soul. It was merely Fan Yuan's will that was controlling this pure dream reality seeker physique body. The will would be constantly expended until it dissipates into nothingness. It was only a proper clone if it had an accompanying soul. Thus, this pure dream reality seeker physique body was only half a dream path clone. But it was enough for now. After the pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream, a Southern Border Gu immortal was quickly pushed out. As he had not entered the formation yet, the Gu immortals around Fan Yuan looked and had changes of expression as they recognized this person. After the battle, they did not idle. They were searching for the information of these captives, thus they knew a lot about these people. This is Yang Clan's Gu Immortal Yang Ku. He is one of the peak representative experts of Soul Path and Southern Border's Gu Immortal World. He had once destroyed the nest of a group of ancient desolate beasts by himself, and had successfully escaped from the pursuit of an immemorial desolate beast. Lady White Rabbit and the rest were talking. Yan Ku's upper half was still inside the dream realm, while the lower half was exposed outside the dream realm. Fan Yuan's main body used his killer move. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A ghost hand descended from the sky. It quickly went into Yan Ku's immortal aperture. As the immortals watched, in just a few breaths of time, the ghost hand came out. It flew past Fan Yuan's time path clone as it came to the top of the Wisdom Refinement Formation. Its 5 fingers opened up and tossed the newly stolen immortal goo into the formation. This was a rank 7 soul path immortal goo. The immortal goo entered the Wisdom Refinement Formation. It was immediately enveloped by the formation and trapped in the center. Activate it with full force! The goo immortals inside the formation cried out. The Wisdom Refinement Formation shined with a bright golden light. Amidst the buzzing noises, the light of wisdom also gathered on the stolen immortal goo, rapidly refining it. Great Thief Ghost Hand flew back to Yan Ku's immortal aperture. It came out after a few breaths of time, bringing out a second immortal goo. This immortal goo was Devour Soul Goo. Fan Yuan's time path clone nodded. With this immortal goo as the core, he could finally use the killer move Devour Soul. After Great Thief Ghost Hand tossed Devour Soul immortal goo into the Wisdom Refinement Formation, it flew back to Yan Ku's immortal aperture. For the following 2 times, it stole immortal goo again and finally plundered all of Yan Ku's immortal goo. Some of the variant human goo immortals who were unaware saw this and revealed expressions of shock. Did Fan Yuan already modify Great Thief Ghost Hand so that it would always steal immortal goo? If that was the case, Great Thief Ghost Hand would be hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than before. But Great Thief Ghost Hand had indeed been modified. After Fan Yuan gained some results in comprehending the Steel Life True Inheritance, he was able to specify the intended target for Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal. As long as Fan Yuan knew the target well, and where their immortal goo were, he could steal immortal goo every time. And in this case, Fan Yuan was completely aware of Yan Ku's immortal aperture. Because in the previous life, he had stolen goo and soul searched, he annexed the entire aperture. Yan Ku's immortal aperture was fused into his own sovereign immortal aperture. A moment later, Fan Yuan looted Yan Ku dry of his immortal goo. Using the Wisdom Refinement Formation, he quickly refined them into his own. Fan Yuan's time path clone took away Devour Soul immortal goo as he instilled immortal essence, activating other goo worms as well to form the killer move Devour Soul. This Devour Soul killer move was also modified. It was more effective than in the previous life. Fan Yuan drew in a breath. Yan Ku's soul was drawn out. As a soul path goo immortal, Yan Ku's soul was about to wake up the moment it left the dream realm. But Fan Yuan was prepared for this. He used the soul path killer move and sealed it. After taking away the immortal goo, Yan Ku was like a tiger without teeth. After his soul was taken, Yan Ku was a tiger without teeth that was having a fatal illness. The final step, aperture retrieval. Fan Yuan called out as he activated his killer move, pulling out Yan Ku's immortal aperture from his body. The immortal aperture was forcefully sealed. It was turned into a light gray lump of light. Bai Ningbing and 2 other goo immortals flew over at this moment. Fan Yuan's time path clone handed this gray light to Bai Ningbing with deep caution, saying, "Go ahead." He had deduced everything already. Bai Ningbing held onto Yan Ku's immortal aperture. She and the others flew towards Mini's southern border. After confirming the location Bai Ningbing tossed, this gray-white light was fused into a certain mountain peak. Immediately, heaven and earth rumbled, the gray light exploded and became larger. The area outside the gray light cracked as mountains moved. There was a deafening noise. As the gray light expanded, it eventually turned back into the appearance of Yan Ku's immortal aperture. "Be careful!" Bai Ningbing called out sharply as the 2 immortals beside her got ready. Chirp chirp. Firstly, a group of flower-wing white-boned birds emitted a crow-like call as they flew outside rapidly. Next, the ground shook as a beast tide surged out towards Mini's southern border from Yan Ku's blessed land. Bai Ningbing and the rest had serious expressions, but they were not flustered. Long ago, Fan Yuan had deduced this. He had made the necessary arrangements, with great detail. The 3 immortals took action immediately. Bai Ningbing soon dispersed the beast tide. While the flower-wing white-boned birds were also drawn away by a variant human goo immortal to another area. Yan Ku blessed land originally had a balanced ecology. The living beings inside lived harmoniously. But after fusing into Mini's southern border, The balance that Yan Ku had created was broken, chaos ensued. Ordinary Gu immortals would definitely be flustered at this point. But Fan Yuan was calm and composed. He used his deep wisdom path attainment and the Gu immortal subordinates that he had to control the situation. The chaos only lasted for a while before it vanished. One of the three immortals stayed behind to handle the loose ends while Bai Ning Bing and another variant human Gu immortal flew towards Mini Yellow Heaven. On their way back, they saw another group of 3 Gu immortals holding a pink lump of light as they flew towards Mini Southern Border. Great Thief Ghost Hand, Wisdom Refinement Formation, Devour Soul Killer Move, Aperture Retrieval Method. Stealing Gu, Refining Gu, Separating Soul from Body, Annexing Immortal Aperture, and Suppressing the Chaos. Fan Yuan arranged all these steps meticulously. It was done with much ease. Mainly due to his previous life's experiences, Fan Yuan was very familiar with these captives. Days later, Fan Yuan almost finished dealing with all the captives. Only Ba Shi Ba and Lu Hao were left. A huge dark ink stone vein was moved to the territory of the Rockmen. Shi Shurqing was extremely happy upon seeing it. In Mini Southern Border, dozens of mountains appeared out of nowhere. Some mountains were even famous in Southern Border. Interior Rain Mountain, Copper Seal Mountain, Bone Bird Peak. The first supreme elder of the Rockman tribe, Shi Zong, sighed deeply to himself. Plundering and killing brings the most profits. Because they were Southern Border Gu immortals, most of the resources were placed in Mini Southern Border, while the other half of the resources were split into the other 4 mini regions as well as the Mini 9 Heavens. Firstly, in Mini Central Continent there was now a phantom shadow flower garden and a large fertile land filled with an enormous amount of immortal farmer soil. Secondly, there was a huge heaven pillar wind in Mini Northern Plains. Thirdly, a brand new sea area in Mini Eastern Sea, called Wave Flower Sea Area. Fourthly, in Mini Western Desert, a dozen hibiscus trees were planted. Every branch of this tree was an immortal material. And his most important gain, Xia Cha Grotto Heaven's Year Essence Pool. In the previous life, Fan Yuan did not know that Xia Cha had a Year Essence Pool. He had constructed one himself. Having 2 Year Essence Pools did not have much use. The result was that he had wasted a lot of resources. Most of the resources that Fan Yuan extorted from the Southern Border Righteous Path forces were spent constructing this Year Essence Pool. In this life, Fan Yuan directly took over Xia Cha's Year Essence Pool. Fan Yuan had been troubled by the Year Beasts, Ancient Year Beasts, and Immemorial Year Beasts. He immediately threw them into the Year Essence Pool now. The immortals had huge waves of emotions. After experiencing much shock and surprise, they became numb. Fan Yuan plundered almost all of these Southern Border Gu immortals' life savings. He took everything without any wastage. Lord Fan Yuan truly has a comprehensive array of attainment levels. He could annex so many immortal apertures of various paths without problems. His grotto heaven is grand and vast. After annexing so many immortal apertures, it is still so stable and firm. This is simply a slaughter of livestock. These Gu immortal experts were all like chickens falling in the hands of a butcher. Their throats were slit, their blood was run dry, their feathers were plucked and they were cleaned and chopped up. This is truly. The immortals were tongue-tied, some could not speak. Fan Yuan's mass annexing of apertures had caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. It was as if these Gu immortals were not Gu immortals in Fan Yuan's eyes. They were livestock ready for the slaughterhouse. Even rank 8 Gu immortals were no exception. This had a huge impact on these immortals, especially the variant human Gu immortals. They were much more shocked now than during the ambush earlier. Chapter 1791. Getting another rule path rank 8 immortal Gu. An immortal Gu floated in front of Fan Yuan, emitting rank 8 aura. This immortal Gu was like a cocoon, but it was not white. It was pitch black like iron. When held, it gave a cold and hard metallic feeling. This was rank 8 Rule Path Immortal Gu Edition. It consumed pearl thread water as food. Pearl thread water was a rank 8 water path immortal material. It looked like an ordinary type of crystal clear water on the surface. But if one placed their hand into the water, they would be able to grab onto water threads and pull them out of the water. The water threads were long and silky. Pearls gathered along the threads as they linked together, creating a beautiful necklace made of pearls strung on a thread. But if the threads were pulled upwards continuously, the pearls would shrink until all the water became long threads. The immortal Gu looked like an oval black cocoon, even though it had no mouth or holes. As long as it was submerged in the pearl thread water for 8 days a night, it would be full. The next feeding would be 80 years later. There are 36 years until the next feeding session. Ba Shi Ba already has enough pearl thread water. I can transact the rest away with Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. Fan Yuan was very clear about this, because he had already taken Ba Shi Ba's immortal Gu and soul. Ba Shi Ba had a lake in his immortal aperture. The lake was huge and contained a large number of ancient water spiders, as well as 2 immemorial water spiders, one male, one female. The pearl thread water was the saliva of the immemorial water spiders. It was the essence formed after they lived a long time in water. It took a long time for them to accumulate droplet by droplet. If one did not collect it in time, the ancient water spiders would consume these pearl thread water to increase their strength. As a rule path Gu immortal, Ba Shi Ba's immortal aperture mostly had a rule path environment. He had spent a lot of effort to create this lake. The feeding of immortal Gu was sometimes troublesome. For example, Ba Shi Ba had a rule path immortal Gu, but its food was pearl thread water. To be able to feed it, Ba Shi Ba had to create a water path resource point in his immortal aperture to produce pearl thread water. This was not easy for a rule path Gu immortal. But for Fan Yuan, it was no issue. His mini Eastern Sea was too huge. After the water spiders entered it, it felt like going from a village to a city. Fan Yuan could even give these water spiders an entire sea area to live in. With a large space and a more suitable water path environment, these water spiders would breed better and grow even more numerous. Fan Yuan, who had sovereign immortal aperture, was able to cultivate multiple paths. He had a huge advantage in raising Gu too. Ba Shi Ba's immortal Gu were all taken away. He only had 1 rank 8 immortal Gu. Other than that, there were some rank 7 and 6 immortal Gu. Among them were 2 rank 7 immortal Gu, they were 1 and 3. Number Gu were the largest series of rule path Gu worms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They could be said to be limitless. Even though Fan Yuan had so many rank 8 immortal Gu, the truth was, it was very hard for a rank 8 Gu immortal to even have 1 rank 8 immortal Gu in normal situations. Ba Shi Ba had 1, Xia Cha had 2, that was because these 2 were the leaders of their righteous path superforce. They had deep foundation and countless inheritances. Normal lone cultivator rank 8s would not even be able to get a rank 8 immortal Gu. For example, Northern Plains' old ancestor Shui, who had great battle strength, he was the number 1 demonic Gu immortal in Northern Plains, but he had no rank 8 Gu immortal. Even Heavenly Court had many rank 8 Gu immortals but few rank 8 immortal Gu. The ratio was terrible. In the previous life, when Longevity Heaven invaded Heavenly Court, there was quite an awkward situation. Many rank 8 Gu immortals awakened, but they did not have enough immortal Gu to use. Ba Shi Ba's most valuable killer move was the consecutive hit method. If he could get 18 consecutive hits, Ba Shi Ba would be able to easily kill a rank 8 Gu immortal on his level. In the previous life, when he fought against Qin Yi, this Heavenly Court member was very wary of this. He tried very hard to prevent him from getting 18 consecutive hits. Honestly speaking, Fan Yuan was a little disappointed. He originally thought that since Ba Shi Ba specialized in the consecutive hit method, his rank 8 rule path immortal Gu might be consecutive Gu, to think that it was addition Gu. Consecutive Gu was more famous than addition Gu. It was also more practical in different situations. With rank 8 consecutive Gu, Fan Yuan could use it to link many different killer moves to achieve the effect of a consecutive move. Consecutive move was one of the techniques to utilize killer moves. By linking 2 or more killer moves together, they could unleash greater power. Normally, only elites among Gu immortals could use this. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness possessed this technique. She created a consecutive move with Angry Bird and Fire Prison. It had great power. At least Great Grandmaster attainment level was needed to design consecutive moves. One could see that Blazing Heaven Demoness consecutive move used only fire path killer moves. But using consecutive Gu, one could link the killer moves of various paths. This difference was very significant. For example, Fan Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and Great Thief Ghost Hand, or Jade Flow Pearl and Strength Path Giant Hand. There were many possible combinations. He could raise his battle strength to an unprecedented level. Ba Shi Ba's immortal Gu, killer moves, and soul were taken by Fan Yuan. Only his body and immortal aperture were left. Even though Fan Yuan could annex the aperture with his current attainment level, he decided to wait a while before doing it. Because after annexing the aperture, the timing of his upcoming tribulation would be reset. This was a minor detail, but it was quite important. The annexing of immortal apertures was temporarily halted, but Bai Ningbing and the rest were still extremely busy now. During this period of time, Fan Yuan plundered and annexed many immortal apertures. The numbers were shocking. The newly added blessed lands and grotto heavens were too much. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture was still stable, it had severely affected the ecology of the immortal aperture. There was quite a bit of chaos. Bai Ningbing and the rest were busy dealing with the turmoil. Earlier they had suppressed it with brute force, now they were meticulously resolving it. Whichever mountain needed to be moved, which river should be kept, which beast groups should be relocated, while plants should be cultivated. All these laborious and lengthy tasks were all calculated by Fan Yuan through deductions. There was a perfect arrangement overall. This was the benefit of having wisdom path methods. The new setup would not only allow these resources to grow properly, they could even benefit each other. He had even considered the future annexing of Ba Shi Ba's immortal aperture and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He had allocated the space for them in advance. Gu immortals of other paths would have a huge headache thinking about it. They would not be able to arrange it this specifically. A lot of resources would be wasted. The losses incurred usually made many Gu immortals feel severely pained. However, Fan Yuan was busier. His time path clone and his main body were both cultivating diligently, but they still felt they did not have enough time or energy. Fan Yuan wanted to split himself into several portions to work hard together. His rule path attainment level had risen. The attainment level was the foundation of Gu cultivation. With the rise in attainment level, many things would change. The immortal would transform greatly. Especially since Rule Path Gu could be widely used. After getting so many Rule Path Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan had to conceptualize more killer moves or integrate them into his killer moves, otherwise, he would be letting down his own hard work and planning. The Immortal Aperture management could be delegated to his subordinates to a large extent, but there were still many things that Fan Yuan had to do personally. The training of killer moves was an important aspect. Ba Shi Ba's consecutive hit method could be set aside, while he was already familiar with Xia Cha's time path methods, but Tao Zhu's true inheritance had two main methods that Fan Yuan had to learn no matter what. They were extremely crucial. Giant Sun's true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Long Hair's true inheritance, they were all incredibly profound. Fan Yuan would gain much insight every time he comprehended them. For example, Giant Sun's true inheritance. Fan Yuan could not deduce the identity of Ba Shi Ba, who had joined the Southern Border group that pursued him. That was because Southern Border's righteous path had no lack of wisdom path Gu immortals. They had concealed the secret well. What alerted Fan Yuan was the fact that his luck felt pressured for some reason. Later, during the battle, he observed carefully and finally discovered the threat of Ba Shi Ba. Fan Yuan's luck path cultivation had grown a lot. If this was earlier, he would not be able to sense it. Other than Northern Plains Gu immortals, Fan Yuan could reliably use luck path methods against his enemies. He would often gain unexpectedly good results. Because there were only 3 luck path true inheritances, arranged well by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they did not become widespread in the world. Even Heavenly Court was searching hard for them without any gains. The same went for Southern Border's righteous path. Second was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Recently, if he had not gained new insight, Fan Yuan would not be able to modify Great Thief Ghost Hand. Third was Long Hair's true inheritance. Even though Fan Yuan had crossed the Supreme Grand Master attainment level, he still had gains when he looked at Long Hair's true inheritance. Without considering other matters, the conceptualization of Gu as before had much progress because Fan Yuan had researched Long Hair's true inheritance multiple times. To speak the truth, this was the first time Fan Yuan had a feeling of being stuffed. He felt like he was having indigestion. His sovereign immortal aperture was very strong, it could absorb many immortal apertures while remaining stable. But he had to comprehend too many things, there were too many killer moves to modify, he had too many true inheritances to learn from. Each one of these true inheritances would change the future of a normal person, it would benefit their entire life, it would even influence the order of the world. Right now, Fan Yuan had too many true inheritances in his possession. Red Lotus true inheritance, Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Giant Sun's true inheritance, Genesis Lotus true inheritance, 2 Thieving Heaven true inheritances, Long Hair's true inheritance which was on par with these venerable inheritances, and Tao Zhu's true inheritance which was also quite powerful. Fan Yuan had countless immortal Gu, he had enough rank 8 immortal Gu for almost all rank 8 Gu immortals in this world to feel ashamed about themselves. He even had rank 9 immortal Gu. And his subordinates. Different from the previous life, he had many subordinates in this life. Most of them were elites that were much stronger than the ordinary members of a superforce. At this stage, Fan Yuan's accumulation and foundation was already at a world-shocking level. As long as he had a period of time to fully process them, Fan Yuan's strength would reach the peak of rank 8. But he lacked time. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly to himself internally. In the previous life, he already felt that he had insufficient time, but it was worse in this life. This feeling was even more intense. Fan Yuan estimated, even though he had the light of wisdom, in this situation, he needed at least 100 years to fully absorb everything and grasp these true inheritances, researching and innovating so that he could gain his own insights and create even greater results. On one hand, I can modify the immortal aperture's rate of time to get more time for myself. On the other hand, I need to explore more dream realms and raise my attainment levels. It was far easier for me to comprehend Longhair's true inheritance compared to the true inheritances of Thieving Heaven, Giant Sun, and Genesis Lotus. And finally, I need more manpower, I need more clones. Under Fan Yuan's expectant gaze, a few days later, Dang Hun Mountain finally got restored to its peak condition. This was far earlier than during his previous life. Chapter 1792. Shocking the World. A crystal mountain stood tall within Mini's southern border. It was pink throughout and gave off a dreamy illusory light. It was the famous secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Rinzhu, Dang Hun Mountain. Right now, Dang Hun Mountain had almost fully regained its former glory. But it was not entirely repaired yet. Like the previous life, Fan Yuan was worried that Heavenly Court might have a method similar to fix the Mortal Travel's killer move. Of course, it was already extremely close to complete restoration. The decline in Gutsku production was negligible. Fan Yuan could accept it. Rank 6 Rockman Gu Immortal Shurshurching arrived before the mountain. Even though he knew that Fan Yuan had Gutsku, when he saw this legendary mountain personally, he was greatly stirred. Excitement flashed in his eyes with incomparable light. Dang Hun Mountain, Gutsku! He muttered. Gutsku had an incredible significance to the Rockmen. Rockmen were all male, they had strong and tough bodies that created a huge burden on their soul. The more active a Rockman was, the more damage their soul would receive. Thus, Rockmen would spend 80% of their whole life sleeping and nurturing their soul. After an old Rockman dies, the soul and rocks they split into will form new Rockmen, and inherit a portion of the old Rockman's memories, or some important experiences. In some cases, old Rockmen sleep too much and their soul foundation accumulates to a degree, they would split apart a portion of their bodies to form new tiny Rockmen. This unique reproduction method meant that the Rockman's soul was the key to their strength. The stronger the Rockman's soul, the more Rockmen they could reproduce. However, Rockmen were variant humans that possessed Earth Path Tao marks from birth. It conflicted with Soul Path. Thus, Soul Path methods that could increase the strength of their soul were very rare for the Rockmen. But Gutsku was different. It was formed from a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Even though it was immortal Gu, its ability to strengthen the soul could affect even Gu immortals. After a Rockman used it, the effect would be quite extraordinary. Back then, when Fan Yuan had just obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also nurtured some Rockmen. Shurshurching looked at Dang Hun Mountain as he could almost see the rise of his entire Rockman tribe. They had a way to become stronger now. How could he not feel excited? His emotions surged intensely. He felt that the decision to follow Fan Yuan was extremely wise for both him and the Rockman tribe. Fan Yuan was observing all of Shurshurcheng's expressions. He was quite satisfied by it. This time, Fan Yuan purposely asked Shurshurcheng to come over while collecting Gutsku. It was to lure him and feel that the future was bright. As long as he followed Fan Yuan, he would gain an incredible amount of benefits. After a while, Shurshurcheng calmed down as he started to control the formation. Fan Yuan had formation path and soul path attainment. He did not lack immortal Gu. Furthermore, soul path cultivation was most important right now. He went around Dang Hun Mountain and set up an immortal formation. Shurshurcheng was given permission by Fan Yuan to manipulate the formation. The formation resonated. A gray-blue light was shot out. It was like fog or smoke, quickly surrounding the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain shook lightly. The pink crystal mountain gave off a faint light that quickly dyed the gray-blue fog into a pink color. The pink color spread in the fog and quickly covered the entire formation. There was a large number of soul beasts and soul cores inside the formation. Under the effect of the pink fog, the soul beasts and soul cores vanished rapidly without a trace. After a while of operation, Gutsku started forming, going from single digits to the thousands. Shurshurcheng expressed deep shock on his face. What sort of efficiency is this? The number of guts goo is still increasing so rapidly, it is reaching tens of thousands soon. This soul path formation was created by modifying the contents of spectral soul true inheritance. Along with Fan Yuan's own immortal goo, he named it soul expending myriad guts formation. It produced at least 10,000 guts goo each time. This was definitely more efficient than using Dang Hun Mountain alone. Of course, the condition was that he needed enough soul beasts and soul cores to create 10,000 guts goo. Fan Yuan had already prepared sufficiently. Earlier, he had arranged cooperation with Fang Clan to develop the Green Ghost Desert in Western Desert. This was a way to obtain soul beasts stably in huge quantity. Even though Fan Yuan had such a terrifying appetite for soul beasts and soul cores, Green Ghost Desert was able to fulfill his needs with great ease. This desert was too huge, it had countless soul beasts, it was truly a soul path giant resource point. It was a pity that this desert was inside the territory of Fang Clan, which cultivated Formation Path. And Qing Chou was still hiding inside Green Ghost Desert. It was a huge threat. As long as it remained, Green Ghost Desert would have a fatal danger. It was not a safe place. Fan Yuan did not even think of buying soul cores in Treasure Yellow Heaven or extorting Southern Borders Young Clan, because doing that would leak some important information. In the previous life, Fan Yuan only repaired Dang Hun Mountain a long time after. Now, even after he repaired it, he lacked immortal essence, soul beasts, and soul cores. His progress was greatly delayed. This time around, not only did he repair Dang Hun Mountain early, he even had a good supply of soul beasts and soul cores. This would allow his soul path foundation to rise rapidly. Fan Yuan's soul went into the soul expending myriad guts formation directly. With the use of the formation to help him absorb guts goo, Fan Yuan used 10,000 guts goo in an instant. The effect of guts goo was so evident, his soul inflated like a balloon, becoming a giant in just a few breaths of time. Fan Yuan's soul flew out of the formation, arriving at Luopa Valley, who was nearby. Bewilderment fog covered his soul as it started to become looser. Luopa wind cut and sliced his soul. The wounds that it created were incomparably painful. Pain, pain, pain. This pain originated from the depths of the soul. It was more painful than dying by 1,000 cuts. Fan Yuan was almost going berserk. But he controlled himself. A moment later, he flew out with a heavily damaged soul. Going back into the soul path formation, he used the guts goo to recover as his size expanded again. Guts goo was the most perfect nutrient for the soul. While the cultivation in Luopa Valley made his soul as tempered as steel, all the impurities were removed. Like this, after 3 rounds, Fan Yuan's soul reached 10 million man's soul. Shi Shiqing, who was controlling the formation, became tongue-tied. He was extremely shocked, being in disbelief. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the sacred lands for soul cultivation. Their reputation was deeply justified. Fan Yuan sighed to himself, thinking, the toughest part is finally over. Earlier, because his soul foundation was expanding rapidly, he was almost forced to use other soul foundation methods. Even though these soul path methods were exceptional, they all had drawbacks. Only Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were perfect in their usage. For example, it was like lifespan extension methods compared to lifespan goo. Oh my heavens! Shi Shiqing praised as he sighed deeply. He had finally reacted and accepted this dreamlike truth. Fan Yuan's soul foundation rose like he was on a rocket. It almost shattered Shi Shiqing's common sense. His sense of value and life were also in deep chaos. He could not express his agitated feelings in words. His fingers were trembling. As long as we follow Lord Fan Yuan and walk behind him, our Rockman tribe will definitely reach the peak of this world. With these 2 soul path sacred lands, we will have foundation that surpasses the 5 regions goo immortal world. Shi Shiqing had no idea that Fan Yuan was not satisfied yet. It is a pity I do not have pacifying soul soup, otherwise my soul path cultivation speed will be even faster and more terrifying. Wisdom path cultivation emphasized on 3 aspects of thoughts, wills and emotions. Soul path also had 3 aspects of strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. The former 2 had the ultimate methods of cultivation. They were Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. Meanwhile, pacifying soul soup from the bewitching lake would pacify the soul. This was recorded in the legends of Renzu. After reaching a certain level of soul cultivation, the soul would gradually detach from the body. The soul, a portion, would fly out and result in incidents like blanking out or being physically unconscious. At this time, drinking pacifying soul soup would resolve this problem. Fan Yuan did not have pacifying soul soup. He could only use other methods instead. they were not as good as his other two cultivation methods. This also caused Fan Yuan to only be able to cultivate Soul Path once in a while. Even though the efficiency was already out of this world, Shi Shiqing was nearly shocked to death. But if he had pacifying soul soup, he could almost endlessly cultivate without stopping. Haste makes waste. Fan Yuan had to temporarily halt his soul cultivation. A commotion occurred in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Heavenly Court started to spread rumors that Fan Yuan was reaching rank 8 soon. He might be undergoing tribulation very soon. He was close to his rank 8 tribulation. Other than that, information that Fan Yuan captured the southern border Gu immortals had also been spread by Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan sneered. This must be the work of Fairy Ziwei. In the previous life, Fairy Ziwei did this too, but that was at a later time. In this life, Fan Yuan progressed rapidly and gave Fairy Ziwei immense pressure. She used this method earlier than last time. In fact, this move was quite vicious. Fairy Ziwei would be able to borrow the strength of every Gu immortal that feared Fan Yuan and did not want him to reach rank 8. They would pursue and deal with him. In the previous life, during the 5 regional mountain range battle, Fan Yuan used this to his advantage as he made use of these Gu immortals' intentions. If not for the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, I would fall into Fairy Ziwei's trap and she would gain initiative in this matter. Now that she is spreading rumors like this, it means she has not discovered the true secret of the Sovereign Immortal Body. Of course, it is possible that she knew but pretended not to, spreading out rumors like this as the start of her devious plan. Fan Yuan started to use wisdom path methods as he thought intensely. A moment later, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He made a new decision. In this case, I will not wait around aimlessly. Let's expose your Starcast killer move, as well as news of Qing Yi's and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's death. Fairy Ziwei was trying to borrow strength. Fan Yuan was doing the same. Compared to Fan Yuan, Heavenly Court was a bigger source of wariness and fear among the 4 regions. In the previous life, Heavenly Court's Gu refinement was met with the attack of all 4 regions. Fan Yuan's spread of information had a lot to do with it. This time, I will reveal my battle strength. After all, I cannot conceal the matter in southern border anymore. Since the world will be shocked by it, let's go ahead and make them fear me even more. This way, it will help with my extortion of the southern border righteous path later. As expected, Fan Yuan and Heavenly Court exposed information about each other once more. It caused countless Gu immortals to gasp in shock. Information spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire Gu immortal world knew about it. The world was shocked. Chapter 1793. Little Demon Venerable. So all of Heavenly Court's rank 8 Gu immortals in Langya Blessed Land had died. Unbelievable. Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a legendary character. She had once fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Meanwhile, Qin Yi is also the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He possesses Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. These 2 experts actually died at Fan Yuan's hands? This is simply unthinkable. Not just that, this demon Fan Yuan did not stop there. He even went to target Southern Border's Gu Immortal World. Southern Border's Xia Cha, Ba Shaba, and the other rank 7 experts were all captured. How does he have such battle strength? He is only rank 7. Against Heavenly Court, he used Langya Blessed Land's Foundation. Against Southern Border, he used the Time Path Superformation. There are too many suspicious points here. Even now, I still can't believe it. It should be true. Heavenly Court and Southern Border did not dispute him. Fan Yuan. This demon is getting increasingly scary. It has only been such a short time, yet he already killed and captured a bunch of rank 7 and rank 8 experts. Ha ha ha, Southern Border's righteous path has lost a lot of face this time. That's not entirely true. Even Heavenly Court failed against Fan Yuan after all. Fan Yuan is only a rank 7, how can his methods be so extraordinary? I finally understand now. A person like Fan Yuan does not conform to logic or common sense. He has the air of a demon venerable. Weren't all the past demon venerables like this when they were still young? Easily fighting above their rank and killing rank 8 experts with ease. That is true. It is a pity that only Great Dream Immortal Venerable exists in the future. There is no demon venerable. This is not Fan Yuan's era. You are wrong about that. Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Heavenly Court's Fate Gu. The future is not certain. Fan Yuan is already so vicious at rank 7, he has committed so many crimes. What will happen when he reaches rank 8? That's right. While he is still rank 7, we need to kill him. This is the final chance to exterminate him. Too difficult. Even Heavenly Court has not found his location. Fan Yuan is not only vicious, he is also cunning. He is an otherworldly demon who has reborn. He has too many methods. Ordinary experts are courting death if they approach him. Even rank 8 Gu immortals need to be careful and not fall into his schemes. But if one can kill Fan Yuan, the gains are tremendous. That's true, Fan Yuan has many venerable true inheritances. He has countless resources, spring-autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, and other immortal Gu. He even has multiple secluded domains of heaven and earth. He is basically a superforce on his own. The Gu immortal world of the 5 regions went into chaos. Fan Yuan became the talk of all the Gu immortals wherever they went. Gu immortals felt hatred, fear, and jealousy towards him. They had complex emotions. If Fan Yuan had become renowned earlier from escaping Thunder Ghost True Monarch's assault and selling her rib bones in Treasure Yellow Heaven, then now, with the blood of rank 8 experts on his hands, and after capturing a large number of Gu immortal experts, Fan Yuan's name now shocked the world. He had used Reverse Flow Protection Seal in the past to fight against rank 8 Gu immortals. He was known as the number 1 rank 7 expert. But now, not just rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals, even most rank 8s were wary of Fan Yuan. They did not dare to look down on him. A new title regarding Fan Yuan gradually gained recognition among the Gu immortals, Little Demon Venerable. This title displayed the potential and disposition that Fan Yuan had towards becoming a demon venerable. He could be said to be a future demon venerable that was still growing. This was a high evaluation. In human history through the eras, Gu immortal experts were countless like the shining stars in the sky. But how many venerables were there? Adding them all together, they amounted to 10. And now, the Gu immortal world recognized that Fan Yuan had hopes of becoming a venerable himself. Of course, other than the discussions involving Fan Yuan, Heavenly Court was also the target of their discussion. The things that Fan Yuan exposed, like Starcast, made the Gu immortals in the 4 regions extremely shocked. Especially the Righteous Path superforces, they felt like they were on pins and needles. Starcast had a huge significance in war. It allowed Central Continent and Heavenly Court to deploy Gu immortals and attack suddenly without needing time to travel. This gave Heavenly Court the complete initiative. Rank 8 Gu immortals of the 4 regions were usually leaders of their force. They could not band together in anticipation of Starcast, right? In that case, Heavenly Court had a chance to use Starcast to attack one rank 8 with multiple rank 8 battle strength existences. Within Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei's expression was grim. Even though she had expected this, when it truly happened, she still felt quite gloomy. Fairy Ziwei did not want to let Fan Yuan off. Fan Yuan was also not going to let Heavenly Court have an easy time. This was an open fight that dealt damage to both sides. They were both losers. But the person who suffered the biggest setback was probably Gu Yufangjing. He had just advanced to rank 6, he had just gained the powers of a Gu immortal. His confidence had just risen when this nightmarish news appeared. Fan Yuan was actually able to defeat Heavenly Court. Even Southern Border's Righteous Path forces were helpless against him. Fan Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he defied logic. Even rank 8 Gu immortals were not his match. After hearing this news for the first time, Fan Jing had a lot of things to say, but he ended up speechless. After a long while, he muttered to himself with a pale expression. I was truly too naive. He smiled bitterly. Fan Yuan. The difference between us, is it really this big? This pitiful younger brother still had no idea that Fan Yuan was already a rank 8 expert. The truth was, the entire world was fooled by Fan Yuan. And it was not a surprise. Because even Fairy Ziwei did not know of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's true secret. If Fan Yuan wants to ascend to rank 8, he would need to undergo tribulation. Regardless of success or failure, important clues would be left behind. If he was really rank 8 now, the speed of growth was just too fast. Other Gu immortals work hard and spend years cultivating like they were treading on thin ice. Weren't they completely useless people if he actually succeeded? Fan Yuan looked at the discussions. To think that a day would come when I am a hotter topic than Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even though the other Gu immortals were focusing on him more than on Heavenly Court, he did not feel disappointment. Because Fan Yuan knew that the super forces in the 4 regions were now discussing on how to deal with Heavenly Court. Long ago, predecessors had already foreseen the changes in the future, for example, Yao clan in Southern Border. Now that the earth veins moved and the Great Era was impending, most super forces already knew that the regional walls would vanish, and that the 5 Region's chaotic war would start in the future. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Heavenly Court, just you wait and see. Fan Yuan was paying attention to the discussions while noting the ink effect. He knew that by researching these changes, he would benefit greatly in his comprehension of fate, all living beings, and the world. Recalling my actions post-rebirth, directly annexing Langya Blessed Land was the best initial action I took. One step ahead and I will always be ahead. My advantages grew rapidly like a rolling snowball. This is the advantage of rebirth. Of course, I also have the advantage of being a complete otherworldly demon. And most importantly, all these are thanks to Red Lotus damaging Fate Goo. Compared to the previous life, he had much more gains this time, but disadvantageous ink effects were also taking place. Firstly, Southern Borders Rule Path Rank 8 expert Ba Shirba was captured by Fan Yuan and would get annexed soon. He did not end up well. This meant that when Wu Yong leads the Southern Alliance to fight Central Continent, they would lose one powerful ally. During the battle in the previous life, Ba Shirba was one of the main pillars on Fan Yuan's side who resisted Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal Qin Yi. Meanwhile, because Fan Yuan took away the 5 regional true inheritance and destroyed the 5 regional mountain range, the ambush battle would not occur there. Heavenly Court's member Jun Xingguang had been captured by Fan Yuan in the previous life during that battle, but now he was still free. Other than that, Heavenly Court had another rank 8 Gu Immortal, that was Prince Feng Xian. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, my dragonfish business is facing intense suppression. The profits are almost close to zero. In the previous life, even though this also happened, Fairy Ziwei had been provoked by Fan Yuan in this life. The actions that Heavenly Court took were more than 10 times as forceful. Furthermore, the dragonfish business was also prematurely targeted at this time period. Thankfully, I annexed so many immortal apertures, I gained a large number of revenue sources. But in the previous life, Fairy Ziwei worked with Southern Borders Righteous Path to target my businesses. I wonder if this will happen earlier this time? Will they intensify their actions like what happened to the dragonfish business? Fan Yuan thought about it. It was very likely. There was also another bad result that had occurred. It involved Longevity Heaven. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven annexed Langya Blessed Land. By giving them equal status, their reputation rose sharply, allowing Longevity Heaven to unite the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest managed to invade Heavenly Court. This time, not only did Langya Blessed Land get annexed by Fan Yuan, with Longevity Heaven getting nothing, Prince Feng Xian also returned to Heavenly Court. With such a huge traitor in Northern Plains Righteous Path, not only did the Huang Jin bloodline members lose face, Longevity Heaven was also implicated. The outside world was in chaos, but Fan Yuan was not affected. He waited and developed at a corner, moving his location constantly. His enemies had no lead on him. His soul cultivation advanced rapidly, but he was still a distance away from using split soul. Fan Yuan's time path clone was focused on deductions, while his main body practiced killer moves. He was very familiar with Xia Cha's killer moves. All his accumulations in the previous life were brought over through rebirth. Fan Yuan was focusing on the contents of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Immortal Killer Move, 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. Gu Worm spiraled, Immortal Essence was injected, a grand light qi burst out like a fountain. It was purple-black in color, the smoky appearance resembled light, making one think of Southern Borders Miasma Regional Wall at first glance. This was the Southern Restriction Purple-Black Miasma Light Qi. The other 4 were Central Restriction White Gold Saint Light Qi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Qi, Western Restriction Red Raging Flame Light Qi, and Eastern Restriction Blue Water Light Qi. Fan Yuan had just started learning it. He could only unleash one type of light qi. He could not summon 2 light qi at once. As for the other 5 regional limit formation, because he lacked Earth Vein Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan could not use it now. According to his memories, Earth Vein Immortal Gu had not appeared at this point in time. And even if he had Earth Vein Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan also needed to modify the 5 regional limit formation. He needed to add in the Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Gu. Chapter 1794. Myriad Year Flying Warship. Practicing killer moves was not easy. The Gu Immortal could suffer backlash and injuries with just slight carelessness. The more powerful the killer moves, the greater the risks. But it was necessary to practice as well. They could not just use killer moves blindly during a battle, right? In fact, the environment during a battle was worse as there would be strong retaliation from the enemy. There were many cases in history where Gu immortals failed in activating their killer move and faced the backlash, suffering deep injuries and even dying. Among them, there were plenty of cases where they died while practicing killer moves. Fan Yuan was practicing 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, which was a very powerful killer move, so he was extremely focused and careful. He had yet to choose between 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi and 5 Regional Limit Formation. The two could not be used together. It was very difficult to set up a formation when on the verge of battle. And even if the 5 Regional Limit Formation was set up, it was difficult to disassemble it. During a battle, having 5 Regional Limit Formation meant 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi could not be used. From the point of flexibility, 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was better. But Formation Path had its own advantages. Once 5 Regional Limit Formation was set up, it was akin to having a prepared immortal killer move that could be used at any time. Fan Yuan would have huge initiative to go on the offensive. An example was the recent ambush by using the Year's Flow Execution Formation. Be it the previous life or this life, this battle was the achievement that Fan Yuan was the most pleased with. Not only because his gains were plentiful, the more important reason was that the whole battle was always in his control. He managed to steer the entire battle in the direction that he set. This was not easy to achieve normally. Any plan seemed perfect before it was put into practice. When it was truly implemented, even Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven were unable to have control over the situation. The most important factor that helped Fan Yuan's ambush succeed was that Time Path Immortal Formation. As long as the formation was set, Formation Path Gu Immortals could often win against stronger foes. But Formation Path's flaw was that it was not mobile and had many inflexible areas. The absolute majority of the immortal formations could not be moved once set. A Formation Path Gu Immortal might have set up a powerful formation, but the enemy would detour around once they discover it. There were plenty of such embarrassing situations recorded in history. Thus, Qi Chu Yu and Fairy Ziwei were astonished that Fan Yuan's Time Path Formation could be so hidden that it worked on the southern border immortals. There was another point as well. Setting up an immortal formation was not easy and took a long time. 5 to 6 days would be the least. 2 to 3 months was normal. There were even those that took a couple of years. In the previous life, Heavenly Court had begun setting up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation a year earlier. But after this formation was set up, the sub-formations could be created extremely quickly. This was the method left by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It could not be looked down upon. Even though it was extremely fast, creating sub-formations still required some time. In the previous life, Qinyi's group had to come out and hold back Wu Yong's group so that the Gu Immortals behind could set up the sub-formations. Many super-immortal formations were also not something that Gu Immortals could create casually. In the previous life's Great War, Wu Yong and others were assistants. Qi Chu Yu, Fan Yuan, and Black Extremity were the ones in charge of setting up the formation. The Long Hair Refinement Path Formation in Langya Blessed Land was also not set up by Long Hair Ancestor. He had requested long ago for Formation Path Great Expert Immortal Lady Jiuhua to make it. Fan Yuan estimated that if he chose 5 Regional Limit Formation, he would need at least half a year to set it up. Fortunately, he could use the difference in rate of time between his immortal aperture and the outside world to greatly mitigate this flaw. In his plan, the new 5 Regional Limit Formation would merge the Earth Vein, Formation Flag and Formation Spirit. With these 3, Fan Yuan could first set up the formation inside Sovereign Grotto Heaven and take it out when he needed it. However, Fan Yuan had yet to deduce this new 5 Regional Limit Formation. In this period of time, Fan Yuan's Time Path clone was deducing an Immortal Gu House again. Immortal Gu Houses were also Gu formations. They were developed from Formation Path. Initially, many Formation Path Gu Immortals felt the inconvenience and inflexibility of formations. They did not even have time to set up formations when there were sudden battles. In history, there were many cases where some Formation Path Gu Immortals and even those great experts would suddenly run into a battle and be unable to display any of their strength. It would be considered fortunate if they only lost the battle. Many actually died in battle while having much grievances. The initial concept for Immortal Gu Houses was a portable immortal formation. Previously, the Time Path clone had been extremely busy managing the immortal aperture or being under the light of wisdom to deduce many things. And Fan Yuan's main body was busy in practicing killer moves and using the remaining time to cultivate his soul as well as managing his immortal aperture. The number of killer moves continued to increase. His soul foundation also soared with every cultivation session. His immortal aperture management was also smooth sailing. The main thing was he had an elite group of goo immortal subordinates helping him. The Year Essence Pool was important as it was the resting place of Year Beasts. It contained many advantages. It saved space as the Year Beasts lived here. It also produced time path goo worms, and could even control the time flow of the immortal aperture. It was a micro river of time. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had to bitterly gather the resources to form a Year Essence Pool, but he found Xia Cha also had a Year Essence Pool after annexing her immortal aperture. In this life, he directly took the Year Essence Pool, which was already well constructed by Xia Cha, but it was not good enough according to Fan Yuan's vision and plan. Over these days, Fan Yuan and his subordinate goo immortals were focused on fine-tuning the structure of the Year Essence Pool, which showed to be very effective. Fan Yuan put his immemorial Year Beasts inside, and they were so pleased that they did not want to come out. As far as Year Beasts were concerned, there was food and water here, and they felt most comfortable soaking in water of the River of Time. Most importantly, there were no enemies. They were all kin, unlike in the true River of Time. Year Beasts and Eagle groups had always been burdens of the sovereign immortal aperture. Now, the Year Beasts problem was solved, and the aspect of Eagle Beasts made huge progress. To create a food chain for the Eagle Beasts, Fan Yuan first created many eagle nests, then he chose grass-weaving birds to be Eagle Beasts' food. This kind of bird was also called birds weaving grass. This bird was rather special. During spring, they were only seeds. Once the seeds grew on the soil, they would gradually form a grassland. When summer came, the grass would weave with each other, forming the shapes of birds. These birds flew in groups. These were grass-weaving birds. In autumn, they migrated in groups. When winter came, they would fall to the ground, their figures would dissipate and turn back into seeds. The seeds would be buried under the snow, waiting to sprout in spring. This species of bird was easy to raise and they reproduced quite fast. Although the Eagle Beasts did not like to eat these birds, the food chain was just established, and they had nothing else for food. How could they be picky? Spring goo and summer goo were already refined by Fan Yuan, and could be used for this purpose. He stationed a goo immortal in the mini 9 heavens to look after the place before activating the killer move. He had modified 2 killer moves. One was called Spring Sprout, which used rank 8 immortal goo spring as the core and would sprout immortal goo as the supplementary. It sprouted the birds weaving grass planted in cloud soil and quickly dyed the large patch of cloud soil green. Another move was Summer Days. It used rank 8 immortal goo summer as the core and some light path immortal goo as supplementary to form blazing sunlight. The grass-weaving birds started flying. Their amount increased rapidly to an extremely astonishing scale. The hungry eagle groups finally had something to fill their hunger. Fan Yuan also was free from the plight of having to purchase food from outside. But because planting birds weaving grass led to large expenditure of cloud soil, Fan Yuan now had to purchase cloud soil. Activating killer moves also expended rank 8 immortal essence. Calculating everything, Fan Yuan's expenditure was slightly larger than before when he was just feeding eagles. This was a problem which was always present when creating a food chain. At this period of time in his previous life, Fan Yuan had not made any plans regarding the eagles. In this life, he had many assets and did not care about this cost as he could totally afford it. This led to another problem. The 2 time path killer moves changed the surrounding environment to spring at one moment and summer at the next moment. It was a great stimulation to the eagles, causing many of the female eagles to lay eggs in spring. And because the switch between spring and summer was too sudden and frequent, without the adjustment and recuperation of autumn and winter, the eagles became increasingly violent, and there were many bloody conflicts when eagles fought over their mating partners. During such moments, the goo immortal whom Fan Yuan sent acted as a nanny. This simple food chain was just in the initial form. There would still be more parts added in the future to form a complete and stable food chain. This was not a complete disadvantage. At the very least, Fan Yuan gained many eagle eggs. Unlike Year Beasts, which had the Year Essence Pool that mimicked the environment of the River of Time, Eagle Beasts were much more troublesome to arrange. A complete food chain involved all kinds of aspects where changing one aspect would alter the whole situation. Sometimes, even a tiny caterpillar might have a wide-ranging influence on the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan still needed to consider the future. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture still had a vast empty space. Deducing matters related to this was more difficult than deducing a rank 6 immortal killer move. The amount of such deductions would become even more terrifying in future. Stable management of the immortal aperture, annexing blessed lands, and gradually absorbing grotto heavens had already filled so many places with resources that it surpassed most of the goo immortals in the world. Fan Yuan's time path clone deduced without rest, finally gaining success. Immortal Goo House, myriad year flying warship. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had always wanted to build an immortal Goo House to explore the River of Time as well as to let his subordinates join the battles of rank 8s. Unfortunately, he tried many times but did not achieve much success. His first incomplete immortal Goo House was destroyed by Li Huang. He then rebuilt it later. After extorting Southern Border's righteous path, he had all kinds of goo worms and managed to build an immortal Goo House, but it was firmly disadvantaged in the battle in Central Continent, and was not of much use. In this life, he learned his lesson and for now lowered the standard he had, conceptualizing a time path immortal Goo House. Chapter 1795. Goo as before formation. Heavenly Court. The project of constructing Eternal Yacht was already at its most crucial moment. Heavenly Court Rank 8 Rule Path Goo Immortal Tsong Yen took out an immortal Goo. This immortal Goo was like an extremely splendid and luxurious centipede that was the size of a forearm and was completely golden, with countless thin and small spikes on its back. It was Rule Path Immortal Goo Permanence. This Goo was used in Heavenly Court's Eternal Sand Cave but was now taken out to construct Eternal Yacht. The final step. Tsong Yen took a deep breath as he solemnly and carefully sent Permanence Goo into the incomplete Eternal Yacht Immortal Goo House. The incomplete Immortal Goo House absorbed the Goo. Its aura began to be unsteady, rising and falling before rapidly falling out of control. Tsong Yan's expression changed greatly. Oh no! Bam! A thunderous explosion occurred, the incomplete Immortal Goo House shattered. Countless mortal Goo died and many supplementary Immortal Goo were damaged. Only Permanence Goo suffered no damage. It was protected firmly by Tsong Yen even at the cost of suffering heavy injuries. Permanence Goo was the core, it could not be harmed, unlike other supplementary immortal Goo which could be replaced even if destroyed. At the same time, Fairy Ziwei left Heavenly Court and descended to Central Continent, arriving at Duke Long's location. I have succeeded in learning Shattered Dream! Feng Jin Huang raised her arms, exclaiming in joy. Fairy Ziwei had not thought she would personally witness this important growth of Feng Jin Huang. She was inwardly shocked as she looked at the broken dream realm fragments that were like broken mirror fragments. Feng Jin Huang's progress in Dream Path was far beyond her expectations. Duke Long sent away Feng Jin Huang, who was jumping with joy, and asked Fairy Ziwei about her purpose for visiting. Fairy Ziwei said truthfully, Lord, these last days I have been feeling uneasy but cannot find the reason, so I came to ask for your guidance. Duke Long nodded. Is there any progress in deducing Fan Yuan? Fairy Ziwei's brows furrowed and revealed a vexed expression. Fan Yuan's defense in Wisdom Path is airtight. I have used all my strength but cannot deduce anything about him. Duke Long comforted. Your previous plans against him were already good. Even I cannot plan a strategy like that. After all, I am not a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Have you destroyed Fixed Space Immortal Goo? The Refinement Path Killer move on those Goo worms have yet to activate. But I have already ordered Yuan Cheongdu to be ready at all times. Duke Long nodded. Looks like it is not easy for Fan Yuan to plunder the Goo worms from the Goo Immortal captives. Thinking for a bit, he asked, Have you looked into Spectral Soul? Fairy Ziwei's reply was direct. He is only a remnant soul and a prisoner with no immortal essence or immortal Goo. After the defeat in Langya Blessed Land, I have paid extra attention to him. There is no issue with him. Duke Long sighed. Maybe it is him. Who? Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Fairy Ziwei's heart shook. She heard Duke Long continue. How is the progress with finding Red Lotus true inheritances? Fairy Ziwei's expression turned unsightly. Present and past pavilion has been in the River of Time all along. As long as Fan Yuan enters, we will definitely know. But earlier, Eternal Yacht's construction failed. We need to redo it again. I still plan to construct 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, Shark Flow Lever, and Moment Stage. With these 5 Time Path Immortal Goo houses, even if we cannot find Red Lotus true inheritances, we also won't let Fan Yuan get to them. Duke Long replied. The first 4 are okay, but the core Immortal Goo of the 5th Moment Stage is the Immortal Goo in Million Heavenly King Gallery. Fairy Ziwei. This is the most stable plan among the ones I deduced. Duke Long attached high importance to Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan would never compare to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He said deeply, Red Lotus true inheritances are the greatest variable. Blockading the River of Time with 5 Time Path Immortal Goo houses is indeed a safe method. We shall go with your plan then. Although I don't cultivate Formation Path, I know the difficulty in constructing an immortal goo house, don't put blame on Song Yin. Yes, Lord Duke Long. Because of the defeat in Langyablast's land, Heavenly Court was even more aggressive this time, and they were moving with a tight pace. Gu Yu Fangzheng's immortal ascension was only one aspect. Eternal Yacht was also being constructed, and they had also added the fifth time path immortal goo house. This ink effect was unknown to Fan Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. This is the most crucial part. Years flow like water immortal goo, go. Fan Yuan willed it, and an immortal goo shot towards the front. When it entered the incomplete immortal goo house, there was a dazzling radiance. The radiance was absorbed and emitted, flickering between bright and dark. Fan Yuan was controlling the whole situation with all his concentration. Countless thoughts welled up in his mind like surging waves in the sea. His accumulated will was melting like snow. His main body was soaked in sweat in just a short while. The Time Path clone was also brought here to help out. He was forcibly enduring the stress. His face was pale as paper and his body was on the verge of collapsing. All these painstaking efforts were not in vain. The multicolored radiance gradually merged, forming a clear and bright blue light. The light was no longer flickering between bright and dark, it gradually stabilized. Finally, when the blue light completely retracted and vanished, an immortal goo house revealed itself. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Myriad Year Flying Warship. Its core was Years Flow Like Water Immortal Goo, which elevated this immortal goo house to rank 8. Fan Yuan's first creation was directly a rank 8 immortal goo house. Years Flow Like Water's main use was to produce year goo. The countless year goo it produced were used to feed Fan Yuan's year beasts. But now, there was a complete and stable food chain because of the year essence pool. Fan Yuan let the year beasts be self-sufficient inside here and could now use Years Flow Like Water immortal goo for other purposes. This rank 8 immortal goo was created by He Fan. It specialized in logistics and was an outstanding immortal goo in the aspect of immortal aperture development, but it lacked offensive power. Fan Yuan fulfilled He Fan's wish by using it to form a rank 8 immortal goo house. Besides Years Flow Like Water immortal goo, Myriad Year Flying Warship's main supplementary immortal goo were 2 rank 7 immortal goo, Precaution and Fight. The former had been used by Fan Yuan in Divination Tortoise Transformation along with Vajra Thought immortal goo. But this level of transformation killer move was no longer suitable for Fan Yuan currently, so he used it to increase the defensive power of Myriad Year Flying Warship. The latter was Rule Path Immortal Goo Fight, but it was never used properly because Fan Yuan did not have high attainment level in Rule Path previously as well as having few Rule Path Dao marks. It was only recently that his Rule Path attainment level had increased steeply. Rule Path was the path with the widest range of use. These 2 immortal goo perfectly coordinated with Years Flow Like Water. Myriad Year Flying Warship had a narrow structure like a small boat and shined with a dazzling silver light. It gave a strong feeling of sharpness and toughness. Heavenly Court had failed in constructing Eternal Yacht, but Fan Yuan had succeeded in his. It was not only because of Fan Yuan's Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, but also because of his Rule Path Great Grandmaster and Formation Path Grandmaster attainment levels. Fan Yuan had put in his energy to cultivate many paths since long ago, and after the initial problems in the start, the benefits were already showing and these benefits would keep on increasing in the future. This is the first immortal goo house that I created. It is a completely new creation and will definitely give a huge surprise to my enemies in future battles. Fan Yuan was joyous. In the previous life, he had intended to build an immortal goo house but did not truly succeed. The ones which he built were incomplete and their power was barely passable. In this life, he constructed Myriad Year Flying Warship and was satisfied with himself. But this was not the end, this was only the first immortal goo house. Fan Yuan had an enormous plan. He had estimated that he would build at least 3 immortal goo houses. In his deductions, this plan would make the most use of all the resources he obtains in this life. Myriad Year Flying Warship was set aside. The Time Path clone had almost fainted while constructing this warship. He was in poor condition now. Fan Yuan could only arrange him to rest and not deduce anything for the moment. Fan Yuan's main body was also able to rest for 2 days. 2 days in the outside world was multiple months inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The Time Path clone had already recovered and had made another gain in his deductions. Immortal goo formation, goo as before formation. After spending some energy, Fan Yuan finally succeeded in constructing this formation. Fan Yuan decided to make a move on Lu Hao now. Lu Hao's immortal aperture was still inside his physical body, but Fan Yuan had already extracted his soul and imprisoned it in another place. Fan Yuan took out fixed-space immortal goo from Lu Hao's immortal aperture. Almost in the same instance, fixed-space goo showed signs of detonating, but goo as before formation was already activated and had started affecting the destruction of fixed-space goo. Fixed-space goo flickered with lights as the refinement path down marks on it were destroyed. After a while, fixed-space goo went back to a stable condition, albeit with slight injuries. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air as he held this goo. He finally obtained this goo. In his previous life, Heavenly Court's hidden methods were activated, destroying not only fixed-space goo but also the other goo worms inside Lu Hao. But Fan Yuan had made some gains as well. From the fragments of fixed-space goo, he had obtained the hope of conceptualizing the immortal goo as before. In his previous life, he had done deep research into these fragments, and had never stopped deducing about this matter. With such accumulations, his deductions finally had an initial success in this life, and he was able to create the goo as before formation. This formation involved millions of goo worm. There were more than 20 immortal goo involved in it from refinement path, time path, and rule path. What Fan Yuan envisioned was goo as before immortal goo, so this goo as before formation was only an initial success. After he modifies and simplifies this large formation into a practical killer move, it will be mid-stage success. And later, when he condenses this killer move into an immortal goo recipe and refines goo as before immortal goo, he would then achieve complete success. But currently, goo as before formation is already my limit. I need to increase my foundation to improve it. I have absorbed the long hair true meaning, my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still two other monumental figures equal to long hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. Most of these two's inheritances have definitely been pocketed by Heavenly Court. The refinement path methods Heavenly Court put on fixed space goo might have come from these two experts. As long as I obtain these contents and increase my foundation, I may not be able to create an immortal goo recipe, but I will definitely be able to simplify this formation into a killer move and obtain mid-stage success. Fan Yuan's eyes seemed to burn with the flames of passion. In his previous life, he could not see such hopes and felt Heavenly Court was a deep chasm that was beyond him. But in this life, he did not think so. Heavenly Court, I will invade Heavenly Court and plunder these true inheritances. Chapter 1796. Pure Dream Clone. Fan Yuan observed his soul. After several cultivation sessions over this period of time, his soul had already recovered to 60 million man's soul. His soul was no longer gloomy and weak like before. It was filled with energy and was lifelike. Its face was exquisite, and the body's size was normal. There was a light from deep within it that covered it completely, and would make people feel it was solid and pure. Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, Rank 9 Killer Move Ghostly Concealment. It was like a silk inner garment sticking to his soul. Above it was a layer of Ghost Official Garment. Ghost Official Garment used Rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Goo and Rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as its cores. At this moment, it had already turned into a martial uniform. There was even battle armor covering his shirt. It was a grand sight. With his current soul foundation, Fan Yuan had the confidence to split his soul. Immortal Killer Move, Split Soul. Instantly, Fan Yuan's soul left his physical body, only relying on the remaining thoughts, wills, or emotions to manipulate goo worms and maintain Split Soul Killer Move. As natural as drinking water, half the soul of the main body split, and the main body's soul once again returned to its body. In an instant, Fan Yuan's main body's soul fell to 30 million man soul. The split soul was also at 30 million man soul. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and rested for a while. When the soul returned to his body, he felt slight dizziness. This was a normal reaction because he had split half of his soul, which was a huge amount. Immortal essence stopped moving inside his immortal aperture as all kinds of goo worms rested with none injured. This split soul was a success. It was actually not easy to activate this move. There was a huge risk and a high failure rate. But Fan Yuan had diligently practiced this move before, spending a lot of energy and paying quite a price for it. All of his efforts made this attempt a success. Fan Yuan opened his eyes. He had fully recovered and his mind was clear. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance a little. His split soul immediately moved along with the wind and went through. There was already a physical body waiting for the split soul inside the sovereign immortal aperture. This physical body was none other than the pure dream reality seeker physique body created from a dream realm. After the split soul entered the pure dream reality seeker physique body, There was some fluctuation in the aura at first before it turned silent like a corpse. Fan Yuan was calm. He had more or less grasped 3 types of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The first type was the strongest pure dream reality seeker physique body, the one that was condensed by old man Yen Shi and also the Ying Wu Xia of back then. This pure dream reality seeker physique body only had 18 hours of lifespan. Its cultivation would increase by a rank every 2 hours and its strength would continue to grow, becoming extremely terrifying near the end of its lifespan. However, this pure dream reality seeker physique body required many immortal goo as well as a vast amount of dream realms. Fan Yuan could not fulfill the requirements. The second type was the pure dream reality seeker physique body with goo immortal cultivation. Fan Yuan had used it many times and had once used them to stall the pursuit of southern border goo immortals. He also used it to secretly trade dream realms with Chichuyu. This pure dream reality seeker physique body had one huge flaw: it had a time limit. Once the limit was reached, they would self-detonate back into a dream realm. The third type was the one Fan Yuan learned from Feng Jin Huang's pure dream reality seeker physique body. This was a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique body. It consumed few dream realms and did not use many immortal goo, in which they could also be replaced with other immortal goo, but it was only a mortal body and did not have goo immortal cultivation. The body which the split soul had merged into was the third type of pure dream reality seeker physique body. It possessed an aperture and was only at rank 1. After a while, the pure dream reality seeker physique body opened its eyes. The 30 million man soul was restrained and was starting to adapt to this body. This body was unable to hold the complete 30 million man soul with its low cultivation. This was the classic case of a weak body but a powerful soul. With Fan Yuan's split soul restraining most of its power, it was like a giant had curled up its body and was lying carefully inside a paper house. But it did not matter. Fan Yuan had already prepared relic goo. Relic goo was a sphere-shaped mortal goo that was thumb-sized and had an ordinary appearance. But its effect was major. It could enhance the aperture walls and advance the goo master's cultivation by a small realm. Goo master cultivation had 5 ranks from rank 1 to rank 5. Relic goo also was divided into rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 green copper relic goo, rank 2 red steel relic goo, rank 3 white silver relic goo, rank 4 yellow gold relic goo, and rank 5 purple crystal relic goo. No matter which rank the relic goo was, it was a treasure of that rank. Its price far surpassed other similarly ranked goo worms. For instance, red steel relic goo was priced at 8,000 primeval stones in the mortal world. This value surpassed ordinary rank 3 goo worms. White silver relic goo was a treasured rank 3 goo, its value reaching 50,000. There would be at best white silver relic goo circulated in mortal markets. The market for yellow gold relic goo was controlled and they were extremely rare, often held in the hands of the higher-ups. This situation was much better in Treasure Yellow Heaven. After all, Treasure Yellow Heaven was the transaction area of goo immortals and was the largest market in the world. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, rank 1 to 3 relic goo were sold in batches. There were few rank 4 yellow gold relic goo, and even fewer rank 5 purple crystal relic goo. This was not because goo immortals were holding these goo worms in their hands and did not want them to circulate. It was because relic goo could only be formed naturally and were currently unable to be created by goo immortals. Even Langya Blessed Land and Heavenly Court were unable to do so. Why? With Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grand Master and Human Path Master attainment levels, Fan Yuan understood the reason now. It was because relic goo were human path goo worms. It had a fundamental effect towards variant humans and humans. Much more relic goo would form in the areas with many variant humans or humans. Fan Yuan's pure dream clone began to use green copper relic goo. His aperture was different from normal goo masters. An ordinary aperture was stable, but the pure dream clone's aperture was constantly forming and breaking like a dream. This was the characteristic of dream realms. In the previous life, Feng Jin Huang had also exclaimed that the main reason for her being able to create the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique was due to coincidence, as well as her creating the killer move Shatter Dream beforehand. Regardless of the pure dream clone's aperture shattering and forming, it had a membrane of light around it that looked extremely thin but firmly kept the dream path aperture inside it. This membrane was the aperture wall of rank 1 initial stage. After 1 green copper relic goo was used, the light membrane thickened immediately and the light started to circulate like water, becoming water membrane. Pure dream clone used another green copper relic goo. The water membrane became even thicker and firm, transforming into stone membrane. After using the third green copper relic goo, Pure Dream Clone's aperture stone membrane turned into crystal membrane. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique was a special aptitude. Its green copper primeval essence might be illusory like a dream, but it filled more than 90% of the aperture. Fan Yuan's Pure Dream Clone immediately sat cross-legged as it controlled its primeval essence to attack the crystal membrane. However, before it even made a move, its aperture advanced directly. The crystal membrane shattered, turning into red steel rank 2 light membrane. The Pure Dream Clone had become a rank 2 goo master within moments. Fan Yuan exclaimed lightly before realizing. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique is the 11th extreme physique, on the same level as the 10 extreme physiques. Its cultivation can rise continuously without any obstacles. In a goo master's cultivation, it was easy to advance through small realms. They only needed enough time and patience. However, every large realm had a barrier, and the higher you go, the harder it is to cross. Fan Yuan had thought of using his plentiful experiences to advance, but he had not expected the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body to break through naturally. This was much more convenient than his original expectations. Relic goo were consumed one after the other, and Fan Yuan's Pure Dream Clone's cultivation kept on rising and breaking through to the next level. Although there were few purple crystal relic goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven, there were a lot in Langya's treasury. They were not an issue. Thus, in just a mere hour, Fan Yuan's Pure Dream Clone had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. Prepare for immortal ascension. Fan Yuan sent the Pure Dream Clone out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It could not undergo its tribulation inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, because this would cause a huge disorder in heaven and earth chi and greatly disturb the Immortal Aperture's balance. Fan Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture itself had a huge demand for heaven and earth chi. Were the Pure Dream Clone to undergo its tribulation inside, there would be a huge deficiency in heaven and earth chi. So Fan Yuan's plan was for the Pure Dream Clone to undergo tribulation outside. Fan Yuan intended to create a perfect Pure Dream Clone with goo immortal cultivation at one go. But just as he was about to implement the next step, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Huh! Wait a moment! Fan Yuan's gaze focused. He had a deep wisdom path attainment. This strong sense of danger that came out of nowhere was not without reason, it was a certain premonition. Fan Yuan could not ignore this feeling. This seems to be a hint that if I were to let the Pure Dream Clone undergo tribulation, it will encounter an immense danger? Fan Yuan frowned. Goo masters needed to undergo tribulation to advance to goo immortal. According to common logic, no matter how much heavens will strengthen such calamities and tribulations, there would be a limit. No matter how strong a rank 6 calamities and tribulations were, it would not surpass rank 7 calamities and tribulations. But if they are the calamities and tribulations of Dream Path, Fan Yuan's gaze turned deep. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body's immortal ascension would likely encounter Dream Path's calamities and tribulations, but Fan Yuan did not know much regarding this. Under the present situation, even an expert as strong as Duke Long was without options against Dream Path methods. Fan Yuan was much stronger than Duke Long in this because he had Unraveled Dream. However, Unraveled Dream was not omnipotent. Moreover, dream realms were primarily divided into 2 kinds. One was realistic dream realms. What Fan Yuan explored the most were this kind of dream realms. Another were abstract dream realms where anything could happen that could not be explained with logic. Even Fan Yuan did not want to encounter them. If I were to let my Pure Dream Clone undergo immortal ascension, it would give Heaven's Will the opportunity to attack me? If so, I should let it undergo immortal ascension inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. There is no Heaven's Will inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Although it will extract a large amount of heaven and earth chi and damage my foundation, there are more benefits to having a goo immortal level Pure Dream Clone. However, when Fan Yuan took back the Pure Dream Clone and wanted to let it undergo tribulation, that sense of danger still lingered although it had lessened slightly. Fan Yuan pondered, does this mean that even without Heaven's Will, there will still be Dream Path calamities and tribulations when the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body undergoes immortal ascension? Moreover, it will be a great threat to me? Immortal ascension signified taking risks. Was this risk worth it or not? Fan Yuan hesitated for a while before sighing. He chose stability. This risk was not worth it at this moment. The crucial thing was he did not have even a little assurance. If it were other paths, it would be okay, but Dream Path. Fan Yuan shook his head. He actually had a great anticipation for this. Because once the immortal ascension succeeds, Fan Yuan would not only obtain an immortal level Pure Dream Clone, there would also be the opportunity for natural inspiration that could allow him to better understand Dream Path and have an opportunity to advance Dream Path Mortal Goo to Immortal Goo. But Fan Yuan regretfully discovered that the Immortal Ascension held way too much danger. If it goes bad, I might not even be able to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fan Yuan was progressing very well in this life. It was not worth it to take such a risk. Blindly taking risk was not courageous but stupid. Forget it, I shall let it be for the moment. Fan Yuan snorted. Chapter 1797. Extorting Rank 9 Immortal Material. Splash, splash, splash. Sounds of sea waves and clear cries of sea birds entered Fan Yuan's ears. The eastern sea area in front of him glittered with warm sunlight. Gentle and refreshing sea wind brushed across his face. Fan Yuan, however, was slightly dejected. As expected, it is not time yet. He used Jade Flow Pearl to arrive in Eastern Sea from southern border. His target was to find the blue dragon whale. To Fan Yuan, gaining Regret Goo would be a splendid matter. Because he wanted to raise the ranks of his numerous Rank 6 Immortal Goo to increase his own overall strength. With Regret Goo, he could decrease his losses and reduce the risk of refining Goo to the lowest degree. In fact, ever since his rebirth, he had come here several times. This area was the area where he had followed Miao Mingxin's group and seen the blue dragon whale in his previous life. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan was not successful in finding the blue dragon whale. Should I attack Miao Mingxin and seize his method? With that method, I can find the exact location of the blue dragon whale by myself. This thought flashed past Fan Yuan's mind and he quickly evaluated the risks. If he made a move, Miao Mingxin would not be a problem. Fan Yuan could even use Chu Ying's identity to scheme against Miao Mingxin using Wisdom Path methods. The true uncertainty was Fan Yuan did not know what that method was. It was okay if it was some ordinary immortal killer move. But if it were some bizarre method and he made a rash move, it would simply backfire on him. According to Fan Yuan's deduction, the possibility of the latter was not small. Because in the 500 years of his previous life, he had not heard of anyone seizing this method from Miao Mingxin. Eastern Sea had Rank 8 Goo Immortals while Miao Mingxin was only Rank 7 and his method concerned a Paradise Earth true inheritance. There was no way those Rank 8 Goo Immortals were not moved. But these Goo Immortals seemed to have no desire to make a move, clearly showing that the situation was not as simple as it looked. According to my previous life, I just need to wait patiently and follow Miao Mingxin into the inheritance ground. But this has a flaw, that is the ink effect. In my previous life, Miao Mingxin selected chewing after some hesitation. Will he still choose chewing in this life? Fan Yuan used Jade Flow Pearl to return to southern border. Currently, southern border was the safest among the 5 regions. Even if southern border's righteous path moved against him, he had a large number of captives as his bargaining chip. He also had the most thorough understanding of southern border's situations. Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to make a move against Miao Mingxin. His carefully thought-out plans since rebirth were progressing smoothly, and even if he wanted to attack Miao Mingxin, it would be too rushed to do so at this time. Everything should be done methodically and when the timing is correct. Sometimes, one needed to speed up, sometimes, one needed to slow down. By acting too quickly and intensely, the end product might end up charred. But if one acted too slowly, they would lose their chance as a result of inaction. Fan Yuan already had a firm grasp over the appropriate speed he should use. His main task now was still his clone. He needed to make a Dragonman clone. Fan Yuan had already obtained Bai Ning Bing's Dragonman transformation method, and had already begun researching it. This method was called the Humans Alike Dragon's Goo Refinement Method. It used the Goo Immortal themselves as a Goo material and refined together with Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire, their race would change and turn into a Dragonman. This method's success rate was very minute. During the Goo refinement process, all of the Dao marks of the Goo Immortal would be affected. When Fan Yuan had first read this method, he had exclaimed at its incredible concept. He then discovered the flaw of this method. This method was created by Duke Long, who was proficient in Shi Path and Transformation Path. He did not have a deep attainment in Refinement Path and had mostly relied on Shi Path and Transformation Path to imitate Refinement Path. But Fan Yuan was a Refinement Path quasi-supreme Grandmaster. He could give a huge improvement to this method in the Refinement Path aspect. After improving it, the success rate would also greatly increase and might even reach 10%. That was a 1 in 10 success rate. This was already Fan Yuan's limit, he could not improve it any further. Because the humans alike Dragon's Goo refinement method was essentially a human path killer move and also involved the profundities of transformation path. Fan Yuan's transformation path could not match Duke Long's. It was even more so for his human path attainment. Thus, the humans alike Dragon's Goo refinement method was also a supreme material that could allow Fan Yuan to comprehend some essence of human path. The real obstacle is still Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire was an extremely rare rank 9 immortal material. It was the human flame among the 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human. Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven had 1 lump, but it was already used by Bai Ningbing. Treasure Yellow Heaven did not have it. Announce the offer to buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven? No, Fan Yuan had a better option. Xia Clan headquarters. The hall was filled with a heavy and stifling atmosphere. Fan Yuan's ransom letter was still sent to Xia Clan first. This scoundrel Fan Yuan is a heinous criminal. He should be damned to death. We have to kill him, Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a fierce expression. The other Xia Clan Gu immortals looked ashen and had unsightly expressions. Besides fury and hatred, these righteous path Gu immortals also had a feeling like they were currently dreaming and nothing was real. The Grand Xia Clan, a superforce, was actually being blackmailed by one demonic path Gu immortal. And the cause of this ransom was actually the kidnapping of Xia Clan's strongest expert, Xia Clan's foundation, Xia Clan's supreme figure of authority, First Supreme Elder Xia Cha. If someone had told Xia Clan's Gu immortals this would happen before the ambush attack, Xia Clan's Gu immortals would definitely give that person a few hard slaps and even shout at them to wake up. But at this moment, Xia Clan's Gu immortals had the urge to slap themselves. How did the situation fall to this state? Xia Clan's second Supreme Elder Xia Zhao was the person who felt the greatest pressure. He sighed and said, "You have all seen that mortal letter Gu. Fan Yuan is demanding Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. What are your thoughts on this?" Xia Clan immortals looked at each other, silent. Xia Zhao could only point out a name as he looked towards Xia Fei Kuai. "Come, didn't you shout quite loudly just before? Speak your thoughts." Xia Fei Kuai had an irascible temper and felt extreme anger towards Fan Yuan, but he remained silent for a good while before speaking. Even Heavenly Court Gu immortals were unable to get rid of this demon Fan Yuan. He might just be rank 7, but he is truly diabolical. If he really wanted Lady Xia Cha's life, he would definitely not have any misgivings. Maybe we can ally with other clans? Fan Yuan is blackmailing us, he will definitely blackmail the other clans as well. Xiao Lu Pei immediately retorted. The one we lost is our first Supreme Elder. How could those outsiders be relied on? Right now, they are eager for us to lose Lady Xia Cha. Since Fan Yuan will definitely blackmail other forces, did you see any of them contacting us? You. Xia Fei Kuai glared, but could not find any words to retort. After a good while, he said, "Even if we want to compromise, we don't have Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Just because we do not have it does not mean others don't. That demon Fan Yuan might only be putting a high price first, and is waiting for us to negotiate?" Xia Clan's Gu immortal continued to speak their thoughts. Same as the previous life, Xia Clan's most important person had landed in Fan Yuan's hand. The Xia Clan Gu immortals could only admit defeat and be blackmailed by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's reply was direct. "Don't mention other things to me. I want Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. I don't care how you get it, but we can only discuss after you bring it over. Or else Xia Cha's life? Hee hee." Fan Yuan was even more calm than in the previous life. In the previous life, he had to make several probes while blackmailing Southern Border's righteous path. In this life, he was familiar with every clan's limits. Xia Clan was going to be blackmailed hard by him. Although Xia Clan and Ba Clan both lost rank 8 Gu immortals as captives, Xia Clan's situation was still the worst. Because Ba Clan still had another rank 8 candidate, Ba De. So Fan Yuan's first target of blackmail was still Xia Clan. Xia Clan did not have Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire, which was within Fan Yuan's expectations because he had already searched Xia Cha's soul and did not see Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire in the treasury. The other rank 7 Xia Clan Gu immortals might not know about all the things in the treasury, but Xia Cha definitely knew the details as the first Supreme Elder. Actually, Fan Yuan truly did not know which force of Southern Border had Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. It was possible for a clan to have stored it, but the rank 9 immortal material might be hidden so deep in the treasury that only the first Supreme Elder could know of it. There was also the possibility this fire was not with any Southern Border Righteous Path force. Fan Yuan did not care about this, he was going to make Southern Border's Righteous Path take care of this headache. In Fan Yuan's plan, the Dragon Man clone was one of the important parts. Because this clone would involve the acquisition of Dragon Palace. Fan Yuan did not actually have clear information regarding Dragon Palace, but he was able to deduce that the Dragon Man clone would be the crucial key to inherit Dragon Palace. In the previous life, Bai Ningbing being able to become the owner of Dragon Palace was the best evidence. Fan Yuan extorted the Southern Border Righteous Path while continuing to cultivate and absorbing his gains. Not long later, he successfully improved Time Cutting Edge. The new Time Cutting Edge was 30% more powerful than in previous life. This was because Fan Yuan had a lot more Time Path Immortal Goo than in his previous life. Not only was it because he had gained Langya Blessed Land, but also because the year's flow execution formation was not seriously damaged like in previous life during the Southern Border Immortals attack, so many Time Path Immortal Goo were preserved. There was another point. Fan Yuan had even calculated some Time Path Immortal Goo of Southern Border Righteous Path's treasuries in his plan. First was Xia Clan, then Ba Clan and Yi Clan. Yi Clan's Goo Immortal Yi Yang was blood related to Yi Clan's first Supreme Elder, and was a successor of the clan nurtured by the first Supreme Elder. He was very important to the clan. Fourth was Qi Clan. Fan Yuan's attitude towards Qi Clan was quite amiable. Brother Qi Chuyu, we are really good friends. I was able to capture Southern Border Immortals because of you. I will directly return your second Supreme Elder to you. Qi Chuyu's face was pitch black like the bottom of a pot. Don't act so close to me. Qi Chuyu felt an intense disgust inwardly. He discovered that he was dragged in so deep by Fan Yuan that he could not get out. These past few days, his mood had been extremely heavy. Because he knew Fan Yuan was able to capture the Southern Border Immortals mainly because of Dream Realms. And he was the one who had secretly handed these Dream Realms to Fan Yuan. Were the Southern Border Righteous Path to know of this huge secret, not only Qi Chuyu, even Qi Clan would be in imminent danger. The Dream Realm trading had become a threat to Qi Chuyu. He really wanted to stop these dangerous transactions, but was it possible anymore? The person he was facing was Fan Yuan. Qi Chuyu's heart went cold at this thought. Chapter 1798. Inspiration of Destiny. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. The ground shook for a moment before the dense radiance of an Earth Path Killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a large formless hand molding soft mud, the surrounding terrain began to sink in while the land in the periphery began to rise, forming a circular valley. This sunken land was surrounded by mountains, forming an environment that was isolated from the outside. There was no vegetation in this sunken land, soil was also scarce, it was instead covered by a large amount of steel materials. This is White Steel Bowl Valley! Rotman Gu Immortal Shirshirching watched this scene from outside the valley with shock. Fan Yuan had countless powerful methods, casually creating another mid-scale resource point without exerting much effort. Over these days, Shirshirching had conversed with other Gu Immortals and gained a deeper understanding of how vast the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was and the large amount of resources distributed all over it. Such a deep foundation was astonishing and increased the confidence of these Gu Immortals regarding their future. However, what made Shirshirching even more amazed was Fan Yuan's courage. Other Gu Immortals would not have dared, but Fan Yuan fought against stronger enemies, targeting Southern Border's Righteous Path. The important thing was he not only attacked them but also was victorious and captured these Southern Border Gu Immortals. If not for these captives, how could Fan Yuan have extorted these resources to easily create White Steel Bowl Valley? Compared to Fan Yuan, the Rotman tribe's Gu Immortals looked excessively conservative. Lord Fan Yuan is the one we should follow. Shirshircheng was becoming increasingly inclined towards Fan Yuan. He was completely captivated by Fan Yuan's charisma and subdued by his disposition. Over these days, with He Lu Lan and the others' continuous work, every resource was arranged properly. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had been barren, but annexing blessed lands and grotto heavens had gathered a large amount of resources in it. And now, these resources were distributed ingeniously and harmoniously to form a balanced ecology. There was no chaos or mutual disturbance, the resources aided one another in their growth. This was the result of Fan Yuan's meticulous deductions using Wisdom Path. The next step was to fill up some gaps. For instance, White Steel Bowl Valley was something Tai Chu Zhong wanted to construct but had not started yet. With it, Tai Chuzhong could feed Edge Gu by himself and would not have to rely on external sources. Fan Yuan had already filled the gaps here. In the previous life, he had completed this project, and it was even easier in this life. As for the necessary resources, Fan Yuan extorted them from Southern Border's righteous path. Fan Yuan clearly felt it was much easier to extort the Southern Border righteous path in this life than in the previous life. It was because the resistance of Southern Border's Gu Immortal's resistance had become much weaker. The video Fan Yuan revealed in Heavenly Court showed him killing Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This greatly stirred up the Southern Border righteous path. Even Heavenly Court lost to this demon Fan Yuan. What is so strange about our Southern Border righteous path failing to deal with him? Even if the Southern Border Gu Immortals did not admit this thought, they knew it inwardly. Adding on Fan Yuan's plentiful experience in extortion, these Southern Border righteous path forces could only give in. The extortion in this life was also different from the previous life. In the previous life, Fan Yuan mainly wanted to construct a year essence pool and thus extorted many precious and rare immortal materials. He did not need to do so in this life and change the demands to other things, but they were still mainly immortal materials. A small portion of these immortal materials were used to fill up the deficiencies in the sovereign immortal aperture, like constructing White Steel Bowl Valley. The remaining large portion was in preparation for advancing the ranks of his immortal Gu. In this life, Fan Yuan had a lot more immortal Gu than in his previous life. Rank 6 immortal Gu occupied the majority, but they were too weak for him, being at rank 8. So large-scale refinement was necessary and would give rise to a great increase in Fan Yuan's comprehensive battle strength. He had done this in his previous life, and it would be much easier in this life since he had annexed Langya Blessed Land and had many refinement path immortal Gu. He planned ahead, preparing these immortal materials in advance. The gains from annexing apertures were almost processed completely. The whole sovereign immortal aperture's development had already reached 16%. This was already close to the highest limit he reached in his previous life. Moreover, he still had Lu Hao's and Ba Shi Ba's immortal apertures to annex, as well as Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Killer moves were being familiarized, true inheritances were still being researched, and he was still comprehending human path. Fan Yuan made some time to go to the River of Time once again. He was unable to forget about his Pure Dream clone. Although the plan for the Pure Dream clone had received a setback, Fan Yuan thought of the Stone Lotus Island's Future Self killer move. Maybe I can use Future Self to bring over a Gu Immortal level Pure Dream clone. The 4 Xuanzi in present and past pavilion were observing the River of Time at all times, but they were simply unable to detect Fan Yuan's tracks. Fan Yuan understood present and past pavilion much more than them. He smoothly reached the Stone Lotus Island and used Future Self on the Pure Dream clone. However, Fan Yuan was disappointed as there were simply no changes in the Pure Dream clone. Is it because the Pure Dream clone is created from dream realms, most killer moves are ineffective on it? Or is it that the Pure Dream clone doesn't have a future where it becomes an immortal? Fan Yuan's Pure Dream clone was already at rank 5 peak stage, just a step away from undergoing immortal ascension. However, this step had fatal danger, so Fan Yuan wisely chose to stop. If Future Self is ineffective because the Pure Dream clone doesn't have a future where it is an immortal, does this mean there is no hope for the Pure Dream clone's tribulation with my current strength? Thinking of this, Fan Yuan suddenly felt somewhat interested. There is no harm in trying. He immediately activated the Immortal Killer move, exposing Heavenly Secret. This killer move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as its core and could observe the contents of the following calamities and tribulations of the target. Blank. Exposing Heavenly Secret showed no effect on the Pure Dream clone. Is it because of the characteristics of the Pure Dream clone, or because exposing Heavenly Secret is currently unable to target dream path calamities and tribulations? Fan Yuan was perturbed. There were very few Gu worms that were effective on the Pure Dream clone. Relic Gu was effective because it was a human path Gu worm. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body was a human body, so human path Gu worms were effective on it. But in fact, many other Gu worms were completely ineffective on the Pure Dream clone. Because the Pure Dream clone was created from dream realms and had the characteristics of dream realms. Fan Yuan had relied on Dream Path's superiority to cross many obstacles before or stir up troubles, but he was now stumped by this superiority. Just like Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Duke Long and others were unable to contest Lead Soul into Dream, even Spectral Soul had fallen asleep inside the Dream Realm. Existing methods had negligible effect against Dream Realms. Fan Yuan actually had many methods to deal with calamities and tribulations. For instance, calamity beckoning immortal goo or endless trouble killer move, but could these methods be able to deal with dream path calamities and tribulations? Fan Yuan shook his head in his mind. There was almost no chance. The only possibility is to develop a corresponding dream path killer move. However, Fan Yuan's dream path attainment level was stuck. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had not prioritized researching dream path and had pursued blood path. Not long after returning from the River of Time, Fan Yuan was pleasantly surprised as the Dragon Man clone plan had made a progress. Xia Clan expressed that Shang Clan's treasure realm had Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire, and they were currently in the process of trading for it. Shang Clan's treasure realm. It should be the immortal aperture left behind by Shang Clan's creator. After the ancestor died, it was left behind in Shangliang Mountain. Since Gu immortals are unable to enter it, even Shang Clan Gu immortals don't know if it is a grotto heaven or a blessed land. Looks like the foundation of this treasure realm is much deeper than I estimated. Fan Yuan exclaimed at Shang Clan's foundation. Shang Clan had always been among the top few clans in the southern border Gu immortal world, and because of their unique geographical location, they had maintained harmonious relationships with other superforces. If Xia Clan can get the Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire, my Dragon Man clone will have half of the obstacles remaining. Fan Yuan waited patiently while increasing his strength. With regards to using 5 restriction profound light chi, he was gaining more experience and insight, and was now able to use 4 different light chi at the same time. His soul cultivation was rising explosively every time. He had split his soul again for the Dragon Man clone, but even so, his soul cultivation was gradually reaching 80 million man soul. The Dream Realm trading with Qi Clan was continuing in secret. Qi Chuyu had come to terms with his situation. He had made one misstep and now could only fall deeper into it. Naturally, Fan Yuan never let go of his guard against him. This rank 8 Gu immortal was not a simple person and might retaliate if not handled properly. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had already chosen to support Qi Clan in preparation for the future. Qi Clan obtained Dream Path research results from the transactions. This gave Qi Chuyu pleasure amidst the pain. Since he had already made a terrible blunder by agreeing to this exchange, why not just continue with it? Qi Chuyu did not want to take a risk, but because Fan Yuan led him on this path, he could only clench his teeth and continue walking towards the abyss. In his free time, Fan Yuan's soul searched those Gu immortal souls. Although he had done this in his previous life, he still did it again in this life because he wanted to look into something. That was the ink effect. Compared to the previous life, the subtle differences in this life made Fan Yuan think deeply. An indescribably mysterious feeling had been lingering in his mind. Is this fate? Fan Yuan felt like he had touched a strand of the web weaved by Fate Gu. He gradually felt a strong premonition. If I continue researching this, my understanding of fate will become increasingly deeper. This is the best way to comprehend fate. After gathering more clues from a few more rebirths and making deductions, I might be able to conceive a mortal killer move that has the effect of fate. If I merge it with the profundities of luck path, that will be destiny, huh? Fan Yuan's mind jolted slightly and his eyes shined with bright light. Heavenly Court. Feng Jiuge was stationed in Embroidered Tower. This small pavilion was adorned with beautiful decorations, its walls were red and its tiles were made of jade, looking exquisite and beautiful, but it lacked part of its foundational support. One could clearly see the traces of destruction on the immortal Gu house. In the sky above Embroidered Tower were 3 pieces of bloody skins directly sewn to the air that were still letting out traces of primal savagery. Back then, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable invaded Heavenly Court, he was stopped by Embroidered Tower. In the end, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable destroyed half of Embroidered Tower, which was still unable to be repaired by Heavenly Court, but he also left 3 pieces of bloody skins behind. Ever since the defeat in Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jiuge had been immersed in a deep state of comprehension. He did not cultivate transformation path, but he came here purposely to comprehend a trace of transformation from these 3 bloody skins. This transformation was a kind of concept, it was the transformation of destiny, it was the injury of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was strong while Embroidered Tower was weak, but the strong was forced to discard 3 pieces of skin by the weak. This was an unexpected change. Heavenly Court failed when invading Langya Blessed Land. Southern border Gu immortals chased Fan Yuan but were captured instead. These were also similar kinds of unexpected changes. This series of changes and transformations kept on resonating with depths of Feng Jiuge's soul. The deep state of comprehension gradually entered an optimal condition. Feng Jiuji's lips curled up into a smile. It seems that my next song will be Destiny's Song. Chapter 1799. Swan Bujin falls into a trap. Western Desert. Fang Clan's headquarters. G.U.H. Fan Dichang coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell headfirst onto the ground. Father! Fan Yun, who was at the side, immediately rushed forward and supported Fan Dichang. Fan Dichang's injuries were serious, and after he regained his footing, he was still shaky and dizzy. He quickly observed his condition and smiled bitterly. His brain suffered the highest damage. There was a huge crack in it that almost split apart his brain into two. His soul was also injured, and his physical body was surrounded by a strange green light that emitted woodpath aura. Fan Dichang sighed as he looked at the giant palace in front of him. This palace was lofty like a mountain. Its green bricks and golden tiles emitted dense fragrance of plants and trees. There was solemnity but also liveliness. Carved on the plaque on the palace door were 3 large words, Divine Being Palace. This immortal goo house was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After all, it is comprehensive with no loopholes. I tried to deduce forcefully but suffered such a backlash. I underestimated a Venerable's power and was too hurried. Fan Dichang sighed. Father, our Fang clan's situation is not bad right now. We can take it slow. Fan Yun comforted. Fan Dichang shook his head. Although the situation is stabilized, it is still not optimistic. Those clans are restraining themselves because they are shaken by our theft path killer move, but they have never given up on pressuring us. We must grasp every second and cannot slack. Yes, Father. Fan Dichang looked at Divine Beam Palace and sighed again. Sigh, it is unfortunate that our Fang clan does not have any Woodpath Goo Immortal. This Divine Beam Palace's core is Woodpath. If there were a rank 7 Woodpath Goo Immortal assisting me, I would have a lot more progress in deducing this immortal goo house. Western Desert was filled with deserts with oases decorating them. Woodpath and Waterpath were the least cultivated paths in this region. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most Woodpath Goo Immortals, while Eastern Sea had the most Waterpath Goo Immortals. Fan Yun said after some thought. Our Fang clan does not have a Woodpath Goo Immortal, but we have another Wisdom Path expert. You are talking about Swan Bujin? Fan Dichang's gaze narrowed with a trace of vigilance flashing past it. Did he ask you to recommend him? Fan Yun shook his head. No, I am saying this myself. Lord Swan Bujin never signaled me, and in fact, after joining the clan, he has always stayed outside and never contacted me. Fan Dichang's face relaxed only then. Swan Bujin is not a Fang clan after all. Although he joined our clan, we need to keep this in mind. Father, you doubt Lord Swan Bujin's loyalty? Fan Yun scratched his head. Fan Dichang narrowed his eyes. If I had his help, there would indeed be progress. But we can know a man's face but not his heart, especially in front of such an unmatched treasure like Divine Beam Palace. Even if he did not show this intention before, when he is in contact with this palace day and night, it is hard to not have greed. Fan Dichang was still not assured, asking, Are there any movements from Swan Bujin recently? Fan Yun replied truthfully. There are no movements. However, there are rumors targeting Lord Swan Bujin that says he is actually the inheritor of Old Man Lishan, a demonic descendant who was recruited by our clan. It is also rumored Wan clan will investigate this matter and verify Lord Swan Bujin's identity. Fan Dichang snorted. These people are still trying to frame Swan Bujin. But this excuse has some substance to it. It is at least slightly more realistic than the previous rumor that said he was the demon Fang Yuan. Fan Dichang sneered, having no idea that the previous rumor was actually truth. It was instead the recent rumor that was twisting the truth. Old Man Lishan was a Wan clan Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, but because of an accident while cultivating, he lost himself and became a lunatic. He had rank 7 cultivation and his strength increased even further after going crazy. He caused huge losses to Wan clan and even slaughtered Goo Immortals of other Righteous Path forces. It led to an uproar during that period of time in Western Desert's Goo Immortal world. Several Righteous Path forces allied to besiege and kill Old Man Lishan. But no matter what they did, they could find no traces of Old Man Lishan. He had disappeared completely, and this matter was left unresolved. Fan Dichang said deeply. Swan Bujin has outstanding strength. He understands this kind of cheap trick. But it has not been long since he joined Fang clan, so it is normal for him to be regarded as a weakness of Fang clan. We need to pay attention to him and let him stay in Heavenly Dew Oasis. We can't let him make any rash moves that could give the enemies a hold on him. As for his identity, our Fang clan will clear it for him and give a perfect explanation to Western Desert's righteous path. The moment he finished speaking, Fan Dichang's expression changed. Fan Yun saw the change and asked, "What happened?" Fan Dichang's pale and weak face now had a trace of an ashen look. Swan Bujin sent a letter saying he reverse-deduced and found a wisdom path Gu immortal nearby who is likely to be the one who spread the rumors. He has already gone to catch them. Fan Yun was stupefied. What? According to the rules, Gu immortals who were stationed to guard resources would have to report to the clan if they wanted to move out. They could only move after the clan approved of it. But Swan Bujin's action was the opposite. He moved first before reporting. Whether Fang clan agreed or not, he had left his stationed area and moved out. He is a lone cultivator in the end. His nature is wild. Fan Dichang gritted his teeth. As it so happened, he was heavily injured and could not deduce much at this moment. He could only contact Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong and let him go reinforce Swan Bujin as quickly as possible. Fan Yun was slightly puzzled. The situation might not be so bad. Aren't we making too much fuss by sending first supreme elder as reinforcement? Lord Swan Bujin is a wisdom path Gu immortal. He must have definitely deduced before moving out, and has confidence to handle this matter. Fan Dichang's expression was dark. Swan Bujin is indeed extraordinary, but he is prideful and this could be used by others to scheme against him. It would be terrible if those righteous path forces intentionally lured him and set a series of traps. If he is captured or killed, those clans could forge ironclad evidence and frame our Fang clan, then further suppress our clan. Naturally, this is only a possibility. Let's just hope it is only me being pessimistic. More importantly, our Fang clan cannot make such a mistake at this crucial time. Fa Yun came to a realization and his expression also turned unsightly. He gave a forced smile. It should not be that serious, right? But the matter was that serious. When Fan Yuan reached the place, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Wan Lianghan had a leisurely expression. Swan Bujin, you finally arrived. I waited for quite a while. The moment he finished speaking, the prepared immortal battlefield activated and trapped Fan Yuan. So it was a trap. Fan Yuan, who was disguised as Swan Bujin, sneered. His gaze shone as he looked at the three Gu immortals approaching him. These three Gu immortals were all rank 7. One was tall and thin, dressed in a green robe, and surrounded by whirlwinds. His name was Wan Xiao. He spoke confidently. Swan Bujin, how can you even be a Wisdom Path Gu immortal? You actually jumped into our trap so easily. The second Gu immortal Wan Haoguang's appearance could not be seen. His whole body was covered with light armor that emitted extremely high heat. The thick light armor emitted buzzing noises. Swan Bujin, if you are sensible, then let yourself be captured, side with our Wan clan and expose Fang clan. We won't make it difficult for you and even treat you as an honored guest. The third Gu immortal was the Wisdom Path Gu immortal who lured Fan Yuan. He was Wan Lianghan. His forehead was swollen and had an ugly appearance, but was smiling right now. Friend Swan Bujin, as a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, you should be even more aware of the current situation. Even if you survive today, there will be endless troubles coming to find you in the future. You should not be in Fang clan at such a time. Fan Yuan sneered with a ruthless expression. His disguised appearance Swan Bujin looked skinny with long gray hair and a pair of black eyes which seemed to contain vicissitudes of life and ambition. He was trapped inside the immortal battlefield and also heard the three immortals' words, but there were no change in his expression. This was only natural. Because Fan Yuan had concealed his strength, not only just these 3 rank 7s, even if there were 3 rank 8s, he would be fearless and even happy. The 3 Wan clan immortals thought they had trapped Fan Yuan. Little did they imagine Fan Yuan returned from southern border this time to especially deal with them, and create a commotion in western desert. In the recent period of time, Wan Lianghan had been repeatedly deducing Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had Emperor Yama's protection that had no flaws, but this still reduced his soul foundation, and it was quite annoying, so he had to get rid of them this time. Fan Yuan immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance, and released soul beasts. Desolate soul beasts and ancient soul beasts came out one after the other, shocking Wan clan's immortals. Was he not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal? How could he control so many soul beasts? No matter how many soul beasts you bring out, it is useless in this immortal battlefield. Wan Xiao activated the immortal battlefield. a giant tornado immediately sprang up and slowly moved towards Fan Yuan. Soul beasts were densely packed around Fan Yuan, and following his gradual mobilization, the quantity kept on increasing. How can he have so many soul beasts? Wan Clan's 3 immortals were increasingly shaken. This Swan Bujin was clearly a wisdom path Gu immortal but actually controlled such a huge soul beast army. Wasn't he neglecting his main path too much? The tornado's speed became even faster and neared Fan Yuan's soul beast army. Soul beasts roared and counterattacked, but the tornado seemed to have heavenly might in this immortal battlefield. Although it was weakened, it was extremely stable. Fan Yuan personally activated a killer move to block the tornado. Wan Clan's 3 immortals' shock slightly decreased when they saw the killer move. Fan Yuan used a wisdom path killer move instead of a soul path killer move. It won't do like this, he seems to have an endless amount of soul beasts. I will attack! Wan Haoguang shouted. Go, we will protect you! Wan Lianghan agreed. Wan Haoguang killed his way through the soul beast army. He was extremely fast, fully showing the superiority of light path. Every time Fan Yuan mobilized the soul beast army to besiege him, Wan Lianghan and Wan Shao activated killer moves to protect Wan Haoguang. With their excellent coordination, Wan Haoguang broke through to the center. Fan Yuan's expression did not change as he let out another 4 soul beasts. Ha! Wan Haoguang's momentum paused violently as he blurted out in fright. Immemorial soul beasts! Wan Lianghan and Wan Shao were dazed, both calling out in an incredulous tone. 4. Chapter 1800. Distracting Thoughts Generation. An immemorial soul beast had rank 8 battle strength, and 4 of them appeared at the same time. An absurd feeling rose up in the hearts of the 3 Wan clan immortals. Fan Yuan commanded the 4 immemorial desolate beasts to guard him. He wore a black robe and had his hands behind his back. He stood on one of the immemorial desolate beasts and said with disdain, You plan to trap me with just the 3 of you? Wan Lianghan's eyes twitched. Wan Zhao's expression was ashen. Wan Haoguang's heart sank sharply. Swan Bujin's strength far surpassed their expectation, all of them realized. Swan Bujin might have already guessed this was a trap, but he still came. Anyone would be confident if they had such a trump card. Wan Clan's 3 immortals felt that it was too late for regret now. Calm down! He is a wisdom path Gu immortal after all, he must be forcing himself to control the 4 immemorial soul beasts. Right, these 4 immemorial soul beasts might even be all bark and no bite. Even if they are real, I want to see how well his wisdom path and soul path can coordinate. The 3 immortals stabilized their morale and attacked Fan Yuan once again. Fan Yuan did not attack and only defended. Thus, when looked from the outside, Wan Clan's 3 immortals appeared to be occupying the upper hand. Wan Shao controlled an immortal battlefield while also activating killer moves, throwing out wind spears that heavily injured or killed one ancient soul beast with every strike. Wan Haoguang was covered in a thick armor of light. He ran wildly amidst the soul beast army, slaughtering them as he passed. Wisdom Path Gu immortal Wan Lianghan commanded the battle, while also constantly deducing Fan Yuan's location in the soul beast army. As the battle continued, Wan Clan's 3 immortals felt an increasing headache. Because even though they had killed many, the amount of soul beasts Fan Yuan was releasing continued to increase. These soul beasts were united and covered Fan Yuan from all directions, forming tight defensive lines. With such a densely packed soul beast army, the best method of Wan Clan's 3 immortals was to use large area of effect killer moves. However, every time they used such killer moves, Fan Yuan would move to disrupt the killer moves. Even if there were some attacks that went through, it did not change the overall situation. As the area of effect killer moves were mostly ineffective, Wan Clan's 3 immortals were forced to use single-target killer moves to kill the soul beasts one by one. They were using the tactic of beheading the leader, trying to pave a path to kill Fan Yuan. Wan Clan's 3 immortals had tacit cooperation, each of them was excellent in fighting and their cooperation was tight with no flaws. The 3 immortals supported each other, causing their battle strength to be extremely strong. Even one at peak rank 7 battle strength would be in a difficult situation when facing them. Unfortunately, they were facing the monster known as Fan Yuan. The 4 immemorial soul beasts formed the core defensive line. After several rounds of attacks, this defensive line's power made Wan Clan's 3 immortals feel increasingly hopeless. Damn it, there are too few chances. Wan Haoguang called out discontentedly. He had just found a gap which could allow him to break through to the central defensive line, but many ancient soul beasts rushed to fill the gap almost immediately. There are too many soul beasts here. Swan Bujin can actually command such a powerful soul beast army. The most annoying thing is he can clearly use this strength to try and break our immortal battlefield, but he chose to protect himself so tightly instead. Wan Xiao mumbled with a dark expression. Wan Lianghan's expression was similarly unsightly. I had underestimated this Swan Bujin. If he chose to attack, we would have more opportunities. But he is choosing to guard himself. Fang Clan's reinforcements are probably already on the way. What should we do? Wan Xiao looked towards Wan Lianghan. This situation was quite awkward for them. Their plan had been to combine their strength and capture Swan Bujin quickly. Even if Swan Bujin had peak rank 7 battle strength, this plan had a huge chance of succeeding. However, when Fan Yuan took out 4 immemorial soul beasts, their plan was immediately shaken. When Fan Yuan chose to turtle himself, Wan Clan's plan was already destroyed. Wan Lianghan was a wisdom path Gu immortal. Although his attainment level was not as high as Fang Dichang's, he was extremely sharp and already had the intent to retreat. However, it was not easy to retreat at this moment. The immortal battlefield had been set up. If they took the initiative to cancel it, it would lead to a huge opening. Swan Bujin was also a wisdom path Gu immortal. How could he give up such an opportunity? Moreover, the current situation was not completely hopeless. Wan Clan's 3 immortals naturally still had trump cards to use. Wan Lianghan had a rare moment of hesitation. Fan Yuan was calm and composed. Were he to reveal his true strength, these 3 Wan Clan immortals might immediately start begging for mercy. However, he did not want to do so. Wan Lianghan definitely needed to die. This rank 7 wisdom path immortal was deducing him repeatedly and pestering him. As for the other 2, Fan Yuan wanted to see them live. Back when he disguised as Swan Bujin, Fan Yuan specially prepared a set of wisdom path immortal Gu and methods for this identity. At present, these methods had become even more plentiful. Fan Yuan secretly activated immortal Gu distracting thoughts to prepare an immortal killer move. Wan Haoguang's vision was filled with all kinds of soul beasts. From outside, the soul beast army looked like an overflowing blot of ink, and Wan Haoguang's thick armor of light looked like a speck of light that was submerged in the pitch-black ink blot. Wan Haoguang was trapped in all directions, but he showed no cowardice or intention to escape. Forward, forward, forward. He was like a sharp sword that pierced through the densely packed soul beast army before finally stabbing towards Fan Yuan. However, all his advances were in vain. Most of the time, he would lose his momentum in the middle, and in the few cases where he almost succeeded, he was blocked by the 4 immemorial soul beasts. There are 6 ancient soul beasts in front. They are tall and sturdy, forming into 2 rows. There are 2 ancient soul beasts at the rear. They are very fast and are always trying to draw my attention. I cannot stop. Once I stop and get entangled with them, this advancement will be considered a failure. But I cannot charge forward directly. The ancient soul beasts in the front are clearly the wall controlled by Swan Bujin. It is a thick defensive line. I can only change my direction. Right. The ancient soul beast at the front left side looks like a mantis. This appearance means it has powerful offense but weak defense. I will charge through this side. Wan Haoguang was a light path Gu immortal and had a mystical light path killer move that could create thoughts of light in his mind. He could think extremely fast using these kind of thoughts. It was because of this killer move, Wan Haoguang could always think about all possibilities in an instant. He chose the most correct path to break through amidst the huge army. Wan Haoguang charged forward. Although he suffered a heavy strike from the mantis-shaped ancient soul beast, he avoided the awkward situation of being pincer attacked. Haha, I succeeded. I can still continue charging forward. In this current situation, before I retreat, there is still hope. I am the main attacker. I have to put a lot of pressure on Swan Bujin from the front. With Wan Zhao's and Wan Lianghan's methods, there will be a chance to kill Swan Bujin. The situation just now was actually quite dangerous. If this mantis soul beast did not happen to have weak defense, I would not know what to do. If Swan Bujin cultivated soul path or enslavement path, there might not have been any hope just now. But Swan Bujin cultivates wisdom path. He has still not shown a killer move that coordinates with soul path. He should not have such a method. But just by being able to control 4 immemorial soul beasts shows his power. This is clearly a peak rank 7 expert. If he had a fitting soul path method, he might even be able to resist a rank 8 Gu immortal for several moves. If I can kill such an enemy, I will definitely make a huge contribution to the clan. With such a remarkable battle merit, I can even boast when I run into Lady Qiqiao in the future. Wait a moment. I am in a battle right now. How can I split my attention and think about personal relationships? Thinking about it, Lady Qiqiao is really cute. Although she does not have shocking beauty, she is kind and sensible, she is truly my ideal woman. But why doesn't she accept my love? Maybe I should change my way of pursuing her. I should send 1 or 2 small gifts. If the gift is too expensive, it will lose its meaning. I should weave a straw toy puppet and give it to her. Would she be happy with it? This is a good idea. Besides the straw puppet, I can also weave a straw rabbit, a straw hat, or a straw mantis. That mantis soul beast just now looked like the kind of mantis I used to catch when I was a child. Boom! A huge sound erupted as Wan Hao Guang was besieged by soul beasts. Heavy attacks struck his armor from all directions. Wan Hao Guang's thought process had turned chaotic and he could no longer concentrate in the battle, causing him to suffer these heavy attacks. His armor was heavily deformed and he was muddled and dizzy. Wan Shao saw Wan Hao Guang in danger and quickly activated an immortal killer move to break the encirclement. But right at this moment, Wan Lianghan suddenly shouted, "Don't!" Wan Zhao's reaction speed was slightly slower now for some reason. He had already activated the immortal killer move. The killer move's activation failed and a violent gale backlashed, slashing his hands to a pulp. His body shook like he was zapped by lightning, blood flowed out of his nostrils and his face was deathly pale. Oh! He is a Wisdom Path Gu immortal after all, he finally reacted. Fan Yuan smiled lightly under the heavy protection of the Soul Beast army. The killer move he had used just now was Distracting Thoughts Generation. It could make the enemies within a certain range develop distracting thoughts. The killer move's effect was not obvious at the start. But as time passed, the enemies would have more distracting thoughts which would disturb their normal thinking process. Wan Hao Guang was influenced by the distracting thoughts first since he was the nearest to Fan Yuan. He split his attention in the battlefield and thought of other things, causing him to be encircled and attacked. Wan Shao was disturbed by this move and suddenly had distracting thoughts when he activated his immortal killer move. The killer move failed and he suffered heavy injuries. Wan Lianghan was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. He sensed something wrong and decided resolutely. This Swan Bujin is truly sinister, he actually has such a peculiar method. We didn't know his details and were not prepared, thus suffering a huge loss. The opportunity is already lost now. We should now return and think of a method to break this move before we go against him in the future. Just as he was thinking, whoosh! The large soul beast army moved like an open dam. Countless soul beasts rushed out like a tidal flood. Chapter 1801. I have already taken your life. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan suddenly turned to offense, catching the 3 Wan clan immortals off guard. Damn it! Wan Shao gritted his teeth and shouted. Quickly save Wan Hao Guang, his armor is a killer move. It won't last much longer. Wan Lianghan felt a chill rush through his whole body. Fan Yuan had been on the defensive for this whole time. Now that he moved, he directly targeted the 3 Wan clan immortals' vital weaknesses. This ruthlessness and incisiveness made Wan Lianghan feel regret for the first time. We should have investigated properly. Wan clan has provoked such a person. Who knows if it leads to a blessing or a disaster? The Soul Beast army rushed like a flood and drowned the 3 Wan clan immortals. The 4 immemorial soul beasts formed the central army and were like mountains as they moved towards Wan Shao with an unstoppable might. Wan Shao, retreat! Wan Lianghan sensed Fan Yuan's sinister killing intent and quickly warned. Wan Shao was anxious. I need to save Hao Guang. He is trapped, he has already cancelled his light armor killer move and is now using only light armor immortal Gu. Wan clan's 3 immortals were affected by Distracting Thoughts Generation. They could not use any killer moves as it was very likely for them to fail and inflict backlash on themselves without dealing any damage to the enemy. Wan Hao Guang realized this and took the initiative to cancel the killer move Light Armor, directly activating Light Armor Immortal Gu instead. This Immortal Gu was the core of the Light Armor killer move, but it was only a rank 7 Immortal Gu. Its defense was far below the previous Light Armor killer move. Thus, Wan Hao Guang was already in a greatly precarious situation in just a short period of time. Wan Shao and him had a deep friendship. Wan Shao was trying to save him in such a dangerous situation. Damn it! At the critical moment, Wan Lianghan could only cooperate with Wan Shao and activated a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle Immortal Gu created obstacles around Wan Shao and Wan Lianghan, protecting the two and giving them a huge assistance. Wan Shao and Wan Hao Guang displayed solid battle foundation during this perilous moment. The two finally reunited amidst the Soul Beast flood. Good. With the two's combined might and my cooperation, we have a hope of breaking out. Wan Lianghan showed a trace of joy when he heard a sneer behind him. Are you not considering your own situation? Such a self-sacrificial spirit. Fan Yuan had actually appeared behind him. At this moment, Wan Lianghan felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. Before his death, he finally realized that everything was a part of Swan Bujin's sinister plan. He intentionally imposed pressure and showed killing intent towards Wan Shao and Wan Lianghan, but his true target had been Wan Lianghan. Those four immemorial soul beasts were still far away while Swan Bujin had come beside Wan Lianghan by himself. Those four immemorial soul beasts were treated as just a bait. These four had rank 8 battle strength. Who could have thought Swan Bujin would not use them? Since the start, he had stayed under the protection of these four immemorial soul beasts, constantly giving hidden signs to Wan Clan's 3 immortals, making them gradually develop some kind of cognitive bias. Wan Lianghan might be able to see through this trap in his normal state, but he was also struck by the killer move distracting thoughts generation. He had been suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind while also paying attention to the safety of Wan Haoguang and Wan Shao. He was unable to take notice of anything more. Swan Bujin was never a person who feared death. He can even take the risk at the crucial times. The previous scenes were all just an act. Thoughts exploded in Wan Lianghan's mind and he wanted to counterattack, disregarding all else, to exchange for a hope of survival. But it was too late. How could Fan Yuan give him the chance to struggle before his death? Immortal killer move, Wisdom Grasp. Fan Yuan lightly pushed his palm. A great thief ghost hand flew out and entered Wan Lianghan's body. Then, the great thief ghost hand flew back with its fist clenched as if holding on to something. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. I have already taken your life. Wan Lianghan's eyes were wide open. He was already dead. Brother Lianghan! Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang shouted in shock, grief and anger. Wan Shao stared furiously while Wan Haoguang's expression was also furious with tears flowing down his face. It was not easy to raise a wisdom path Gu immortal. Wan Lianghan's death was a heavy loss to Wan Clan. Fan Yuan had already achieved half his target by killing Wan Lianghan. The other half would depend on the subsequent actions of these 2 Wan Clan Gu immortals. Right now, Fan Yuan did not really care about the profits he could gain from killing 2 rank 7 Gu immortals. He was going after the entire Western Desert Gu immortal world after all. He activated transformation path methods to weaken his aura. This guy has suddenly become weak. So he was not that strong. Maybe the killer move he used to kill Brother Lianghan has huge repercussions. Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang pleasantly found Fan Yuan's aura had weakened. His soul beast army was also spread everywhere, no longer united like before. But shortly afterwards, Fan Yuan took Wan Lianghan's corpse and hid behind the protection of the 4 immemorial soul beasts. Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang clenched their teeth in hatred, but realized that they were unable to kill Fan Yuan. If they continued to drag this, they might also die here. Thereupon, they removed the immortal battlefield and chose to retreat. Wan Shao was heavily injured by Fan Yuan during this time and fell unconscious. Wan Haoguang tightly held on to Wan Shao and ran off rapidly. Fan Yuan controlled the soul beast army and acted like he was going to give chase. He then looked at Wan Haoguang in satisfaction as he disappeared in the cloud layer. I should also leave. Fan Yuan did not stay behind. He looked towards the direction of Wan Clan's headquarters and smiled lightly as he disappeared after putting away the soul beast army. When Fan Clan's first supreme elder Fan Gong rushed to the place, he looked dazedly at the empty desert. There were only traces left behind that proved there had been a huge battle previously. Fan Gong's expression was somewhat unsightly as he thought. This Swan Bujin! It seems I am late by a bit, the enemy's won. While he was thinking, there was a commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan used the same trick, using Swan Bujin's identity to publicize this battle. Gu immortals discussed heatedly. The Western Desert Gu immortal world was even more shaken now. What kind of person is this Swan Bujin? He actually has the protection of 4 immemorial soul beasts, and his wisdom path methods are so sinister. No wonder Fan Clan recruited him. Western Desert's righteous path has another peak rank 7 expert. The great era is truly coming. Not only with the frequent occurrences of earth trenches, but all kinds of monstrous characters are also appearing. Fan Gong only realized this change in Treasure Yellow Heaven after he received Fan Dichang's message. Fan Gong let out a sigh of relief but was slightly puzzled. So the victor was Swan Bujin. But why has he not returned yet? Fang Dichang laughed. He is a lone immortal after all and joined our clan only recently. Now, he killed Wan Lianghan, who was a Western Desert Righteous Path Gu immortal and a member of a super force. Adding on our Fang clan's situation, he is worried our Fang clan will give him up to protect ourselves. So he is staying outside and took the initiative to publicize the battle. Fang Gong immediately understood from this explanation. Humph, you Wisdom Path Gu immortals simply like to overthink situations. Swan Bujin is putting pressure on my Fang clan by doing this, but his worries are not wrong. Wan Lianghan was killed by him. Our Fang clan and Wan clan's relationship is now almost completely broken. Sigh, the newly stabilized situation has crumbled apart. Fang clan's situation has become much more difficult. What do you think we should choose? Give Swan Bujin up to maintain the relationship with Wan clan? Or give up on Wan clan and protect Swan Bujin? Right now, it is clear to me that Swan Bujin does not truly want to join our Fang clan. He is only cooperating with us for his own gains. However, Wan clan is also nothing good. They triggered a loss of their own initiative this time. They will definitely retaliate even more fiercely later on. Fang Dichang said heavily. I think it is more beneficial to protect Swan Bujin. Swan Bujin is prideful. It is normal for him to not feel united with us. He has sufficient strength to support his arrogance. Just those 4 immemorial soul beasts already surpass our imagination. He also revealed 2 Wisdom Path killer moves in this battle. Both are sinister and dangerous. If the enemy is even a little careless, they will fall to his vicious methods. This time, it was Wan clan who found trouble with our side first. If we show weakness, other forces will believe we don't have any strength, and they will want to cause trouble. The result we achieved from using the Theft Path killer move will also disappear because of this. At such a critical time, my Fang clan should preserve our strong momentum and protect Swan Bujin. Swan Bujin might not be united with us, but he is a qualified ally. We have the history of a successful cooperation and the foundation for cooperation. Our clan even owes him remuneration which can allow us to use him further. What the other Righteous Path forces don't hope to see is him reinforcing our clan. Fang Dichang was indeed a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His analysis immediately made Fang Gong see the situation clearly. Fang Gong nodded, saying with a heavy voice, "You are correct. Protecting Swan Bujin is indeed much more beneficial than easing the situation with Wan clan. But if we do this, Wan clan will definitely retaliate heavily and our Fang clan will face an even greater suppression." Fang Dichang sighed helplessly. There is nothing we can do about this. Divine Beam Palace's information has been leaked. Didn't we already predict such a situation? The current plan is still to quickly refine Divine Beam Palace. Our Fang clan can completely resolve this crisis with this immortal Gu house. Green Ghost Desert. An immemorial soul beast was completely defenseless against Fan Yuan's attacks. After a while, it lowered its head. It was forcibly subdued by Fan Yuan. Ing Wu Xia was standing beside Fan Yuan. In this recent period of time, it was thanks to him taking charge of this place that there was a continuous supply of soul beasts. After defeating Wan clan's 3 immortals, Fan Yuan did not return to Fang clan. Instead he directly came here to help Ing Wu Xia. Ing Wu Xia was in the process of taking in soul beasts when he encountered problematic immemorial soul beasts that he could not deal with. Fan Yuan arrived to help him clear the obstacles. Alright, let's go to the next area. Fan Yuan was speaking when his expression changed slightly. Fang clan had sent a message. Lord Sect Leader, what is Fang clan's response? Ing Wu Xia was alert and asked with concern. Fang clan's response would also concern the progress in Green Ghost Desert. Everything is going as I planned. Fang Yuan smiled. He looked towards the direction of Fang clan's headquarters with a deep gaze. Chapter 1802. Fang clan's support. Wan clan headquarters. Father, you died a pitiful death. Weeping sounds echoed in the discussion hall, reverberating in the ears of the Gu immortals present in the hall. A young man, wearing mourning clothes, was crying. This person was Wan Zhuiqing, a rank 6 Gu immortal who was Wan Lianghan's son. Wan Zhuiqing was kneeling on the ground and bawling. No one was able to persuade him to stop. The Wan clan Gu immortals in the hall had frowns on their faces. They were silent, and their expressions were dark. Wan clan's second supreme elder had an amiable personality. He said with a sigh, "The situation actually ended up like this. We sent 3 rank 7 experts but they all lost. This is unbelievable." Wan clan's immortals all had deep feelings regarding this. If not for Fang Yuan revealing the whole battle in Treasure Yellow Heaven, these Wan clan immortals might only be able to accept the result after some hesitation. In fact, Wan Lianghan had set off only after he had received approval from most of the Wan clan immortals. 3 Gu immortals of the same rank as well as an immortal battlefield, the situation should have been in their grasp, but who could have imagined they would encounter such a tough enemy? The silent First Supreme Elder finally spoke. Swan Bujin killed our clan's Gu immortal, we cannot forgive him. Wan Zhuiqing, did your father leave you his inheritance? Wan Zhuiqing did not dare to act recklessly towards First Supreme Elder's inquiry. He held back his tears and said, Father taught me everything about his inheritance, killer moves, and Gu recipes. But there is not even one immortal Gu left behind. First Supreme Elder's expression sank further. This situation was not normal. Swan Bujin was a rank 7, Wan Lianghan was also the same, but the former could kill the latter instantly without the latter being able to retaliate. Normally speaking, there were rarely such direct results when Gu immortals of the same rank fought. Usually, life and death battles would fall into a deadlock. During such times, if one side wanted to leave and was not trapped in any immortal battlefield, the other side would hardly be able to stop them. An immortal battlefield's value was that it did not allow enemies to escape freely. Wan clan's 3 immortals brought out the immortal battlefield to make sure Fang Yuan could not escape. But they did not expect Fang Yuan to not even try to escape. Instead, the immortal battlefield became useless, and he killed Wan Lianghan while fighting off the other 2 Wan clan Gu immortals. This was truly an ironic result to Wan clan. Wan clan's First Supreme Elder felt regret now. If he had known this would happen, he would have lent his immortal Gu house to Wan Lianghan. But he had his own difficulties. He was only a rank 7 and not like the rank 8 leaders of other righteous path forces. Because of this, the immortal Gu house was required to guard their headquarters. He, however, did not know his arrangement was actually rational and correct. Were Fan Yuan to see the immortal Gu house, he would definitely plunder it. Thus, the First Supreme Elder's arrangement reduced Wan clan's losses instead. First Supreme Elder sighed in his head before saying to Wan Zhuiqing, Wan Lianghan's death was a mistake on our part. Wan Lianghan will be honored and any Gu materials required to refine his immortal Gu will be provided for free from the clan's treasury. I just hope these immortal Gu were destroyed. Thank you, First Supreme Elder. Thank you, esteemed elders. Wan Zhuiqing kowtowed multiple times towards the First Supreme Elder and the other Wan clan Gu immortals. This was what he hoped to achieve by crying in the first place. He succeeded now. He was the youngest here, so kowtowing was not inappropriate. First Supreme Elder continued, but with a gloomy and chilling voice. Swan Bujin is Fang clan's member. We will pressure Fang clan to hand him over. From this battle, we can be certain Swan Bujin is definitely Old Man Lai Shin's inheritor. This is a demonic path scoundrel. The bloody debt that Old Man Lai Shin owes us will be paid by him. Many Wan clan Gu immortals' eyes shined brightly. They could only do this. Back then, Old Man Lai Shin had been the pain of many Western Desert Righteous Path forces. Placing this crime on Fang Yuan was to give the Western Desert Righteous Path forces an excuse to go against Fang clan. Earlier, this had only been an excuse. Wan clan wanted to capture Swan Bujin so that Fang clan would have no way to extricate themselves. The plan did not work, but Wan clan's First Supreme Elder still insisted on it as the truth. Lack of evidence? I will create evidence myself. Although it was shameless, every super force wanted to deal with Fang clan, and this plan would make use of their worry regarding Fang clan's rise. It was just that the success rate of this plan was not as high as the previous plan. Wan clan's Gu immortal died in the battle, and it was even publicized. They could not let this go. Wan clan had no option but to continue with this excuse. Second Supreme Elder heaved a deep sigh. The situation might not be that bad. Fang clan might have already decided to give up on Swan Bujin. Humph, even if they give him up, Fang clan won't be able to escape the crime of sheltering a demonic path Gu immortal. However, bad news arrived in Wan clan the next day. Fang clan declared their stand. They were going to protect Fang Yuan and prove Fang Yuan's true origin was related to Jingjingshin. Wan clan immediately objected and brought out all kinds of evidence. Fang Dichang did not even bother to deduce the flaws in these evidences. Instead, he tossed out even more undeniable evidence. Laughable. You can forge evidence, can I not do the same? Western Desert's 2 super forces argued intensely over the claims that Swan Bujin was Jingjingshin's inheritor or Old Man Lai Shin's inheritor. One side said they had proof. The other side said theirs were more reliable. One side threw out a piece of evidence, while the other side threw out two. But the main person who was being thrown in the whirlpool of politics, Fan Yuan, was leisurely subduing immemorial soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert with a content spirit. Naturally, he kept his attention on the progress of the situation. It was actually quite amusing. Fan Yuan himself was not anxious at all. He did not bring out any evidence to prove himself, but Fan Clan and Wan Clan, however, were extremely agitated, bringing out any evidence they could find, or forging some if they could not. The two super forces vied with each other in testifying for and against the demon, even airing extreme confidence in their own claims. Were they to truly know Fan Yuan's identity, who knew how their mentality would change? Fan Clan would definitely feel like they had fallen into the icy depths, but Wan Clan would also be scared. This was the demon Fan Yuan. Even Heavenly Court as well as the whole of Southern Border's righteous path were helpless against him. Over these days, Fan Yuan had not only subdued several immemorial soul beasts, he also took out time to absorb Wan Lianghan's wisdom path inheritance. Wan Lianghan was instantly killed by Fan Yuan. The difference in their strength was so great that he simply did not have the time to destroy his immortal goo. Fan Yuan obtained 3 immortal goo from him, 2 rank 6 and 1 rank 7. The rank 7 wisdom path immortal goo was called Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle immortal goo had the shape of a snail. It was dark and occasionally shined with a trace of purple light. It looked quite silly. Fan Yuan had already seen the power of this immortal goo. Activating this Wisdom Obstacle immortal goo could instantly form obstacles in a large range around the goo immortal. It consumed immortal essence as well as a large amount of will. There were also a lot of killer moves with Wisdom Obstacle immortal goo as the core. One killer move was quite outstanding that even Fan Yuan was surprised. This killer move directly sent the obstacles created by the Wisdom Obstacle immortal goo into the enemy's mind. With the giant obstacles, the thoughts in the enemy's mind would have trouble colliding with each other, and thus would make it difficult for them to think. Usually, when this move succeeds, it would immediately make the enemy turn stupid. They would feel like there was a boulder in their mind, unable to solve any problems. This move was outstanding, but it had to first touch the enemy and pierce into the enemy's brain. So there were several other killer moves that were specially targeted towards the brain. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan was well versed in Wisdom Path and had many methods protecting his mind. Wan Lianghan's killer moves had almost no hope in getting past these hurdles. Moreover, he was struck by Fan Yuan's distracting thoughts generation and lost the initiative. He clearly had killer moves but could not use them and lost most of his ability. Thinking back about the battle, Fan Yuan was very satisfied. He had put his 2 killer moves to test in actual battle and their effects were excellent. One was distracting thoughts generation. It was a Wisdom Path killer move that also had the essence of Soul Path. When activating the killer move, Fan Yuan could hide its aura by relying on the 4 immemorial soul beasts. It would be problematic if the killer move's aura was exposed and the enemy sensed it. This was because distracting thoughts generation required a certain amount of time before its strength could accumulate to a decent level. The other move was Wisdom Grasp. It was a Wisdom Path killer move which Fan Yuan deduced after referencing Great Thief Ghost Hand and the Steel Life True Inheritance. Great Thief Ghost Hand stole immortal goo while Wisdom Grasp stole lives, instantly killing enemies. This move was only rank 7, so it had very poor effect against rank 8 goo immortals, but was perfect for an opponent like Wan Lianghan. Fan Yuan had added some transformation path goo worms into Wisdom Grasp to disguise it as Great Thief Ghost Hand. In the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, Fan Yuan had displayed Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Fan Gong. He also subdued immemorial soul beasts under the cooperation of Fan Dichang. So the methods Fan Yuan revealed did not stun Fan Clan, they instead highlighted his value. At the same time, he also cleverly exposed his weakness. Fan Yuan clearly had methods to directly manipulate soul beasts, but he did not use any in the fight. Therefore, Fan Clan had a misconception that they still had Swan Bujin in their grasp. Trying their best to protect him was a natural thing. From a simple perspective, this battle was only a battle between Fan Yuan and 3 Wan Clan immortals. But in truth, it was Fan Yuan who manipulated the present situation and intensified the conflicts between the two sides. He was influencing the 2 super forces Fan Clan and Wan Clan, while also controlling the situation of the entire Western Desert. Fan Yuan's true goal was after the battle. By implementing this plan, his future gains would be beyond imagination. These immortal goo-like Wisdom Obstacle were just appetizers before the banquet. Unconsciously, at this point, Fan Yuan no longer emphasized on trifling gains or losses. Physically in this situation, rampaging everywhere unhindered. Mentally in this situation, ambition soaring above the horizons. Unconsciously, I have already reached this level. Those heroes and conquerors who ruled their eras, were they also like this? Heh. Fan Yuan collected his thoughts. Green Ghost Desert looked even more dark and gloomy at night. Dark clouds filled the sky, not letting even a trace of starlight pass. Fan Yuan was sitting on the head of a ferocious immemorial soul beast, and beside him were uncountable soul beasts. Under Fan Yuan's control, the large army silently charged forward towards the boundless darkness. Chapter 1803. Dragon Man Clone. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Red Heaven. A large formation was making loud noises. Variant human goo immortals were fully prepared for combat with Bai Ningbing at their lead. Whoosh! There was the sound of enormous tidal waves, and an immemorial year beast rushed out of the formation that was shining in silver light. This is an immemorial year pig! Lady White Rabbit shouted excitedly. Great, the year essence pool lacks this species of year beast. Fairy Meow-een also added spiritedly. There was nothing to say, the battle started immediately. The immortals controlled myriad year flying warship and battled the immemorial year pig. The immemorial year pig had a sturdy body, but myriad year flying warship was also incomparably firm. Both sides were evenly matched. The battle caused a storm just from its aftermath. If it were an ordinary immortal aperture, the goo immortal would definitely suffer heavy losses. But Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was too vast. He had devoured the lifetime accumulations of many goo immortals, but even then, his sovereign immortal aperture was only 17 to 18% developed. This mini red heaven was specially left empty by Fan Yuan, reserved as a battlefield. Currently, the mini 5 region's development was flourishing. 7 of the mini 9 heavens also had some resources. Mini red heaven was completely empty. Dream realms were stored in mini green heaven, and mini yellow heaven only had a small segment of a gold fragment current. The mini 5 region still had a lot of unoccupied land. It could be estimated that the mini 9 heavens would remain barren for a long period of time. Normally speaking, when a goo immortal advances to rank 8 and gains a grotto heaven, they would actively develop the sky because there would be no free space left on the land. But Fan Yuan was a special case and could not be assessed by common sense. The battle of the rank 8 immortal goo house and the immemorial desolate beast lasted for a few days before the latter lost and gave in. Fan Yuan's main body was sweeping through Green Ghost Desert, while inside his immortal aperture, his subordinates were using myriad year flying warship to subdue immemorial year beasts. On one hand, Fan Yuan was intentionally making these rank 7 goo immortals get familiar with myriad year flying warships so that they could participate in battles of rank 8s in the future. On the other hand, Fan Yuan was using the immemorial year beast fishing formation to attract immemorial year beasts in an attempt to complete his 12 zodiac battle formation. Fan Yuan had started on the plan of 12 zodiac battle formation in his previous life. This was an ancient battle formation, gathering 12 different species of immemorial year beasts, and using them as cores for the formation. 12 zodiac battle formation was specialized in offense, and it could move freely after the formation was complete. During inactive times, these immemorial year beasts could be sealed, becoming like statues, unmoving and not requiring food. But during battle, the seal would be released. They would make up the battle formation and attack the enemy. There were many advantages of this formation. One was it saved a lot on food expenditure. In his previous life, Fan Yuan saw this point and had intended to use this method to ease the pressure on his immortal aperture management. But in this life, Fan Yuan was very affluent. Saving the food expenditure became secondary, and what Fan Yuan prioritized now was the strong offensive prowess of this formation. Only immemorial year beasts were qualified to be the cores of the 12 zodiac battle formation. Fan Yuan would be unable to construct the 12 zodiac battle formation if he used ancient year beasts or desolate level year beasts. This showed that the 12 zodiac battle formation could definitely suppress the methods of ordinary rank 8 goo immortals. However, it was not as easy as it seemed to gather 12 different species of immemorial year beast. It depended not only on strength but also luck. In his previous life, Fan Yuan did not have the time and energy to spare on this, and his luck was also bad, so he was not able to gather the complete battle formation even by the time of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The River of Time had a lot of year beasts, but the species of these year beasts were not allocated evenly. Instead, a certain species of year beasts would have a huge increase in its population during a certain period of time. Fan Yuan also was not completely sure if he could gather them all in this life. But in this life, the manpower, resources, time, and energy put into this project along with the increase in his luck was much more than his previous life. This was a fact. Time continued to pass. Southern Border's righteous path was being extorted by Fan Yuan. Many secretly thought of ways to deal with Fan Yuan but were afraid of alerting him. Western Desert's righteous path forces were confronting each other. Fan clan and Wan clan's argument was continuing without an end. The other righteous path forces were restraining themselves, but hidden undercurrents were surging. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven was trying hard to unite the whole Northern Plains Gu immortal world, but there was little progress. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven took in Langya Blessed sect, which made the Northern Plains Gu immortals realize their sincerity, greatly reducing the hostile intentions. But in this life, Langya Blessed land was already completely taken by Fan Yuan. In Eastern Sea, it was tranquil as always. There were some disturbances occasionally, but they were nothing major. The most sensational issue would be the matter of ascending Heaven Plain, but this matter was already settled. In Central Continent, because of the defeat in Langya Blessed land, Heavenly Court was recuperating. Fairy Ziwei wanted to find trouble with Fan Yuan, but she was helpless because Fan Yuan was wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion. Even if he took action, he would do it in disguise, making it hard for others to distinguish reality from rumors. The Gu immortal world of the 5 regions entered a temporary peaceful period. Fan Yuan did not waste even a second of his time. He used this rare peaceful period to constantly process his gains and strengthen himself. Time Cutting Edge was one step closer to perfection. He could already use all 5 colored lights of 5 restriction profound light chi at the same time after this period of painstaking training, but he was still some distance left from becoming completely proficient. The progress of his soul path cultivation was also highly satisfactory. Fan Yuan's soul had already passed 10 million man soul level, reaching 100 million man soul. This was the limit of a human. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable appeared, in the long and endless history of humanity, even if there were shocking talents and geniuses, they could not progress beyond 100 million man soul. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Humans had the strongest intelligence, but when their strength was compared, the sharpness of their nails, and the robustness of their souls, they were far inferior to other beings. However, cultivation itself was a process of breaking one's limits. Gu Master could possess strength to suppress fierce beasts by using Gu worms, grow nails sharper than those of fierce beasts, and naturally, have the foundation to possess even more robust souls. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the first to innovate this method of breaking through the limits. Fan Yuan naturally had a grasp of this method after inheriting Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Cultivating beyond the limit of a human soul was Desolate Soul. Although 100 million man soul was already condensed to the limit, and could interfere with the real world, it was still fragile. But when the soul reached Desolate Soul level, there would be an earth-shaking change in its battle strength. Fan Yuan would be able to match most desolate beasts with just his soul. The one who had reached the peak in this was Spectral Soul. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, he had used just his soul to fight against the heavenly and human calamities. His awe-inspiring demonic might had left an extremely deep impression on Fan Yuan, making him feel desire towards reaching this level. But I still have things to do before I break through to Desolate Soul. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fan Yuan's split soul was put inside the long hair refinement path formation. The formation began to work. Its light dyed all the surroundings bright red like blazing fire. After the experience of failing several times before, Fan Yuan's movements were smooth. Concentrate, we are going to add the main immortal material next. Fan Yuan commanded. Langya Land Spirit, who was helping as an assistant, nodded immediately, helping Fan Yuan control the formation. The space inside the formation formed into partitioned secret rooms that were specially meant to store immortal materials. At this moment, one secret room opened and the immortal material inside immediately entered the formation. This immortal material was called Prospering Spring Light. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Although it was a light path immortal material, it was condensed in the form of a flower. The flower bloomed open, its pure white petals were adorned with bright red specks along with blotches of bright green. The flower was lifelike and delicate, and was bursting with vitality. The moment the prospering spring light entered the fire, it melted into pure white light that poured over Fan Yuan's split soul. The light fully covered the soul. The fire continued to burn the soul. Gu materials were thrown in one after the other. At the same time, several immortal Gu outside the formation were ceaselessly activated. Hairy Man Gu immortals were assisting with all their strength. Some were dealing with the immortal materials, some were controlling the fire, and some were inspecting the wastage. This was a group goo refinement. The expenditure was much higher than refining goo alone, but the difficulty of the goo refinement was also lower. In the previous life, Fan Yuan was alone and did not have this treatment. In this life, he annexed Langya's sect. The refinement path capability he grasped had already surpassed Heavenly Court. How many refinement path goo immortals could Heavenly Court awaken? Even if there were refinement path great experts hibernating in the immortal graveyard, there would be very few who might possess refinement path quasi-supreme Grand Master attainment level. Naturally, Heavenly Court's treasuries were extremely rich. They far surpassed Fan Yuan in this aspect. Even though Fan Yuan had swallowed the lifetime accumulations of so many goo immortals, he could not hold a candle to Heavenly Court. The refinement was going well. Fan Yuan's spirits rose as he shouted, "Next is False Pearl." False Pearl was not a pearl but a transformation path immortal material that could transform into any gem. It was also a rank 8 material like Prospering Spring Light, and was this refinement's main material. The False Pearl quickly integrated into the fire. Fan Yuan called out, "Bai Ningbing!" Bai Ningbing nodded. She was already standing in a formation core. She lightly swung her arm. Blood flew out of the injury on her hand. The blood entered the raging fire. The crimson fire immediately turned into a bewitching blood-red color. Moreover, dense blood qi spread into the surroundings. Sixth Hair immediately gathered this blood qi and constantly removed it. If this was not done, this blood qi could heavily interfere with the next process of refinement. The blood fire reduced in size the more it burned, and soon it shrunk to the size of a fist. Fan Yuan took a deep breath. The other goo immortals also had solemn expressions. Next was a crucial step. "Release the raging wave rising dragon fire." Fan Yuan sent the command. The raging wave rising dragon fire could act on its own. The moment it was released, it sought to fly away from the formation, but how was it possible? The long hair refinement path formation firmly blocked it, and forced it to collide with the blood fire. The two fires were quite distinct from each other, but they soon merged with each other, forming a large lump of colorful fire. The mixed fire similarly reduced in size the more it burned while also emitting dense suffocating smoke. The smoke settled down and covered the fire, forming a pitch-black sphere. From outside, one could vaguely see the bright fire in the center of the smoke sphere. Boom! The smoke sphere lasted for about an hour when it suddenly exploded. Countless gusts of smoke flew around chaotically like dragons. Air waves surged and people could hear a sound like that of a dragon roar. A Dragon Man Goo Master walked out of the smoke and revealed himself. He was muscular and handsome. He had a tall nose bridge and firm lips. He looked like a peerless hero. He had golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of dragon eyes like topaz. There was also a pair of golden coral like dragon horns on his head. Seeing him, Langya Land's spirit laughing loudly. "Success! We succeeded!" Indeed, this young rank 1 Goo Master was Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Chapter 1804. Breaking Through to Desolate Soul. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Soul Path formation was already arranged properly. This formation was floating in the air, with a radius of about 3 li. The formation was letting out a dark and gloomy radiance. It looked like a huge pancake with thick sides and a thin center. Eerie wind blew up everywhere in the formation, sharply lowering the temperature inside, but everything was normal outside the formation. Fan Yuan inspected the formation several times with his divine sense before feeling satisfied. This formation is modified from a Soul Path killer move. It is much more stable than the killer move and it can be controlled much more smoothly and exquisitely. This was a unique soul cultivation technique recorded in Shadow Sect True Inheritance. It allowed the human soul to break through the limit and reach the desolate soul level. On the basis of this soul cultivation killer move and his formation path attainment, Fan Yuan improved and perfected it. Everything was ready. Fan Yuan sent his 100 million man soul into the formation. A desolate beast soul core was being grasped by Fan Yuan's soul, and when the soul reached the center of the formation, it crushed the soul core. The soul core was already processed beforehand and was further weakened sharply by the formation. The soul core shattered and turned into fog that floated out. The formation operated rapidly, making the fog shroud Fan Yuan's 100 million man soul completely. For the next several hours, this fog continued to thin before completely disappearing. Fan Yuan's 100 million man soul was still in its original shape, the same as his sovereign immortal body's appearance, solid and lifelike. The feelings Fan Yuan had inside it, however, was greatly different from before. "So this is Desolate Soul?" Fan Yuan's soul looked at his hands. He could clearly sense that although there was not much change in his shape, a vast strength was surging on the inside. This strength could not even be imagined by his previous state. 100 million man soul could interfere with the real world but would be in danger even if it was attacked by ordinary wild beasts. But the desolate soul's strength was like heaven and earth compared to 100 million man soul. Let's test it in real battle. Fan Yuan's soul flew out of the formation excitedly. Fan Yuan had already made preparations. A desolate beast was confined not far away. The desolate beast had just obtained its freedom when it saw the bluish-black soul that had the physique of an adult fly towards it. It roared ferociously and opened its mouth as it charged at Fan Yuan's soul. Fan Yuan's soul suddenly flew up at the last moment, avoiding the desolate beast's bite and flying to its head. He then raised his right leg and swung it down like an axe. Boom! A loud sound resounded as the hill-sized desolate beast was knocked down, heavily injured. Again! Fan Yuan's soul chased after it, punching and kicking. The desolate beast lacked intelligence, and adding on its large size, it could only take the beatings passively while Fan Yuan dodged its attacks. The desolate soul's attacks hit all its targets. After taking the beating for a while, this desolate beast whimpered and fled, losing its will to fight. Fan Yuan's soul did not give chase. He would arrange for people to catch it afterwards. A light excitement lingered in the thoughts of Fan Yuan's soul. I really possess the strength of a desolate beast. Adding on my combat techniques, ordinary desolate beasts are not my match in a one-on-one battle. However, my human soul could float, but after breaking through to desolate soul, I am unable to fly and have to rely on goo worms. Fan Yuan's soul could fly around in the battle because the soul contained various immortal goo as well as immortal essence. Some soul beasts could fly but some could not. In the records of Shadow Sect's true inheritance, when a human soul broke through to desolate soul, it could not fly. Because humans were innately unable to fly. A featherman's soul was different, it could fly, but feathermen were not pure humans. Even Spectral Soul, who had reached the peak of soul cultivation, could not fly and had to stand on the ground in the Battle of Etion Mountain. The number of soul path down marks on the soul has increased sharply. It actually broke through 10,000 down marks. Previously, Fan Yuan's soul had few soul path down marks even though it was cultivated to 100 million man soul. This was because Fan Yuan had used the two sacred lands of soul cultivation, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. If he had used other soul cultivation methods, he would have to increase the down marks on his soul to accumulate the same level of foundation. The physical body was a carrier of down marks, the soul was also the same. It was not only soul path that could add down marks on the soul, other paths could also do it. Like time path. Southern Border Rank 8 Gu Immortal Xia Cha had arranged a defensive method on her soul. Her soul was covered in a web formed from time path down marks. This layer of defense had caused many difficulties for Fan Yuan when he soul searched her in the previous life. Breaking through the limit and forming a desolate soul, Fan Yuan could now continue cultivating his soul. The journey would be much longer and broader than human soul cultivation. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul. Fan Yuan's desolate soul started cultivating. The time path clone was focused on deductions, while Fan Yuan's main body continued to research on the Dragon Man clone. Despite this clone being created by himself, it still had research value. The Dragon Man clone's soul originally had the appearance of Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body, and had 30 million man soul foundation. At present, however, its appearance had changed greatly. It looked the same as the Dragonman's body, with dragon tail, horns, scales, and vertical dragon pupils. Moreover, the soul path down marks on the soul were already reduced to single digits, and the soul foundation was only at a few dozen man soul. This was the result of Fan Yuan's refinement, and it was also what he wanted to achieve. The split souls all possessed human souls. When entering a Dragon Man body, it could only be possessed by the human soul and the entity could not be considered a Dragon Man completely. Fan Yuan created the Dragon Man clone to strive for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Be they transformation path killer moves or soul possession, they could not give such assurance like the clone. After painstaking refinement, Fan Yuan refined the Dragon Man body with a matching Dragon Man soul. Only like this could it be considered a complete Dragon Man. Fan Yuan's Pure Dream clone was only a half-finished product. The Pure Dream clone's physical body did not have any issues, but its soul was Fan Yuan's human soul. Although the Pure Dream clone was a human, it did not match Fan Yuan's split soul. A long period of adaptation was required, and some soul path methods would have to be used before Fan Yuan's split soul could completely turn into the appearance of its physical body. Only then could they truly match each other. In fact, when Fan Yuan had just obtained the sovereign immortal body, it did not match his soul. After a long period of cultivation, and using soul path methods to adjust his soul, he reached his current perfectly matching state. Dragonmen were variant humans. There was naturally unique points about their physical bodies. Rockmen had abundant earth path Dao marks, snowmen were proficient in ice and snow path, hairy men possessed refinement path Dao marks, mermen were water path, and dragonmen possessed enslavement path Dao marks from birth. Dragonmen had an incomparable talent in enslavement path. They were natural kings who could rule over other lifeforms much more easily than other races. The influence of the enslavement path Dao marks brings an enormous benefit in not only the external matters but also to the internal structure of dragon men. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, with the enslavement path Dao marks, the dragon man's societal structure would be much tighter than other races. This tightness was not because of external causes but was innate to dragon men. In Fan Yuan's point of view, the influence brought by enslavement path Dao marks to the internal structure was much more significant to the dragon men than its external influence. The dragon men would be united unlike other races, especially like the internal fighting and internal friction of humanity. As for enslavement path, it was specialized in battles of attrition. The cost of cultivating enslavement path was high, but if it was accomplished to a certain level, one could fight many by themselves, winning against stronger enemies. Some paths had high individual battle strength like blood path, metal path, sword path, and so on. But only few paths possessed the special characteristics of fighting one as many, in order to win against stronger enemies. For instance, there was formation path. When Fan Yuan was immortal and fought in the imperial court contest, he used enslavement path methods. And he had used formation path methods to capture southern border immortals not long ago. Fan Yuan suddenly realized one point. No wonder, in the previous life, Dragon Palace could enslave Di Zhangxing. This immortal Gu house should be an enslavement path immortal Gu house. Fan Yuan was not too clear about the inner details regarding Dragon Palace. Even now, he did not understand how Bai Ningbing suddenly became the owner of Dragon Palace. But it did not matter. Even if the Dragon Man clone is of no use, I still have a living Bai Ningbing. The Dragon Man clone only had rank 1 Gu Master cultivation. The next step was to raise it to Gu immortal level. Its path was most likely going to be enslavement path. Fan Yuan had already sealed the pure dream clone's aperture, albeit with difficulty. The split soul was cultivating continuously, actively transforming to match the physical body. These two split souls might have some soul path cultivation, but it would only be at superficial level and never be to the extent of the main body soul. Because the down marks of different paths would conflict and interfere with each other. I will cultivate for a bit longer, then it will be time to attack. Fan Yuan's gaze shined like blazing fire. In Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei was still the one in charge. In Central Great Hall, a message came that slightly eased her furrowed brows. Good, old ancestor Shui who has accepted Prince Feng Xian's proposal and will receive our financial help. Longevity Heaven wanted to unite the whole Northern Plains Gu immortal world, and they showed great determination. Thus they had big clashes with lone immortals and demonic path members. Fairy Ziwei thus made a plan and boldly sent back Prince Feng Xian to Northern Plains to persuade old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu was not willing at first and had been firm in his stance, but under his wife's persuasion, he reluctantly agreed to collaborating with Heavenly Court. Although our current collaboration is limited, it won't be the same in the future. Fairy Ziwei smiled confidently, looking at the entire world's situation. There was important progress in Northern Plains, while Heavenly Court was also stirring up trouble from behind the scenes to create conflict in Western Desert's righteous path. Central Continent was free of any particular event. Eastern sees several large forces divided ascending Heaven Plain between themselves. But in the dark, Heavenly Court was putting full efforts in searching for Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. As for Southern Border, Fairy Ziwei's smile disappeared. The situation was not optimistic in Southern Border. Southern Border's righteous path was being extorted by Fan Yuan. Fairy Ziwei was unable to stop it. At the same time, the Southern Alliance was formed. The Alliance leader position was empty, but Tai Clan's beacon towers were already being constructed everywhere. Both of these situations were bad news to Heavenly Court. There is also Fan Yuan. He captured so many Southern Border Gu immortals and extorted countless immortal materials. He also has the whole of Langya's sex refinement path Gu immortals under him. Fairy Ziwei was paying close attention to any news regarding Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan had gone into hiding and was unable to be found. Fairy Ziwei felt a huge pressure. She would rather have Fan Yuan cause chaos everywhere and run amok. Currently, she did not even hear a trace of any rumor regarding Fan Yuan's recent situation. What is Fan Yuan doing? How much has his strength increased? When and where will he appear again? The final question did not trouble Fairy Ziwei for long. Approximately half a month later, she obtained some battle information. Fan Yuan had suddenly appeared in the River of Time and fought the four Xuanzi. He was not alone, he brought a ship-shaped rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Chapter 1805. First Battle in the River of Time. Immortal Gu House myriad-year flying warship was moving in the River of Time. Fan Yuan was standing proudly on the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He wore a black robe, his hair was long and black, and he was gazing at the endless waves in the River of Time with his dark abyss-like eyes. Bai Ningbing and the rest were inside the Immortal Gu House, looking at Fan Yuan, who was releasing rank 7 aura. Some felt a chill in their hearts, while some realized, no wonder Fan Yuan could rampage till now. If I had rank 8 cultivation, I would have already begun ruling an area and proclaimed it to the world. But he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, not letting go of any chance to deceive the enemy. There were some who sighed. Both sides have yet to clash, but Fan Yuan has already started to mislead the enemy. This is a confrontation between information and tactics. This battle has already started since myriad-year flying warship appeared in the River of Time. Fan Yuan had his own plan. If he could keep his rank 8 cultivation a secret, he would not expose it. Because once it was exposed, the secret of the sovereign immortal body would no longer be hidden. In the previous life, this secret was exposed, but in this life, this secret seemed to still be undiscovered. As for the secret of my rebirth, it will probably be exposed after this battle. Fan Yuan estimated inwardly. Let it be exposed then. Fan Yuan felt it was time for it to be known. The significance of this battle was extremely huge. Although Fan Yuan was cautious and careful all along and paid close attention to the ink effect, he would not hesitate when it was time to make a move. Advancing or retreating, attacking or defending, Fan Yuan was well versed and experienced in this. A pavilion was floating in the River of Time. It was not covered on all 4 sides, it was very simplistic in appearance. The cover was made of yellow grass, the pillars were gray-white rocks that were not polished. There was a folding screen in the pavilion consisting of multiple panels. It was the most elegant decoration in there. It was the rank 7 Immortal Gu House present and past pavilion. 4 Central Continent Time Path Gu Immortals were standing inside the pavilion. They were the 4 Xuanzi. They had detected myriad-year flying warship the moment it appeared. The 4 Xuanzi immediately reported this information to Fairy Ziwei without daring to delay a second. Fan Yuan has finally appeared. Yes, we did not waste our time by waiting here for so long. He is still a rank 7, but has a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. What Immortal Gu House is this? I have never heard about it. From the looks of it, it should be a Time Path Immortal Gu House, right? The 4 Xuanzi did not attack immediately. As far as they were concerned, present and past pavilion was specialized in investigating within the River of Time. They were still very far away from Fan Yuan at this moment. They discovered Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan could not see them. They were only at rank 7 in the end. It was only because they cultivated Time Path that the Supreme Heavenly Court noticed them and stationed them here. Moreover, the 4 Xuanzi were not Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Their next course of action would depend on Fairy Ziwei's arrangements and commands. Myriad-year flying warship carried Fan Yuan while floating slowly. Fan Yuan was looking at all directions from the bow as if he was searching for something. Looks like Fan Yuan is searching for Red Lotus true inheritance. He did not discover us indeed. Lady Ziwei has not sent a command yet? Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi were tightly observing Fan Yuan. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei was first happy then puzzled. She was happy that Fan Yuan had finally appeared. It was less scary when he appeared, the worst was him hiding and doing things secretly. In truth, every day that Fan Yuan did not appear would increase the mental pressure on Fairy Ziwei, wondering what evil scheme Fan Yuan was plotting. But now that Fan Yuan appeared, Fairy Ziwei finally let out a sigh of relief. Good, come! Let me see how much you have grown. I will make good use of this chance to kill you. Killing intent spread inside Fairy Ziwei. As for that rank 8 Immortal Goo House, is it your reliance and source of confidence, Fan Yuan? Fairy Ziwei also was somewhat bewildered. This rank 8 Immortal Goo House had appeared with no prior signs. According to common sense, even a superforce would not be able to hide the construction of an Immortal Goo House, and there would be many traces left behind. Because there were too many things to gather and prepare. The construction process of an Immortal Goo House would make quite a bit of commotion, and would be discovered by others. Fan Yuan naturally was not exempted from this. But his accumulation process had happened in his previous life, so Fairy Ziwei could not sense it. How could Fan Yuan suddenly have a time path Immortal Goo House, and it is a rank 8 one? What abilities and powers does this ship-shaped Immortal Goo House have? Thoughts were constantly colliding in Fairy Ziwei's mind. Central Great Hall was quickly pervaded with purple chi. She rapidly deduced and soon came to a decision. She estimated this Immortal Goo House had limited strength even though it was at rank 8 level. Because it had appeared too suddenly, and there was no records of such a ship in the history, it was likely a hasty and experimental work of Fan Yuan. Moreover, whether it was strong or weak, Heavenly Court would still need to probe it and stop Fan Yuan from obtaining Red Lotus true inheritances. Fairy Ziwei quickly commanded Xin Yi to hurry to the location of present and past pavilion with Eternal Yacht. An accurate and clear map of the surroundings appeared in her mind. When Eternal Yacht meets up with present and past pavilion, they will pincer attack Fan Yuan from the front and back. Fairy Ziwei's gaze shone sharply. Previously, present and past pavilion was monitoring the River of Time while Eternal Yacht was moving everywhere in search of Red Lotus true inheritance. Currently, Eternal Yacht was already rushing over under Fairy Ziwei's command. The 4 Xuanzi also quickly received Fairy Ziwei's command. We need to move! Based on Fan Yuan's speed and direction, he will soon escape present and past pavilion's detection range. We will attack first and delay Fan Yuan, luring him to this area. Then Eternal Yacht will sneak attack them from behind. Move out! The 4 Xuanzi controlled present and past pavilion to make the River of Time send out waves. The water waves moved towards Myriad Year flying warship like countless soldiers. They finally made a move! Inside Myriad Year flying warship, a variant human Goo Immortal said softly and excitedly. Fan Yuan had intentionally appeared near present and past pavilion to lure them into attacking. Lord Sect Leader is so naughty, he clearly discovered present and past pavilion already but is acting like he did not. The enemy has taken the bait. Lady White Rabbit's long eyebrows fluttered, her eyes were glistening brightly like shiny crystals, having learned another sneaky move. Fan Yuan gasped lightly, his brows slightly furrowed as he sensed the anomaly in the river. The slight changes in his expression were seen clearly by the 4 Xuanzi. Fan Yuan discovered something. He is controlling that rank 8 Immortal Goo House to move towards us. Relax, we are very far away from him. Ah, so fast! Myriad Year flying warship's speed greatly shocked the 4 Xuanzi. They were still calm and leisurely at the previous moment, but right now, their expression changed, their minds and bodies shook. Myriad Year flying warship was piercing through the waves like a swordfish, charging extremely quickly towards present and past pavilion. Increase the intensity! The eldest among the 4 Xuanzi, Shang Xuanzi, shouted. Present and past pavilion let out dazzling light. Tall waves that were dozens of feet high submerged Myriad Year flying warship like a tsunami. Boom! 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 Myriad Year flying warship was covered in a silver-white light. Every time the waves collided with it, its speed increased even more, charging forward like an unmatched sword. The 4 Xuanzi's expressions turned pale, their eyes showing horror. Fan Yuan's charge was too quick and too fierce, they felt extremely uneasy now. Zhong Xuanzi shouted. Quick, use that move! The radiance around present and past pavilion turned brighter, it was like a vast light pillar that shot towards the sky. Under present and past pavilion's influence, the water around Myriad Year flying warship experienced a strange change, turning into a giant whirlpool in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool spun quickly and was barely able to immobilize Myriad Year flying warship. The 4 Xuanzi finally let out a sigh of relief. We've finally immobilized it. This Immortal Goo House is so fast, it crossed such a large distance in just a few breaths of time. But it is already trapped by us now. Let's probe what abilities it has. The whirlpool rotated even faster, waves changed, turning into the shape of sawteeth. Countless sawteeth moved around Myriad Year flying warship, biting and sawing at Myriad Year flying warship. Myriad-year flying warship was trapped in the center of the whirlpool, but Fan Yuan's expression was cold and uncaring. Sun Guozi revealed a frightened expression. Such a sturdy immortal goo house, the sawtooth whirlpool is actually unable to break its defensive light. Xia Xuanzi patted Sun Guozi's shoulder and comforted. Relax, it has not even been 10 breaths of time, it will definitely crumble apart once it is bitten and sawed for a longer time. Although he said this, the 4 Xuanzi were inwardly astonished. They were deeply aware of the power that this sawtooth whirlpool killer move had. This move was the strongest defensive method of present and past pavilion. Ordinary goo immortals would be cut into pieces in a blink of an eye. Even the 4 Xuanzi could not last 3 breaths of time. Even present and past pavilion would be unstable if it entered the whirlpool, and a large amount of its goo worms would immediately die. But Myriad-year flying warship was completely intact, and even looked like it was doing quite well. The 4 Xuanzi felt a chill rising up their backs. It is a rank 8 immortal goo house after all. Where has Eternal Yacht reached now? No, the situation is bad. Sun Guozi suddenly shouted. The other 3 Xuanzi quickly looked ahead. They saw the water surrounding Myriad-year flying warship change rapidly. The original sawtooth whirlpool transformed into rapids that shone in a silver-white color. The rapids moved under Myriad-year flying warship and enlarged by over 10 times within a few seconds. Present and past pavilion has methods to control the river water. How could our Myriad-year flying warship not have them? The variant human goo immortals laughed loudly inside the ship. Kill! Fan Yuan gave an indifferent command. Boom! Like a torrential waterfall or a flash flood, the rapids around Myriad-year flying warship surged and expanded as it moved forward. Myriad-year flying warship was pushed forward by the rapids, easily breaking past the ruined sawtooth whirlpool and charging towards the 4 Xuanzi with surging momentum. The 4 Xuanzi took in breaths of cold air. The sawtooth whirlpool that they had put their hopes in had only held back Myriad-year flying warship for less than 50 breaths of time. Chapter 1806. Ziwei at a loss. It is coming! Block it! Increase the power of present and past pavilion to the maximum. With chaotic thoughts, 4 Xuanzi exerted present and past pavilion to its limits. The screen in the pavilion emitted dense smoke, and the light pillar that shot out was almost solid. Myriad-year flying warship neared present and past pavilion. Ram into it! Fan Yuan sneered, standing arrogantly on the bow of the boat. But at the next moment, present and past pavilion retaliated with all its strength, sharply slowing down Myriad-year flying warship's charging momentum. Killer move, slow down? Fan Yuan was familiar with this move. Under his command, the silver light around Myriad-year flying warship suddenly concentrated. Swoosh! With a light sound, present and past pavilion's killer move was broken. Myriad-year flying warship's speed was restored, and it collided with present and past pavilion. Present and past pavilion was not specialized in defense. Fan Yuan had destroyed it by himself back then, and now, it collided with the sturdier and faster Myriad-year flying warship. It shattered immediately. The pavilion roof was sent flying, the pillars crumbled, the screens were shattered, the pavilion base was reduced to fragments. The 4 Xuanzi coughed out a large amount of blood and fell down into the river of time. Without the protection of present and past pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi lost the ability to retaliate against Fan Yuan. In just a short while, they were all killed by Fan Yuan. They were at rank 7, and like Lu Hao, had not joined Heavenly Court, so they still had their own immortal apertures. Their immortal goo, however, were all detonated. Fan Yuan had just collected their corpses as well as the scattered immortal goo when Eternal Yacht arrived. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Qin Yi was standing on Eternal Yacht. His expression immediately changed when he saw the 4 Xuanzi's corpses on the deck of Myriad-year flying warship. Fan Yuan, you demon, I will make you pay with your life. Fan Yuan turned around and smiled. Here comes another one seeking death. There was no exchange of words. The rapids under Myriad-year flying warship surged and rushed towards Eternal Yacht. Its violent and sharp movement immediately caused a disturbance among the Goo Immortals in Eternal Yacht. Bursting veins bulged on Qinye's forehead. He rubbed it but still sent out a wise command. We will avoid it. Don't fight head-on with this rank 8 immortal Goo house. The 4 Xuanzi were dead, but the battle details had already been sent. Fairy Ziwei and Qin Yi knew much information about Myriad-year flying warship. However, would be it easy for Eternal Yacht to escape? Myriad-year flying warship's speed rose, breaking the limits it showed before. Although this immortal Goo house was called a warship, it had the shape of a boat. It moved like a silver comet now, rapidly surfing along the river of time. Eternal Yacht had the form of a multi-storied ship. It was much larger than myriad-year flying warship, but it was not fast. How could it be able to dodge? Boom! With a huge sound, Eternal Yacht shook as a large hole was smashed in its front hull from which the inside could be seen clearly. Fan Yuan's myriad-year flying warship had directly pierced through Eternal Yacht. How is this possible? We had already activated the strongest defensive method of Eternal Yacht, but it could not block even one attack. The fact was so horrifying that Qing Yi was staring with wide eyes. Lord, that damned Fan Yuan is charging over again! The Gu immortals inside Eternal Yacht shouted in fright. They had just spoken when myriad-year flying warships smashed into Eternal Yacht again. Eternal Yacht shook intensely. Qing Yi lost his balance and staggered. His battle intent was shaking. How could he beat this? Eternal Yacht's Gu worms suffered enormous damage. The entire place would directly collapse after another few collisions. Many Gu immortals were pale with cold sweat all over their faces. Fortunately, they heard Qing Ye's command at this time. Retreat! Eternal Yacht turned around and retreated decisively. Can you escape? Fan Yuan smiled coldly. Boom, boom, boom! Myriad-year flying warship collided into Eternal Yacht time after time. Eternal Yacht used its killer moves to retaliate, but Fan Yuan had already prepared restraining methods. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As long as Heavenly Court did not have any huge change, Fan Yuan would definitely be the final winner. The outcome of this battle had been decided from the start. Therefore, when Eternal Yacht was destroyed and Qing Yi fell into the river of time, Fan Yuan's side was not surprised. Kill him! Without needing Fan Yuan's command, many Gu immortals inside the warship shouted simultaneously. Killing intent surge, myriad-year flying warships submerged into the river and rammed at Qing Yi like a vicious shark. Qing Yi put all his strength in activating defensive methods. But as a Dark Path Gu immortal, he was greatly suppressed in the river of time. Boom! Myriad-year flying warship directly destroyed the dark shield and sent him flying. Qing Yi coughed out a large amount of blood and tried to move to the surface while enduring the intense pain. The river surface was right in his sight when he made a horrifying discovery. Myriad-year flying warship was already waiting for him. Boom! There was another huge sound. Myriad-year flying warship directly slammed down on Qing Ye's head with its base. A large part of Qing Ye's skull caved in. The enormous force transmitted through his whole body, shattering his spine, rib bones, and other parts. Gurgle, gurgle. A large amount of water of the river of time entered through his mouth. The huge collision slammed him down to the depths of the river like a ball. Still not dead? Bing Yuan was stunned at Qing Ye's stubborn vitality. Then, we just have to do it again. The eyes of the Rockman tribe First Supreme Elder were bloodshot with killing intent. Taking advantage of the enemy when he was weakened, myriad-year flying warship was like a killer launching a deadly pursuit. Boom! With the third collision, Qing Yi was heavily injured once again. From his right shoulder to his chest, most of his body was smashed into pulp and his organs were completely destroyed. Qing Yi stared rigidly at myriad-year flying warship. He wanted to struggle but had no strength left. Finally, he lost his life, becoming a floating corpse. He is dead, he really died. This is a rank 8 Gu immortal. We really killed him! The variant human Gu immortals cheered in joy. Even Bai Ningbing, He Lu Lan and the rest were visibly moved. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were also very excited. A battle merit like killing a rank 8 Gu immortal was simply too rare. Despite using many external influences, this battle merit was enough for them to boast about it their whole lives. Fan Yuan collected Qing Ye's corpse. It was a pity his soul had already dispersed. This Qing Yi is quite a fierce person. He actually destroyed his own soul at the end. But this physical body is also an excellent immortal material and it will help me research Phantom Path. Heavenly Court grasped the supreme profundities of Phantom Path. Precisely so, after the Heavenly Court members contributed their immortal aperture, they could obtain a Phantom Aperture and leave Heavenly Court to fight outside. Once a Heavenly Court Gu immortal died, the Phantom Aperture would automatically dissipate along with the Gu worms, even the Dao marks would disappear. In short, even if one won against the Heavenly Court Gu immortal, they would reap few benefits. But after annexing Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land's spirit had informed Fan Yuan that the corpses of Heavenly Court Gu immortals would retain the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. If Fan Yuan could comprehend some Phantom Path mysteries from these corpses, he might be able to decipher Heavenly Court's Phantom Path method and even have a hold on Heavenly Court. Even if he could not do anything to Heavenly Court, Fan Yuan could use this Phantom Path method on himself. With the Phantom Aperture method, Fan Yuan could control Ing Wu Xie and the rest even more strictly. This was the best weapon to ensure loyalty. Myriad-year flying warship continued to sweep through the battlefield. Fan Yuan's side was joyous. Their long training was finally paying off. In this battle, they destroyed 2 immortal Gu houses and over 10 Gu immortals. Present and past pavilion had the 4 Xuanzi, while there were even more Gu immortals in Eternal Yacht. Immortal Gu houses were developed from immortal formations. They needed to be jointly controlled by many Gu immortals for them to be flexible and comprehensive. Some immortal Gu houses had extremely strict requirements on the amount of Gu immortals. There could not be one more or one less. Very few immortal Gu houses could be controlled by just one person. None of these Gu immortals managed to escape with their lives. They were all gathered, corpses put to one side and their souls suppressed. The battle ended, but Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he patrolled around the river while waiting to see if there would be reinforcements from Heavenly Court. Lady White Rabbit, Bing Yuan, Shizong, and other Gu immortals discussed. They were still excited, and their topic of discussion was mostly centered on the rank 8 Gu immortal Qin Yi. Speaking of which, Qin Yi was quite unlucky. Eternal Yacht was destroyed and he was highly restricted in the River of Time. It was quite amazing for him to be able to display 20 to 30% of his skills. This was the area with the greatest amount of time path Dao marks in the whole world. Because of this, time path methods were extremely easy to use here, and their might was also amplified. But other methods like Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and so on were greatly suppressed. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei's expression was pale and her gaze was somewhat dazed. She obtained the latest battle information. Fan Yuan controlled the rank 8 Immortal Gu House and destroyed both present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht. Even Qin Yi was killed? Fairy Ziwei felt a deep sense of disbelief. She was still planning on giving commands. Even if they could not kill Fan Yuan, they could drive him off. But the 2 greatest sources of battle strength that she relied on were eliminated so soon. This battle was decided way too quickly. This does not make any sense. Present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht might only be at rank 7, but they were both outstanding among their peers. Their structure was highly ingenious and they possessed plenty of comprehensive methods. If not for this, Fairy Ziwei would not have mobilized the 2 immortal Gu houses to besiege Fan Yuan. So what was the problem? Reviewing the battle information, Fan Yuan's mysterious immortal Gu house might be at rank 8 but has limited methods. Besides controlling the water of the River of Time to speed up itself, its strongest aspect was physical toughness. Myriad-year flying warships' fighting method could be described in one word: collision. If 2 words were used, hard collision. If 3 words, sped up collision. This battle tactic was clearly extremely straightforward and simple, but why did it succeed? That was because during the fight, the methods of present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht, especially the defensive measures, were instantly destroyed by Fan Yuan. Fairy Ziwei stood up from her seat. She was unable to keep sitting. A thin layer of cold sweat had appeared on her forehead. Looks like Fan Yuan has truly been reborn. He has an extremely deep understanding of present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht. He also prepared the most effective methods against their killer moves. Thus, they appeared fragile and looked like they did not even have strength to retaliate. Just like Fan Yuan expected, Fairy Ziwei, who already had heavy doubts before, was now certain Fan Yuan had been reborn. What do we do? Fan Yuan has a rank 8 Immortal Gu house now and can move around the River of Time while my side's 3 Immortal Gu houses are still in the construction process. Should I halt the construction? Since he has been reborn, he is probably familiar with these 3 Immortal Gu houses. If I halt the construction and switch to other Immortal Gu houses, would it be too late? Fan Yuan definitely entered the River of Time to search for Red Lotus true inheritances. If he succeeds, it will be extremely bad. The consequences will be much worse than the defeat in laying a blessed land. At this instant, the ever-so-resourceful Fairy Ziwei was at a loss for what to do. Chapter 1807. Public Sentiment. Fan Yuan and the rest returned to southern border following a tributary of the River of Time. Despite the immortals being in an excellent condition with high spirits, it was still necessary to rest and reorganize after the battle. The gains this time are quite good. Fan Yuan inspected the corpses. Besides rank 8 Gu Immortal Qin Yi, most of these Central Continent rank 7 Gu Immortals were from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. they did not have the qualifications to join Heavenly Court, so they had not contributed their immortal apertures. Most of the goo worms were destroyed, but these immortal apertures were still there. There was also 1 or 2 immortal goo that were luckily preserved after the 2 immortal goo houses were destroyed. In the following period of time, Fan Yuan would need to inspect these immortal apertures and see if there were any issues. If there were no issues, he would annex them. Naturally, there was a portion of immortal apertures that Fan Yuan could not annex because of inadequate attainment levels. In fact, there was a portion of such people among the southern border immortal captives. These battle spoils are only a bonus. The true value of this battle is that I have shrugged off my passive situation. I am now taking the initiative to fight Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan had grasped the timing of this battle well. If he had battled earlier, he would not have the immortal goo house myriad year flying warship, and would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation. This was undesirable. Because once his rank 8 cultivation was exposed, Heavenly Court would notice Fan Yuan had not underwent the tribulation, and as such, the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture would also be exposed. If he delayed this battle, Heavenly Court would not have just these 2 immortal goo houses. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had encountered 4 time path immortal goo houses. By destroying Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion, Heavenly Court fell into a very passive state. Heavenly Court was afraid Fan Yuan would obtain Red Lotus true inheritances, so they would definitely send reinforcements to the River of Time to stop Fan Yuan. After Lord Huangshi passed, Heavenly Court lacked Time Path rank 8 experts, so they were forced to substitute with Qin Yi and Time Path immortal goo houses. Like this, it would give Fan Yuan another chance to attack. It would be just like how Fan Yuan destroyed Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion. But even if Heavenly Court knew of this, they would do their best to stop Fan Yuan no matter how big of a price they had to pay. In the previous life, Heavenly Court guarded the River of Time like a fortress. But in this life, the River of Time has already become a place Heavenly Court must salvage. It is also the best battlefield for me to weaken Heavenly Court and make them bleed. Fan Yuan was almost sure of Heavenly Court's response. Just like Heavenly Court had the strategical advantage of possessing Fate Goo, which forced the 4 regions Goo immortals to make a long campaign to attack Central Continent and Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan relied on the smokescreen that was Red Lotus true inheritance to force Heavenly Court to send reinforcements to the River of Time. It is just that my rebirth secret cannot be hidden any longer. In the Battle of Langya, Fairy Ziwei had already been suspicious. And in this period of time, Fan Yuan captured the southern border immortals and also started a slaughter in the River of Time. If Fairy Ziwei was still not sure that Fan Yuan had been reborn, she would not be Fairy Ziwei. Fan Yuan would never underestimate Fairy Ziwei. He was very familiar with her. Often, the one who understood you the most was not your friend but your enemy. Sure enough, after a few days, Fairy Ziwei publicized in Treasure Yellow Heaven that Fan Yuan had reborn and possessed a rank 8 time path immortal goo house. The moment this was released, news spread everywhere. Fan Yuan's influence went up a level and the whole world was in an uproar. How long has it been? Fan Yuan has already grown to be a demonic path overlord, a person who is a giant pillar of the demonic path. Fan Yuan already has that reverse flow river killer move and can reflect attacks of rank 8 goo immortals, being in an impregnable position. Now he has a rank 8 immortal goo house. Isn't this too fast? It is like this immortal goo house jumped out from the ground out of nowhere. Since he was reborn, the appearance of this immortal goo house cannot be considered sudden. Don't forget that he annexed Langya Blessed Land, which has a deep foundation. The discussions naturally involved Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court seems to be quite weak. They don't have any effective methods against Fan Yuan. The mighty Heavenly Court was defeated again and again, so they publicized Fan Yuan's details. It is not that Heavenly Court is weak, but they have no way to deal with Fan Yuan. Normally speaking, even a rank 8 demonic immortal would not be as high profile as Fan Yuan. That's right. Demonic path goo immortals have always been alone. If they offend or provoke the righteous path, many forces would collaborate, gather information using information path, deduce their position with wisdom path, and hunt them down. It is like how the southern border immortals chased after Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan? He can actually guard against Heavenly Court's deductions. He also has fixed immortal travel to move everywhere he wants, and is hard to catch. His formation path attainment is also extremely high. He can see through the ambush of formations. He even used the time path formation to ambush and capture the pursuing team of southern border. He also annexed Langya Blessed Land, his refinement path attainment level is at least at Great Grandmaster level. The discussions became much more in-depth, and the Gu Immortals astonishingly discovered Fan Yuan was so versatile. He cultivated so many paths, such a horrifying talent shocked the world. I understand now, he is a monster. Many people took sharp breaths. Most Gu Immortals, even rank 8s, cultivated one path primarily. Who could cultivate so many paths like Fan Yuan? Cultivating multiple paths would divide their time, energy, and resources. The Gu Immortals would often accomplish nothing in the end. In fact, Fan Yuan had also thought of specializing in one path, but he could do nothing about it. Before this, he battled alone and was always pressured by his enemies. Could he do without cultivating Wisdom Path? Could his battle strength increase if he did not cultivate Soul Path? Could he capture the Southern Border Immortals without Formation Path? We can't say that. Even if Fan Yuan's aptitude was worse, as long as he continuously rebirths with Spring Autumn Cicada, he can use the time to accumulate different foundations. Right, with Spring Autumn Cicada, even if he fails, he has the opportunity to rebirth countless times. The experience of failures will still accumulate, even an idiot will succeed after failing so many times. Spring Autumn Cicada. It is indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Gu, it has such an amazing power. On the list of mystical Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada's ranking should be raised even higher. The current ranking of such a mystical Gu is too low. Because of Fan Yuan, Spring Autumn Cicada's ranking should indeed be raised, but I feel we should not overestimate Spring Autumn Cicada. It is after all only a Gu worm, there are many methods to restrict it. To a great extent, the reason why Fan Yuan is so amazing is because he is an otherworldly demon. Indeed. The combination of an otherworldly demon and Spring Autumn Cicada is truly too perfect. Besides an otherworldly demon, it will be very difficult for others to change their lives greatly by using Spring Autumn Cicada. Fan Yuan observed the discussions and after careful consideration, he decisively spread the video of the battle and the River of Time in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He even posted a speech. Heavenly Court, my counterattack has just begun. Wait until I get Red Lotus True Inheritance in the River of Time. I will completely destroy your Fate Gu. In the previous life, you successfully restored Fate Gu, that was because the depths of your foundation surpassed my expectation. There were too few people understanding the situation in the other 4 regions, many rank 8 experts were even secretly restrained by you. There were also many Gu Immortals who were living naively, not knowing the fatal threat of Fate Gu. All of you. Just you wait. The moment this speech was posted, the Gu Immortal world of the 5 regions fell into temporary silence. Shortly afterwards, the public sentiment erupted like a volcano and poured like a flood. Oh heavens, Fan Yuan is directly provoking Heavenly Court. How many years has it been since something like this happened? Years? Even throughout history, such cases only appeared a few times. Few people can do this, and even fewer people can pose a threat to Heavenly Court. Although Fan Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation, he can already match rank 8. He has annexed Langya Blessed Land and has a large number of variant human Gu Immortal subordinates, as well as a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. The even more terrifying thing is he seems to possess precise information about Red Lotus True Inheritance, if he really obtains the Demon Venerable's True Inheritance. Terrifying. If this continues, Fan Yuan will become a new Demon Venerable. Sigh, the common people are innocent. Is there going to be a Demon Venerable wreaking havoc again? We cannot lightly make an enemy out of Fan Yuan. Look at this video properly. All the killer moves of Heavenly Court's 2 Immortal Gu houses were broken by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had clearly experienced them in the previous life and found the countermeasures in this life. The combination of Spring Autumn Cicada and an otherworldly demon is too unreasonable. The discussions gradually started to contain fear. Fear towards Fan Yuan. Previously, Gu Immortal mostly felt wariness, hatred, and envy towards Fan Yuan. But now, fear began to gradually take over the other emotions. The Gu Immortals already knew Fan Yuan could not be provoked easily, but now, Fan Yuan could not be provoked even more. Even a colossal super force like Heavenly Court, the strongest righteous path force in the 5 regions, was repeatedly wrecked by Fan Yuan and their prestige was ruthlessly stepped on. Even now, they had no way to deal with Fan Yuan. Southern Border Wu Clan. Wu Yong's gaze was gloomy. Fan Yuan. Heavenly Court. Qi Clan. Qi Chuyu's expression was ashen. He finally realized the possibility. The traitor has not been found, maybe. This is the information revealed in the previous life. If I did transactions with Fan Yuan in the previous life as well, doesn't that mean I am the traitor? Thinking of this, Chi Chu Yu felt stunned himself. Western Desert Tang Clan. The first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were in a secret discussion. This demon Fan Yuan is becoming increasingly stronger. If his relationship with our clan is exposed, Heavenly Court will definitely eliminate us. We have already collaborated with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan is so strong now that we cannot stop this connection. We will have to be even more careful. If he truly becomes a demon venerable in the future, it will also be an excellent opportunity for our Tang clan to grow. Shi Clan. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, who was cultivating in a secret room, laughed. Interesting. Heavenly Court wants the whole world to go against Fan Yuan. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan also expressed the weakness of Heavenly Court and its hidden threat, hoping that Gu immortals of the 4 regions would jointly attack Heavenly Court. Forget about him for now, I will continue my closed cultivation. After my cultivation progresses further, let's see how the heroes of the world will act in front of my sword. Chapter 1808. Plotting Pursuing Tao. Heavenly Court, Immortal Graveyard. An inexplicable change was occurring. A lump of fire appeared. It was very small at first, but after a while, the fire expanded rapidly, dyeing the sky of the Immortal Graveyard red. This fire illuminated the surroundings, attracting Fairy Ziwei and other Heavenly Court members' attention. Fairy Ziwei immediately rushed to the entrance of the Immortal Graveyard and saw that the fire had grown even brighter. There were even specks of silver light in the fire, like countless diamonds adorning a red curtain. The fire dissipated and an aged Gu immortal wearing a large crimson robe walked out from the depths of the Immortal Graveyard. The diamond-like lights gathered together, and inside the gentle light was an old man who slowly moved forward in a wooden wheelchair. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shone happily. She recognized these 2 elderly Gu immortals. That crimson-robed elderly man was Li Huang, a fire path great expert. And the elderly man on the wooden wheelchair was Gu Lu-Ru, a time path great expert. Junior Ziwei pays respects to both seniors. Fairy Ziwei bowed as she greeted. Gu Lu-Ru nodded without speaking. He was sickly pale and thin as a skeleton. He had a rough life experience, and the lower half of his body was paralyzed with no cure available, thus he had a cold and detached disposition. Li Huang spoke. We did not wake up for no reason. Heavenly Court must need our strength. How is the situation now? Fairy Ziwei felt ashamed as she informed the 2 of them about the current situation. Fan Yuan? I did not think such a demon would appear in the world. Throughout the ages, there has always been chaos and disorder during the coming of a great era. But this demon is too savage in his rampage. The fundamental cause is that he is the seed planted by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Li Huang snorted coldly. His expression was of anger and dissatisfaction. Gu Lu-Ru's expression was cold like ice as he said, Fortunately, the overall situation is still in our control. When Fate Gu is restored in a few years, Heavenly Court will be in an invincible position. By then, even if Fan Yuan is stronger, he won't be able to make a huge impact. He then said to Fairy Ziwei, You are a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. It is right for you to lead Heavenly Court. If you have any tasks for us old-timers, there is no need to hold back. Joy appeared on Fairy Ziwei's face. Seniors, you have just woken up. You should first rest and recover your battle strength by equipping yourselves with Immortal Gu. We have lost control over the River of Time and are currently constructing Time Path Immortal Gu houses without regard for the costs. We also need to lay down the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation in the River of Time. Seniors, it would be great if you could guard the River of Time. Gu Lu-Ru and Li Huang glanced at each other, before the former nodded while the latter laughed. So be it. Let us deal with this little demon venerable. Based on just battle strength, Li Huang was stronger than Gu Lu-Ru, but Fairy Ziwei was more excited about Gu Lu-Ru's appearance. This Time Path great expert had woken up at just the right time, filling up the gap of Heavenly Court in the Time Path aspect and relieving Fairy Ziwei's urgent issue. But Fan Yuan has been reborn. Does he know about the awakening of these seniors? Fairy Ziwei frowned again when she thought of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could rebirth. It was extremely troublesome to deal with such an enemy. It would always make others doubt their decisions. Fairy Ziwei did not know that in the previous life, only Li Huang had woken up. Gu Lu-Ru had woken up in the final period when Longevity Heaven attacked Heavenly Court. At that time, Gu Lu-Ru fought He Fan to a deadlock. He was finally killed by Lu-Lu-Lu's sneak attack. Fan Yuan had made an early attack, destroying Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion, also killing Qin Yi, The ink effect caused Gu Luru to awaken in advance. This rank 8 great expert would definitely be a huge obstruction to Fan Yuan in an environment like the River of Time. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fan Yuan's divine sense covered this marsh. There was highly fertile silt here. There was also a clear knee-deep river above the layer of silt. This was the resource point Fan Yuan had just constructed. The marsh was vast and boundless. A bud of the desolate plant extreme marsh flower, as big as a house, could be seen every few kilometers. When the extreme marsh flower bloomed, it looked like a trumpet with its petals connected. They were primarily white with a few parts bearing slight hints of pink. Strands of white mist started rising slowly from the pistils of the extreme marsh flowers. Extreme marsh flower mist was the food of Regret Gu. Feeding Regret Gu was slightly troublesome as its food was hard to store. The extreme marsh flower mist needed to be fresh, so the best method was to construct a corresponding resource point in the immortal aperture. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had constructed this marsh, but that was after obtaining Regret Gu. In this life, he was extremely wealthy, so he constructed it in advance. Although he had not obtained Regret Gu yet, it was a preparation for the future. When he obtained Regret Gu, there would be no need to worry about its food. Fan Yuan solved the food issue of even Regret Gu, which he had yet to obtain in advance. He was already able to self-sufficiently provide food for all his immortal Gu. Not long ago, Fan Yuan had even created a resource point for the rank 8 immortal Gu edition that he plundered from Ba Shi Ba. He marked a special sea area in Mini Eastern Sea, in which he introduced another whole new group of water spiders to produce sufficient food for the rank 8 immortal Gu edition. Naturally, these water spiders were extorted from Southern Border's righteous path. Fan Yuan had already annexed most of the immortal apertures of the Southern Border captives and had even searched their souls until there was nothing left. But Southern Border's righteous path did not know this and accepted Fan Yuan's extortion obediently. It was like how Heavenly Court did not know the true inheritance left by Red Lotus Demon Venerable to Fan Yuan did not have the direct method to destroy Fate Gu, but they still feared for the worst, and used all their strength to redeem the situation in the River of Time. There was a famous phrase on Earth about the art of war. The highest form of generalship is to cut down the enemy's plans, the next best is to cut them off from allies, the next in order is to cut down the enemy's army in the field, and the worst policy of all is to besiege walled cities. These were wise words. When people were young, they only cared about fighting. But after growing up, they would gradually realize, fighting was only a third-rate method to reach one's target and get benefits. There was high risk in an intense battle, and the benefits are also not fixed. Often, there would be damage to both sides. This method could only be used when there was no other choice. Fan Yuan leaned towards planning and plotting when he did things. He was not a brute, but when there was a necessity to fight, he would pick up his blade with no fear or cowardice. Naturally, there was a fundamental difference between the Gu Master World and Earth. Through cultivation, an individual's strength could surpass the collective force of a group or organization. Therefore, a person like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could exist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only used one method: kill. 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 Slaughter everything, destroy heaven, decimate earth. Heads roll and blood flow. He did not counter the enemy's plans, nor did he cut them off from allies, but he still obtained supreme success. Why? Because he cultivated his own Tao. This was his understanding of heaven and earth, it was his understanding towards himself. Every person he killed would further increase his perseverance towards improving himself, and deepen his understanding of heaven and earth. Both of these fueled the growth of his soul path attainment level. And the growth in his attainment level greatly increased his strength. If this was earth and someone did this, they would be seeking death. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, he was already more than 100 years old when he suddenly comprehended this principle. From then on, he started to think, what was his Tao? Or rather, what kind of path could he create? Even now, he did not have a perfect answer to this question. Over 400 years had passed since then, he had reborn several times and was still trying to find out the answer. He only had a vague and blurry direction. He moved and rolled about in the darkness. And in this darkness, there were too many hardships, dangers and ferocious beasts that wanted to swallow him whole. Fan Yuan was clear, among these ferocious beasts, Heavenly Court was currently the biggest and the strongest one. He needed to exert all his strength to have a chance of contending with this ferocious beast, escaping from its hunt, and to continue walking on his path. Both Fan Yuan and Fairy Ziwei had repeatedly exposed information about each other, hoping to borrow the strength of other Gu immortals to deal with the other. There was no winner in this fight. It was like the fight between a lion and a tiger, the bloody smell attracting countless hyenas. He seemed to have an impressive reputation, but there were turbulent undercurrents surging in the dark, many people thinking of ways to deal with him and Spring-Autumn Cicada. No one liked the presence of such a threat. Spring-Autumn Cicada was not all-powerful. It was only a rank 7 Gu, and there were too many ways to restrain it. Even Langya Blessed Land had many methods to subdue Spring-Autumn Cicada. In truth, Fan Yuan was rather surprised at Heavenly Court not having any effective methods against Spring-Autumn Cicada. The little demon Venerable title seemed to show unlimited prospects, but it concealed deep killing intent. This was reminding the world that if Fan Yuan was not killed and he grew up to be a demon Venerable, the future would be bleak for everyone. Fan Yuan might have obtained victory in the River of Time and gotten hold of the initiative. But he was clear that this was only a small strategical victory, and it could not put a dent on Heavenly Court's overall strategy. Just like the game of chess, he only made a single good move, and although he turned from passive to active, which was worth celebrating, Heavenly Court still had the overall control of the game. And this Heavenly Court, that had countless years of accumulation, was the chess piece that was placed by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable over 3 million years ago. With Heavenly Court's foundation, the ink effect should appear again and some powerful characters might awaken in the immortal graveyard. The most important thing is still to use every second and do everything I can to increase my strength. Fan Yuan did not become prideful due to victory. His joy lasted a very short moment before he dived into cultivating once again. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was making full use of every second. Soul cultivation progressed smoothly. Fan Yuan's soul stably progressed from 1 desolate soul to 3 desolate soul, 5 desolate soul, 8 desolate soul, and finally, broke through to 10 desolate soul. 5 restriction profound light chi was already practiced to the point of proficiency. Fan Yuan even modified it. Although this modification was rather small, it allowed Fan Yuan to alter the method and suit his habits so that he would have ease when activating it. Fan Yuan began to practice other killer moves, like Ba Shi Ba's consecutive hit method. In this period of time, he went out frequently, and used Jade Float Pearl to make early moves, obtaining many resources from newly formed earth trenches. Among them, rank 7 Earth Vein Immortal Gu was one significant harvest. Chapter 1809. Seeing Heavenly Court. This Earth Vein Immortal Gu looked like an earthworm, but when it was held, it was quite heavy and did not give a slippery or cold feeling, instead it was warm and gentle. It was exquisite and translucent like brown amber. With this rank 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan could construct the 5 regional limit formation. Regarding the 5 regional limit formations modification, Fan Yuan's time path clone had smoothly completed it. There was the support of the Light of Wisdom as well as Fan Yuan's formation path and rule path foundation being deep enough. The new 5 regional limit formation added Earth Vein Immortal Gu as well as Formation Spirit and Formation Flag. With the Formation Spirit, Fan Yuan would have a powerful assistant to help him control the whole formation and notice any signs of disturbance. With Formation Flag, Fan Yuan could move the whole formation directly from his immortal aperture to the outside or move back the formation from the outside 5 regions to his immortal aperture. The immemorial year beast fishing formation was activated all the time and the progress was stable. The year essence pool already had over 20 immemorial year beasts with as many as 7 species. Over half the species were gathered, but Fan Yuan was unsure if all the species could be gathered. This depended on luck. To strengthen his luck, Fan Yuan commanded Hairy Man Gu Immortals to begin refining Luck Path Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had an enormous amount of Immortal Gu, already passing 100, but he did not have many Luck Path Immortal Gu. Since he had the Luck Path True Inheritance, once Luck Path Immortal Gu were refined, he could immediately put the inherited methods to use. Moreover, Heavenly Court's foundation in Luck Path was shallow. Thus, the effect of raising his strength in terms of Luck Path would show obvious yield. As for Luck Path Immortal materials, although they were rare and hard to gather, Fan Yuan had the southern border righteous path to extort materials from. The moment these Luck Path Immortal materials were gathered, Fan Yuan made the Hairy Man Gu Immortals start the Gu refinement. Because they were not advancing the ranks of the Immortal Gu and were only refining rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan could bear the losses even if the refinement failed. He had enough foundation currently and was extremely wealthy, an enormous difference compared to his previous life at the same time period. As for the practice of immortal killer moves, 5 restriction profound light chi could be put aside now. Although he did not practice time cutting edge, Fan Yuan had gained many new insights. He had a clearer understanding of the true essence of this move now. This move was like an eraser. It could use time path power to erase the enemy, but also consume the user at the same time. The flaw of memory erasing by this move could not be removed. This was determined by the structure of time cutting edge. Once this flaw was removed, the whole killer moves framework would be overturned. If that happened, time cutting edge's extremely powerful offensive characteristic would also disappear completely. Fan Yuan had no choice but to accept this flaw. The main body made a lot of progress, his clone's progress was even bigger. The pure dream clone's soul was gradually transforming and matching the body. Fan Yuan's Dragonman clone had already advanced to become a rank 6 Dragonman Gu Immortal and possessed a high-grade blessed land. Fan Yuan began to spare more time towards exploring dream realms. Over this period of time, he and Chi Chuyu had carried out many transactions, and there were already a lot of dream realms in his immortal aperture. Fan Yuan's soul left the body and entered a Chi Path dream realm. His vision changed, and at the next moment, he was standing on top of a hill. Fog filled his sight and chilling wind blew around him. He looked at himself. He was a rank 6 Gu Immortal and was in a miserable state. His body was filled with injuries with some wounds still bleeding. What is this? Just as Fan Yuan was pondering, there was a rustle of wind behind him. The fog dissipated and 3 Inkman Gu Immortals appeared. Wei Yu Shu, where do you think you're going? Die! 3 killer moves slashed towards Fan Yuan. This change was too sudden. Fan Yuan had yet to familiarize himself with his Gu worms when he already fell into a life and death situation. Boom! At the next moment, his body exploded into pieces, dying miserably. Fan Yuan exited the dream realm and returned to reality. I did not expect I would encounter such an obstacle immediately after entering the dream realm, and even dying. He inspected the injuries on his soul. What was beyond his expectation was that there were only light injuries on his soul, which could be healed with 100 Guts Gu. Looks like after my soul advanced to Desolate Soul, the soul's quality changed and can bear stronger backlash from dream realms. Fan Yuan rested for a while before continuing to explore the dream realm. It was the same dream. Fan Yuan immediately inspected his Gu worms. He only had one immortal Gu. It had the shape of a cockroach and was gray-white, like the texture of a stone, but was quite light. It gave a cold and slightly rough feeling to the touch. Fan Yuan quickly found the details of this Gu in his memories. This is Chi Flow Gu, a rank 6 Chi Flow Immortal Gu. Besides this, there were a large number of rank 5 Chi Path Mortal Gu. There were also 3 immortal materials, Black Iron Chi, Orchid Vitality Chi, and Moving Dragon Chi. Fan Yuan was slightly stunned. Chi Flow Gu only has support characteristics. How can I block the pursuing troops with just these mortal Gu? Just as he was thinking, a loud shout sounded from behind him. Wei Yu Shu, where do you think you're going? Die! Bam! Fan Yuan was once again cut into pieces. Returning to reality, Fan Yuan pondered while treating his injuries. Based on the current situation, it is obvious that I need to activate immortal killer moves to be able to resist the 3 pursuing troops. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move Huh! Fan Yuan's Chi Path attainment level was low, but he had plenty of resources. Even without Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance and Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Shadow Sect's True Inheritance contained many inheritances and had records of a lot of Chi Path killer moves. Langya Sect also had many in its collection. Even if he did not have these, just based on the enormous number of Chi Path Immortal Gu recipes in Langya Sect and his refinement path attainment level, Fan Yuan could refine immortal killer moves. On top of this rich theoretical foundation, Fan Yuan used the light of wisdom, and soon thought of a killer move that could resolve the first obstacle of the dream realm. However, he was a stranger to Chi Path killer moves. Therefore, he began to practice them. Naturally, he did not have Chi Flow.